When the man regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was 3 red-eyed wolves clinging to the outside of the light barrier. The faces of those wolves were almost right in front of him, their fangs bared, saliva dripping from their mouths onto the grass, and low growls rumbling from their throats. This scene instantly filled Xiao Chunan with fear. He quickly looked around and found himself on a deserted island shrouded in a bright yellow light. Just then, with a loud bang, a wolf slammed into the bright yellow light shield. Xiao Chunan was so frightened that a chill ran down her spine, and she scrambled backward, only to bump her back against a hard object. He turned around and saw a black stone tablet about half a person's height, its surface gleaming with a dim, eerie light. Xiao Chunan's heart tightened. He was completely bewildered by what was happening before him. Before he could react, a second impact rang out. Bang! 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 3 wolves paced back and forth around the light barrier. One kept ramming it, another growled in a low voice, and the third stared intently at him, as if waiting for the thin protective barrier to disappear completely. Xiao Chunan's mind went blank. He had no idea what had happened to him. Just a moment ago, he was delivering takeout in the pouring rain. The customer was yelling at him on the phone, the back-end order kept pressing for updates, and with only 3 seconds left on the red light, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and rush out. But the next second, the truck's blinding high beams tore through the rain, and the front of the truck slammed into us like a steel wall. He heard the sound of bones shattering clearly. The moment his body flew out, he even saw his takeout box explode, spilling milk tea all over the floor. But now, not only was he not dead, he found himself on a completely unfamiliar island. Xiao Chunan pinched his thigh hard, and a sharp pain immediately shot through him. It wasn't a dream. Just as he was filled with confusion, a cold voice suddenly rang in his mind. The billions of people on Earth have all been teleported. Welcome to the alien world of the island nation. Everyone will participate in a survival battle game. At the start, each person will be assigned to a deserted island and draw an initial talent to become the island's owner. You must collect survival supplies and materials, fight and kill wild beasts and sea monsters, continuously upgrade and build your own island, compete with other players for supremacy and resources, and survive in this dog-eat-dog world. You have drawn a unique top-tier talent, SSS rank Fate card draw. Each day, you can draw 1 materialized card from the River of Fate. Everything is a card, and cards are everything. What you draw will be directly materialized. You can randomly obtain powerful servants, workers, powerful weapons, god-level equipment, various blueprints, seeds, special items, skills, gems, special buildings, etc. 3 days later, the newbie shield disappears, and the survival trial begins. Those who fail will be eliminated. The island survival system has been activated for every player. Please do your best to survive. After that cold voice fell, a small elf the size of a basketball appeared in front of Xiao Chunan. It has small wings and a devil's tail. Its chibi-style design doesn't look very intimidating. Please name your system sprite. He never imagined that he would be transported to another world at the moment of his death, become an island lord, and awaken such an incredible talent. Xiao Chunan had long been tired of the monotonous, relentless work he did every day. Now, being able to embark on a brand new adventure with a healthy body felt like a gift from fate. He intends to use this talent to summon countless powerful servants and build an invincible army. Then, defeat other players step by step, take all their resources and territory, and expand and upgrade your own island. He wants to become the strongest island lord in this survival game and completely rule this other world. After calming down, Xiao Chunan stared at the virtual sprite in front of her and asked, "What are you for?" This system assists island owners in their growth, answers some rules, and records some information. Of course, if needed, chatting and relieving boredom are also among its core services. Xiao Chunan nodded. Okay, then you'll be called Deep Blue. Ding! Naming successful. Deep Blue will be at your service. The host can open the newbie gift pack in the warehouse. Deep Blue circled Xiao Chunan once. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chunan raised his hand and tapped the warehouse option on the virtual panel. A storage space with 30 slots immediately appeared before him. Inside, in the top left corner, there was only one simple package. Xiao Chunan chose to take it out. Newbie gift pack, a gift from the Supreme God. Activated. Congratulations on obtaining a lumberjack axe. Congratulations on obtaining a mining pickaxe. Congratulations on obtaining a fishing rod. Congratulations on obtaining the skill book disassembly. Congratulations on obtaining the skill book appraisal. Congratulations on obtaining one-dimensional bag. The light faded. An axe, a pickaxe, a fishing rod, 2 old books, and a small cloth bag, no bigger than the palm of a hand, were neatly laid out on the grass. Xiao Chunan grabbed the axe immediately. The handle was rough, and the blade was slightly dull. He turned to look at the 3-headed wolf outside the light barrier, then looked down at the axe in his hand. 1 against 3? Maybe not. He put down the axe and picked up the 2 skill books instead. The moment the pages touched his fingers, they transformed into 2 beams of light that pierced into his brow. Learn skill, disassembly. Learn skill, appraisal. Xiao Chunan tried to look at the axe in his hand. Woodcutter's axe quality, common, white. He picked up the small cloth bag again. Dimensional bag, white, quality, common description, contains 10 storage compartments, can be carried around. This one is useful. Xiao Chunan put the axe, pickaxe, and fishing rod into his dimensional bag. The 3 tools shrank and disappeared instantly upon touching the bag's opening, while the bag's weight remained almost unchanged. Immediately afterward, Xiao Chunan began to study his own talent. Would you like to activate today's destiny card draw? Draw. Xiao Chunan rubbed his hands together in the air, muttering to himself. Give me something that can kill those 3 wolves. A gun will do, a crossbow will do. I'm not picky. As soon as he finished speaking, a card with a star map printed on the back slowly appeared before him. The card spun once in midair before flipping itself over. A blinding red light burst forth from the front of the card, dyeing the entire protective shield a brilliant crimson. Xiao Chunan squinted, startled by the intense light. Red light? Did I get a good one? Guaranteed to get it on the first try. Anyone who has played gacha games knows that this color definitely represents high rarity. The light gradually faded. A woman's figure appeared within the protective barrier. She wore an ice blue dress, her long silver hair cascading to her waist, and her head adorned with several ice crystal ornaments. Her features were exquisite, and her demeanor was cold and aloof. What a beautiful woman! Xiao Chunan murmured unconsciously. But the woman had already made her move. She noticed the 3 wolves outside the light barrier, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. The woman raised her right hand, her slender, pale fingers making a grasping motion in the air. 3 finger-length icicles instantly condensed above her palm, radiating a chilling aura. She simply raised her hand slightly, her slender white fingers pointing outwards. 3 tiny ice crystals instantly flew out from her fingers. Pft, pft, pft. 3 soft sounds of ice crystals entering flesh rang out in succession. The 3 red-eyed wolves, still ramming against the protective barrier, froze instantly. A precise, gaping hole appeared in the center of each of their foreheads. Then, the 3 wolves crashed heavily onto the grass, lifeless. 3 cold notification sounds rang in Xiao Chunan's ears. Ding! Your servant has slain a red-eyed wolf, gaining 50 experience points. Xiao Chunan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he subconsciously swallowed. He glanced at the woman, then at the 3 motionless wolf corpses outside the light barrier. The monsters that were blocking the doorway just seconds ago are now all down. Good heavens! Xiao Chunan opened her mouth, but after a long while, she managed to squeeze out a few words. They were wiped out in an instant. Are they that strong? Shenlan stood to the side, hands on her hips. See? That's the value of an SSS level talent. The woman turned around and bowed to Xiao Chunan. Master. Xiao Chunan snapped out of his daze and looked her over again. Do you have a name? The woman shook her head. Please bestow a name upon me, master. Deep Blue flew to Xiao Chunan's side and proactively unfolded an information panel. Character? Potential, S, mythical level, LV.2, 50 to 200. Unallocated attribute points, 10 talent, Mystic Ice Divine Body, S rank exclusive talent, spells, Ice. Flying Dagger Ice. Condensing Blade Ice. Frost Armor Ice. Cold Moon Ice. Frost Thorn Ice. Snow Burial Ice. Frost Domain, Awaken 7 to 36. Status, Servant, absolutely loyal. Description, the Ice Queen from a lost era. After the fall of her kingdom, her soul was swept into the river of fate, answering the call to descend. The deep blue aura drifted to Xiao Chunan's ear. S-rank mythology refers to potential ceiling, not current combat power. At level 1, the initial attribute ceiling is a maximum of 10 points. No matter how strong the potential, it can only reach 10 points. To put it simply, her growth ceiling is S-rank mythical level, but she's only at LV.2 now, still in the early stages. What does allocable attribute points mean? Can I freely allocate attribute points when leveling up? Deep Blue flew to the panel and tapped the attribute list with its little paws. Of course. You gain assignable attribute points with each level up. F-rank potential gains 4 points per level, E-rank 5 points, D-rank 6 points, C-rank 7 points, B-rank 8 points, A-rank 9 points, while S-rank mythical potential gains 10 points per level. Xiao Chunan's breath hitched slightly. He finally understood just how terrifying this panel was. From now on, you shall be called Bingley. The woman lowered her head. Bingley, thank you for bestowing this name upon me, master. Ding! Naming successful. Servant Bingley has joined your island. Chapter 3 Boss, look at me, 36D. Master of 18 positions. Xiao Chunan shifted his gaze from Bingley to the 3 wolf carcasses outside the light barrier. He asked the system spirit beside him, Deep Blue, if these carcasses would stink if they were dragged into the warehouse. Deep Blue quickly responded that the warehouse was a time-frozen space, so whatever state you put in, you would take out in the same state. He also suggested that he use the beginner's standard decomposition technique to process the corpses to obtain basic resources. Xiao Chunan nodded, stepped out of the bright yellow light barrier, squatted down next to a red-eyed wolf, placed his hand on the still warm fur, and silently chanted, Disintegration Spell. A pale white light spread from his palm, enveloping the entire wolf carcass. A notification then sounded. He had obtained 10 portions of wolf meat, 1 wolf bone, and 1 complete wolf pelt. The corpse on the ground turned into specks of light and dissipated, leaving only a neat pile of supplies. Xiao Chunan picked up a piece of wolf meat and looked at it. Each piece weighed a little over a kilogram. It was square and clean, with no blood, internal organs, or tendons. It looked like freshly processed chilled meat from a supermarket. Without delay, he dismembered the remaining 2 wolf carcasses. The 3 red-eyed wolves yielded a total of 30 portions of wolf meat, 3 wolf bones, and 3 complete wolf pelts. Xiao Chunan picked up the wolf pelt and shook it. The fur was thick and soft, and the inside had been cleaned thoroughly. Bingley's ice spikes were all embedded in its head, leaving almost no gaps in the wolf pelt. Good stuff. He knew very well that in this godforsaken place, the meat was edible, the bones could be used to make tools, and the wolf skin could keep warm. Nothing was useless. He packed all the supplies into his dimensional bag, returned to the island monument, and transferred all the wolf meat, bones, and pelts to the warehouse. Looking at the 30 extra portions of meat in the warehouse, Xiao Chunan's tense shoulders finally relaxed a little. At least he wouldn't starve today. He then re-clicked the island marker, opened the chat interface, and wanted to see how others were doing. The number of people displayed in the upper right corner of the regional channel showed that there were still 999,916 people remaining in CN 888. In less than 15 minutes, another 82 people were gone. Xiao Chunan realized that the world was eliminating people at a faster pace than he had imagined. The newbie protection shield is still active, and so many people have already died. It will only get harder when the shield disappears in 3 days. The channel was in complete chaos. Some people were trapped inside the monster's shield and dared not go out. Some people relied on their talents to fight their way out of the first wave, and some people started selling their own flesh to exchange for supplies. Many more were crying, cursing, and pleading for help, clearly still adjusting to their current situation. Ha! I, Long Outyen, have awakened a system. From now on, I will never eat beef. Everyone has a system, okay? It's just a cute little portable system sprite, completely useless. While I got an F rank hearing enhancement, what's the use of that? I can't even beat the monsters outside. I awakened F level strength enhancement, and used a novice axe to kill a wild boar. I'll rest for a while and then kill the other two. Some people frantically begged for fire and water, while others were so terrified by the 3 pythons that they cried out for help, saying they would give anything to anyone who could save them. Xiao Chunan spent a few minutes browsing and roughly figured out the situation. Everyone activated their exclusive system spirits, and also drew their initial talents. The channel is mostly filled with F rank and E rank items, and occasionally someone will show off a D rank or C rank item, which immediately attracts a crowd. Holy crap, C rank fire control! Guys, I feel like I'm about to take off. Hey pro, need a carry? Need a pair, someone who can shout 666? Hey pro, look at me, 3060. Master of 18 positions. However, not a single talent of rank B or higher appeared. This matches the distribution of the roulette wheel, with rank F accounting for half and rank E accounting for the remaining half, meaning the 2 lowest tiers together make up 3/4. However, Xiao Chunan didn't think she was the only lucky one. With 1 million people in a region, the sheer number meant there were bound to be some exceptionally lucky players. Those who actually drew high-level talents were mostly busy developing their characters and didn't have time to show off in the chat. He was about to close the chat when several new messages suddenly made him stop. Someone said that going out to explore could dispel the fog. Wherever a person went, the fog would recede. Others found resource chests in the bushes, opening them to find wood and mineral water. Immediately afterwards, the chat was flooded with messages offering animal meat in exchange for wood, thatch, clean water, and fire starters. Dispel the fog, find resource treasure chests. Xiao Chunan noted these 2 keywords and switched to the trading section. After the interface refreshed, rows of consignment orders popped up. Some people were selling wild boar meat in exchange for timber or thatch. Others were selling python meat in exchange for fire starter or purified water. After flipping through a dozen pages, almost all the listings were about trading animal meat for basic resources, with prices ridiculously chaotic. Clearly, with the food crisis temporarily alleviated, everyone's attention shifted to survival facilities. Water and fire are essential for quenching thirst, keeping warm, and cooking food, but what's the point of having so much wood and thatch? Xiao Chunan asked Shenlan how to obtain pure water and fire seed. Shenlan replied that pure water could be obtained by exploring water sources or from resource chests. Fire seed also came from chests, and some fire-type talents could also actively create flames. In other words, ordinary people mainly get these 2 items by opening loot boxes. Xiao Chunan closed the trading interface and then opened the building list. There's only one option, a simple wooden shed, which requires 10 portions of wood and 10 portions of thatch. The description is very clear. This is the most basic shelter, providing shelter from rain and sun, but not from wind, and offering no defensive bonuses. He immediately understood. The people in the channel were frantically exchanging wood and thatch just to build a shed. The light shield could keep out monsters, but it couldn't keep out the wind and rain. Without a roof, they'd be soaked to the bone when it rained. In a place without medicine, even a cold could be fatal. Xiao Chunan exited the island monument interface. Others had already started cutting down trees and moving bricks. He couldn't just sit there doing nothing. He looked at Bingley. Bingley stood quietly beside the island monument, a strand of her long silver hair blowing in the wind, her blue eyes gazing at the hazy mist outside the light barrier. Xiao Chunan patted the dimensional bag at his waist. Let's go. Let's go see just how big this wretched island really is. Chapter 4. This cliff must have been cut out by something, right? The 2 stood in front of the edge of the bright yellow light shield, and Xiao Chunan looked down at the wood-chopping axe in his hand. Using this thing for self-defense is about the same as stabbing someone with a toothpick, but with Bingley around, he became a bit bolder. He gestured with his chin towards Bingley, signaling her to go first. Bingley didn't waste any words and stepped out of the light barrier first. Xiao Chunan followed half a step behind her, carrying his axe and warily watching his surroundings. He chose the east. The moment his feet touched the ground, the thick fog 3 meters ahead churned and receded, revealing a patch of grass. Xiao Chunan took a few more steps forward, and the fog continued to retreat. He looked at the little sprite Deep Blue beside him and asked if there was a range limit to the fog dissipation. Deep Blue told him that the fog was linked to the island owner's exploration range. Wherever he went, the fog would recede. Xiao Chunan then asked how big the island was. Shenlong explained that its area would only be revealed after the fog was dispelled, and suggested that he walk to the end in one direction to roughly determine its boundaries. Xiao Chunan nodded and continued eastward with Bingley. After walking for more than 10 steps, a small grove of trees emerged from the mist. It was called a grove, but there were only about 10 trees scattered sparsely together. He cast an appraisal spell on the nearest tree, which revealed it to be a common grove of trees, where timber could be harvested with a logging axe, the efficiency depending on the quality of the tool and the user's strength. Timber was the foundation for building a house, so Xiao Chunan naturally couldn't let it pass him by. He rolled up his sleeves, swung the axe, and chopped down. With a snap, the axe blade embedded itself in the tree trunk, the impact numbing his hands. This damned axe was ridiculously dull. Xiao Chunan gritted his teeth and chopped 7 or 8 more times before the tree finally fell askew, instantly turning into specks of light, leaving behind 5 ordinary logs. He caught his breath, then gritted his teeth and chopped down another tree, his palms already red from the effort. Bingley stood silently to the side, so Xiao Chunan simply handed her the axe to try. Bingley took the axe, walked to the tree, and swung it casually. With a crack, the trunk snapped in two. Xiao Chunan stared at the tree stump he had spent so long chopping at, then fell silent. He decisively decided that from now on, logging would be handled by Bingley. Bingley didn't reply, silently continuing to chop, 1 tree per axe stroke. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all 15 trees in the grove had fallen, turning into 75 units of ordinary timber. Xiao Chunan put the wood into his dimensional bag, glanced at the axe in Bingley's hand, then looked at his own reddened palms, and couldn't help but sigh that it was a pity that she didn't use her strength on a construction site. Bingley returned the axe to him, and asked if they should continue east. Xiao Chunan put away the axe and decided to reach the end first to confirm the island's boundary. The two continued forward, and soon the fog on the east side receded completely onto the sea. The eastern edge of the island had been reached. At the end of the meadow, a box emitting a faint white light sat quietly. Xiao Chunan's eyes lit up, and he immediately approached, but when he peered down, his expression changed slightly. Behind the box, there was no land, only a vertically cleaved sea cliff. The drop was about 3 meters. Below, the grayish-blue seawater surged and crashed against the cliff face, creating large plumes of white foam. 3 meters away, the sea's surface was still shrouded in thick fog, and the muffled roar of the waves came from within the fog. Just then, the sea fog churned violently, and a huge black shadow appeared and disappeared in the distance, quickly vanishing into the depths. Xiao Chunan felt a chill run down his spine and immediately took 3 steps back, asking Shenlong what it was. Shenlong only indicated that the sea fog had not dissipated and the target information was insufficient, warning him not to approach the sea cliffs and especially not to go into the water. Xiao Chunan frowned and squatted down, touching the edge of the cliff face. The surface was excessively smooth, as if it had been cut out by something. He looked away and focused his attention on the box. The appraisal skill revealed that this was a common quality sandalwood treasure chest containing random basic resources, which could be opened directly. Xiao Chunan lifted the lid, and white light surged out, revealing 2 bottles of mineral water and a pile of wood floating to the surface. A notification sounded, indicating that he had received 2 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water and 100 units of ordinary wood. Xiao Chunan was stunned. They only received 75 units after cutting down 15 trees, but this box gave him 100 units directly. He couldn't help but complain. I should have looked for the chests first. Deep Blue then flew over to remind him that resource chests were an important source of resources and suggested exploring them more. Xiao Chunan glanced at it, annoyed that its reminder was too late. He picked up the bottled water and looked at it. The 2 bottles together contained 1,000 milliliters. Worthless in the civilized world, they were life-saving supplies here, absolute hard currency in the early stages. Xiao Chunan put the bottled water and wood into his dimensional bag, then casually touched the empty box. The system indicated that the empty box could be disassembled, yielding 10 units of ordinary wood. After thinking about it, he decided that keeping the sandalwood box to store things was better than dismantling it, so he chose not to disassemble it, and directly put the box into his dimensional bag. After the fog dissipated, the terrain on the east side was fully revealed. Looking back from here, the island marker and the bright yellow protective shield were clearly visible, only about 50 meters away. Xiao Chunan frowned. If all 4 sides were roughly the same size, the entire island would only be about 100 meters square. It sounded like it was 10,000 square meters, but standing here, it looked like a tiny piece of land. Of course, this was just a guess. They would need to clear the fog from other directions to confirm. Xiao Chunan turned to Bingley and said, "Let's go, turn south along the coastline." The 2 then changed direction and walked south along the edge of the cliff. Chapter 5 Basic Campfire Building Blueprint. After walking about 25 steps, the coastline suddenly turned 90 degrees, revealing the southern coast. It was almost identical to the eastern side. The grassland was neatly abruptly cut off at the end, and below the vertical cliffs, the gray-blue seawater continuously pounded against the base of the cliffs. Xiao Chunan kicked at the grass at the corner. The soil was soft, but underneath lay solid rock. He couldn't help but ask Shenlan if the island might be man-made. Shenlan replied that there wasn't enough information to determine. Xiao Chunan made a couple more complaints, but seeing that it had nothing new to say, she didn't bother to argue further and continued walking westward along the south side with Bingley. The fog receded with their footsteps. After walking another 20 meters or so, a white dot of light appeared again on the grass ahead. Xiao Chunan's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. The box looked the same as before, emitting a faint glow. He used his appraisal skill to confirm that it was still a common quality sandalwood treasure chest, and then opened it directly. A burst of white light appeared, and a notification sound rang out. He had obtained a basic campfire building blueprint and 100 units of ordinary thatch. A yellowed animal hide blueprint and a bundle of tightly packed hay lay on the grass. Xiao Chunan picked up the blueprints and examined them, discovering that learning them would unlock a basic campfire in the island monument building options. Its purpose was to provide warmth, light, and even simple cooking. This was definitely a good thing. 3 days later, the light barrier would disappear, and no one knew what the island would become at night. With the firelight, at least some of the unknown fear in the darkness could be dispelled. Xiao Chunan asked Shenlan how to use the blueprints, implying that he should tear them up and eat them. Shenlan ridiculed his thought process, and then told him that as long as he pasted the blueprints on the island monument, the buildings would be automatically unlocked. Xiao Chunan put the blueprints, thatch, and empty treasure chest into his dimensional bag. 9 of the 10 slots were already occupied, but the materials were enough for the time being: 175 units of wood and 100 units of thatch, enough to build at least several simple wooden sheds. He turned and called to Bingley, preparing to go back and build the house first. The 2 walked towards the bright yellow light shield in the center of the island. The fog cleared ahead, revealing new grass. After walking only a dozen steps, a clump of grass nearly 2 meters high appeared before them. Xiao Chunan casually examined it, and found that it was ordinary thatched grass, which could be harvested, either by hand or with tools. There were already 100 units of thatch in the box, which wouldn't be needed for the time being. Xiao Chunan initially wanted to bypass it, but considering that resource points refreshed daily and that the number and types of resource points on each island were fixed, he immediately changed his mind. These resource points aren't disposable. They're assets that generate continuously. If you don't collect them today, it feels like you've lost out when they refresh tomorrow. He handed the logging axe to Bingley, telling her to cut thatch here and pile it up while he went back to the island monument to store his things and would collect them later. Bingley took the axe and weighed it in her hand, deciding it was usable enough. Xiao Chunan casually remarked that ice spikes might be faster for cutting grass. Bingley simply replied, "Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? and then, holding the axe in one hand, indicated that it was sufficient. After making the arrangements, Xiao Chunan walked alone towards the center of the island. The thick fog receded layer by layer, and the southern landscape was fully revealed. After a few dozen steps, he passed through the bright yellow light barrier and returned to the island monument, placing his hand on the cool stone tablet. The stone tablet interface lit up. Xiao Chunan first took out the yellowed blueprint and directly pasted it onto the island tablet. The moment the blueprint touched the stone tablet, it transformed into countless points of light and merged into it. A notification sounded, indicating that he had successfully unlocked a new building, the basic campfire. Next, he moved 175 units of wood, 100 units of thatch, and 2 empty sandalwood chests into the island's warehouse. 7 slots in his dimensional bag were freed up, leaving only a mining pickaxe, a fishing rod, and 2 bottles of mineral water. After doing all that, he opened the building options. Sure enough, a basic campfire had appeared in the list, requiring 5 stones, 5 woods, 5 thatch, and 1 flint to build. He had the wood and thatch, but not a single stone or flint. For now, he had to leave the campfire aside. Building a house was the most urgent task. Xiao Chunan chose to build a simple wooden shed. After confirming, he clicked the button, consuming 10 units of wood and 10 units of thatch. A beam of white light surged from the island monument, erecting a shed out of thin air within the light shield, perfectly covering the safe zone. The system notified him that construction was complete. Xiao Chunan looked up and examined the finished product. The so-called shed was just a roof made of thatch and planks supported by 4 wooden stakes. It was open on all 4 sides, with no walls, no door, and no bed. If you wanted to sleep, you could only lie on the grass. He walked over and patted the wooden stake. It was fairly sturdy. It probably wouldn't be enough to keep out the rain, but it was better than nothing to shield from the sun. Xiao Chunan asked Shenlan if they could add walls. Shenlan replied that only by upgrading to a basic wooden house could it have complete walls and a door. He immediately pressed for details about what was needed for the upgrade. Shenlan told him to check the upgrade options on the island monument. Xiao Chunan turned and walked to the island monument, placing his palm on it again. Chapter 6: Supply and Demand Imbalance. Raw meat is worthless. The island monument interface lit up, and Xiao Chunan clicked on the upgrade option. 2 lines of information immediately popped up. Level 1 Island Upgrade Requirements. Level 1 Island Core X1. Xiao Chunan stared at the words. Island Core. Then looked up at the system's sprite Deep Blue floating beside him, and asked how to get it. Deep Blue replied that the Island Core was a necessary item for upgrading, and the way to obtain it was simple: break the island monument in front of you. It added that the island monument on each island is the core. Breaking it will drop the corresponding level of Island Core. Before Xiao Chunan could speak, a red warning suddenly appeared on the monument. Warning: the island monument is the core of the island. If the monument is broken, the island will collapse, and the island's owner will die. Please protect the island monument. Xiao Chunan grabbed the little sprite, his face darkening. Are you teaching me how to die quickly? Shenlan blinked, still innocently stating that the only known way to obtain it was to break the island monument. Xiao Chunan released his grip, too lazy to argue with it anymore. In other words, to upgrade his island, he had to attack other people's island markers. He temporarily put this problem aside and instead checked the building list. Basic log cabin upgrade requirements: 100 wood, 100 thatch, 20 stone. Description: a basic residential building that provides shelter from rain, sun, and wind. Wood and thatch are sufficient, the only shortage is stone. Stone is essential for both upgrading the log cabin and building a campfire. Xiao Chunan opened the trading interface and searched for flint. Only one listing appeared. Seller, Neo-Dali item, Flint X1 requirements, any building item blueprint X1. Trying to trade a blueprint for a flint? Xiao Chunan immediately closed the page. The other party clearly knew flint was scarce and wanted to take advantage of the situation to raise the price. However, with 1 million people in the entire region, only one person was selling it, which also showed that this thing was indeed difficult to obtain. He searched for purified water, again, and this time there were many more listings, easily over 100 pages. One of them was Yun Miaojin selling 350 milliliters bottles of mineral water, requiring 30 units of wood, stone, thatch, or food. The price was very high. 30 units of basic resources were needed for just one bottle of water. Xiao Chunan then searched for timber, thatch, stone, and animal meat, quickly figuring out the market situation. Animal meat was the most common item for sale, and at the lowest price, it had even dropped to 1 unit of meat for 1 unit of timber. The reason was simple. Those who could go out to gather resources had basically killed the wild animals blocking the entrance first, so they didn't lack meat. Those who can't leave their homes don't even have meat, let alone resources to exchange. With supply exceeding demand, raw meat is naturally worthless. Currently, the general market price is 1 unit of raw meat equals 1 unit of wood, 1 unit of wood equals 1 unit of thatch, and 2 units of wood can be exchanged for 1 unit of stone. The price of stone was reasonable, indicating that many islands had stone resource points. Xiao Chunan exited the trading interface, deciding not to buy any yet. He planned to explore the remaining fog, hoping to find stone resource points on his own island and save some money. After all, it was still early before nightfall. He casually opened the regional channel. The number of people in the upper right corner of the regional channel, CN 888, 999,632 to 1 million, caught his attention. Another 284 people had disappeared. The channel was still chaotic, but it had become more segmented than before. Some were asking for help, some were showing off their talents, and others were starting to trade. Xiao Chunan quickly skimmed through the pile of nonsense, only picking out the useful information. Someone lamented that they couldn't defeat the 3-headed monster on the island, and that their F-level olfactory enhancement was useless, only making the monster smell increasingly foul. Others complained about their F-level hair enhancement, which only made their hair longer, offering no combat power whatsoever. Some people in the channel are selling wolf pelts at low prices, but they're quickly criticized. What people lack now isn't wolf pelts, but tinder and clean water. Others are buying tinder at high prices or trading resources for cooked meat. Clearly, many people can no longer tolerate raw meat. Scrolling down, several messages caught Xiao Chunan's attention. Someone mentioned a black iron treasure chest on their island, but it was guarded by an elite wild boar with tusks thicker than an arm, nearly killing them. Another person found glowing fruit and a black chest in the mist, only to find an elite giant python coiled nearby. A moment's hesitation meant certain death. Some people encountered spirit fruits and resource ores, but they were all guarded by elite monsters, making them impossible to defeat. Some even said that despite having D-rank combat talent, they nearly died trying to challenge elite monsters, estimating that at least C-rank or higher combat talent would be needed for a chance. There are many similar reports. Elite monsters, black iron chests, and special resource points. It seems the resource distribution differs across islands. Those who recently died were likely overconfident and challenged elite monsters, resulting in their demise. Xiao Chunan muttered to himself, wondering if his island might also have something like this. The fog on the west and north sides hadn't dissipated yet. Anything was possible. He left the channel and withdrew his hand from the island monument. He couldn't waste any more time. He had to finish exploring the rest of the map as soon as possible. Xiao Chunan stepped out of the light barrier and headed towards where Bingley was cutting grass. From a distance, the nearly 2-meter-high clump of thatch had been leveled by the roots, and a neat stack of thatch lay on the ground. Bingley stood beside the stack, holding a logging axe with the blade facing down, her posture casual. Xiao Chunan walked over, took out a bottle of mineral water from his dimensional bag, and handed it to her. "You've worked hard, have some water first." Bingley took the water, glanced at the haystack, and said that the hay was quite resilient, and could be used not only for construction but also to weave some thick ropes to tie things up, but they were lacking tools. Xiao Chunan nodded, deciding to wait until he had the scissors or knife. He squatted down and put all the thatch into his dimensional bag. 75 units of ordinary thatch, plus the original 90 units in the warehouse, made a total of 165 units, more than enough to cover the 100 units needed to upgrade the wooden house. Xiao Chunan stood up and looked at the lingering mist on the west side of the island. Let's go, let's take a look to the west. Without delay, the two turned and walked towards that unknown area. Chapter 7 Spirit Plant, Thunderpig Fruit. An otherworldly hand grenade. Xiao Chunan walked ahead, carrying a lumberjack axe as a makeshift weapon. Bingley followed half a step behind him, her expression still calm, but her steps maintained a rhythm as if ready to strike at any moment. The mist on the west side was no different from before, slowly receding as the two advanced. Xiao Chunan asked as they walked, "Bingley, do you remember anything from before?" He was curious. An S-rank mythical quality servant couldn't have simply appeared out of thin air. Bingley answered decisively, "I have no recollection." Xiao Chunan pressed her for details about her time as Empress, but Bingley only said that she had some fragmented images in her mind, which she couldn't piece together, and it was more like watching someone else's story. The only thing she remembered was that she had drifted in the endless galaxy until she heard the summons. "The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was you." Bingley turned her head to look at him, her icy blue eyes calm and clear. Xiao Chunan felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze and scratched his head. "All right, the past doesn't matter. From now on, follow me, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark figure suddenly darted out of the mist to his side, lunging straight for Xiao Chunan's neck. A foul gust of wind rushed towards him, and Bingley instantly stepped in front of him, raising her left arm, and a diamond-shaped ice shield half a person's height materialized out of thin air. Bang! The dark figure crashed heavily into the ice shield, the powerful impact causing Bingley to slide back 3 steps, plowing 2 furrows into the grass. The ice shield was cracked, but it ultimately blocked the attack. Xiao Chunan was knocked back 2 steps before regaining his footing, his heart pounding. He looked closely and saw that the attacker was a wolf, a size larger than the previous red-eyed wolf, with its black and gray fur standing on end, its blood-red eyes staring intently at them, and 2 curved fangs gleaming coldly. Xiao Chunan immediately cast an appraisal spell. Elite. Red-eyed Wolf King rank, 3 status, Berserk description, the leader of the red-eyed wolf pack, mutated after absorbing more unknown energy. Its speed, strength and cunning far exceed those of ordinary individuals, extremely dangerous. It was an elite monster. He'd actually encountered one that people in the chat had mentioned. The red-eyed Wolf King shook its head, letting out a low growl, its claws digging at the ground, ready to pounce again. Bingley steadied herself, her right hand outstretched, a long sword of icy crystals condensing in her palm. Xiao Chunan took a few steps back without hesitation. He knew very well that this was a battle he couldn't interfere with. Rushing in would only be a hindrance. Leaving the battlefield to Bingley was the wisest choice. The next second, the Wolf King roared and transformed into a dark gray shadow, pouncing forward. Instead of retreating, Bingley advanced, dodging the deadly bite. Her ice sword slashed across, leaving only a shallow mark on the Wolf King's tough fur. Missing its attack, the Wolf King swung its tail, sending it hurtling towards her with a whooshing sound. Bingley touched the ground with her toes, her body leaning back lightly, the wolf's tail brushing past her nose. In that brief moment, Bingley stepped forward, her ice sword piercing upwards, precisely striking the Wolf King's open mouth and piercing its eye socket. The Wolf King's roar was caught in its throat, turning into a short, mournful howl. Its massive body convulsed a few times before crashing heavily to the ground, scattering grass clippings everywhere. Ding! Defeat Elite Red-Eyed Wolf King and gain 300 experience. Ding! Your servant Bingley's level has increased to level 3. The battle ended. Bingley leaned on her ice sword, her chest rising and falling slightly, her breathing more rapid than usual. Xiao Chunan quickly stepped forward to ask if she was all right. Bingley shook her head. The spiritual energy consumption is a bit high, but I can still hold on. As she finished speaking, the ice sword in her hand turned into light fragments and dissipated. Xiao Chunan gave her a thumbs up, then walked to the Wolf King's corpse, squatted down, and placed his palm on it. Decomposition spell. A flash of white light, the wolf carcass vanished, and a pile of supplies appeared on the ground. Ding! Disassembling Elite Red-Eyed Wolf King Corpse X1 yielded Elite Wolf Meat X30, Elite Wolf Bone X1, and Elite Wolf Hide X1. All these materials now have the word Elite added to their names. Xiao Chunan picked up a piece of wolf meat and found that the meat was dark red, with a texture much firmer and finer than ordinary wolf meat. A quick scan with his appraisal skill revealed the following information: elite wolf meat quality, excellent, green, description, meat of elite wild beasts. Consuming it can restore a small amount of physical strength and spiritual energy, and its taste is far superior to ordinary beast meat. Xiao Chunan's eyes lit up. This was good stuff, food that could restore spiritual energy, its value far exceeding that of ordinary meat. He stored all the spoils into his dimensional bag and then looked around. Since there were elite monsters guarding this place, there were probably some resources hidden nearby. The two continued forward a few steps in the direction the Wolf King had charged. As the mist dissipated, a small tree, about a meter tall, came into view. The tree emitted a faint green glow, and a dozen or so purple fruits hung from its branches. The fruits were round and plump, with bumps on their surfaces, resembling inflated pufferfish. Xiao Chunan immediately examined it. Spirit plant, thunder pig fruit. Quality, excellent, green. Description, item type fruit, inedible. This item is an otherworldly version of a hand grenade. Squeezing the fruit's abdomen 3 times before throwing it will cause a violent explosion. Deep Blue flew around the spiritual plant once, reminding him that it was a green quality item type spiritual plant, much rarer than ordinary resource points, and suggested picking it all. Xiao Chunan, however, did not rush to act. He first grabbed Deep Blue's little wing and asked about the picking method, lest it explode at the slightest touch. Deep Blue quickly explained that the spiritual plant resource points refresh daily, and the fruit will reappear 24 hours after being picked. Simply breaking the fruit stem by hand will trigger an explosion. Normal picking and storage will not cause an explosion. Only activation in a specific way will cause an explosion. Xiao Chunan was relieved. She walked to the spirit plant, pinched the stem of a thunderpig fruit, and gently twisted it. With a click, the fruit fell off intact. It felt heavy in her hand, and the skin was cool, as if it had just been taken out of the refrigerator. He carefully placed it into his dimensional bag. 1, 2, 3. Bingley also came forward to help, and the two quickly finished picking all the thunderpig fruits. Xiao Chunan counted the inventory. 14 purple fruits were neatly stacked in the compartments, each occupying its own space. 14. Chapter 8 Black Iron Treasure Chest. Barbecue Grill Blueprints. Xiao Chunan was in a good mood. With these 14 grenades by his side, his sense of security increased considerably. The two continued walking in the direction the Wolf King had charged out, and after a few steps, the western mist receded to its end. Here, like on the east and south sides, the grassland is neatly cut, below which lies a 3-meter-high cliff and the gray-blue sea. At the edge of the cliff, there is a completely black box, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen and emitting a green glow. A black iron treasure chest. Xiao Chunan's eyes lit up. Someone in the chat channel had mentioned that elite monsters guarded these kinds of chests. He immediately used his appraisal skill. Black iron treasure chest quality, excellent, green, description, contains random basic resources, with a chance to obtain excellent grade items or equipment, can be opened directly. The green quality chest was 1 level higher than the previous white sandalwood chest. Xiao Chunan rubbed his hands together, thinking that the reward he got from killing an elite wolf king couldn't be bad. He stepped forward and opened the chest, and green light immediately surged out. Ding! Open the black iron treasure chest and obtain 1 barbecue grill crafting blueprint, 3 flints, and 5 thunder pig fruit seeds. The 3 items appeared: a yellow blueprint, 3 grayish-white flints, and 5 thumb-sized purple seeds. Xiao Chunan picked up the flints first, and his spirits immediately lifted. With this, they had enough fuel for a campfire. Bingley glanced at it and asked if it could be used to start a fire. Xiao Chunan nodded, saying it could be used to boil water and roast meat. He put away the flint and then looked at the blueprints. Barbecue grill crafting blueprint quality, excellent, green, description. After learning this blueprint, you can unlock the barbecue grill, item at the workbench, used for cooking food. Cooked food increases satiety by 30%. Finally, there were the 5 seeds. Thunderpig fruit seeds, green, description, can be planted on cultivated land, thunder pig fruit can be harvested upon maturity. Xiao Chunan thought to himself that these were all good things, and immediately put the spoils into his dimensional bag. Then, he looked at the empty black iron box and asked Shenlan what it could be decomposed into. Disassembling the black iron treasure chest yields 10 units of ordinary iron ingots. Iron ingots are quite rare these days. Even stone is scarce in the trading market, let alone iron. Xiao Chunan didn't rush to disassemble it, but instead put the chest into her dimensional bag, which completely filled all 10 slots. He patted the bag's opening, lamenting its small size, then looked towards the still mist-shrouded north side. "Let's go take a look over there." The two turned and headed north. The mist gradually dissipated, and after walking about 20 steps, a small pile of stones of various sizes came into view. Xiao Chunan stepped forward to examine it. Resource point: ordinary small stone pile, collectible, description: stone can be obtained by mining with a pickaxe. Efficiency depends on the quality of the tool and the user's strength. Finally found it. He took out his iron-tipped, wooden-handled pickaxe and smashed it down on a protruding rock. Clang! The recoil traveled through the pickaxe handle, making his wrist numb, but only a faint white spot appeared on the rock. Xiao Chunan refused to believe it, and struck it 7 or 8 more times. Sparks flew everywhere before a small corner of the rock cracked. Asterisk ding! Obtained 1 piece of common stone. Asterisk looking at the fist-sized stone in his hand, and then at the large pile of stones, Xiao Chunan fell silent. At this rate, how long would it take to dig? He turned to look at Bingley. Bingley met his gaze and held out her hand. "I'll give it a try." Xiao Chunan said he was sorry, but his hand had already handed over the pickaxe. Bingley took the pickaxe and said indifferently, "You don't look embarrassed at all." Xiao Chunan coughed twice, pointed to the mist ahead, and used the excuse of going to check if there were any more boxes. Bingley simply replied with a, "Okay." She walked to the pile of stones and swung her pickaxe down with one hand. Crack! A large rock was cleanly knocked off. Ding! Obtained stone X5. Xiao Chunan turned her head away, unable to bear watching this extremely damaging scene any longer, and walked alone towards the last wisps of mist in the north. A dozen meters later, the fog receded like a tide, revealing the last part of the island. At the edge of the cliff, a chest emitting a white light appeared. It was another sandalwood treasure chest. Xiao Chunan quickly stepped forward and opened it. Ding! Opening the sandalwood treasure chest yielded 10 iron ingots and 100 ordinary stones. He looked back and saw that the mist on the island had completely receded, revealing the island's outline in full clarity. It was a perfect square, about 100 meters long and wide, with sheer cliffs on all 4 sides. In the center of the island stood the island monument, protected by a bright yellow light, and a newly built wooden shed. A dozen meters away, Bingley was still quarrying stone, the rhythmic sound of picks rising and falling echoing through the air. "This is more like a prison than an island." Xiao Chunan walked to the edge of the cliff, looking down at the gray-blue sea. There were cliffs on all sides, and not even a place to get into the water. He asked Shalon if the island could grow bigger in the future. The island monument has expansion options. The island's area can be expanded after certain conditions are met. Xiao Chunan asked about the conditions. Upgrading the island monument's level, or consuming specific resources. For specific expansion requirements, please check in front of the island monument. Alright, we'll talk about it later. Chapter 9: The first person to pioneer the wilderness. Announcement to the entire region. Xiao Chunan withdrew his gaze from the distance, glanced at the sky, and took out the fishing rod from his beginner's pack from his dimensional bag. He bent down and collected the iron ingots and stones on the ground into his dimensional bag, filling all 10 slots immediately. The empty sandalwood box had to be left behind for now. While Bingley was still mining on the other side, Xiao Chunan decided to take advantage of the break to try fishing. Looking at the fishing rod in his hand, which didn't even have a hook, he couldn't help but ask Shenlan if it was a defective product. Shenlan told him that it wasn't for fishing, but for fishing for resources. Xiao Chunan walked to the edge of the cliff with some skepticism, then cast his fishing line into the sea. The thin line darted through the air and fell into the grayish-blue water 3 meters below. The next second, a translucent panel appeared. Fishing in progress. Countdown, 1 hour. Xiao Chunan was taken aback. An hour? He squatted on the edge of the cliff, holding his fishing rod, and asked again if he was guaranteed to get supplies once the countdown ended. Shenlan answered bluntly, not necessarily, it depends on luck. Fishing, you never catch anything. Xiao Chunan's lips twitched. Waiting an hour, only to catch a belly full of air, who could stand that? Meanwhile, on another island, CN 888-001024, Qingjing stood beside the island monument, intently watching the battle ahead, his face filled with barely concealed excitement. His spirit, Red Cherry, had long ago told him that the first 3 challengers in the entire region to complete the task of dispelling all the fog and collecting all resources would receive regional notifications and hidden rewards, with better rewards for higher rankings. At this moment, 3 barbarians wielding stone axes were attacking an elite boar. The boar was covered in wounds, its legs trembling, and the grass beneath its feet was stained deep with blood. It was clear it wouldn't last much longer. The island's 4 resource points had been depleted, and all 4 treasure chests had been opened. Once this boar died, the last vestiges of mist would dissipate. Qingjing firmly believed that he would be the first among the millions of people in CN 888 to complete the initial clearing. This confidence stemmed from his A-level talent, Barbarian Chieftain. He could summon 3 barbarian followers with maxed-out loyalty every day. These barbarians, though mute and not particularly bright, were strong, recovered quickly, and most importantly tireless. From the moment they arrived until now, Qingjing hadn't stopped for a moment. While others were still huddled inside their protective shields, worrying about how to get out, he had already practically cleared out the entire island with his 3 followers splitting up to chop wood, mine minerals, and cut grass. He asked Red Cherry what the first place reward would be. Red Cherry guessed it would be something like a building or equipment reward, since it was a hidden achievement for the entire region, and the quality would definitely be high. Qingjing glanced at his depleted island again, and couldn't help but ask if anyone could be faster than him. Han Ying immediately shook her head. With her A-level talent already at the pinnacle, and with 3 followers working in sync, even an S-level talent might not be able to surpass him in terms of exploration speed. Qingjing chuckled, about to say that first place was easily within his grasp, when the elite boar ahead let out a mournful cry, its powerful forelegs buckling as it collapsed to its knees. A barbarian raised his stone axe high, aiming to chop down on its neck. Victory was within reach. Just before the stone axe fell, a clear, ethereal voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Ding! Congratulations to trial participant Xiao Chunan, CN 888-666666, for being the first in the entire region to dispel the island's fog and complete the mining of all resources. Reward: a perfect grade lighthouse. Ding! The first person on the entire server to complete this achievement has had their reward automatically upgraded by 1 quality, obtaining an epic level lighthouse. The same announcement rang 3 times in a row. Qingjing's smug expression instantly froze. Xiao Chunan? Island number 666666? Who is this person? How could he be faster than him? At this moment, the stone axe finally fell, the elite boar collapsed, and the last vestiges of mist on the island dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to trial participant Qingjing, CN 888-001024, for becoming the second person in the entire region to dispel the island's mist and complete the mining of all resources. Reward: a rare grade lighthouse. The difference was only 10 seconds, yet the rewards were worlds apart. Qingjing forced a dry, cold laugh. Rare grade? Compared to epic grade, it was practically a joke. Second place was no different from last place for him. Both were failures. All he wanted now was to find that Xiao Chunan and tear him to pieces. Qingjing walked to the island monument and opened the regional chat channel. The chat channel had completely exploded. Everyone was spamming Xiao Chunan's name. Some were shocked that he had taken first place in the entire server, while others were begging for a pro to carry them. Some were even certain that Xiao Chunan must have S-level talent, otherwise it would be impossible for her to progress so quickly. Qingjing flipped through the channels expressionlessly, his fingers turning white from the force of his movements. Chapter 10: Epic Building Ancient Lighthouse. Xiao Chunan was unaware that his name had been memorized by all the players in the server. Even if he knew, he might not care. At this moment, a line of golden text appeared before him. Congratulations on obtaining an epic building an ancient lighthouse. The golden light faded, and a miniature lighthouse, no bigger than the palm of his hand, appeared out of thin air in his hand. The tower seemed to be cast from some unknown metal, with 3 layers, and a purple gem embedded at the top, slowly rotating and radiating circles of light. Xiao Chunan held the model up to his eyes, and information appeared: ancient lighthouse, epic quality. Once placed, it can dispel sea fog within a 10,000-meter radius of the island. Within the lighthouse's beam, resource production increases by 50%, it can sense potential dangers, and it can be placed and moved at will. The fog dissipated, resources increased, and danger was warned. Xiao Chunan weighed the small lighthouse in his hand, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. This reward was indeed quite good. He wasn't surprised to have taken first place in the entire server. Bingley's efficiency is ridiculously high. While others need 7 or 8 strikes to chop down a tree, she can do it with a single axe swing. While others have to take detours when encountering elite monsters, she can take them down in just a few moves. It would be strange if someone surpassed her. However, the server-wide announcement made him think a little more. His name and island number had just been broadcast to every player on the entire server. That's billions of people. Xiao Chunan scratched the back of his head and muttered, "That was a bit too high profile." Deep Blue patted her chest, circled him twice, and looked very relieved. She said that first place was almost snatched away by second place, with a difference of less than 10 seconds. If Ice Glass had rested a little longer while mining, she would have lost the prize. Xiao Chunan was also secretly terrified. His report had barely finished when Qin Yang's report followed. This Qin Jing, whose ID was CN888-001024, was only 10 seconds slower than him, who possessed the SSR Ice Glass. Among a million people, his talent was definitely extraordinary. Thinking of this, Xiao Chunan looked at Shenlan, frowned, and asked her if she already knew about this hidden achievement. The little sprite tilted her head and nodded frankly. "Yes, I knew." Xiao Chunan's face darkened. She knew but wouldn't tell? What if he had taken a break halfway through, or gone fishing first? Wouldn't this epic building have been lost? Shenlan shrugged defiantly. "You didn't ask either." Xiao Chunan was speechless for a long time. Just then, Bingley came over with a mining pickaxe, reporting that the stone had been mined. Xiao Chunan handed her the fishing rod, asking her to watch it for the time being, while he went to carry the supplies back to the island monument. His dimensional bag was full, so he first took out the blueprints, flint, water, seeds, and other small supplies and put them into an empty box. Then he put the mining pickaxe and mini lighthouse inside. After that, he picked up the sandalwood box, went to the pile of stones, and put all the stones that Bingley had mined into his dimensional bag. Returning to the island monument, he transferred all the supplies into the warehouse space. A list appeared on the light screen: 165 pieces of wood and thatch, 175 pieces of stone, as well as wolf meat, wolf bones, wolf pelts, mineral water, treasure chests, tools, flint, and iron ingots. The superior resources include elite wolf meat, elite wolf bones, elite wolf pelts, thunder pig fruits, seeds, and the crafting blueprint for a barbecue grill. There is only one epic resource: the ancient lighthouse. The 30-slot warehouse is currently occupied by 22 slots. Looking at the list, Xiao Chunan felt his resources were quite substantial. He took out the barbecue grill blueprint and pasted it directly onto the island monument. The blueprint transformed into points of light and merged into the monument, and the system notified him that the new item, the barbecue grill, had been unlocked. The barbecue grill was a high-quality item, requiring iron ingots, stone, wood, and flint to craft. It could be used to cook food and increase satiety by 30%. However, the instructions also stated that it must be crafted at a workbench. Xiao Chunan searched through the building list but couldn't find a workbench, so he asked Shenlan. Shenlan told him that it would only be automatically unlocked after the shelter was upgraded, and he had to upgrade the thatched hut to a wooden house first. Xiao Chunan didn't waste any more words and directly opened the upgrade interface. Upgrading the simple thatched hut to a basic wooden house requires 100 pieces of wood, 100 pieces of thatch, and 20 pieces of stone. He had more than enough resources at the moment, so he immediately confirmed the upgrade. The island monument emitted a white light, enveloping the shabby thatched hut. In the white light, stones formed the foundation, wooden planks rose from the ground, pieced together to form walls, and a thatched roof expanded, with a wooden door materializing at the front. After a few breaths, the white light dissipated, revealing a small, square wooden cabin. The system notification indicated that the shelter had been upgraded to a basic wooden cabin, and a new building, the workbench, had been unlocked. Xiao Chunan walked around the wooden house. The walls were perfectly sealed, with a door on the front and small windows on the side. The shield's range had also expanded from a radius of 2 meters to 4 meters, increasing the safe zone area several times over. He pushed open the door and went inside. It was much more spacious than the old shed, about 20 square meters. The ground was still grass, but it was much better than sleeping in the open. At least he wouldn't get soaked in the wind and rain anymore. Chapter 11 Workbench Unlocked. Barbecue Economics. The island monument stands in the center of the wooden house, serving as the core of the entire island. Placing it inside is the safest option. Xiao Chunan stepped forward and placed his hand back on the island monument. Sure enough, a new item appeared in the building list: the workbench. The crafting table required 20 pieces of wood, 10 pieces of stone, and 2 iron ingots. The instructions were straightforward: all tools and equipment must be crafted using it. Xiao Chunan didn't hesitate and immediately confirmed the construction. A flash of white light appeared, and a waist-high stone platform materialized out of thin air in the corner of the wooden hut. The platform was wide and flat, equipped with a rudimentary anvil and several slots, its edges engraved with runes, from which faint light occasionally flickered. Ding! The workbench is complete! Xiao Chunan placed his hand on the countertop, and the crafting interface immediately popped up. Currently, there was only one recipe available: a barbecue grill. The rest were grayed out and locked, marked as requiring corresponding blueprints to unlock. All right, at least a barbecue grill can be made now. He glanced at the requirements: 5 iron ingots, 5 stones, 5 pieces of wood, and 1 flint. After confirming the crafting, the runes on the table suddenly lit up, a warm yellow pillar of light rose, and the phantom images of the materials rotated and merged in the light. A dozen seconds later, the light faded, and a finely crafted barbecue grill appeared on the table. Ding! Barbecue grill, fine, X1 completed. The barbecue grill is much more exquisite than the blueprint. The iron frame is sturdy, the firebox is neatly built of stones, and a polished flint is embedded in the side. There is a palm-sized iron knob on the top. Because the material contains flint, it has a built-in ignition function. Xiao Chunan twisted it, and with a click, a spark immediately flew out. Okay, it has a built-in lighter. He moved the barbecue grill outside the cabin, placing it in an open area 3 steps from the doorway. Barbecues couldn't be done indoors. If someone got carbon monoxide poisoning, there wouldn't even be anyone to collect their body. After setting up the grill, he returned to the island monument to build the last thing: a rudimentary campfire. The materials were 5 stones, 5 pieces of wood, 5 pieces of thatch, and a flint. The location was chosen to the left of the main entrance of the wooden house. A flash of white light appeared, and a fire pit surrounded by stones appeared outside the door, lined with dry thatch and wooden strips, with the flint embedded in the stone trough base. Ding! Basic campfire completed. Current fuel: 5 wood, 5 thatch. Burning time: 400 minutes. 1 unit of wood burns for 1 hour, and 1 unit of thatch burns for 20 minutes, totaling about 7 hours. It's still early, no rush to light the fire. Let's wait until evening to start it, and it will last all night. Xiao Chunan looked around the campsite. A wooden cabin was in the center, with the island marker inside. To the left of the entrance was a campfire pit, and to the right was a barbecue grill. Although shabby, it was far better than the previous drafty thatched hut. He looked up at the cliff to the north. Bingley was still guarding the edge. The fishing countdown shouldn't be over yet. Xiao Chunan's stomach growled at that moment. Since his arrival, he hadn't eaten a single thing, relying entirely on his willpower to stay awake. It's time to eat. He went back into the house, took 2 pieces of elite wolf meat from the storeroom, placed them on the grill rack, and then turned the knob. With a click, sparks fell into the combustion chamber, igniting the sawdust, and the orange-red flames reflected on the grill rack. The wolf meat quickly oozed oil, sizzling as it cooked. A translucent progress bar appeared above the grill. Remaining time, 2000 hours. Another countdown. Xiao Chunan glanced at it. The grill could hold about 20 pieces of meat at a time. So he instructed Shanlan to watch the fire and remind him when the time was up, then turned and went back to the cabin. While the meat was roasting, he took the opportunity to check the market outside. He placed his palm on the island monument, and the interface unfolded. Island monument, CN 888 District 666666 Island owner, Xiao Chunan. Island level, 0 island area, 10,000 square meters resources, 1 thunder porpoise tree, 1 small grove, 1 small stone pile, 1 bush creature, ice glass. Xiao Chunan entered the trading hall. There were significantly more items for sale than in the morning, and he first searched for flint. The price was still very high. Some people were asking for 100 pieces of wood for a single piece of flint, while others were asking for 1,000 milliliters of drinking water. However, at least it was no longer monopolized by the outrageous price of trading blueprints for flint, as it had been before. Further down, there were dozens more similar listings, with little difference in price. While basic resource prices remained relatively stable, raw meat was already abundant. Hundreds of thousands of orders for raw meat were being posted on the market, mostly exchanging 1 unit of resource for 1 unit of meat, practically free. But cooked meat is a completely different story. Some people have already started selling grilled meat, priced from 10 units of basic resources to over 20 units per piece, and it's almost instantly sold out. Only a few exorbitantly priced items, like 1 piece of cooked meat for 50 units of resources, go unnoticed. Prices beyond most people's means become mere decorations. Xiao Chunan stroked his chin. It seemed the barbecue market had great potential. With fire scarce, it was impossible for everyone to have cooked meat, and people from the civilized world wouldn't adapt to eating raw meat so quickly. With a market gap of nearly 1 million people, even if someone had the means, how many could they grill at once? After all, not everyone is like him, able to obtain the blueprint for a barbecue grill. He closed the trading interface and switched to the regional chat. The number of users in the upper right corner of the regional channel, CN 888, 999,483 to 1 million, has decreased by more than 100. The channel is still as noisy as a market, but the topics have spread. Many people are talking about him, Qin Jing, and a woman who just won the 3rd place reward, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan triggered the area notification while he was building the furnace, and the reward was a fine-grade lighthouse. Someone in the channel broke down, saying that he had a B-grade talent, was the 5th to complete the exploration, but only got a regular lighthouse, which could only dispel 100 meters of sea fog and was practically useless. More messages were frantically seeking cooked meat and clean water. High price for cooked meat. 10 units of stone for 1 piece. High price for clean water. High price for cooked food. Spirit or can be used in exchange. The screen was flooded with information, but Xiao Chunan only picked out the useful parts. The most scarce resources in the market now weren't building materials like timber and stone, but rather things like clean water and cooked food, things that truly sustain life. Chapter 12 Barbecue available. Heartless Merchant. Xiao Chunan closed the regional chat, swiped his finger on the island marker, and clicked on the upgrade option. The next tier of wooden house was at the top. It was an intermediate wooden house, requiring 300 wood, 200 thatch, and 50 stone. The description was tempting, expanding the area and adding bedrooms. But after glancing at the warehouse, he immediately gave up. He had enough stone, but far too little wood and thatch. Stone alone wasn't enough to build a house. The island's resource points produced a limited amount daily, 75 units of forest, and about the same amount of thatch. Even if they plundered everything every day, it would still take 4 days to gather enough wood. The protective shield would disappear in 3 days, and the trial would begin. There was no time to wait. Xiao Chunan withdrew his gaze and said in a low voice, "Let's put the upgrades aside for now. More important than accumulating resources was turning their current advantage into more supplies." He quickly opened the trading hall, ready to go on a shopping spree. There were 35 units of timber, 60 units of thatch, and 135 units of stone left in the warehouse. He immediately bought all the orders that offered 1 unit of resources for 1 unit of raw meat, instantly clearing out his timber and thatch reserves and giving him 95 units of ordinary raw meat in return. He then transferred the original 30 units of wolf meat into his dimensional bag, turned, and walked out of the wooden house. The barbecue grill was still running, and there were already 2 pieces of elite wolf meat on the grill, leaving the remaining space empty. Xiao Chunan took out 18 pieces of raw meat and spread them across the stove. 20 pieces of meat were squeezed onto the iron mesh, and as they were roasted by the flames, the oil sizzled and the aroma of meat quickly spread. He waited by the stove, unable to help but miss the days when he had a cell phone. He looked at Shenlan and complained that the island monument's functions were too rigid. If he wanted to chat or trade, he had to go back inside and touch the monument. Deep Blue flew around him once, indicating that upgrading the island would unlock the system's pet control function. 20 minutes later, a notification sounded, and the first 2 pieces of elite wolf meat placed on the island were ready. Xiao Chunan picked up a piece with a sharpened wooden stick, blew on it, and took a big bite. The meat was firm and very fragrant, but it was a bit bland because it wasn't salted. He called out to the cliff to the north, "Bingli! Come back and eat something!" Not long after, Bingli returned, carrying a plastic bag, saying it was supplies she had just caught. Xiao Chunan took it and saw that the bag was labeled "Refined Edible Salt." The test results showed that it was a basic seasoning of ordinary quality, used to flavor food and also for pickling and preservation. He couldn't help but laugh. His very first cast had caught the most scarce commodity, salt. His luck was truly impressive. Xiao Chunan tore open the bag, sprinkled some on the roasted meat, and took another bite. The saltiness instantly elevated the meat's flavor to a whole new level. He sprinkled salt on another piece of elite wolf meat and handed it to Bingli. "You've had a long day, eat something to replenish your energy." Bingli took a bite and commented, "It tastes good." She looked at the grill and asked, "Won't the 2 of us be able to finish all this meat?" Xiao Chunan grinned. "It's for sale. There's a shortage of cooked meat in the whole district right now. With this grill in hand, my destiny is in my hands. Why not make some money?" Deep Blue, standing nearby, flapped its wings anxiously, demanding a reward for itself. Xiao Chunan glanced at it and asked if a poke ball could digest meat. Deep Blue confidently declared that spiritual food was still food. Xiao Chunan picked up a small piece of meat and waved it in front of it. "Smell it." Deep Blue immediately bristled, scolding him for going too far. Xiao Chunan ignored it. After all, this little thing was an energy being and didn't need to eat. A few minutes later, all 18 pieces of ordinary roasted meat were finished. Xiao Chunan put them into his dimensional bag, then took out 20 pieces of ordinary raw meat and spread them all over the grill again. The countdown started again. He left Bingli outside to watch the furnace while he returned to the cabin and pressed the island marker to open the trading hall. The price had to be calculated carefully before listing anything. Exchanging raw meat for resources at a 1-to-1 ratio was clearly a fire sale. Resource production was fixed daily, and the value of raw meat would eventually return to its original level. A piece of raw meat costs about 5 units of wood, while roasting meat involves an additional, scarce cooking process, so doubling that price is normal. Not to mention that fire is scarce these days, and very few people can afford to eat cooked meat. Supply and demand are at odds, creating a seller's market. As long as the price isn't outrageously high, there will definitely be people scrambling to buy it. Xiao Chunan looked at the trading interface and set a price: 1 piece of ordinary roasted meat for 20 pieces of wood, or 20 pieces of thatch, or 10 pieces of stone. After confirming that 18 pieces of roasted meat were listed, he switched to the regional channel and posted, "Roasted meat is now listed. Those who want it can place an order." The moment the message was sent, the regional chat exploded. Boss Xiao, number 666666, has appeared. Captured the server's number 1. Where's the barbecue? I'm going to check. The next second, even more messages flooded the screen. Damn! It's gone! What speed? I just opened the auction house and it's sold out. Boss Xiao, give me some more, I haven't had cooked food all day. Some complained about the price. 20 pieces of wood for a single piece? You guys must be really rich. Someone immediately retorted. Raw meat is hard to swallow. 20 pieces of wood for a hot piece of roasted meat, it's worth it. Others even offered to trade stones via private message. Some even made a sour remark, saying that Xiao Chunan was already number 1 in the entire server, so it wasn't unreasonable for him to help out his fellow players in the same region. But as soon as these words were uttered, someone retorted. Get lost! Whose resources come from thin air? Chapter 13. 20 timber for a piece of roasted meat? Trying to get something for free? Block me first. Xiao Chunan glanced at it a few times, then stopped looking. At the same time, his private messages started flooding in. There were all sorts of people in there. An auntie who hadn't eaten all day begged for some meat, and someone else said they were all earthlings and asked him to contribute. There were even people cursing him for charging too much, saying he had no conscience. Xiao Chunan grew increasingly speechless. Flatterers, beggars, opportunists, and those resorting to moral blackmail, they all popped up. He scoffed. In this survival world, did they really expect to be supported for nothing? If they wanted food, they'd trade resources for it. He then casually blocked several of the abusive and freeloaders, and turned off private messages to avoid ruining his appetite. Soon, a notification popped up. Ding! All 18 pieces of regular roasted meat you listed have been sold. You have received 140 wood and 220 thatch. 18 pieces of roasted meat exchanged for 360 units of basic resources. Looking at the resources in her account, Xiao Chunan's mood improved considerably. This deal definitely works. With the remaining stone, the shortfall for upgrading the intermediate wooden house is mostly covered. However, he didn't rush to upgrade. Instead, he immediately invested the newly acquired resources into production. He opened the trading hall and scanned the listings offering 1 unit of resources for 1 unit of raw meat. Ding! Transaction successful. 140 wood consumed, 140 raw meat obtained. Ding! Transaction successful. 220 thatch consumed, 220 raw meat obtained. Another 360 pieces of raw meat have been added to his account. Including the original 87 pieces and the 20 pieces currently grilling on the barbecue grill, his total amount of ordinary raw meat has reached 467 pieces. The second batch of roasted meat wasn't ready yet, and Xiao Chunan wasn't in a hurry to leave. He reopened the regional channel, intending to continue spying. Only then did he realize that the regional channel had a limited number of messages. Regional channel message limit, 9 to 10. It turns out each person can only speak 10 sentences a day. Xiao Chunan immediately didn't want to waste her breath, so she simply watched and didn't speak. The channel was still in chaos. Some people were selling meat, some were asking for water, some were looking for their families, and some were trapped in the safe zone by wild monsters, too afraid to even leave the gate. Many people began discussing the island's resources. Some had 3 resource points all in groves, with more wood than they could use, but lacking stone. Others had only thatched bushes, and were numb from cutting grass. Still others had 2 piles of stones and 1 thatched bush, and were short of wood to build a wooden house. Xiao Chunan silently observed for more than 10 minutes, sifting through a large amount of disorganized information to extract a considerable amount of useful intelligence. Each person's island was roughly 100 meters square, surrounded by cliffs on all sides. Each island had 3 sandalwood treasure chests, and 1 black iron treasure chest, and also had an elite wild monster guarding a special resource point. However, the types of ordinary and special resources are completely random. Some people have a balanced distribution of resources, while others are extremely specialized in one area. Special resources are even more diverse, including spirit ores, spirit fruits, spirit herbs, and spirit springs. Some people even say that there is a patch of glowing mushrooms on the island, and that eating them will make you collapse on the spot. Xiao Chunan couldn't help but laugh. This world doesn't give everyone the same start. Resource imbalances force players to trade, while elite monsters guarding resources hinder the development of some. Those who can kill elite monsters can acquire special resources and black iron chests earlier. Those you can't kill, you can only watch helplessly. That's how the gap widens, little by little. His Thunder Pig fruit tree is one of his leading advantages. Resource points refresh daily. Whoever captures them first will have a stable income sooner. Not long after, a notification came from the barbecue grill. Ding! Grilling complete. Xiao Chunan turned off the regional channel, pushed open the door, and walked out of the wooden house. On the barbecue grill, 20 pieces of ordinary roasted meat were ready, the aroma of meat wafting at the door, and the grease still sizzling on the iron grill. He stored all 20 pieces of roasted meat into his dimensional bag, then took out 20 pieces of ordinary raw meat and spread them back on the grill. Remaining time for grilling, 20 hours. The grill can only grill 20 pieces at a time, taking 20 minutes each time, a maximum of 60 pieces per hour. Xiao Chunan looked at the grill, his brows slightly furrowed. The efficiency is still too slow. Nearly 1 million survivors across the region are desperately needing food, but probably less than 10,000 can obtain a fire source. Even including survival experts who know how to start a fire by friction, the number of people who can obtain the blueprint for a barbecue grill and gather the necessary materials is estimated to be no more than 1,000. With such a large market gap before him, Xiao Chunan felt it was necessary to increase production so that more of his compatriots could enjoy hot and safe barbecue. He muttered to himself seriously, "It's reasonable for me to grill more meat so that my family can have enough to eat, right? Host, you've made such a good impression of the unscrupulous merchant." Xiao Chunan ignored the system, turned back to the wooden house, placed his palm on the island monument, and opened the trading hall again. He divided the 20 pieces of freshly baked roasted meat into 2 batches and put them on the shelves. Item: regular grilled meat x1 quantity, 10 requirement, iron ingot x2 item, regular grilled meat x1 quantity, 10 requirement, wood x20 or thatch x20 or stone x10 to expand your grilled meat business. One grill alone is definitely not enough. And the key material for making a grill is iron ingots. Not long after, a notification popped up on the island monument. Ding! All 10 of your regular roasted meat have been sold. You have obtained 100 wood and 100 thatch. The 10 portions of roasted meat offered in exchange for basic resources sold out as soon as they were listed. However, the 10 portions offered in exchange for iron ingots remained quietly listed in the trade list, untouched. Xiao Chunan wasn't worried. Iron ingots were scarce, but not unavailable. Black iron chests have a chance to drop iron ingots. Even if you don't, dismantling an empty black iron chest will reliably yield 10 units. Currently, most people don't have a crafting table, so even if they have iron ingots, they won't need them for the time being. When they're truly starving, someone will naturally trade them for meat. He said calmly, "Leave it hanging for now. If I really can't get it, I'll dismantle my black iron box." With that, he closed the trade interface and didn't look at the regional channel again. There was still much to do. Roasting meat was just the first step in rolling out resources. Xiao Chunan took out the palm-sized model of the ancient lighthouse from the warehouse, followed by 2 bottles of mineral water. He unscrewed the untouched bottle and took a swig. The cool water made him feel much better. Then, he put the bottle back in the warehouse. He took the other bottle, which Bingley had opened earlier, and turned to leave the wooden house. Chapter 14: Ancient Lighthouse. Island Shark. Xiao Chunan walked out of the wooden house carrying the already opened bottle of mineral water. In front of the barbecue grill, the 3rd batch of ordinary raw meat was sizzling and dripping with oil, the aroma of meat spreading with the wind, and Bingley stood quietly beside it watching the fire. He handed her some water, telling her to drink some first, and then instructed her to watch the stove and call him when she was done, as he was going north to lower the lighthouse. Bingley took the mineral water and nodded in agreement. Xiao Chunan turned and went to the north coast, taking out a palm-sized lighthouse model from his dimensional bag. The purple gem at the top of the tower slowly rotated, and he stopped about 10 meters from the edge of the cliff. This spot wasn't too far to the edge. If anything did wash ashore from the sea, it would provide some cushioning. He crouched down and placed the lighthouse model on the grass. Place the lighthouse? A purple light spread from the bottom of the model, and a slight vibration came from beneath the grass. The next second, the base of the tower sank into the rock layer, the metal tower rising section by section, the outer walls unfolding, fitting together, and locking shut, runes lighting up along the tower walls all the way to the top. Before long, a 30-meter-tall metal lighthouse stood on the grassy area to the north. The purple gem at the top of the tower spun rapidly, sending several beams of purple light soaring into the sky and sweeping across the sea in all directions. The thick fog outside the island was forcefully pushed aside by the light, and the sea surface, which was previously only visible for 3 meters, was instantly expanded into a vast open area. The ancient lighthouse has been placed. Current fog clearing range, 10,000 meters in radius, centered on the island. Within the lighthouse's beam, island resource production increases by 50%. Danger can be sensed approaching within the lighthouse's beam. Xiao Chunan quickly walked to the edge of the cliff, looked out, and froze. Purple light swept across the sea, the chaotic vision suddenly clearing, revealing almost the entire sea area within a radius of 10,000 meters. Dozens of square islands, roughly the same size as those beneath his feet, were scattered across the sea like chess pieces on a chessboard. The closest was only 500 or 600 meters away, while the furthest was just a small black dot on the horizon. Xiao Chunan glanced around and saw at least 40 islands in his field of vision. He then realized that they weren't all drifting in the endless sea, but rather their vision had been obscured by thick fog. When out of sight, everyone is an island. But now that they are visible, these surrounding islands could become targets, or even threats. He was about to observe a few nearby islands when he suddenly caught a glimpse of an unusual shadow out of the corner of his eye. Several kilometers to the northeast, underwater, a huge black shadow was moving at high speed. The object's outline was somewhat blurred by the refraction of the seawater, but its size was outrageously large. Xiao Chunan's pupils contracted, and she subconsciously took a step back. The shadow rose from the deep sea, and a mound of water bulged on the surface, then suddenly split open. A huge, dark gray, jagged saw-like object burst forth from the water, its serrated spikes stretching at least tens of meters from head to tail. Immediately afterward, a flat, gigantic head emerged from the sea. It was a shark, or more precisely, a terrifying giant shark even larger than the original island. Xiao Chunan immediately cast an appraisal spell. A series of question marks flashed by, and before he could see clearly, the giant shark had already sunk back into the depths of the mist. Xiao Chunan's throat was dry. He asked Shenlan in a low voice what kind of monster that was. Shenlan flew to him and gave the answer. It was an island-eating shark, as the name suggests, that feeds on islands. This creature patrols the misty seas, ramming and devouring unprotected islands. Once it targets an island, it will smash and swallow it whole in a short time. Deep Blue added that to the island-eating shark, an initial island is no different from a biscuit. Its beak-like jaws can cut through rock layers, and its feeding method involves repeatedly ramming the island's base, shredding the entire island piece by piece. Xiao Chunan recalled the scene from earlier and asked again. The giant shark left after being swept by the purple light, so could the lighthouse have stopped it? The lighthouse's beams have a natural deterrent effect on island-eating sharks. Within the area covered by the purple light, island-eating sharks usually won't approach. While dispelling fog is a basic function, repelling island-eating sharks is the most important value of the ancient lighthouse. Xiao Chunan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Islands without lighthouses would face the risk of being devoured by island-eating sharks once the novice's shield disappeared. Although its patrol route is predictable and it doesn't encounter every island, bad luck can lead to island destruction and death. He looked up at the rotating purple gem at the top of the tower, and finally realized that this reward was more valuable than he had imagined. From the 30-meter-high metal lighthouse, purple light swept across the sea, illuminating the outlines of distant islands. From a distance, this place is undoubtedly the most conspicuous landmark on the sea. Xiao Chunan asked Shenlan if people outside could see this lighthouse. Yes. All trial participants within the lighthouse's illumination range can see it. The farther away, the blurrier the view becomes. The sea fog dispelled by the lighthouse is shared. The owner can see nearby islands, and people on those islands can also see this side. Xiao Chunan clicked his tongue. The benefits were enormous, but the commotion was equally immense. This island was like a torch lit in the darkness. 3 days later, the protective shield would disappear, and the people on the 40-odd nearby islands might very well be tempted. Conversely, without the lighthouse, if the island-eating shark were to pass by in 3 days, it wouldn't even have the chance to be noticed. Xiao Chunan didn't dwell on it further, only muttering, "Let's survive first." His gaze quickly fell on the fishing rod at the edge of the cliff. The rod tip was pressed very low, the fishing line was taut, and the countdown timer had reached 0. Xiao Chunan walked over, gripped the fishing rod with both hands, and pulled hard. The fishing line broke through the water, and a white treasure chest was pulled ashore, landing on the grass with a thud before turning into specks of light and disappearing, leaving only a small cloth bag. He picked up the bag and tossed out his appraisal spell. Lettuce seeds, white, quality, common quantity, 50 seeds. Description: can be planted on reclaimed land, requires ample irrigation. Maturity period: 1 day. Xiao Chunan smiled, clutching the bag. With meat, salt, and some vegetables, life finally felt somewhat normal. Chinese people never forget farming, no matter where they go. As long as they can find a well or a stable water source, the vegetable farming industry can be established. He stored the lettuce seeds in his dimensional bag and cast the fishing line back into the sea. Countdown during fishing: 1 hour. Looking at the panel, Xiao Chunan clicked his tongue. This fishing rod is indeed interesting. It can catch anything except fish. He turned to Shalon and asked if this thing could be mass-produced. If thousands of these were made and planted on the shore, wouldn't resources skyrocket? Deep Blue looked at him like he was an idiot. "Host, you'd better not even think about it. The beginner fishing rod is a special item. It cannot be destroyed or crafted. It's only given as a gift in the beginner's pack. It can catch almost anything. With enough luck, it can even catch a living person." Xiao Chunan paused, surprised that this thing could even catch a living person. He thought for a moment, then asked if they could be traded if they couldn't be manufactured. Deep Blue replied that everything in the island world could be traded. Xiao Chunan's eyes darted around, and he deliberately asked the system spirit if they could trade. Deep Blue instantly bristled, its little wings flapping wildly. "No! Absolutely not! The system spirit is bound to the host and cannot be transferred, traded, or given away." Xiao Chunan waved his hand, laughing and saying it was just a joke. Deep Blue huffed angrily and flew to the side. Xiao Chunan didn't tease it anymore and turned to walk towards the wooden house. Chapter 15: Industrialized Barbecue. Interdimensional Grenade Warning. When Xiao Chunan returned to the door of the wooden house, the third batch of barbecue meat on the grill had just come out. 20 pieces of meat were neatly arranged on the iron mesh, their surfaces golden brown and glistening with oil, looking incredibly appetizing. He put all the cooked meat into his dimensional bag and then took out 20 pieces of raw meat to lay on the iron mesh. A notification popped up: "Roasting has begun, 20 minutes remaining." Xiao Chunan turned and instructed Bingli to watch the stove, then pushed open the door and went inside, placing his palm on the island monument. He first opened the trading interface. The 10 portions of roasted meat he had previously listed for iron ingots had all sold out, and the 20 iron ingots had been successfully credited to his account. Xiao Chunan smiled. Indeed, in the face of hunger, iron ingots that were currently useless were just scrap metal to others. Without delay, he immediately divided the 20 freshly roasted meats into 2 batches and put them on the shelves. 10 batches were exchanged for basic resources, and 10 more were exchanged for iron ingots. The batch exchanged for wood and thatch sold out almost instantly, and 100 pieces of wood and 100 pieces of thatch were credited to his account. Xiao Chunan knew very well that the roasted meat market didn't lack buyers. What it lacked was production capacity. Even if others could sell cooked meat, most lacked a stable fire source and the bulk processing tools like barbecue grills. Selling it 1 or 2 pieces a day couldn't possibly fill the gap for nearly 1 million people. He switched to the purchase list and searched for flint. Compared to a few hours ago, there were significantly more flint available for sale. He flipped through a few pages, picked the 3 lowest priced items, and bought them directly, exchanging wood, thatch, and wood and stone for 3 pieces of flint respectively. Adding to the original piece in the warehouse, there were exactly 4. Xiao Chunan went to the workbench, opened the crafting interface, and selected to craft 4 barbecue grills. The phantom images of iron ingots, stone, wood, and flint pieced together and reassembled in the warm light, and soon, 4 brand new, high-quality barbecue grills appeared in the room. This investment was considerable, but Xiao Chunan knew that as long as the grills were running, he would soon recoup his costs. The biggest fear for poor people doing business isn't spending money, but spending money without producing anything. He put the 4 new furnaces into his dimensional bag, then went outside and lined them up in the open space in front of the wooden house. Bingley glanced at him and asked if he was opening a workshop. Xiao Chunan replied that it was more or less, then took out raw meat and stuffed 20 pieces into each furnace. Adding to the original grill, a full 100 pieces of raw meat were laid out on the wire mesh. He turned the knobs one by one, and flames rose one after another, putting all 5 grills into grilling mode simultaneously, each with the remaining 20 minutes. After finishing the production line, Xiao Chunan clapped his hands, returned to the house, and opened the regional channel. Messages were scrolling by rapidly. Some were asking for water, some for cooked meat, some were selling raw meat, and there were also unlucky souls trapped in the protective shield by wild monsters. After scrolling for a while, he finally saw a few messages related to the lighthouse. Some people said that the fog outside the island had suddenly cleared, and there was a purple light swirling in the distance. Some people discovered that more than a dozen islands could be seen on the sea, and it turned out that everyone was not far away. Others said that there were at least 40 islands in the field of vision, one of which had a tall tower, and the purple light was coming from there. Soon, someone learned from the elves that high-level lighthouses could dispel sea fog. Others compared their own white lighthouses, noting that their white towers only had a 10-meter radius of effect, while the purple lighthouse's influence extended for at least several kilometers, its level clearly far superior. Speculation began in the channel about whether the purple lighthouse belonged to Qingjing or Xiao Chunan. Not long after, someone said they had privately messaged Qingjing and learned that the other party's lighthouse was blue with a radius of 1 kilometer. Therefore, the purple lighthouse most likely belonged to Xiao Chunan. Xiao Chunan wasn't surprised to see this. The 30-meter-tall lighthouse stood there, impossible to hide. However, as he continued scrolling down, he soon saw people starting to stir up trouble. Ma Debiao said, "So what if it's Xiao Chunan? How many can one person fight? The protection period ends in 3 days. If people from over 40 islands attack together, do you think he can hold out?" Zhang Meng echoed, saying the lighthouse should belong to the public. Why should one person monopolize such a large fog-dispelling area? Lu Taizhu even shouted for a joint operation. Some people reminded them not to be reckless, as Xiao Chunan was the number 1 player in the entire server, capable of killing elite monsters. Some people sneered, saying that when that day comes, the first to run will definitely be those who are shouting the loudest now. Xiao Chunan stared expressionlessly at the IDs, silently memorizing the names Ma Debiao, Zhang Meng, and Lu Taizhu. He hoped these guys wouldn't end up in his hands. Then, he glanced at the 14 purple thunderpig fruits in the warehouse, and an idea struck him. He immediately posted a message in the regional channel. "A beginner's must-have for clearing out new content, perfect for dealing with anyone who dares to challenge you. Limited quantity, private message me with your price if you're interested, blueprints preferred." He also attached the thunderpig fruits attribute panel. The channel instantly exploded with excitement. Some exclaimed that it was just an otherworldly version of a grenade, while others reminded him that Xiao Chunan was the top player in the entire server and had no need to use fake items to deceive people. Still others joked that those who had been clamoring to team up and come over should have looked closely. He was actually holding a whole bunch of grenades. He Jianjun burst out laughing and asked Ma Debiao why he was silent. Zhou Dezhuang chimed in, adding insult to injury, saying that if over 40 people rushed in, one would blow them up, a group of them would blow them up. Wasn't that just suicide? Ma Debiao didn't show himself, either did Zhang Meng or Lu Taizhu. Xiao Chunan looked at the now quiet channel, a smirk playing on his lips. That's more like it. People should be reasonable. If reason doesn't work, then talk to them about physics. Chapter 16 Thunder Pig Fruit for Blueprints. The whole region is groveling. I only recognize hard currency. Xiao Chunan ignored the regional channel. Intimidation was just a means. The real goal was still trade. He opened his message list. The unread messages had already piled up to 4 digits. He casually scrolled through a few. They were all asking for the fruit. Some were offering 100 units of wood in exchange, some were feigning pitifulness asking for self-defense, and others were asking for favors. Xiao Chunan's brows twitched. They were barely scraping by, and they were using favors as bargaining chips. He could easily earn back 100 units of wood by roasting a few pieces of meat. Exchanging it for Thunder Pig fruit was like buying antiques at bargain prices. He promptly blocked the freeloaders and continued filtering. Ignore those without pictures, ignore those without offers, ignore those calling him brother. What he lacked now were tangible resources, not electronic sweet nothings. After scrolling through more than 20 messages, he finally found a private chat with a preview image. Luo Jiangwo sent a blueprint for crafting an iron hoe, asking for 1 Thunder Pig fruit. Xiao Chunan clicked on it and saw that the blueprint could unlock an iron hoe, which could be used to cultivate land and improve planting efficiency. He happened to have Thunder Pig fruit seeds and lettuce seeds in his warehouse, and he was just worried about not having the tools to cultivate the land. He immediately replied that he could. The other party was equally decisive, initiating the trade directly. Xiao Chunan placed the Thunder Pig fruit, and after confirmation, the iron hoe blueprint was successfully added to the inventory. He didn't rush to learn it, continuing to scroll down. The subsequent private messages sent his blood pressure soaring. Someone was trading a wooden bowl crafting blueprint for 2 Thunder Pig fruits, adding that one needs a bowl to eat. Xiao Chunan swiped away immediately after reading. Digging out a coconut shell would be more cost-effective. Someone else offered 5 Thunder Pig fruits for the blueprint of a fine iron spear, touting it as the best spear in the entire region. But upon checking its stats, it was only slightly better than a lumberjack axe. Xiao Chunan wasn't buying it. With Bingley already in his possession, what use was this broken spear? This person was clearly trying to take advantage of him. Qian Duo sent another simple arrow tower blueprint, touted as a defensive weapon, but demanded 6 Thunder Pig fruits. Xiao Chunan clicked on the preview and found it was indeed a defensive building, but only of white quality. Even more outrageous, construction required 200 wood, 100 stone, and 20 iron ingots, and it only fired 1 arrow per minute automatically. 6 Thunder Pig fruits were enough to exchange for several white blueprints. Xiao Chunan sneered and swiped away. Bingley could shoot several ice spikes in a second. This broken arrow tower wanted to talk about value for money? Soon, he saw Zhang Wei's private message. The other party was offering a wooden bed blueprint in exchange for a Thunder Pig fruit, his tone simple. Give him a straight answer, whether he wanted to trade or not. Xiao Chunan clicked on the preview. The simple wooden bed could provide a more comfortable sleeping environment. Deep blue lay on the edge of the island monument, reminding him that quality sleep would restore more energy. He understood without being told. Cutting trees and mining during the day, then sleeping on the grass at night, would ruin his back sooner or later. More importantly, Zhang Wei's offer was fair and straightforward. Xiao Chunan agreed to the deal on the spot. The other party was also quick to agree, exchanging the wooden bed blueprint for a Thunder Pig fruit, thus obtaining the second useful blueprint. Continuing to scroll, a person named Sun Yun sent over toilet manufacturing blueprints, asking if she could exchange them for a fruit. Her explanation was somewhat awkward, but Xiao Chunan only cared about the functionality. The waste produced after using the toilet could be converted into fertilizer for planting. Upon seeing this, Xiao Chunan immediately decided to buy it. Humans have 3 urgent needs, but fertilizer is even more crucial. A hoe clears the land, seeds are sown, and the toilet produces fertilizer. This completes the basic closed loop of agriculture, only lacking water. He replied that he wanted it, and asked Sun Yun to initiate the transaction. Another Thunder Pig fruit was sent out, and the toilet blueprint was successfully added to the inventory. He had basically finished reviewing all the blueprint-related messages. Only these 3 had reasonable prices. The rest were either outrageously expensive or completely worthless junk. Xiao Chunan slapped the blueprints for the iron hoe, the simple wooden bed, and the toilet onto the island monument. The light spots merged into the stone surface, and system notifications sounded in succession. The iron hoe, the simple wooden bed, and the toilet were all unlocked. 3 more recipes appeared on the workbench, all requiring basic materials that could be crafted at any time. After finishing with the blueprints, Xiao Chunan continued scrolling through private chat. He still had 11 thunderpig fruits left. Keeping them unused was just dead stock. The essence of a transaction is the exchange of value, but value is defined by people. So he changed his approach, no longer focusing solely on the blueprints, but instead looking at those trapped inside protective shields by monsters. The private chats of these people were almost identical. First, they cried their misery, then begged for the fruit, and finally swore oaths of loyalty. Stories of being trapped by wild boars all day, starving to death, and willing to be their slaves came in droves. Xiao Chunan chose the one who spoke reasonably well and told him that he could give him the fruit, but he had to exchange it for something. The person on the other end, named Qin Deong, immediately said that 3 wild boars had been ramming the protective barrier at the entrance all day, and he really had nothing to offer, so he wanted to buy one on credit, promising to pay him back with 200 pieces of wood after he went out. Xiao Chunan only replied with 2 words, "No credit." Qin Deong then raised the price to 300 pieces of wood and 100 pieces of stone, and even swore he would definitely pay him back. But Xiao Chunan wasn't buying it. He swore it wasn't currency. After a moment of silence in the chat box, Qin Deong finally asked what else he could offer in exchange. That was exactly what Xiao Chunan was waiting for. He directly offered his terms: a dimensional bag, a fishing rod, or a skill book. Choose one in exchange for a thunderpig fruit. This time, there was no immediate reply. Anyone who survived this long isn't stupid. The items in the starter pack may look ordinary, but they'll all be useful later. The dimensional bag can hold supplies, the fishing rod can retrieve things from the sea, and skill books are a given. Losing one means losing an ability. But even the best tools are useless if you have to survive and get out of the protective barrier first. With 3 wild boars blocking the door, if the immediate crisis isn't resolved, everything else is just empty talk. A moment later, Qin Deong replied. He had already learned the skill book, but he couldn't bear to part with the dimensional bag, so he decided to trade it for a fishing rod. Xiao Chunan told him to initiate the trade. A window popped up. On the left was a beginner fishing rod, and on the right was a thunderpig fruit. After both parties confirmed, the trade was successful. The second fishing rod was his. Chapter 17. Not a business that leaves no descendants, but also not a sucker. Xiao Chunan tossed the fishing rod into the warehouse and continued browsing messages. Zhou Xiaoyan said she was a nurse and knew how to bandage wounds, which would definitely come in handy later, and wanted to exchange a fruit for self-defense. Xiao Chunan only replied with 1 sentence, either a dimensional bag or a fishing rod. Zhou Xiaoyan hesitated, saying how would she store things without a dimensional bag. Xiao Chunan directly reminded her that everyone was trapped inside the enclosure. They needed to survive today first before worrying about tomorrow. In the end, she traded her fishing rod for the thunderpig fruit. Another fishing rod in hand. Xiao Chunan put it in his storage and continued scrolling through his private messages. Healy had 3 mutated dogs outside her door, too afraid to go out for help. He offered her the same price as before, a dimensional bag, a fishing rod, or a skill book she hadn't learned yet. She could choose one. Healy said she had already learned the skill book, and since she couldn't give him the dimensional bag, they could only trade it for a fishing rod. After getting the 4th fishing rod, Xiao Chunan saw Han Wenbin's message again. He had an unlearned appraisal skill book, and wanted to exchange it for fruit. Xiao Chunan asked him why he didn't learn it. Han Wenbin said his talent was D-level object identification, which meant he could already see basic information, so the appraisal skill wasn't very valuable to him. Xiao Chunan glanced at the preview panel and casually asked Shenlong what the extra skill books were for. Shenlong told him that skill books could be used by servants to learn. Bingley currently only had ice-type combat skills, so if she learned appraisal, Xiao Chunan wouldn't have to personally appraise many things in the future. This suited him perfectly. If Bingley learned appraisal, it would save her a lot of trouble when exploring. Xiao Chunan agreed to the trade, and the appraisal skill book was successfully obtained. Soon after, Manhwa also sent a message, immediately trying to establish a rapport, saying that since they were both Chinese, they should help each other, and asked Xiao Chunan to help him this time, promising to let him know if he needed anything in the future. Xiao Chunan knew at a glance that he was trying to get something for nothing. He replied directly, "Sure, in exchange." Manhwa pretended to be poor, saying he couldn't even leave his house and had no resources whatsoever. Xiao Chunan, too lazy to waste words, tossed over his offer, a dimensional bag, a fishing rod, or a skill book, any 2 items for 1 fruit. Manhwa immediately objected, feeling that exchanging 2 items for 1 was too much of a rip-off, and that he was even using their kinship as an excuse. Xiao Chunan didn't tolerate him, simply stating that he was only offering this price out of consideration for fellow countrymen. With others, he might not even be interested in beginner items. He said, "Exchange or trade, I'll find someone else." Manhwa fell silent. Outside, 3 hyenas were crashing into the light barrier, drool dripping from their mouths, emitting chilling growls. He couldn't get out. Keeping these items would only lead to their demise. Finally, he gritted his teeth and agreed, putting the dimensional bag and fishing rod into the trade window. A thunderpig fruit disappeared, replaced by a bag and a fishing rod. Xiao Chunan was in a good mood and casually stored the new items in her warehouse. Next, he methodically handled the remaining private messages. Those who were straightforward traded for a single item. Those who whined and complained about being broke obediently handed over their fishing rods after he said, "Next." Some even tried to use moral blackmail like Manhwa, but Xiao Chunan simply raised the price to 2 items. As for those who accused him of being heartless and profiting from disaster, he simply blocked them without bothering to explain. However, he never accepted the logging axe and mining pick. These 2 items were essential for others to gather basic resources. If he took them, even if the other party killed monsters, it would cut off their escape route. Xiao Chunan wasn't a kind person, but he didn't do business that would ruin everyone. Besides, the axe and pick weren't very useful to him. Bingley alone could replace an entire gathering team. What he really wanted were the dimensional bag, the fishing rod, and the skill books he hadn't learned yet. After finishing with the last thunderpig fruit, Xiao Chunan withdrew his hand from the island monument, pushed open the door, and went out. The 5 ovens had just finished roasting, and 100 pieces of ordinary roasted meat were neatly arranged on the wire mesh, golden brown and glistening, their aroma wafting far and wide. He stored them all in his dimensional bag, then took out another 100 pieces of raw meat to cover the ovens, starting the 5th batch of roasting. Back in his room, Xiao Chunan checked the trades again. The 10 pieces of ordinary roasted meat he had previously listed were sold out, earning him 20 iron ingots in return. So he listed the newly roasted 100 pieces in batches, exchanging 80 for basic resources and 20 for iron ingots. His thunderpig fruit inventory was depleted, but what he got in return far exceeded the value of a few disposable explosives. The inventory list included 9 fishing rods, 3 dimensional bags, and 2 skill books, disassembly and appraisal. 11 thunderpig fruits were exchanged for a total of 14 special items. Especially the 3-dimensional bags. They were all contributed by those who tried to morally blackmail him. Xiao Chunan asked Shanlan how his move was going. The little sprite, hands on hips, said with a disdainful look, "Master made a fortune. Those people are utterly stupid." In Shanlan's view, the fishing rod is the most valuable item among the beginner's items. It represents infinite randomness and possibility, and is currently the only reliable way to obtain resources from outside the island. Those people actually sold their future opportunities just to survive. Xiao Chunan added in his heart, "You can't entirely blame them. For those people, if they can't survive today, there will be no tomorrow. Trading tomorrow's lottery ticket for today's life is indeed a worthwhile deal." Chapter 18. As long as you have enough fishing rods, there's no such thing as being out of the game. Xiao Chunan looked at the row of new props in the warehouse and was in a good mood, but he wasn't blinded by joy. He immediately asked Shanlan, "Are there any restrictions on the use of fishing rods? For example, how many times can we fish each day, and how many rods can one person use at most?" Deep blue flew around him once, as if it had been waiting for him to ask this question. Of course there are limitations. Each fishing rod can only be used a maximum of 3 times per day. Xiao Chunan nodded. That made sense. If fishing were unlimited, dozens of rods could be left idle all day, completely disrupting the resource balance. He asked again. And the quantity? How many can one person place at most? There's no limit. As long as you have them, you can plant them all along the entire island's shore. Shenlan shrugged and added. Most people don't yet understand the true value of fishing rods and might not be willing to sell them. Xiao Chunan didn't reply. For many, no matter how important the future, survival comes first. He took out the 2 skill books he had just acquired from the warehouse, Disassembly and Appraisal. Meanwhile, 100 pieces of roasted meat were already on the shelves, and 5 barbecue grills were still running, the aroma of meat mixed with the smell of charcoal filling the camp. Bingley stood by the firelight reflecting in her icy blue eyes, revealing little emotion. Xiao Chunan walked over and handed her 2 yellowed booklets. Yours. Bingley tilted her head to look at the skill books. Xiao Chunan said, You're strong in combat, but you can't just fight. I'll entrust gathering and identification to you from now on. It'll save you a lot of trouble. He stuffed the books into Bingley's hands. The moment her fingertips touched the books, the 2 skill books turned into streams of light and disappeared into her brow. Ding, your servant, Bingley, has learned the skill, Disassembly. Ding, your servant, Bingley, has learned the skill, Appraisal. Xiao Chunan nodded in satisfaction. A qualified boss should know how to maximize the value of his employees. He then took out 3-dimensional bags and gave one to Bingley. Take this with you. When you go out to collect things, just put them in here, and you won't have to run back and forth. Bingley took them and tied them to her waist. Xiao Chunan hung the other 2 on his waist, making a total of 3. He then asked Shenlan, Can the dimensional bags and storage be expanded? Storage can be expanded using space crystals. Items like dimensional bags need to be upgraded through a fusion furnace. The higher the grade, the larger the space. How do I get the fusion furnace? Like the workbench, upgrading the shelter to certain stages unlocks corresponding building blueprints. Xiao Chunan noted down this new term. As long as the blueprints were obtainable through upgrades, they weren't a problem for him. He returned to the cabin, pressed his palm on the island marker, and the transaction record immediately popped up. Ding! All 80 pieces of common roasted meat you listed have been sold. You have received 110 stone, 740 wood, and 640 thatch. Ding! All 20 pieces of common roasted meat you listed have been sold. You have received 40 iron ingots. Xiao Chunan was even happier. A few words of concern were no match for the resources in his account. 100 pieces of roasted meat directly yielded nearly 1,500 units of basic resources, plus 40 iron ingots. He tallied his resources: 740 wood, 740 thatch, 205 stone, and 63 iron ingots. Then, he went to the workbench and opened the crafting interface. Besides the barbecue grill, 3 more items appeared in the list: simple wooden bed crafting, wood X20, thatch X20, toilet crafting, stone X20, clay X5, iron hoe crafting, iron ingot X1, wood X1, animal bone X1. Xiao Chunan glanced at the materials and frowned. Where do we get the clay? Don't tell me we're fishing it out of the sea. Shenlan replied that clay pits spawn on some islands, and resource chests also have a chance to drop it. Xiao Chunan understood. For now, they could only rely on trading. They could make do with the toilet for now, even if it meant putting the person down, but they couldn't leave the bed any longer. He directly clicked on the wooden bed crafting button. Ding! The simple wooden bed was completed. The white light dissipated, and a wooden plank bed lay beside him. The bed was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, with 4 short legs, and a tightly packed straw mat on top. It was neat and tidy, but a bit narrow. Xiao Chunan raised his hand and crafted another one, pushing the 2 wooden beds side by side inside the island monument, placing them against the wall. This way, if he wanted to check transactions or watch channels in the middle of the night, he could easily reach the monument by turning over. He patted the straw mat, finding it perfect. Then, he turned his attention to the iron hoe and began to make it. Ding! The iron hoe was finished. A heavy hoe appeared on the table, with an iron blade, a wooden handle, and secured with bone clips. The workmanship wasn't exquisite, but it felt comfortable to hold. Xiao Chunan crafted 2 more hoes, using up all 3 wolf bones. He placed the 3 iron hoes beside the workbench, keeping one for himself, giving one to Bingley, and naturally listing the remaining one for trading. At this stage, most people couldn't craft iron hoes, but the demand for farming had already emerged. Especially in the channel, many people were already asking how to cultivate land. Xiao Chunan listed the item directly. Item: Iron hoe X1 required, clay X5 or iron ingot X10. After listing it, he put the other 2 hoes into his dimensional bag. We'll talk about farming later, there's more important work to do now. He pushed open the door and went out. Bingley was still guarding the 5 barbecue grills, the flames flickering, and the aroma of meat wafting through the air. I'll leave the stove to you. I'll go set up the fishing rods to the north. Bingley nodded. Xiao Chunan walked around the wooden house and headed towards the north coast. An ancient lighthouse stood by the sea, its purple beams swirling around the top, illuminating the vast expanse of sea. He reached the edge of the cliff, took out 9 fishing rods from his dimensional bag, adding to the one he had previously stuck in the ground, making a total of 10. Xiao Chunan measured the distance, and placed a fishing rod every 2 meters. 10 fishing rods were lined up along the cliff edge, all with their tips facing the sea. He cast his line one by one, putting the empty line into the sea. With each rod entering the water, a semi-transparent panel popped up. Fishing in progress. Countdown. 1 hour 10 countdowns floated neatly on the cliff edge, creating a truly impressive display. Xiao Chunan brushed the grass clippings off his hands, took 2 steps back, and watched as the tips of the 10 rods dipped slightly, the fishing lines disappearing into the grayish-blue seawater. 3 times a day, 10 rods meant 30 chances. Others could only fish 3 times a day, he had 30. 10 times the randomness, 10 times the probability. Even if he came back empty-handed half the time, he could still get 15 items a day. This was what industrialized fishing was all about. Chapter 19. Leave a way out for others? I generally don't agree to such requests. The setting sun dyed the horizon orange-red, and the salty sea breeze blue, ruffling Xiao Chunan's clothes. He glanced back at the wooden house. Bingley stood before the flickering firelight, half her face flushed red. The materials for the intermediate-level wooden house were already gathered, but he wasn't in a hurry to upgrade. A house that was big enough to live in was sufficient. Turning resources into productivity was what he should be doing right now. For the next few hours, Xiao Chunan followed a very fixed routine. He ran back and forth between the wooden house and the north cliff, replenishing raw meat, collecting roasted meat, listing it for trading, and then going back to the cliff to retrieve and cast his fishing rods. Bingley, on the other hand, tended to the 5 barbecue grills, controlling the heat to ensure each piece of meat was cooked just right. After all 10 fishing rods had been used up, their fishing attempts for the day were now 0. The failure rate was still absurd, with almost half the catch consisting of nothing but air and seawater. However, the sheer number of fish caught meant the harvest was still considerable. The items included hemp rope, drinking water, salt, a glass treasure chest, a wooden treasure chest, bread, dried mugwort, apples, and a yellowed blueprint. The blueprint for crafting a fishing vine cage requires 1 hemp rope and 5 vines. Xiao Chunan finally saw something useful and casually stuffed the blueprints and miscellaneous items into his dimensional bag. However, they weren't available on Vine Island, so it seemed he'd have to rely on trading to acquire them. As he turned to go back inside, Bingley was laying out a new batch of raw meat on a wire mesh. Xiao Chunan reminded her to stop after this batch was finished, and then handed her the apples he had caught. Bingley took a small bite, paused for a moment, and said it was sweet. Xiao Chunan chuckled, pushed open the door, and pressed the island marker. A series of transaction notifications flashed by. After several hours, with all 5 furnaces running at full speed, another 1,500 units of roasted meat were sold, and warehouse resources rapidly increased. Raw meat had exceeded 10,000, timber and thatch 5,000 each, stone 3,000, and iron ingots 260. Yet Xiao Chunan showed no excitement, immediately opening the trading hall. The number of roasted meat orders in the market had noticeably increased. More and more people were mastering fire-making, even acquiring tinder. A price war had begun. The initial exchange rate of 20 for 1 had dropped to 17, and some were even selling off their stock at 15. Xiao Chunan had anticipated this and turned to look at the raw meat market. A large number of barbecue vendors were buying up stock. The original 1-to-1 ratio of raw meat to raw meat had been raised to 1-to-3. The barbecue business couldn't be profitable forever. Market saturation was inevitable. Stockpiling before meat prices skyrocketed was the safest option. Fortunately, he converted all his profits into raw meat immediately, keeping only a small amount of stones and iron ingots as reserves. He then leaned against the island monument and opened the regional chat channel. The channel was buzzing. Many were offering high prices for fishing rods, while others warned everyone not to sell them. Some had caught spring water that restored their spiritual energy. Others had caught white-quality iron daggers. More and more people were realizing that fishing rods were the truly valuable items that could be consistently produced. Xiao Chunan looked at these messages, a smirk playing on his lips. The public opinion was spreading faster than he'd anticipated. With the fishing rod's value now publicly known, fewer and fewer people would be willing to sell. He switched back to the trading hall. 2 orders remained. One offered an iron hoe for clay, but no one was interested. The other offered 10 pieces of roasted meat for a fishing rod, a dimensional bag, or a skill book. Only 3 transactions have been completed in this period, all in exchange for dimensional bags. No one is willing to trade fishing rods for food anymore. Compared to that, dimensional bags only add weight and aren't as irreplaceable in the face of hunger. In the private messages, the people he had just traded with that afternoon have reappeared. Some are begging him to trade the fishing rods back for wood, while others are appealing to his emotions, saying it's good to leave room for maneuver, so they can meet again in the future. But soon after, the other party's tone changed, from polite to threatening, saying that after the 3-day protection period, they would eventually meet again, and asking if he really wanted to push things to the extreme. Xiao Chunan looked at the last message and laughed. From begging to threatening, it took less than 5 minutes. Did this kind of person even deserve to talk about meeting again in the future? He expressionlessly selected the 2 names and clicked block. Xiao Chunan took out the blueprint for the fishing vine cage and slapped it on the island monument. Ding! New item unlocked, fishing vine cage. After that, he searched for vines, but the interface was empty. Sure enough, this thing, like clay, was a resource specific to this island, and he couldn't get it for the time being. Xiao Chunan didn't dwell on it anymore. He put all 100 freshly baked roasted meats on the market, continuing to exchange 10 pieces for 1 beginner item. After exiting the island monument interface, he let out a long sigh of relief. A busy day was finally over for now. Chapter 20. Warm and fragrant embrace. Tomorrow we'll switch to a bigger bed. The 5 ovens outside the wooden house had been extinguished, but the bonfire at the entrance was still burning, its light dispelling the night chill and illuminating a small open space in front of the house. Bingley sat by the fire, a sharpened wooden stick in her hand, gently stirring the flames. The firelight reflected on her fair profile, and warm light danced in her icy blue eyes. Xiao Chunan kicked away the wood chips at his feet and gestured towards the wooden house. Let's go inside, the night breeze is cool. Bingley put away the wooden stick, got up and followed him into the house. The wooden door opened, revealing a pitch-black room with only the faint glow of the campfire filtering through the cracks in the door and the side window. Xiao Chunan reached the island monument, took out 3 ordinary wolf pelts and 1 elite wolf pelt, and handed them to Bingley. He explained simply that ordinary wolf pelts would be used for the bed, while elite wolf pelts would be used as blankets. The straw mats were too uncomfortable. Using fur would at least make sleeping more comfortable. Bingley quickly made the bed. The 3 wolf pelts, fur side up, perfectly covered the bed frame that was pieced together. The elite wolf pelt was a size larger, and when folded in half, its thickness was just right for keeping warm. Xiao Chunan didn't rush to rest. He placed his hand on the island monument again and opened the regional channel. Checking the messages before bed had become a habit of his. Regional channel, CN 888, 998,741 to 1 million. Another day passed, and more than 1,000 people were gone. During the day, there were people bragging, trading, and shouting in the channel, but at night, there were significantly more requests for help and complaints. Some people asked how cold it would get at night, saying their wooden sheds were drafty and they were teething from the cold. Others were trapped inside their protective shields by elite lizards and hadn't managed to collect any wood all day. Some people finished cutting the thatch but could only lie under the drafty shed, worried about getting a fever the next day. Others were so hungry that they had to use the items in their newbie gift packs to beg for food. Xiao Chunan swept past expressionlessly. Cries for help, wails, despair. This was the true face of the night. Those who shouted about forming teams to slay dragons and unify the entire region during the day are probably huddled in a drafty shed right now, not even knowing if they'll survive tomorrow. Scrolling down, there were a few pieces of good news. Some people upgraded to intermediate cabins and finally had bedrooms. Others spent an afternoon exchanging wood and finally gathered enough materials for the upgrade. Some people regretted exchanging all their timber for barbecue and were now stuck in their basic wooden huts. Another person said that a guy had been starving all day and had complained of dizziness, but hadn't moved since. Xiao Chunan turned off the channel, without having the slightest thought of saving the person. He has a lot of resources at his disposal, but with nearly 1 million mouths to feed in the entire region, even if he empties his warehouses, it's just like throwing salt into the sea. It won't save anyone, it will only drag him down. His years delivering food had taught him that kindness is a luxury, one that the poor cannot afford. In this world where tomorrow is uncertain, unrequited kindness is cruelty to oneself. He withdrew his hand and turned to look at the bedside. Bingley had already laid out the wolf skin and was bending down to smooth out the wrinkles. The last rays of the campfire pierced through the crack in the window, outlining a warm silhouette on her profile. Her long, icy blue hair cascaded down to her waist, swaying gently with her movements. Xiao Chunan glanced at her twice while leaning against the island monument. Before transmigrating, he was just a food delivery man, riding his electric scooter through the streets every day, his biggest social interaction being chasing orders and arguing. As for women, in 23 years, he hadn't even held a girl's hand. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he lacked the means. In a 6-square-meter partitioned room, after deducting rent and utilities, he was lucky to have a few hundred yuan left over. How could he afford to date? But things are different now. Coming to this godforsaken place, we might be devoured by island-eating sharks, island and all. If we sleep tonight, who knows if we'll wake up tomorrow? Life is short, so eat well, drink well, and enjoy yourself. Don't mistreat yourself. Xiao Chunan called her name. Bingley straightened up and turned her head to look at him. He patted the bed. Go to sleep now that you've made your bed. You have a ton of things to do tomorrow. Bingley didn't react much. She walked to the bedside, sat down, took off the dimensional bag from her waist and placed it next to the pillow, her movements as natural as if it were the right thing to do. Xiao Chunan lay down next to her. The wolf's skin was indeed much more comfortable than the straw mat. The fur was soft and had a faint wild animal scent, which wasn't unpleasant. He turned to his side, and Bingley was just an arm's length away, lying flat on her back, her long hair spread out on the wolf's skin. Xiao Chunan asked her if she was cold. Bingley said she wasn't. He then pulled over the elite wolf skin, unfolded it, and covered the two of them. The thick fur pressed down, and body heat quickly gathered. In the darkness, their breaths mingled, and the cabin was so quiet that only faint sounds could be heard. Xiao Chunan stared at the indistinct wooden ceiling, her mind racing for a moment before she finally turned to face Bingley. He asked in a low voice, Bingley, will you reject me? The room fell silent for a moment. Bingley answered calmly, No. Without hesitation, without shyness, the words, absolute loyalty, took on a more concrete meaning at that moment. Xiao Chunan didn't say anything more, but simply extended her hand. The campfire outside the window had gone out some time ago, and the cabin was completely dark. Only the purple light from the top of the ancient lighthouse swept through the window cracks every now and then, leaving flowing streaks of light on the wall. Xiao Chunan lay on his back, his chest still rising and falling. Beside him, Bingley had her eyes closed, her breathing steady, her long hair scattered on the wolf skin. He turned and glanced at her, then remained silent for a moment. 23 years later, it's finally over. Xiao Chunan pulled the elite wolf pelt closer to Bingley, covering her completely, before closing his eyes. The last thing that came to mind wasn't tomorrow's plan, the trial 3 days later, or that island-eating shark bigger than the island itself. It was a very simple idea. We need to get a bigger bed tomorrow, as it's too high. Chapter 21 Island Survival Day 2. Wild monsters and resources aren't respawning? When the sunlight peeked through the crack in the only wooden door of the cabin, Xiao Chunan was already awake. The wooden plank bed was just the right firmness. He turned his head to look at his side. Bingley lay on her side on the wolf pelt, her long, ice-blue hair spread out, her breathing steady. The elite wolf pelt wrapped her tightly, revealing only half of her face. Xiao Chunan stared at the wood grain on the ceiling, a slight smirk playing on his lips. 23 years, at least not wasted. He tiptoed out of bed, stretched his shoulders, his back and legs aching, and muttered to himself. The price was quite high. As soon as I put on the shoes, system notifications kept ringing in my mind. Ding! Day 2 of Island Survival. All resource points have refreshed. Ding! The Epic Lighthouse is now active, increasing resource production on your island by 50%. Ding! New player protection period remaining, 48 hours. Ding! Weather forecast. Moderate to heavy rain is expected in area CN 888 in 12 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Resources refreshed, protection period ends in 2 days. These were all good news. But the last piece of news made him frown. Xiao Chunan pushed open the door and stepped outside. The salty morning sea breeze hit him in the face, and the gray-white clouds on the horizon were noticeably thicker than yesterday. The ancient lighthouse's purple light still hovered atop its tower, sweeping across the sea. Deep Blue drifted out of the wooden house, circled around to him, and asked with a teasing tone. Did you sleep well last night, master? Xiao Chunan glanced at it sideways. Pretty good. Deep Blue landed on his shoulder and lowered her voice. Deep Blue also thinks it's pretty good. After all, she was there the whole time. Xiao Chunan paused in her steps. Don't you have a sleep mode? The system assistant is online 24/7 and does not have a shutdown function. His ears burned slightly, and he immediately picked up Shinlan and stuffed him into his pocket. Stay here. A muffled murmur came from inside the pocket. Deep Blue just wants to say one thing. Ice Crystal's waist is so flexible. Xiao Chunan slapped his pocket hard. If you say another word, I'll tie you to a fishing line and use you as bait. Footsteps sounded behind her, and Bingley emerged. Her long, icy blue hair was casually tied up, giving her a more mature and sophisticated air than her former queenly aloofness. She stood beside Xiao Chunan and glanced across the island. It's very quiet on the island. Xiao Chunan looked in that direction. The forest had grown lush again, the thatch had returned to its original height, the small pile of stones had been replaced, and the thunder dolphin fruit trees were laden with purple fruit. But apart from the sounds of the wind and the waves, there was no other movement. The monsters aren't respawning? Deep Blue poked its head out of its pocket. Wild monsters are not considered spawnable resources. The initial and elite beasts on the island are gone once you've killed them all. Xiao Chunan pressed for details about the food source. Shinlan explained that fishing yields food resources, and the system also releases wild animals during specific events, but these creatures don't automatically spawn daily. As for what those events are, she couldn't reveal them at the moment. Xiao Chunan immediately realized the problem. The fact that wild monsters weren't respawning meant that the total amount of raw meat in the entire region would only decrease starting today. Yesterday, 1 million people killed initial and elite monsters, and the exchange only had a few 100,000 orders of raw meat. But after that, apart from fishing and unknown events, meat production almost completely stopped. Supply has plummeted, but demand remains unchanged. Millions of survivors need to eat every day. It looks like meat prices are going to skyrocket. Yesterday, When others were selling at a 1:1 bargain price, he went on a buying spree and thought he had made a profit. Now it seems he has made far more than he imagined. He handed Bingley a logging axe and a mining pick. "You mine all 3 resource points first. I have something to take care of." Bingley nodded, asked no further questions, and turned to go to the woods on the east side. Xiao Chunan returned to the wooden house and went to the island monument. The transaction records immediately popped up. The iron hoe has been sold, yielding 10 iron ingots. The 170 servings of ordinary roasted meat that were posted last night have also sold out, earning 12 dimensional bags, 2 fishing rods, 2 disassembly skill books, and 1 appraisal skill book. Instead of checking the loot, he directly opened the trading hall and searched for raw meat. All the 1:3 and 1:4 trades from last night are gone. The cheapest price now is 1 unit of raw meat for 5 units of timber, and the quantity is decreasing rapidly. He then switched to the barbecue market, where prices had surged from 115 last night to 120, with some even listing prices as high as 125. Your reactions are pretty quick. Xiao Chunan opened the regional channel. Overnight, more than 1,000 people had disappeared from CN 888. The channel was filled with cries of despair. Some people noticed that rabbits hadn't respawned, and others found that wild boars were gone too. Those who traded raw meat for materials at a 1:1 ratio yesterday immediately regretted it, and some even offered high prices, with the price soaring to 1:8. Others warned that anyone selling meat now would be foolish. With monsters not respawning, meat prices would only continue to rise. The screen was filled with regret, like a scene of leeks slapping their thighs in remorse. Xiao Chunan turned off the channel expressionlessly. Luckily, he acted quickly enough. The more than 10,000 pieces of raw meat he bought yesterday at a 1:1 ratio had already increased 5-fold today. But he is not prepared to sell immediately, because this price is far from its peak. Chapter 22 Fusion Furnace 2 Blue Quality Storage Bags. Xiao Chunan closed the chat channel and switched to the upgrade option. Intermediate log cabin. Upgrade requirements: 300 wood, 200 thatch, 50 stone. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. The island monument lit up, enveloping the entire wooden house. The next second, a gentle force transported Xiao Chunan outside. The foundation sank, the stones thickened layer by layer, the walls expanded outward, the wooden planks became darker, and the gaps were filled tightly with a glue-like substance. The thatched roof was twice as thick, with an additional layer of tarpaulin-like material on top. Soon, a notification sounded. Ding! The shelter has been upgraded to an intermediate cabin. Ding! New building unlocked, fusion reactor. Ding! The range of the light shield has been expanded to a radius of 6 meters, and the safe zone area is 113.04 square meters. Xiao Chunan pushed open the door and entered the house, only to find that the area had doubled and was divided into 2 rooms. The outer room was like a living room, with the island monument placed in the center, while the inner room was a separate bedroom, about 15 square meters. He nodded in satisfaction. This now looked like a habitable place. Xiao Chunan placed his hand on the island monument again, and sure enough, there was a new item in the building list. Fusion furnace. Construction requirements: 50 stone, 20 iron ingots, 1 glass. Note: you can fuse similar low-quality items, equipment, and materials, with a chance to improve their quality. He immediately chose to build it. A flash of white light appeared, and a stone furnace, about half a person's height, rose up beside the workbench. The furnace chamber was pitch black, and several mysterious runes hung above the furnace mouth. Ding! The fusion furnace is complete. Xiao Chunan walked over and placed her hand on the slightly warm furnace wall. An interface popped up, with 3 slots at the top and a confirmation button below. He took 3 white dimensional bags from the warehouse and put them into the slot. These were the ones he had traded for the barbecue the night before. Fusion solution, dimensional bag, white X3. Expected output, nano bag, green X1. Success rate, 100%. He directly pressed the fusion button. The runes spun rapidly, and the three-dimensional bags turned into white light, being sucked into the furnace. The low hum continued for a few breaths before stopping. Ding! Fusion successful! A light green bag slowly emerged, its material changing from linen to a more refined cotton. Nayuan bag. Quality, excellent green. Description, contains 30 storage compartments, and can be carried with you. 10 slots became 30, and Xiao Chunan couldn't help but smile. This was a huge profit. Aside from the one he gave to Bingley, he still had 15 white dimensional bags in his inventory, enough to combine into 5 green ones. Next, he moved with the practiced skill of an assembly line worker. He tossed in 3, confirmed, waited for the buzzer, and received the goods. The second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. All 5 fusions were successful. Including the initial one, 6 green storage bags were neatly arranged next to the workbench. The 18 white dimensional bags had been transformed into 6 green storage bags, each with 30 compartments. Xiao Chunan rubbed his hands together and asked Shenlan, "Can the green part be moved upwards?" The little elf in the pocket poked its head out. "Of course. Fusing 3 of the same quality has a chance to increase the quality level by 1. The higher the quality, the lower the success rate." Xiao Chunan grabbed 3 storage bags and stuffed them into the fusion furnace, and the interface immediately popped up. Fusion solution, 3 green nano pouches. Expected output, empty storage bag blue X1. Success rate, 90%. Below is a line of text, failure will return 1 item of the original quality, and the other 2 will disappear. Xiao Chunan's fingertip hovered over the confirmation button. 90% chance. It seemed like a 9 out of 10 chance of winning, but if you were to hit that 1 in 10 chance, it would be equivalent to losing 2 green bags, or 60 squares. In mobile games, this kind of probability is most likely to make people shout, "It's a sure thing!" only to have it all fall apart on the spot. He paused for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and pressed the button. Integration. The furnace runes suddenly accelerated, and 3 beams of green light were sucked into the black hole-like furnace opening. The humming sound became even deeper than before, and the runes lit up from the bottom to the top. Xiao Chunan stared intently at the furnace opening. 3 breaths, 5 breaths. The buzzing stopped abruptly. Ding! Fusion successful! A cloth bag emitting a blue glow emerged from the furnace, its opening edge was silver thread, and a small animal bone pendant hung from it. Empty storage bag. Quality, rare blue. Description, contains 90 storage compartments, and can be carried with you. 90 grids. White has 10 slots, green has 30 slots, and blue has 90 slots. Each level up triples the capacity. Xiao Chunan held the blue storage bag in his hand, grinning from ear to ear. His island's inventory was only 30 slots. This bag was equivalent to 3. In the future, when he went out to gather resources, he could bring back half an island with it. There are also 3 green storage bags. Xiao Chunan didn't stop, and stuffed it all into the furnace. Integration. The runes spun again, and the green light entered the furnace. Xiao Chunan was much calmer this time. 90% chance, hitting twice in a row wasn't impossible. The buzzing stopped. Ding! Fusion successful! The second blue storage bag emerged from the furnace opening. Deep blue spun wildly above his head, practically bursting with excitement. Wow! 2 blue quality ones! Master, you're so lucky! Right now, there are probably no more than 10 blue quality items in the entire region. Xiao Chunan grabbed Shenlan and grinned from ear to ear. 2 blue quality storage bags, with a total of 180 compartments for personal use. He couldn't help but mutter, "I'm fucking a mobile warehouse. Give 1 to Bingley, and 1 to myself." Chapter 23 The Plantation. How could they lose with 21 grenades in hand? After temporarily resolving the storage issue, Xiao Chunan hung 1 empty storage bag on her waist and put the other away, intending to hand it over to Bingley later. He turned and walked to the island monument, first glancing at the warehouse resources. Timber, thatch, and stone were still plentiful, The company was well off, so there was no need to be stingy. Xiao Chunan switched to the upgrade list, his gaze landing on the advanced wooden house. The upgrade required 1,000 wood, 1,000 thatch, and 500 stone, and he had more than enough resources. Lift. He pressed confirm, and the island monument emitted a bright white light, a gentle force propelling him outside. The entire mid-level wooden house was engulfed in light, and the ground trembled slightly. The foundation was reinforced downwards, and stones were piled up to form a half-meter-high platform. The walls were transformed into a double-layered sandwich structure, with compacted thatch filling the space between them. The roof was also changed from a flat roof to a gable roof, covered with layers of thick thatch to allow for natural rain drainage. As the white light faded, a 3-room wooden house, covering nearly 80 square meters, stood in the center of the island. Ding! The shelter has been upgraded to a high-grade cabin. Ding! New building unlocked, plantation. Ding! The range of the light shield has been expanded to a radius of 8 meters, and the safe zone area is 201.06 square meters. Xiao Chunan looked around the house, then pushed open the door and went inside. The living room was 3 times larger than before. The island monument was in the center, the workbench and fusion furnace were against the left wall, and there was an additional inner door on the right, leading to the 2 bedrooms at the back. Now that's what a house should be like. The 2 bedrooms are similar in size, each about 10 square meters. The floors are covered with wooden planks, the walls are tightly fitted, and the windows have been changed from small holes to square windows half a meter wide, with sliding wooden planks. Xiao Chunan moved the 2 wooden beds pushed together into the left bedroom, relaying the wolf pelts on them, leaving the right side empty for the time being. After tidying up, he returned to the living room to check on the next upgrade stage again. A basic stone house requires wood, stone, lime, iron ingots, and glass. Limestone is a mineral specific to this island. It's not available here and can only be obtained through trading, fishing, or by collecting it from other islands after the protection period ends. With the protection period ending, others can also cross the island to cause trouble. Xiao Chunan didn't rush to think about it, putting that matter aside for now, and instead opened the building list. The newly unlocked plantation is at the top of the list. Building it requires 100 wood, 50 stone, and an iron hoe. Once completed, it creates a 5 by 10 meter planting area and comes with a basic irrigation system. Farming is almost ingrained in the instincts of the Chinese people. While others prioritize survival by building weapons and walls, the first reaction of the Chinese is, what can we grow on this land? Xiao Chunan chose a location on the west side of the wooden house, in an open space near the pine nut tree. After confirming the location, a beam of white light spread out, the turf was peeled away, revealing dark brown soil. A half-meter-high wooden fence was raised, enclosing an area of 50 square meters. The soil inside was loosened and neatly divided into 51-meter-square planting grids, with ditches leading to a stone water storage tank in the corner. Ding! The plantation is complete. The plantation has 50 grids, and the soil is fertile, but the irrigation status shows a water shortage with 0 water storage. The message also states that crops need to be watered daily, and they will wither and die if they are without water for more than 24 hours. Xiao Chunan's lips twitched as he looked at the words. Awaiting rainfall data collection. The system forecast predicted moderate to heavy rain in 12 hours, and this rain came just in time. He decided not to plant the seeds yet, but waited until it was almost raining tonight to avoid wasting water. He took out 12 fishing rods and an iron hoe, put them in his storage bag, and went out the door. Morning light bathed the island, casting neat shadows from the gabled roofs of the elegant wooden houses. A rhythmic tapping sound came from the north. Bingley was still working by the pile of stones. Xiao Chunan didn't disturb her and went to the plantation on the west side first. He squatted down and turned the soil a couple of times with an iron hoe. The soil was soft and dark brown, indeed a good piece of land. He continued westward, and soon the pine nut trees came into view. The branches, which had been plucked bare yesterday, were now laden with purple fruit, and there were clearly more of them. The branches were bent over under the weight, and the fruits were packed tightly together. The 50% increase in yield from the lighthouse project was finally becoming a tangible result. Xiao Chunan didn't rush to pick the fruit. Instead, he went to the western cliff and took out 12 fishing rods from his storage bag. He placed one rod every meter and cast the fishing line into the sea one by one. Fishing. Countdown, 1 hour. 12 countdown panels appeared, and the western side of the island was instantly filled with fishing rods. After arranging his fishing, he returned to the thunder dolphin fruit tree. Xiao Chunan reached out and snapped off the stem of the first fruit. With a snap, the heavy thunder pig fruit fell into her palm, its texture cool to the touch. The second one, the third one. He kept picking, one fruit after another. The fruit on the branch dwindled until he twisted the last one off the top branch. Yesterday this tree bore 14 fruits, and today, with the addition of the lighthouse's increased yield, it has a total of 21 fruits, 7 more than yesterday. A 50% increase in production. That's really satisfying when it's put into practice. 21 hand grenades. Let's continue exchanging them for beginner items today and see if we can combine them into a yellow space bag. Xiao Chunan stuffed the 21 thunder pig fruits into her storage bag, quickly calculating in her mind. Yesterday, she exchanged 14 fruits for 3 blueprints and a bunch of beginner items. With 7 more today, her options would only be greater. But we're not in a hurry to sell now. Chapter 24 Glock G17. Who's a good guy carrying a pistol when surviving in the wilderness? Xiao Chunan slapped the island monument with his palm, took out 100 pieces of raw meat from the warehouse, and turned to walk out of the wooden house. 5 barbecue grills were lined up in front of the house, their wire mesh wiped clean. He laid out the raw meat in batches, turned the knobs one by one, and flames leaped up, the grease sizzling quickly. Remaining baking time, 2000 hours. At this moment, Shaman reminded him that he hadn't used his chance to draw cards for today. Xiao Chunan was taken aback, only then remembering that his SSS level talent allowed him to draw once for free every day. He asked if he could draw cards outside, and Deep Blue replied that the Destiny card draw didn't depend on the island monument, and could be used anytime. Xiao Chunan immediately nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Draw. The virtual card pool unfolded before him. This time, there was no newbie protection bonus. Only a starry vortex card was floating on the back. Xiao Chunan clicked on it directly, the card flipped, and a burst of blue light erupted. As the light faded, a jet-black object hovered in midair. It was a pistol, square and sturdy, its matte black barrel exuding a cold, industrial feel. Xiao Chunan reached out and grasped it. It was cold and heavy to the touch, completely different from the game model. The deep blue indicator suggested that this blue-quality ranged weapon was currently among the top-tier damage dealers. Glock G17. Quality, rare blue. Type ranged weapon firearm. Ammunition capacity, 17 rounds currently, 17 to 17. Special, no psionic drive required, purely physical damage. Extremely high accuracy within a 50-meter range. Note, this is a standard weapon from another world. Ammunition must be crafted at a workbench or obtained through special means. Xiao Chunan was captivated by it. This, perhaps, is the essence of a man's romance. A gun that's swift from 7 paces away, and accurate and fast within 7 paces. He pressed the magazine catch, and the gleaming 9mm bullets were loaded tightly. He pushed the magazine into the magazine, chambered around, and engaged the safety, all in one fluid motion. He then tucked the Glock G17 into his lower back. The heavy metal against his skin instantly gave him a sense of security. Upon arriving at the workbench, he searched for 9mm pistol ammunition, but only received the message. Requires corresponding blueprints to unlock. Manufacturing conditions not met. Xiao Chunan was not surprised. Before the blueprints were obtained, these 17 bullets were already a limited edition and had to be used sparingly. 20 minutes passed quickly, and all 5 barbecue grills simultaneously indicated that the meat was ready. Xiao Chunan put 100 pieces of grilled meat into his storage bag, then added another 100 pieces of raw meat to continue grilling. After doing all this, he went inside, touched the island marker, and opened the trading hall. The price of raw meat had risen to 1 unit for 7 units of thatch, while roasted meat remained stable at 1 unit for about 20 units of basic resources. With more people knowing how to start a fire, there are also more people selling cooked food, but the meat supply is blocked, making the market situation very strange. Upstream prices are rising, downstream prices are stable, and profits in the middle are being squeezed. Xiao Chunan looked at it for a while and clicked his tongue softly. Fortunately, he had a large enough stock. The cost of more than 10,000 pieces of raw meat was ridiculously low. He would make a profit whether the price went up or down. He didn't rush to ship the goods, but switched to the regional channel. Everyone there was discussing the upcoming rain. Some were short of timber to repair their houses, some were asking if the rainwater was drinkable, and others were urgently looking for containers to collect the water. Soon, the topic turned to hoes. A hoe was needed to build a plantation, and a hoe was also needed to dig a water storage pit. Those without tools could only use pickaxes to dig, complaining endlessly from exhaustion. Purchase requests were popping up at breakneck speed. Because of a rainstorm that hadn't even started yet, iron hoes had suddenly become a hot commodity. Xiao Chunan chuckled. What a coincidence! He happened to have the blueprints for this, and he could even mass-produce it. He could almost see a brand new field of chives thriving. He opened the trading platform and placed orders for the 100 pieces of freshly roasted meat in 2 batches. Item: regular grilled meat X1. Quantity 50. Requirements: 12 stones or 2 iron ingots. Confirmed for release. Item: regular grilled meat X1. Quantity 50. Required 3 animal bones. Confirmed for release. He has no shortage of wood and thatch for the time being, and his next step is to stockpile stone and iron ingots in preparation for the upgrade. Animal bones are just the right material for iron hoes. Then, he put out the thunder porcupine fruit for sale. Item: thunder pig fruit X1. Quantity 18. Requirements: fishing rod X1, dimensional bag X1, or skill book X1. Click to list. After completing the operation, Xiao Chunan opened her private messages, which were filled with thousands of unread messages. There were all sorts of requests, asking for cheap deals, asking for credit, asking for free thunder pig fruit, and someone even wrote half a page of their life experience hoping to get it for free. Xiao Chunan glanced at it and said indifferently, "Writing a long essay is not as good as throwing out the order slip." He selected all with one click, marked them all as read, deleted them, and the list was instantly cleared. He then switched back to the regional channel, typed a line of text, and sent it. 100 units of roasted meat are now available. Newbies must have item, with attached image thunder pig fruit attribute panel, specifically for dealing with gate-blocking beasts, limited quantity. Only exchangeable for barrel crafting blueprints and pistol bullet crafting blueprints. Chapter 25. The whole district curses the unscrupulous merchant, but their actions tell a different story. The message immediately went viral on the regional channels. Blueprints for making handgun bullets? He has a gun? They've even brought out firearms? I'd still be using an axe to chop down rabbits. Boss Xiao, can we still exchange basic ingredients for barbecue? Can you lower the price for the thunder dolphin fruit? I really can't give you the fishing rod. As soon as the calls to buy emerged, a barrage of criticism followed. Some accused him of profiting from the disaster, others urged a boycott, and still others retorted, "He's selling goods, he's not robbing anyone. If you can't afford it, shut up." Ironically, 1 second someone was cursing the unscrupulous merchants, and the next second someone was bragging about trading a thunder pig fruit with a dimensional bag, saying the stray dogs at the door had already been dealt with. Xiao Chunan stared blankly at the light screen. The more fiercely they criticize, the more they need it. Truly worthless things are ignored. These people occupy the moral high ground with their words, but their actions speak louder than anyone else's. It's already the 2nd day since he time-traveled, and he still wants to get something for nothing through moral blackmail? He's not a saint. He used to work himself to the bone delivering food, and no philanthropist ever gave him millions. Xiao Chunan exited the regional channel and opened private chat. In a short while, several hundred more messages appeared, mostly asking if he could exchange basic resources for roasted meat and fruit, which he ignored. One of them made him stop. Xiao Yan, boss, I've learned the blueprints for making wooden barrels. How about I trade you 1 thunder pig fruit for 10 finished barrels? The wooden bucket is perfect for catching rainwater. If we really can't wait for the blueprints, replacing it with a finished product is also an option. But Xiao Chunan didn't reply immediately. There was still time before the rain, and the blueprints for the wooden barrels might still be available. The finished product was dependent on others. The blueprints were the true source of productivity. He continued scrolling through the private messages, but the blueprints for the wooden barrel and the pistol bullets were nowhere to be found. Instead, more and more people were asking for the thunder pig fruit. Someone even sent a picture of a bloodied arm, saying that the 3 bears at the gate hadn't left, and were only asking for 1 fruit, willing to be his dog. Xiao Chunan only replied with 1 sentence. Dogs are worthless. If there's no stock and no price, talking about anything is a waste of time. Just then, a notification came from outside. Ding! Baking complete. He went out and collected 100 pieces of roasted meat, then replenished it with 100 pieces of raw meat, and the 3rd batch of roasted meat was ready to be made. Back inside, Xiao Chunan placed her hand on the island monument, and the transaction records immediately popped up. All 18 thunder pig fruits were sold, in exchange for 17-dimensional bags and an appraisal skill book. 100 pieces of ordinary roasted meat were sold out, and they were exchanged for 600 stones and 150 animal bones. The good news is that all the roast meat was sold out. The bad news is that not a single piece was exchanged for iron ingots. Right now, everyone is holding on to their iron ingots tightly. Unless they're starving, no one's willing to trade them for meat. However, the demand for Leeton fruit exceeded expectations. Xiao Chunan looked at the warehouse, where 150 units of animal bones were neatly stacked. The iron hoe production line was ready to start. He first rehung the freshly baked 100 pieces of roasted meat back in the trading hall, changing the demand to iron ingots or animal bones. Then I went to the workbench and opened the manufacturing interface. Consumes 1 iron ingot, 1 piece of wood, and 1 animal bone. Ding! The iron hoe is complete. A white light flashed continuously, and soon 1, 2, 10, 30 iron hoes were piled up next to the workbench. He didn't continue making them. Scarcity increases value, so he decided to test the waters with 30 units first. Xiao Chunan switched back to the trading panel and put the iron hoe up for sale. Item: Iron hoe X1. Quantity 30. Requirements: 10 iron ingots, 10 vines, 10 clay, or 10 glass. The pricing is straightforward. 10 iron ingots are exactly the amount needed to dismantle 1 black iron treasure chest. Vines, clay, and glass, on the other hand, are scarce resources not found on the island. The moment the hoe was hung up, the regional channel exploded again. A hoe! Boss Xiao has hung up his hoe! 10 iron ingots a bundle? Are you robbing me? I bought it. I've had the plantation card all morning, and I'm opening the black iron chest right away. I have a clay pit. 10 units of clay for 1 bundle. It's a steal. I thought the glass treasure chest was bad luck yesterday, but now I really like it. There are many people criticizing the price and calling for a boycott, but transaction notifications keep popping up. Someone reminded them that the plantation had water storage tanks to hold rainwater, and the chatter instantly became even more chaotic. Those who were just shouting for lower prices turned around and rushed into the trading hall. Xiao Chunan watched as the notifications kept refreshing. Iron hoe X1 sold, received vines X10. Iron hoe X1 sold, received clay X10. Iron hoe X1 sold, received 10 iron ingots. Iron hoe X1 sold, received glass X10. In less than 10 minutes, all 30 iron hoes were sold out. Obtained 240 iron ingots, 20 clay, 30 glass, and 10 vines. Xiao Chunan let out a breath. This is what you call a basic necessity. The cost was only 30 iron ingots, 30 pieces of wood, and 30 pieces of animal bones, but the return on investment multiplied several times over. Chapter 26 Perfect Grade Xiankun Bag. 270 Slot Portable Storage. Xiao Chunan tasted the sweetness of success. An iron hoe only requires 1 iron ingot, 1 piece of wood, and 1 animal bone, and can be resold for at least 10 iron ingots. This profit is even more outrageous than that of roasting meat. He knew very well that if there was a genuine need, he had to sell as soon as possible. Once others also released their designs, the price would become unmanageable. Xiao Chunan went to the workbench, placed his palm on the surface, and immediately maxed out the production capacity. There were enough iron ingots and wood, and 120 units of animal bones, just enough to make 120 weapons. Complete construction. The runes lit up, the workbench began to vibrate, a flash of white light appeared, and the first iron hoe took shape. Then the second and the third appeared in succession, one every 10 seconds or so, which was extremely efficient. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and Bingley walked in, holding a card that emitted a green glow. "You're back?" Bingley nodded and handed him the dimensional bag and cards, saying that all the items that refreshed at the 3 resource points today had been collected. Xiao Chunan took the card, scanned it with her appraisal skill, and her eyes immediately lit up. Lucky fusion card green. Quality, excellent. Note: when fusing high-quality items, it can be used as an auxiliary material to increase the fusion success rate by 10%. This is good stuff. Bingley said that these were taken from a green box when she finished fishing. 6 out of the 12 fishing rods were empty, the rest of the supplies were in the bag. Xiao Chunan peered into the dimensional bag and found a logging axe, a mining pick, and over 100 pieces each of wood, thatch, and stone, as well as hemp rope, milk, mugwort, tomato seeds, and copper blocks. This was definitely a good deal. The tomato seeds, milk, and copper ingots were all brand new. He transferred all the items into the storage bag, then took out a blue storage bag and handed it to Bingley. Bingley looked at the blue fluorescence on the bag, her eyebrows twitching slightly. "Give me? You'll be collecting even more things in the future, and the white bag is too small. There are 90 compartments, you can put whatever you want in it." Bingley took the storage bag, tied it to her waist, and tried it out. It was indeed much more useful than before. Just then, a notification came from outside that all 5 barbecue grills were ready at once, and the aroma of meat mixed with the smell of firewood wafted into the house. Xiao Chunan glanced at the still-working workbench. The hose wouldn't be finished anytime soon. He took out 3,000 pieces of raw meat and stuffed them into Bingley's new storage bag. "The oven is yours. Bake 1 batch, then replace it with another. Don't stop." Bingley nodded and left, leaving only the hum of the workbench and the flash of white light inside the room. Xiao Chunan wasn't idle either. He went to the fusion furnace and took out all the white dimensional bags in his hand. Including the ones Bingley had just returned, there were a total of 18. 18 white bags can be combined into 6 green storage bags, and further combined into 2 blue storage bags. He rubbed his hands together. "If my luck doesn't hold up today, I'll quit gambling right now." Dark blue floated by, and I couldn't help but complain. "The master said the same thing last time." Xiao Chunan told her to shut up, saying that adults only care about the benefits. He threw 3 white dimensional bags into the fusion furnace, and the panel immediately popped up. Fusion solution, dimensional bag, white X3. Expected output, nano bag green X1. Whether to merge. Integration. 3 beams of white light entered the furnace, and after a low hum, a green storage bag emerged. Xiao Chunan kept working, combining the second, third, and fourth furnaces one after another, and soon 6 green storage bags were neatly arranged next to the furnace. Then he stuffed the 3 bags of gold into the furnace. Fusion solution, 3 green nano pouches. Expected output, empty storage bag blue X1. Success rate, 90%. Xiao Chunan confirmed it directly. The furnace vibrated, and a blue storage bag was successfully produced. The remaining 3 storage bags were also thrown in, and another blue empty storage bag was obtained. At this point, the 18 white dimensional bags had been converted into 2 blue storage bags. Combined with the one he originally carried at his waist, that made a total of 3 blue bags, enough for him to continue his ascent. Just as he was about to take off the storage pouch at his waist, Deep Blue immediately reminded him. It is recommended to transfer the resources in the bag to the warehouse before combining them. If the combination fails, there is a 1/3 chance that the items in the bag will disappear. Xiao Chunan's hand trembled. There's a pit like this? Deep Blue stated that the fusion furnace is only responsible for fusing the main body and not for storing the contents inside. Xiao Chunan almost burned his entire fortune, so he quickly went to the island monument and transferred the resources from his storage bag to the warehouse. What couldn't fit in the warehouse, he piled on the ground. The living room floor was quickly covered with various materials and props. Only after confirming that the bags were completely empty did he put the 3 blue empty storage bags into the fusion furnace. Fusion solution, empty storage bag, blue, x3. Expected output, Qiankun bag, orange, x1. Success rate, 80%. Xiao Chunan stared at the 80% probability for a long time. This probability seemed very stable, but if it failed, all 18-dimensional bags would be wasted. He immediately remembered the lucky fusion card and asked Deep Blue how to use it. Deep Blue pointed to the panel and told him to just stick it on. Xiao Chunan pressed the card to the side of the panel, and the green light merged into the furnace body, and the success rate jumped to 90%. If 90% of the time it still explodes, then God is not going to let me get rich. He pressed confirm. Light surged within the furnace, and 3 blue storage bags were swept inside. Xiao Chunan stood before the furnace, his palms sweating. He was afraid of death, and he was also afraid of poverty. More than being bitten to death by a monster, he was afraid of losing all the savings he had worked so hard to accumulate. This fusion lasted exceptionally long, several times longer than the blue fusion. Xiao Chunan stared intently at the furnace opening, not looking away for a moment. Finally, the buzzing stopped abruptly. Ding! Fusion successful! A cloth bag emitting an orange glow emerged from the furnace opening. The bag had a fine texture and a dark gold round button embedded in its opening. It's done! Xiao Chunan grabbed it. Qiankun bag. Quality, perfect orange. Description, contains 270 storage compartments and can be carried with you. 270 grids. His island monument warehouse only has 30 slots, but this bag is equivalent to 9 warehouses. Deep Blue was so excited that it floated around above the fusion furnace. Wow! It worked! This must be the first perfect grade item in the entire region, right? The owner's current personal storage capacity is the highest in the entire region, without a doubt. Xiao Chunan immediately hung the Qiankun bag on his waist and reached out to collect all the materials and props piled on the floor. Storage space, 5 to 270 compartments. The living room instantly became clean again. He patted the Qiankun bag at his waist with satisfaction. That feels better. From now on, when I go out, I can really empty other people's islands. Chapter 27 Increase the production of spiritual spring water? Give it to me. Ding! Crafting 120 iron hose, normal, complete. The workbench stopped vibrating, and 120 iron hose were neatly piled up beside it, like a row of weapons. Xiao Chunan walked to the island monument, went directly into the trading hall, and put all the iron hose on the shelves, exchanging each one for 10 units of iron ingots, vines, clay, or glass. After placing the order, he casually checked his previous barbecue transactions. The system notification indicated that all 100 servings of regular barbecue had been sold out, yielding 267 units of animal bones in exchange, but only 12 iron ingots. Iron ingots were sold in very small quantities, clearly indicating that most people were unwilling to exchange them for food. However, materials like animal bones, which were temporarily useless, were sold off readily. Xiao Chunan wasn't bothered. The animal bones could be used to continue making hose. He switched to the regional channel which was full of acquisition messages. Some people were buying vines, some were trading roasted meat for clay, and others were offering iron ingots for limestone. Soon, one message attracted a lot of attention. Someone had fished up a green pet summoning card, which could randomly summon an E-grade pet. The channel exploded instantly, with everyone discussing whether pets could fight. Xiao Chunan was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the fishing system to even produce pet cards, and the output pool was more diverse than he had imagined. He didn't look at them much and went to his private message inbox. Hundreds more messages had piled up, mostly requests to buy iron hose, thunder dolphins, and some even wanting to buy on credit. Xiao Chunan quickly scrolled through them, but still didn't see any bullet-making blueprints or container blueprints. This outcome is not surprising. Bullets are scarce to begin with, and blueprints are even more valuable. Whoever obtains them will keep them for themselves. The same goes for container blueprints. With containers in short supply, it's far more profitable to manufacture and sell them as finished products than to sell the blueprints. However, he soon discovered an interesting message. The sender was named Sunminga, and the profile picture was of a pretty young woman. She asked Xiao Chunan if he could exchange increased spirit spring for thunder pig fruit. The screenshot showed that the spring water for increasing production was of excellent quality, and could increase the yield of spiritual fruits and herbs by 10% after being used to irrigate them. Xiao Chunan immediately sat up straight. This thing might not be urgently needed by others, but it was exactly what he needed. He asked Deep Blue if the Spirit Spring buff would conflict with the Lighthouse buff. Deep Blue replied that there was no conflict, and they could be stacked. Based on the current daily production of 21 Thunder Pig fruits, using the Spirit Spring would increase the daily production by 2 more fruits every day, and once those 5 Thunder Pig fruit seeds grow into trees, the increased yield will only be higher. Xiao Chunan replied immediately, inquiring about the source and quantity of the goods. Sunminga quickly replied, saying that this was a special resource point on her island, a small spring that produced a fixed 1,400 milliliters per day. Xiao Chunan's heart skipped a beat. A stable daily output meant that this was not a one-off deal, but a long-term resource. He asked her how she planned to exchange it. Sunminga quoted a price: 100 milliliters of spiritual spring water for 1 thunder pig fruit. Xiao Chunan almost laughed out loud. This girl was pretty, but she was quite shrewd. He refused outright, explaining that a 10% increase in production would only yield 1 or 2 more fruits per day, and with the added time spent watering, the value wasn't that high. The other party remained silent for a moment, then asked him to name his price, promising a stable supply if it was reasonable. That was exactly what Xiao Chunan wanted to hear. He stated his terms: 3 thunder pig fruits in exchange for a day's total yield. Sunminga thought it wasn't enough and wanted 5, but he remained firm, offering a maximum of 3, preferring not to use any more, since the fruit would still grow anyway. After a moment, Sunminga backed down, proposing to exchange 3 thunder pig fruits for 1,200 milliliters of spiritual spring water, keeping 200 milliliters for herself. This request was reasonable. If she also had spiritual plants on her island, keeping some for her own use would be understandable. Xiao Chunan agreed to the deal and placed the last 3 thunder pig fruits from his Chenkuan bag on the plate. Opposite him was a small ceramic jar with a capacity of 2,000 milliliters, containing 1,200 milliliters of spirit spring water that increased production. Ding! Transaction successful. The pottery jar fell into Xiao Chunan's storage bag. Shortly after, Sunminga sent a friend request, which Xiao Chunan immediately accepted. A stable supplier, of course, it was worth exchanging contact information. He casually asked if she had made the pottery jars herself. Sunminga said she had the blueprints for making pottery jars, but she was short of clay and her production was low. She said she could give him 2 if he needed them. Xiao Chunan agreed to accept them and said he would give her 2 iron hose later. Sunminga quickly sent 2 empty small ceramic jars. Xiao Chunan clicked to receive them, and the 2 palm-sized jars fell into his Chenkuan bag, perfect for storing spiritual spring water in the future, making long-term transactions convenient. After finishing these tasks, he turned back to the workbench. He had 267 units of animal bones, and enough iron ingots, and wood to craft a maximum of 267 more iron hose. Xiao Chunan pressed the workbench button and selected Craft. The workbench roared again, runes spun, a flash of white light appeared, and an iron hoe fell, followed immediately by a second one. Xiao Chunan casually picked up the 2 still warm hoes, went to the island monument, found Sunminga, and presented them to her. Ding! Gift successfully sent. Sunminga quickly replied, saying that the hose had been received and that there would be plenty of spiritual spring water from now on. Xiao Chunan did not reply again and exited the interface. 267 hose, one every 10 seconds, it would take at least 40 minutes to finish them all. The workbench didn't need to be watched. Once they were finished, they would naturally pile up to the side. Chapter 28 Ox and Horse Summoning Cards. In the end, he became the very thing he hated most. Xiao Chunan pushed open the door and went out. The sun had only been up for a short while, and he had been busy for more than an hour, so it was only a little past 8 o'clock. The gray-white clouds on the horizon were thicker than when I had just woken up, and the sea breeze, carrying moisture, felt sticky on my face. In front of 5 barbecue grills, Bingley was arranging pieces of raw meat one by one onto the wire mesh. Xiao Chunan took out 2 loaves of bread and 2 cartons of milk from his Cancun bag. The bread was from yesterday's fishing, and the milk was brought back by Bingley after she finished fishing. It was perfect for breakfast. These packaged foods take up space anyway, so he handed one to Bingley, saying, "You've been busy all morning, have something to eat first." Bingley took the package and looked at it with some curiosity. "How do you drink this?" Xiao Chunan tore open a piece of bread, punctured the milk carton with a straw, and took a sip. Bingley did the same, her icy blue eyes brightening slightly, clearly tasting this rich milky flavor for the first time. The 2 finished their breakfast by the barbecue grill, enjoying the sea breeze. Xiao Chunan brushed the breadcrumbs off her hands and turned to go to the plantation on the west side. The Thunder Pig fruit tree stood quietly in the wind, and the newly acquired spring water that boosted production came in handy. He took out the small earthenware jar, uncorked it, and a clear, sweet steam immediately wafted out. He looked at the system sprite. "Deep Blue, how much of this spiritual spring water should I pour?" "All of it?" 1 unit is 100 milliliters. You only need to apply 1 unit per day. Applying more will not have an additive effect and will only be a waste. That 1,200 milliliters will last for 12 days. Xiao Chunan carefully poured the spiritual spring water onto the tree roots. The transparent liquid seeped into the soil, and the soil shimmered with a faint green light, which dissipated after a few breaths. Ding! The spirit plant Thunder Pig fruit tree has received watering from the yield-boosting spirit spring, and its yield is expected to increase by 10% tomorrow. Xiao Chunan put away the pottery jar, in a good mood. 21 Thunder Pig fruits plus 10%. At least 23 tomorrow. Add to that the 5 seeds to be planted later, and the thought alone was exhilarating. He bypassed the plantation and arrived at the western cliff edge. 12 fishing rods were stuck in a row along the cliff edge, their tips pressed against the gray-blue sea, and the countdown timer had all reached 0. The second round of fishing ended. Xiao Chunan walked to the first rod, raised his hand to lift the rod, and the fishing line broke through the water, trailing a white fluorescent treasure chest at the end. The lid pops open automatically. Obtain 30 pieces of wood. A great start. He packed up the timber, reattached the line, and cast again. The second rod he pulled up was empty, barely a drop of water on it. Without hesitation, he cast it back into the sea. He then retrieved the rods one by one along the cliff edge, unpacking and bagging any that yielded fish, and casting again when there was none. After retrieving all 12 rods, he had 5 empty rods and 7 that had yielded fish. This round yielded 30 units of wood, 10 units of glass, 10 units of linen, 30 units of stone, a can of cola, 2 oranges, and a card that glows green. He casually stuffed the ordinary supplies into his storage bag, but he glanced at this card a few more times. It was somewhat similar to the Lucky Fusion card, palm-sized, with serrated edges and an abstract pattern on the front. Ox horns, horse face, human body. Xiao Chunan held the card and cast an appraisal spell. Ox and horse summoning card green. Quality, excellent. Description: this item summons 1 ox or horse worker. No salary is required, simply provide 2 meals a day in a shed, and they will perform basic labor long term. Xiao Chunan stared at the last line, her expression subtle. Is this introduction for real? No salary, free room and board, just focus on the work and don't worry about the future. This premise seems so familiar. He recalled his days as a food delivery driver, braving wind and rain, doing hard and tiring work, and often getting docked pay for being late. Back then, he was a typical working-class person. At least back then there was commission based on the number of orders placed. This card is even worse now. It doesn't even cover the base salary, just provides 2 meals a day, and there's no social security. It's practically pure capitalist welfare. The owner is lucky. These summoned cards are excellent labor for early territory expansion. Ox and horse workers are hardworking and have average intelligence, but are highly obedient and only require basic survival conditions. Xiao Chunan asked. How do I use it? Hold the card and silently say, use. He gripped the card and silently chanted. The gray pattern on the card lit up, green light seeped through his fingers, and the card quickly dissolved, turning into a fist-sized ball of light that landed on the grass 2 meters away. The green light expanded and stretched, outlining a human figure. When the light faded, a living being stood before him. To be precise, it was a creature with the head of a bull, the face of a horse, and the body of a human. The upper half of its head resembled a bull, with short horns pointing upwards, while the lower half of its face had a horse's mouth, large nostrils, and a row of yellow teeth. Its body was humanoid, with broad shoulders, thick arms, and strong muscles, like an old hand who had spent half his life doing farm work. It wore a coarse cloth short coat, a straw rope around its waist, and straw sandals with wooden soles. It looked down at its hands, then at Xiao Chunan. Boss, what's up? Xiao Chunan was silent for a moment, then said, Fine. That's really something. He originally thought that cows and horses were just a self-deprecating joke among working people, but he didn't expect that what he summoned was a real cow-headed and horse-faced creature. The animal worker scratched the back of his head. I can endure hardship and I'm not picky about work. As long as there's enough food, I'm fine with it. What's your name? Please bestow a name upon us, boss. Looking at its face, which was difficult to categorize as a species, Xiao Chunan had a bunch of outrageous names flash through her mind, but in the end, she pressed all the unethical options back. Mioi. The cattle and horse workers straightened their chests, saying, The cattle will obey the boss's orders. An attribute panel appeared above its head. Mioi. Type, ox-horse laborers. Potential, E green. Attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 10, Agility 3, Spirit 1. Description, skilled in basic gathering, transportation, farming, logging, mining, fishing, and construction, does not participate in combat. Note, please treat your cattle and horses well. Xiao Chunan was quite satisfied after reviewing the panel. It didn't matter if they didn't participate in the battle. As long as they could work, that was enough. For fighting, there was Bing Li and the gun. Sending cattle to the battlefield would be rather unethical of the boss. He then asked Deep Blue, Can it use the tools on the island? Like logging axes and mining picks? Yes, even animal workers can operate all the basic tools without needing additional instruction. What about a shack? Does it even count as a makeshift one? It only needs to provide shelter from the wind and rain. There are basically no requirements for the living environment. Xiao Chunan nodded. Okay, I'll provide you with food first, and then I'll build you a shack. He looked at Nioi and said, From today onwards, you will be responsible for logging, quarrying, mowing grass, and farming. The cow grinned, revealing its neat rows of yellow teeth. Don't worry, boss. As long as there are enough meals, there will be plenty of work. Chapter 29. Good grief, they've dragged me into this mess? Xiao Chunan led Nioi around the plantation and towards the wooden house. Bing Li was squatting by the barbecue grill, flipping meat. Hearing the noise, she looked up and immediately saw the big guy with a bull's head and a horse's face behind her. She stood up, holding the wooden stick, her gaze somewhat puzzled. This person looks very strange. Where did he come from? Xiao Chunan stepped aside, revealing Niu Yi's full appearance. Just caught it. To be precise, I caught a card and summoned it. Before Bingley could react, Niu Yi grinned, revealing a mouthful of teeth, and greeted her enthusiastically. Hello, boss lady. My name is Niu Yi. I'm new here, please take care of me. Bingley turned her head to look at Xiao Chunan. Xiao Chunan neither admitted nor denied it, but simply waved his hand to interrupt. All right, stop joking. He looked at the barbecue grill and asked Bingley how much she had grilled. Bingley took out a stack of neatly arranged grilled meat from her storage bag. 300 yuan. Xiao Chunan nodded, took out 2 pieces and tossed them to Niu Yi. Eat up, consider this your first meal on the job. Niu caught it with both hands, opened his mouth and started to eat it with great gusto, not forgetting to exclaim. Boss, it's delicious! Xiao Chunan told him to eat slowly, then put the remaining roasted meat into his jiankun bag and turned back to the wooden house. The workbench was still humming, continuously producing iron hose. Xiao Chunan ignored it, and went straight to the island monument to open the trade notification. A series of sale announcements popped up, some in exchange for vines, others for clay and glass. But as he looked at them, he frowned. 120 iron hose should have sold out long ago, given the previous buying frenzy. But when he checked the sales details, he found that there were still 67 left. In other words, only 53 were sold. The income was 410 iron ingots, 50 pieces of glass, 30 pieces of clay, and 40 pieces of vines. The profit wasn't bad, but the speed was clearly off. Xiao Chunan immediately switched to the trading hall and searched for iron hoe. As soon as the page refreshed, a row of pending orders popped up. Someone was selling 9 iron ingots at a time, someone wanted 80 stones of material, and someone else only wanted 8 pieces of clay. After reading it, Xiao Chunan clicked his tongue and said, Good heavens, they've dragged me into this mess. He continued scrolling and discovered that there was more than one seller of the iron pickaxe. At least 3 people had obtained the blueprints. He then searched for digging tools and even found shovels. The shovel is of ordinary quality, and requires 8 iron ingots or 8 clay ingots. It is used to dig mud and gravel and is more efficient than using bare hands. Xiao Chunan's teeth ached. When it came to digging holes to collect rainwater, a shovel was indeed more convenient than a hoe. The biggest advantage of a hoe now was only in building plantations, but not everyone was in a hurry to farm. Most people now just want to dig holes to store water before it rains. The market has changed. Continuing to hang 10 iron ingots on the shelf will only leave them sitting there unused. He opened the regional channel, and sure enough, it was already in an uproar. Some people were selling shovels for 8 iron ingots, while others were selling iron hoes for 9 iron ingots, and they were even deliberately shouting that they were cheaper than Xiao Chunan's. Many people said that shovels are faster for digging holes, and hoes are only useful for building plantations. Others started showing off the blueprints and cards they caught while fishing that day. There were all sorts of things like animal pen blueprints, militia summoning cards, maid cards, soldier cards, and some people even managed to lure out cat-haired maids and announce in the channel that they were no longer single. Xiao Chunan paused, looking at the messages. It seemed he wasn't the only one lucky today. The fishing system had produced a large number of cards. However, judging from the feedback, most of them were low-quality white or green cards. However, this also shows that the value of fishing rods has increased again. He turned off the channel and returned to the trading hall. The iron hoe remained hanging there, just taking up space and collecting dust. Since everyone else had lowered their prices, there was no need for him to stubbornly hold on. Xiao Chunan removed the original listing and relist 67 iron hoes, changing the requirements to 8 iron ingots, or 8 vines, 8 clay, or 8 glass. The price was driven down to the same level as shovels. After all, hoes are essential for plantations, and if the price is the same, people who want to build a plantation have no reason to choose shovels. After hanging up his hoe, he put all 298 pieces of ordinary roasted meat on the shelf, exchanging one piece for 2 iron ingots or 3 animal bones. After confirming the transaction, Xiao Chunan exited the interface and opened the building tab. Nioi couldn't sleep outdoors, and the system said a shack would do, but it was going to rain tonight, and an ordinary thatched hut would leak from all sides, so building it would be pointless. He thought for a moment, and decided to go straight to the basic cabin, since there was plenty of wood and thatch. Xiao Chunan first built a simple wooden and thatched shed on an open space about 20 meters away from the main house on the south side of the island, consuming 10 pieces of wood and 10 pieces of thatch. Immediately afterward he kept his palm on the island monument, and directly selected to upgrade. 100 units of wood, 100 units of thatch, and 20 units of stone were deducted instantly. White light surged from the island monument, passing through the walls and falling to the south. The newly built thatched hut was enveloped in light, its foundations sank, wooden planks covered the walls, and the thatched roof was quickly thickened and compacted. Ding! The simple wooden shed has been upgraded to a basic wooden house. Chapter 30. This kid is clearly very strong, but he's overly enthusiastic about being a vegetable farmer. Xiao Chunan glanced at the still humming workbench. The progress bar of the iron hoe was still slowly moving forward. Making a bed for Nioi would have to wait until this batch of work was finished. He placed his hand on the island marker, switched to the trading channel, and quickly found a seller selling shovels. He then exchanged his newly crafted iron hoe for a shovel. After finishing these tasks, Xiao Chunan pushed open the door and left the wooden house. Nioi was standing by the grill, his eyes fixed on the oily roasting meat on the wire mesh, his mouth practically watering. Xiao Chunan took out a shovel and a hoe from his Jianquan bag and tossed them to Nioi. Stop looking and get to work. Go to the east, south, and north of the island and dig several large water storage pits in low-lying areas. They must be done before the rainy night. Nioi took the tools, grinned, and said, Don't worry, boss, I guarantee I'll complete the task. He then hoisted the tools onto his shoulder and strode off toward the eastern coast. After Nioi left, Bingley raised her head, her icy blue eyes filled with doubt. Why not dig on the west side? Before Xiao Chunan could speak, Shenlan interjected. Instead of digging pits, let's build more plantations. Plantations come with their own water storage tanks, each with a capacity of 500 liters, so 10 would be 5,000 liters. It's cleaner and has a larger capacity than pits. Xiao Chunan's eyes lit up. Can plantations be built repeatedly? Deep Blue replied that as long as there are enough materials and open space, you can build as many as you want. However, it's best to plan the island's development direction in advance to avoid having to demolish buildings later when there isn't enough space. Bingley didn't quite understand, so Shenlan explained, if they were going for a war route, the open spaces would be reserved for city walls, arrow towers, and barracks. If they were going for an agricultural route, they would be used for plantations and farms. The island was only so big, and every piece of land had to be used carefully. After listening, Xiao Chunan immediately made a decision. Fighting and killing were pointless. He now had Bingley and a gun, enough to protect himself. He set the direction directly. Farm first. Only with grain can we have confidence, and only with confidence can we have choices. Now millions of people are waiting for food and water. Whoever can stably produce grain and meat will be the local tyrant. After saying that, he turned and went back into the house, placed his palm on the island monument, and switched to the building page. The plantation was at the top of the list, requiring 100 pieces of wood, 50 pieces of stone, and 1 iron hoe. Xiao Chunan quickly planned in his mind. The shelter was located in the center of the island, and its area would only increase with future upgrades. The plantation could not be built next to the house, it had to be pushed outwards. He planned all 9 plantations on the west side of the island, with the shelter as the central axis, 20 meters away from the center and 5 meters away from the coastline, with a 2-meter passageway in the middle and 5 plantations on each side. Each plantation is 5 meters wide and 10 meters long, and 5 plantations side by side make a total of 25 meters. If expansion is needed in the future, another row will be added to both sides, so that it neither blocks the houses nor affects his precious fields. After thinking it through, Xiao Chunan clicked build, and confirmed it 9 times in a row. A series of beeps sounded, and the wood, stone, and 9 iron hose were instantly removed. 9 beams of white light shot into the sky outside, spreading out sequentially on the west side of the wooden house. The turf was stripped away, the soil was turned over, and wooden fences rose from the ground, quickly forming neat rows of fields. After the 9 plantations were completed, the system indicated that there were currently dozens of plantations in total, with 500 planting grids and a total water storage capacity of 5,000 liters. 5,000 liters. Xiao Chunan looked at the data and was in a good mood. A moderate to heavy rain tonight would solve most of the water problem. At this moment, a notification came from the workbench that all 267 ordinary iron hose had been manufactured and were piled on the ground, densely packed like a small armory. Xiao Chunan did a quick calculation. He had given Sunminga 2 shovels in exchange for 1, Nioi took 1, and 9 more were used to build the plantation. Now he had 254 shovels left. He entered the trading hall and put everything up for sale. Each iron hoe required 8 units of iron ingots, vines, clay, or glass. After confirming the listing for sale, he didn't let the workbench sit idle. He put all the animal bones he had just earned from selling roasted meat into it. With plenty of iron ingots and wood, he would continue to make as many animal bones as he could. After setting the parameters, Xiao Chunan went out and headed straight for the newly built plantation on the west side. The 10 plantations were neatly arranged and looked quite impressive. The pine dolphin fruit tree was inside one of the fences. He went over to take a look and found that the system automatically avoided existing plants when turning over the soil, and the tree roots and surrounding soil were unaffected, which relieved him. If the tree is plowed, all the spiritual spring water we use today will have been wasted, and who knows how long it will take for the tree to grow back. Xiao Chunan took out an iron hoe and began turning over the soil in 5 empty spaces next to the thunder dolphin fruit tree. The soil was loose, and the hoe went in easily, quickly digging all 5 holes. He took out 5 thunder pig fruit seeds, dropped 1 into each hole, covered them with soil, and tamped it down. Then he took out a small earthenware jar containing the spring water that increases yield, unscrewed the stopper, and poured a small amount onto each seed. The clear spring water seeped into the soil, and a faint green light rose from the surface. After watering the 5 seeds, about 500 milliliters were used, and 600 milliliters remained in the jar. Xiao Chunan put away the pottery jar and patted the mud off her hands. Will the result be available tomorrow? A deep blue light floated above the planting grid, earnestly reminding him that the growth cycle of the green quality spiritual plants is 48 hours, and they will only bear fruit for the first time after 48 hours after sowing. Xiao Chunan's face immediately fell. 48 hours? Then all that 500 milliliters of spiritual spring water I poured out was for nothing? The seeds didn't even sprout. What a waste of increased production. I should have just poured mineral water instead. Deep Blue whispered a comforting message to him, saying that it wasn't entirely for nothing, and that it might even increase the yield of the first result. Xiao Chunan rubbed his temples and could only sigh. I hope it's as you say, otherwise we'll be losing a fortune. Chapter 31 Lucky Guarantee Card. Guaranteed Blue Quality. To make management easier, Xiao Chunan decided to name these 10 newly cleared plots of land. More and more things will be planted in the future, and if it becomes impossible to distinguish what's planted in each plot, it will be a huge problem. He thought for a moment, and decided to use the simplest numbering system. The pineapple tree in the garden with 5 newly planted seeds were designated as plantation number 1. And the rest were numbered sequentially up to number 10, which was clear and convenient. Having a name isn't enough, a marker is also needed. Xiao Chunan returned to the front of the wooden house, dug out a few pieces of charcoal from the extinguished fire in the barbecue grill, and then took a piece of scrap wood and used a lumberjack's axe to carve it into a palm-sized wooden sign. He used charcoal to write Plant number 1 on a wooden sign. The handwriting was crooked but legible. Using this method, he quickly made 10 signs and placed them one by one at the entrance of the plantation. Deep Blue floated beside it, looking at the simple wooden sign and reminding it. The words written on this charcoal will all be gone after a rain. Xiao Chunan pressed the last sign into the soil and casually replied, "If it's gone, just write it again. It's no big deal. Can a living person die from holding in their pee?" After placing the wooden sign, he brushed the black ash off his hands and turned to go to the western cliff edge. 12 fishing rods were quietly stuck there, their tips drooping slightly. The countdown to the third round of fishing had long since ended. Xiao Chunan approached the first fishing rod and pulled hard. The fishing line taut from the gray-blue seawater, and a white, fluorescent treasure chest emerged from the water, ready to be opened immediately. Obtained 30 stones. He put the contents into his storage bag and moved on to the next rod. The second rod yielded 2 by 500 milliliters of drinking water, the third rod was empty, the fourth rod yielded 10x copper ingots, and the fifth rod was empty again. The sixth fishing rod yielded a white treasure chest containing 50 wheat seeds. The seventh rod yielded nothing, while the eighth rod produced 10 vines. With basic resources steadily increasing, Xiao Chunan continued her efforts. As he cast his ninth line, a pale green fluorescent treasure chest dangled from the end. Green quality. Xiao Chunan raised an eyebrow, removed the chest, and opened it. Inside lay a scroll of blueprints. Gravel road construction drawings. Quality, excellent green. Note: after learning this skill, you can unlock the gravel road building on the island monument. This road can be used to pave roads, slightly increasing movement speed on the road surface and preventing mud from forming in rainy weather. Xiao Chunan's mood immediately improved. The island was all muddy, which was fine normally, but it was easy to get covered in mud after rain. With the gravel path, it would be much more convenient to move around on the island in the future. The 10th rod went unused, but the 11th caught a white treasure chest, yielding 10 pieces of burlap. When it came to the 12th rod, Xiao Chunan immediately sensed something was wrong as soon as she applied force. Sink. The treasure chest burst forth from the water, its entire body enveloped in a deep blue light, significantly brighter than white or green. Xiao Chunan's pupils constricted. It was actually of blue quality. The lid of the box popped open, scattering blue light into fragments. At the bottom lay a card, entirely blue. The card's edges were printed with a serrated pattern, and the front depicted a 4-leaf clover, with tiny starlight dappling between the leaves. Lucky Guarantee Card Blue. Quality, rare. Note: after use, the next time you use fishing, card drawing, summoning, or probability-based abilities or items, you will definitely get a blue or higher quality item. Note: this is a one-time consumable item. It will be automatically linked to the next probability event after use. Xiao Chunan gripped the card, his fingers tightening slightly. It was definitely blue or higher. The value of this card exceeded all the resources he had earned today combined. Because it locks in the lower limit. That is to say, his next gotcha pull will at least be blue. If he's even luckier, he might get purple, orange, or even gold. He glanced at the sign on the cliff edge. Remaining fishing attempts for today, 0 to 3. The third round of all 12 fishing rods has been used up. Xiao Chunan suddenly asked Shenlan, "What would happen if we took these fishing rods to the fusion furnace?" Deep Blue circled him once, then said uncertainly, "Theoretically, 3 white fishing rods can be fused into 1 green quality rod. But fishing rods are special items, so the result may vary." Xiao Chunan pressed further. "For example?" "It might increase the daily fishing attempts, raise the drop rate for high-quality treasure chests, or even unlock new features. Of course, it might also mean nothing changes, just that 3 fish become 1, in which case the owner would lose out big time." Xiao Chunan stroked his chin. 12 fishing rods, 36 times a day, were currently his most stable source of external resources. Using them to gamble on unknown upgrades was simply too risky. If the fusion doesn't work well, it would be like cutting off one's own arm. He quickly made a decision. Let's wait and see. He could use a few more fishing rods to test the waters later when he had more. The safest course of action now is to honestly become a fisherman using industrialized fishing methods. Xiao Chunan put all the fishing rods into his Qiankuan bag and turned back to the wooden house. He first pasted the gravel road map onto the island monument, and the map turned into light spots that blended into the surface of the monument. Ding! New building unlocked, gravel road. Xiao Chunan pressed his palm on the island monument, and transaction notifications immediately popped up one after another. Another batch of iron hose was sold, more than 140 fewer in quantity, and the barbecue sold even faster, with only a little over 100 left out of the original 298 pieces. He didn't look at it much, his finger swiping across the list of buildings, stopping at the gravel road icon. Gravel road. Construction requirements: 20 stone blocks, each block is 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. Note: can be laid on the ground of the territory to improve traffic efficiency and reduce the impact of mud on rainy days. The planting area has been planned, and a road leading to the west coast must also be arranged. This will make it convenient for him to harvest vegetables at the cliff every day, and also prevent him from getting his feet covered in mud on rainy days. Xiao Chunan set the starting point in front of the high-class wooden house and the ending point directly to the western cliff edge, with a width of 2 meters, which coincided with the passageway reserved in the middle of the plantation. The light curtain automatically calculates the required road section. Paved sections, 23 sections. Resource consumed, 460 stones. Put up. The stone inventory figure jumped sharply from 2,622 to 2,162. Chapter 32. Walk other people's paths, leaving them with nowhere to walk. A beam of white light shot out from the island monument, piercing through the wall and landing outside. The light spread along a predetermined path, the turf and soil separated and compacted on their own, and fine pebbles appeared out of thin air, settling evenly on the roadbed. Soon, a smooth gray gravel road took shape, stretching straight from the door of the wooden house to the edge of the western cliff, its width fitting perfectly into the passageway in the middle of the plantation. Xiao Chunan pushed open the door and stepped out, stomping on the surface. It was hard and flat, much more comfortable than mud, with gray adhesive filling the gaps between the stones. He nodded in satisfaction. Truly a green quality building. With this road, we won't have to wade through mud when we go to the cliff to retrieve our fishing rods on rainy days. Xiao Chunan returned to the cabin and placed his hand on the island marker again. Stone, 2,192. With resources still plentiful, he simply planned a gravel path in each of the 3 directions, east, south, and north, centered around the high-class wooden house. The 3 paths were roughly the same length as the one on the west side, totaling 69 sections and consuming 1,380 stones. He chose to build it directly. The island monument shone again, 3 beams of white light shot out of the building, the ground trembled slightly, and the soft sound of paving soon followed. Ding! 69 gravel roads have been completed. Xiao Chunan went outside to check. 4 gray gravel paths, centered on the wooden house, formed a cross shape leading to all 4 sides of the island and reaching the edge of the cliff. To the west is a plantation, to the east is a grove of resources, to the north are a small stone mine and an ancient lighthouse, and to the south are a thatch forest resource point, as well as Niu Yi's basic wooden house. The layout of the entire island instantly became much clearer. Standing in the center of the intersection, Xiao Chunan was increasingly satisfied with what she saw. Now this looks more like territory. At this moment, he looked at Bingley in front of the wooden house and asked her how much she had roasted. Bingley took out a large stack of roasted meat tied with straw from her storage bag and piled it on the open ground. 500 portions. Xiao Chunan praised the efficiency, casually put the 500 portions of roasted meat into his jiankun bag, returned to the wooden house, and placed his hand on the island monument. A transaction notification immediately appeared. He sold out all 300-plus iron hose he had previously listed, earning over 2,000 iron ingots, along with materials such as vines, clay, and glass. He also sold a considerable amount of regular roasted meat, which he exchanged for a batch of animal bones and iron ingots. Xiao Chunan scanned the inventory. The number of iron ingots had reached over 2,300, and the prices of vines, clay, and glass had also increased significantly. This wave of whole business had yielded considerable profits. Without delay, he immediately put the 500 portions of roasted meat he had just received on the shelves in batches, exchanging them for stones, wood, and thatch. As soon as he finished, the buzzing sound from the workbench stopped. Ding! Crafting 300 iron hose, normal, complete. 300 new hose were piled up in the corner, gleaming with metallic luster. Xiao Chunan switched to the trading hall to search for iron hose and found that the market price had been driven down to 8 units of iron ingots, with some even listing them for 7 units. He wasn't surprised. As long as the drop rate for blueprints for ordinary quality tools increased, a price war was bound to break out sooner or later. Since others were going to compete aggressively, he would compete even more fiercely. Xiao Chunan immediately put all 300 iron hose on the shelves, slashing the price to 6 units of iron ingots, or an equivalent amount of vines, clay, or glass. He refused to believe that this price wouldn't clear out the inventory. After finishing with the hoe, he suddenly remembered the fishing net blueprint he had caught yesterday. He hadn't used it after learning the technique because he was short of vines, but now he had just enough materials. He inspected the warehouse and found 252 units of vines and 6 bundles of hemp rope. Xiao Chunan went to the workbench and found the fishing vine cage in the manufacturing list. Fishing vine cage. Quality, average. Required, 1 hemp rope, 5 vines. He directly selected the maximum production quantity of 6. A white light shone, the workbench flashed continuously, and soon 6 cylindrical cages woven from vines and hemp ropes appeared beside it. The rattan cage was half a meter high, with a constricted entrance at one end, allowing fish and shrimp to enter but preventing them from getting out. Xiao Chunan picked it up and weighed it in her hand. It was very light. This kind of passive fishing tool only needs to be thrown into the sea and checked once a day. He put the 6 fishing nets into his storage bag, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the wooden house. The clouds on the horizon grew thicker, and the air became increasingly humid. Nioi was still digging pits and tamping the soil on the eastern coast, working with great enthusiasm. Xiao Chunan didn't disturb him, and walked along the north-facing gravel path to the edge of the cliff. The sea breeze ruffled his clothes, carrying a salty, fishy smell. He took out a rattan cage, chose a flat spot, and threw it into the sea along the cliff face. The first rattan cage sank quickly, leaving only the end of the rope draped over the cliff. He secured the rope firmly in the crevice of the protruding rock, then tugged hard to make sure it wouldn't be swept away by the waves. Then he dropped the second and third one every 3 or 4 meters, and soon all 6 rattan cages were submerged in the water. Fishing vine cages have been deployed. It is estimated that 1 charge can be collected per day. Done! Xiao Chunan clapped his hands. Now, he would just have to wait and see what the harvest was like tomorrow. Chapter 33. The most important thing in life is, of course, to seize the time to harvest a metaphor for exploiting others. Time slipped away in the midst of our busy lives, and the sky gradually darkened until the last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by the horizon. Dark clouds pressed overhead, and the sea breeze blew stronger and stronger, making our clothes flutter loudly. Nioi ran back from the south, carrying a shovel and a hoe, covered in mud, with a simple smile on his face. "Boss, the pits are all dug. 2 on each side, east, south, and north, big and deep." Xiao Chunan nodded. This big guy was indeed a hard worker. He spent the whole day swinging his shovel and dug 6 large water storage pits in 3 areas. Combined with the water storage tanks that came with the 10 plantations on the west side, even if there was a heavy rain tonight, the water level would be stable. He took out 2 pieces of roasted meat from his storage bag and handed them over. "Eat up and go back inside to rest, the rain is coming soon." Nioi took the roasted meat, chuckled, and turned to go to the basic wooden hut on the south side. Xiao Chunan stood at the doorway, looking up at the sky. The clouds hung low, like pot lids, layer upon layer of dark gray cumulus clouds. The purple light of the ancient lighthouse pierced through the clouds, casting an eerie halo. The rain is really coming soon. He turned to look at the barbecue grill. Bingley was taking the last few pieces of roasted meat off the grill and putting them into an empty bag. The 5 grills had been running non-stop for most of the day, with wood being added as it burned out, and the firelight made her fair profile look slightly red. That day, braving the heat, she managed to roast 2,500 pieces of meat. Seeing that the wind was getting out of control, Xiao Chunan immediately said, "Don't start the fire, come inside." Bingley extinguished the fire, put the barbecue grills into the storage bags one by one, and followed him into the luxurious wooden house. After entering the room, Xiao Chunan raised his hand and pressed it against the island monument. The workbench had stopped. All 483 pieces of animal bones had been used up, and the iron hoe production line had automatically ended. He glanced at today's transactions. All 783 iron hoes had been sold out. The first 300 attempts yielded an average price of 6 units of rare resources, while the remaining 483 attempts were sold off at a reduced price of 5 units, ultimately resulting in 3440 iron ingots, 410 vines, 311 clay, and 294 glass. The profits from roasted meat are even more outrageous. Selling 2,700 pieces of ordinary roasted meat yields 22,000 wood, 20,000 thatch, 10,000 stone, and 33 bundles of hemp rope. Hemp rope can currently only be obtained from fishing treasure chests, and the yield is pitifully low. 3 portions of roasted meat are barely enough to exchange for 1 bundle. Xiao Chunan glanced at the total assets. Timber 23,482, thatch 23,802, stone 10,812, iron ingots 5,265, and raw meat 6,934 pieces remaining. He closed the transaction history and switched back to the market to check the iron pickaxe orders. The screen was full of clearance sales, 3 iron ingots a pickaxe, and someone even listed 2 iron ingots plus 10 wood. The price war was worse than he had anticipated. The price had plummeted from 8 iron ingots to 5, and now it was being driven down to 3 by resellers. Adding to the woes, with heavy rains approaching, those who hadn't built plantations or dug irrigation pits had no time to make amends, and the demand for iron hoes collapsed. Xiao Chunan knew in his heart that this business had come to an end. Those who entered early would reap the rewards, while those who entered late would only get scraps. If they rushed in now, they would be left with nothing but scraps. Fortunately, he acted quickly enough to reap the biggest profits from the first wave. Although he tried to clear out the remaining stock at a low price, the cost was still there, so he wouldn't lose money no matter how he sold them. However, he wasn't too complacent. The market changes too quickly. What makes you rich today might be scrap metal tomorrow. What truly ensures long-term survival are food, water, land, and military strength. He glanced at the remaining ordinary roasted meat. There were 296 pieces left. After thinking for a moment, he took out 96 pieces and put them on the trading platform. This time, he wouldn't exchange them for basic resources, but for animal hides. Item: regular grilled meat X1. Quantity: 96. Requirement: 1 piece of any animal hide. Xiao Chunan didn't know how long the rain would last, or whether the temperature would drop afterward. With only a day and a half left in the newbie protection period, it was better to be prepared than to be completely clueless at the last minute. After finishing these tasks, he casually browsed the regional channels. It was in complete chaos. Some people hadn't dug the water storage pit properly, some were buying pottery jars and wooden barrels at high prices, and others were arguing about whether rainwater was safe to drink directly. Soon someone reminded him that the rainwater needed to be boiled or purified, as drinking it directly could cause illness. Xiao Chunan withdrew his hand, stretched his stiff neck, and noticed that the wind outside was getting stronger, making the wooden walls creak. Bingley stood at the bedroom door, her long, icy blue hair still tinged with the smell of cooking oil. Even she looked somewhat tired after grilling meat all day. Xiao Chunan walked over, took out the can of cola from his jiankun bag, and handed it to her. "You've worked hard today." Bingley took the red aluminum can and looked it over twice. "How do I open it?" Xiao Chunan helped her pull the tab, and the hissing sound of bubbles was particularly clear in the room. She leaned closer to smell it, then tentatively took a sip. The bubbles danced on her tongue, bringing a surge of sweetness and a tingling sensation. She frowned, then took a second sip. "It's a strange taste, but not unpleasant." Xiao Chunan leaned against the wall and smiled. It tastes even better when chilled. Bingley glanced at him, and a thin layer of frost immediately appeared in her palm, spreading from her fingertips to cover the entire aluminum can. A few breaths later, fine water droplets condensed on the can's surface. She took another sip, and her eyes immediately lit up. This is delicious. Her tone was unusually pleasant, completely different from her usual indifferent demeanor. Xiao Chunan chuckled. I'm glad you like it. I'll give you more when I catch more. Bingley lowered her head and took another big gulp, then handed him the jar. Okay, you have a sip too. Xiao Chunan took the drink and took a sip. An ice-cold cola. In this broken world where there wasn't even running water, it felt like the pinnacle of life. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning ripped across the sky, instantly illuminating the entire island as if it were daytime. Then, large raindrops began to pelt down. At first, it was just a few scattered patters, but soon the rain lines connected into a dense, impenetrable curtain. The whole world was filled only with the sound of the pouring rain and the roar of the waves. Chapter 34 I am a kind-hearted person and cannot bear to see my compatriots suffer. Xiao Chunan handed the cola back to Bingley, then walked to the window and pushed open the wooden door. The icy rain was immediately swept into the room by the gust of wind, hitting his face. He quickly closed the window panel, keeping out the wind and rain, then raised his hand to press the island marker. The regional channel was already buzzing with excitement. It's raining! A hole has been smashed through the roof of my wooden shed. Help! The shed has collapsed, and all the thatch has flown away. The shelter is full of water, it's already up to my ankles. Are there any basic wooden huts available? Do they leak? Some said the basic wooden huts could hold up, as they didn't leak, though the walls would sway in strong winds. Many more, however, were begging for fire and food, soaked to the bone, cold and hungry, fearing they would catch a fever and die if they stayed out all night. Cries for help, screams of despair, and expressions of despair flooded social media. This torrential rain, like a merciless sieve, is weeding out those who don't even have basic shelter. Xiao Chunan stared blankly at the message, but a business opportunity swished through her. A simple wooden shed required 10 portions each of wood and thatch, while upgrading to a basic wooden house would require 100 portions of wood, 100 portions of thatch, and 20 portions of stone. The total was 110 pieces of timber, 110 pieces of thatch, and 20 pieces of stone. For him, it was just a drop in the ocean, but for those outside getting soaked in the rain, it was a chance to survive. He switched to the trading hall and quickly put up a resource pack: 110 pieces of wood, 110 pieces of thatch, 20 pieces of stone, plus a piece of ordinary roasted meat, in exchange for a fishing rod, a dimensional bag, or a skill book, for a total of 200 packs. A shelter upgrade package, plus a decent amount of roasted meat, can be exchanged for a high-potential piece of beginner equipment. For Xiao Chunan, it's a huge win. For the survivors, it's trading their future for survival tonight. After posting the trade, he returned to the regional channel and said, Fellow countrymen who haven't upgraded their shelters to basic cabins yet, take note. This rain isn't going to stop anytime soon. Without a house to shelter you from the wind and rain, you'll surely die if you get soaked overnight. As soon as Xiao Chunan appeared, people in the channel immediately echoed his sentiments. Some shouted that Boss Xiao was right, some said that his body temperature had dropped, and others cried for help, not wanting to die in the rain. Once the atmosphere was just right, Xiao Chunan slowly typed out his second sentence. I am a kind-hearted person and cannot bear to see my compatriots suffer. I have already packaged the upgrade resources and put them on the exchange. I will help as many as I can. The quantity is limited, so it's first come, first served. The message had barely been sent when the channel was filled with gratitude. Boss Xiao is giving out perks? This is true Chinese comradeship. Thank you, boss. May you live a long and peaceful life. Brothers, charge. I'm finally saved. The feeling of being touched lasted only a moment. Once the players understood the trade terms, the tide in the chat shifted instantly. What a rip-off! Over 200 basic materials for a single piece of beginner equipment? Isn't this just profiteering? You say you can't bear to see your compatriots suffer, but you're the one who fleeces them the most. Boycott him. Absolutely no one will trade with him. Some countered that if you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it. No one forced you. The argument quickly escalated into a heated debate, with some even threatening to launch a joint attack on Xiao Chunan after the trial ended. Xiao Chunan simply stared at the light screen, completely unconcerned. Buying and selling is free. Everyone gets what they need. A pile of timber is worthless under normal circumstances, but on a stormy night like this, it's a life. Soon, transaction notifications started popping up. Resource pack sold, obtained fishing rod. Resource pack sold, obtained dimensional bag. Resource pack sold, obtained disassembly skill book. Notifications kept popping up, and the regional channels were filled with complaints, but the trading hall never seemed to stop. Despite the criticism, people still bought the resources. In less than 5 minutes, all 200 resource packages were sold out. Given the choice between life and tools, any normal person knows which to choose. All 200 resource packs you listed have been sold. Obtain 128 dimensional bags, 66 fishing rods, 3 appraisal skill books, and 3 disassembly skill books. In this round, Xiao Chunan paid 22,000 units of timber, 22,000 units of thatch, 4,000 units of stone, and 200 pieces of roasted meat in exchange for 200 rare and non-renewable props. After tonight, it's unlikely we'll ever find such high quality, a metaphor for easily exploited investors, again. Those who survive to tomorrow are either incredibly capable, or have amassed enough wealth to no longer be trading fishing rods for worthless wood. Xiao Chunan switched to her private chat inbox, which was already overflowing with messages. Does anyone still have any? Restock quickly. Please restock, my brother's still getting soaked in the rain. I'll trade my fishing rod for it, I missed out. The vast majority of these are people who missed out on resource packs and are asking for restocks. With nearly 1 million people in the entire region, even if only 1% lack a decent shelter, that's still close to 10,000 people. Throwing in a mere 200 resource packs won't even make a ripple. Chapter 35 With your big mouth, it's a shame you're not driving a tricycle. Xiao Chunan ignored the insults, and switched back to the regional channel. At this time, some players who still had some resources also sensed a business opportunity, and followed his example, listing upgrade resource packs for sale and starting to harvest newbie items. The channel quickly filled with shouts of vendors advertising things like shelter upgrade materials, house building gift packs, and beginner cabin packages, all priced as a single starter item. The players immediately erupted, denouncing them as unscrupulous merchants, calling it robbery. Despite the criticism, people still had to buy it. Those who were only focused on criticizing Xiao Chunan and missed out on the barbecue resource pack are now kicking themselves and have no choice but to reluctantly buy these watered-down versions that don't even have meat. Xiao Chunan also spotted a familiar name among the merchants, Manhwa Kai. He was the one who had traded his dimensional bag and fishing rod for Thunder Pig fruit yesterday, then threatened him to leave a way out for others, before finally being blocked by him. This guy was lucky. He actually got the blueprint for an iron hoe. He was one of the people who sold iron hoes and engaged in a price war with Xiao Chunan during the day. Now he's the first to imitate Xiao Chunan, selling a resource pack without barbecue. Xiao Chunan clicked his tongue, turned off the channel, and glanced at the remaining resources in the warehouse: 1482 wood, 1802 thatch, and 6812 stone. He removed 13 of the previously listed barbecue orders and put together a new batch of set meals. He listed 110 pieces of wood, 110 pieces of thatch, 20 pieces of stone, and a piece of regular roasted meat, in exchange for a fishing rod, a dimensional bag, or a skill book, a total of 13 items. The items sold out instantly, before he could even switch to the game interface. A notification sounded. All 13 resource packs had been sold, earning him 10 dimensional bags and 3 fishing rods. Deep Blue, seemingly out of nowhere, floated onto his shoulder, looking at the transaction record with a sigh. Just moments ago they were resisting and cursing, and now they were going crazy buying them. Xiao Chunan closed the chat channel and stretched her fingers. 213 resource packs had yielded 138 dimensional bags, 69 fishing rods, and 6 skill books. That concluded today's harvest. He turned and walked towards the fusion furnace, rubbing his hands together, ready to get down to business. 138 white dimensional bags, 3 in a group, can be combined to create 46 green storage bags. The success rate of upgrading from white to green is 100%, without any suspense. Xiao Chunan stuffed 3 white bags into the furnace. A flash of white light, and a green storage bag appeared. Then came the second, third, and fourth groups. His movements became faster and faster, feeding materials, confirming, and receiving the goods, like an assembly line. 46 fusions, 46 green storage bags, all successful. Xiao Chunan stacked them beside the fusion furnace and began the second round. 3 green bags fused into 1 blue bag, a success rate of 90%. Theoretically, 46 green bags can be combined to make 15 blue storage bags, leaving 1 green bag remaining. Xiao Chunan didn't think much of it and continued opening and closing. The first round was successful, the second round was successful, and the 5th, 8th, and 12th rounds were all successful as well. By the 15th round, he was no longer nervous. The notification sounded again, fusion successful. Whether it was just his incredible luck, or a 90% success rate being practically 100%, he failed every single one of the 15 rounds. 15 storage bags emitting a blue glow were laid out on the ground. Xiao Chunan looked at the pile of blue light, his fingers itching slightly. 15 blue bags could theoretically be combined into 5 orange storage bags, and with the one he already had, he could still upgrade 2 more to purple. Purple storage equipment, epic grade, just thinking about it is exhilarating. But this impulse lasted only a moment. An 80% success rate meant that 1 failure would turn 2 blue bags to ashes. 2 blue bags, that's equivalent to 18 white dimensional bags. Bingley worked himself to the bone grilling meat outside today, enduring the entire district's condemnation to take advantage of the chaos, just to accumulate these 100-odd dimensional bags. If they really burned through, he'd be heartbroken. Xiao Chunan ultimately decided against continuing to stuff blue bags into the furnace. He wasn't a gambler, though he was indeed itching to try. He'd wait until he had enough lucky fusion cards and increased his success rate to 90%. He could gamble with his life, but not with his wealth. He put the 15 blue storage bags into his Qiankun bag, and planned to give the remaining green storage bag to Niu-Yi tomorrow. It would be much more convenient for Niu-Yi to carry a bag when he was in charge of resource point collection. At this moment, deep blue floated above the fusion furnace, reminding him that it was a bit of a waste not to use the 81 white fishing rods for fusion. Xiao Chunan glanced at it, and said that with its little mouth, it would be a waste not to use it as a tricycle driver. Deep blue, however, stated seriously that the success rate of upgrading from white to green was 100%, and like the dimensional bag, it was risk-free. Xiao Chunan stroked his chin and began to weigh the options. 81 rods meant 243 fishing opportunities per day, his most stable source of resources. Merging all the fishing rods is actually riskier than upgrading the backpack. Upgrading the backpack just increases the number of slots, but nobody knows what will happen after upgrading the fishing rods. What if 3 rods become 1, and the daily fishing limit remains 3? That would be a huge loss. But then he thought, if he keeps relying on sheer numbers to win, someone will eventually catch up. Sooner or later, someone will combine high-quality fishing rods and fish out better items and blueprints. At that point, his numerical advantage won't be enough. No matter how much ordinary resources you have, they're still just white resources. If you want to stay ahead, you can't be afraid to take risks. With that in mind, Xiao Chunan no longer hesitated, grabbed 3 fishing rods, and stuffed them into the fusion furnace. A notification appeared on the light screen. 3 ordinary grade fishing rods, expected to produce 1 excellent grade fishing rod. Xiao Chunan immediately confirmed the fusion. A flash of white light, the furnace vibrated, and soon, a fishing rod emitting a pale green light emerged from the furnace opening. Chapter 36 Fishing in the Heavens, Everything Can Be Fished. Xiao Chunan reached out and caught the new fishing rod, then casually cast an appraisal spell, causing a light screen to pop up immediately. Fine fishing rod. Quality, excellent green. Number of fishing trips per day, 3. Special, fishing in the heavens, everything can be fished. Slightly increases the success rate of fishing and the probability of obtaining green treasure chests. Extremely small chance of producing orange treasure chests, maximum. Xiao Chunan frowned slightly as he looked at the green fishing rod in his hand. 3 white rods could be combined into 1 green rod, yet the daily fishing limit remained at 3 times. In other words, his original 9 attempts had been reduced to 3. In terms of quantity, this deal was a huge loss. He weighed the fishing rod in his hand. The feel was indeed better, but the number of attempts was also less. Something's not right, Deep Blue. Deep Blue, flapping its tiny wings, floated nearby and immediately analyzed that the single-shot profit wasn't a loss. A green rod reduces the probability of a missed catch. A white rod has a roughly 50/50th success rate, while a green rod might increase it to 60 to 70%. Moreover, white chests mostly only contain basic resources, occasionally yielding seeds, bread, and water. Green chests, on the other hand, can reliably yield rare materials, cards, blueprints, and the 2 green cards and the gravel road blueprint I got today are proof of that. More importantly, there's the output cap. A white fishing rod can only catch blue treasure chests at most, and the probability is ridiculously low. A green fishing rod, on the other hand, can catch orange treasure chests, and the value of 1 orange treasure chest may exceed that of 100 white treasure chests. After hearing this, Xiao Chunan's brows slowly relaxed. Indeed, even 10 white treasure chests combined might not be worth as much as a blueprint for a gravel road. Deep Blue concluded that exchanging 9 unstable low-level draws for 3 high-yield mid-level draws, plus a chance to win the orange grand prize, is a huge win. Xiao Chunan's last bit of hesitation vanished. While snowballing through sheer numbers of fishing rods in the early stages was fine, maintaining his lead required improving the quality. While others were still fishing for wood and stones, he needed to start fishing for blueprints, cards, and rare items. You're quite the talker. It's a shame you're not involved in pyramid schemes. Deep Blue, seemingly oblivious to being offended, circled him once. Xiao Chunan stopped dwelling on it and simply said, "Continue combining." He took out all the fishing rods from his Chenkun bag, and 78 white fishing rods piled up on the ground. He grabbed 3 and stuffed them into the fusion furnace. After confirming their presence, a flash of white light appeared, and a green fishing rod floated out. The second, third, and fourth groups all had a 100% success rate, making the whole process a foregone conclusion. After finishing her cola, Bingley examined the empty aluminum can for a long time, seemingly trying to figure out how the liquid was contained inside. Unable to find a solution, she walked over to the fusion furnace. "You want to upgrade all the rods to green?" "Yeah, white won't be able to keep up with the pace anymore." Bingley looked at the dwindling number of white poles on the ground and remarked that the quantity had decreased by several times. Xiao Chunan continued merging them while explaining that although there were fewer poles, the quality had improved. He gave an analogy. Who is more powerful, a person who can kill a bear with 1 punch or 10 people who can't even catch a chicken? Bingley thought for a moment, and decisively chose the former. Deep Blue added that green fishing rods are more suitable for the current island stage. Xiao Chunan no longer lacks wood and thatch. What he truly lacks are key items such as blueprints, cards, and rare materials. He might not get many good blueprints even if he fished with a white rod his whole life. "You talk too much," Xiao Chunan complained, but his hands moved even faster. White light flickered continuously, and soon, 26 exquisitely crafted fishing rods, gleaming with a pale green light, were piled on the stone floor. Including the first one, there were a total of 27 green fishing rods. Looking at the pile of green fishing rods, Xiao Chunan's gambling addiction flared up again. 27 green fishing rods could be combined into 9 blue fishing rods. He stared at the fusion furnace, his gambling urge rising once more. "No, that's too radical." Even so, after hesitating for a moment, he still grabbed 3 green poles from the pile and stuffed them into the fusion furnace. Fusion solution, 3 premium fishing rods, green. Expected output, rare fishing rod blue X1. Success rate, 90%. Whether to merge. Integration. The furnace shook violently, much more violently than before. The green light inside the furnace tangled and compressed, finally converging into a blinding point of light. Bingley also straightened up and stared at the furnace opening. The buzzing stopped abruptly, and a faint blue light spilled from the furnace opening. Immediately afterwards, a fishing rod, entirely azure blue, slowly floated up, its shaft seemingly sculpted from blue crystal, with fine, flowing light dancing across its surface. It's done. Xiao Chunan grabbed it, and immediately began to examine it. Rare fishing rod. Quality, rare blue. Number of fishing trips per day, 3. Special, fishing in the heavens, everything can be fished. Increases fishing success rate, greatly increases the probability of obtaining green treasure chests, and slightly increases the probability of obtaining blue treasure chests. A very small chance of obtaining a purple treasure chest maximum. The words, purple treasure chest, made Xiao Chunan's heart skip a beat. It meant that, with enough luck, he had a chance to reach the epic level. He looked at the remaining 24 green fishing rods. 8 more attempts would give him 9 blue rods. But a 90% success rate wasn't 100%, just one failure would mean 3 green rods and 9 white rods were wasted. Forget it, we're not compatible. Xiao Chunan forcibly suppressed his impulse. He'd already reduced his daily fishing from 243 times to 81. If he continued to synthesize 9 blue rods, he'd only have 27 chances left. If the blue rod drop rate wasn't as high as he expected, he'd really lose a lot. Bingley reached out and touched the blue rod, saying it was beautiful. Xiao Chunan put the blue rod into his Qianquan bag and said indifferently, "Looks aren't important. What's important is being able to catch good fish." Deep Blue floated over and asked him if he wasn't going to continue, saying he could make 8 more blue sticks. Xiao Chunan packed up the remaining 24 green fishing rods. "Let's try it out for a day tomorrow and see how much the yield difference is between blue and green, and whether it's worth continuing to push for higher yields. If it's a disaster, we'll just stick with green. I'm afraid of death but not cowardly. I gamble but not all in. It's always good to leave yourself a way out." Then, Xiao Chunan walked to the island monument and pressed his palm down, and a transaction prompt popped up. Ding! All of your regular barbecue meat X83 items have been sold. Obtain 83 animal hides. 83 animal hides were brought into the warehouse, enough to make several beds. He then switched to the regional channel and glanced at it a few more times. The rain was still falling outside, and the chat box was scrolling rapidly. Some people had fevers and asked for medicine, some had leaky huts, some huddled in corners shivering, and others asked for animal hides, blankets, or a hot meal. Some regretted not upgrading their houses with resource packs sooner, while many more begged Xiao Chunan to continue selling roasted meat. After scanning the channel, Xiao Chunan turned it off and went into the bedroom. Bingley was already lying on her side on the bed, her long, icy blue hair spread out on the wolfskin rug. The candlelight illuminated her profile, giving her pale skin a warm glow. Xiao Chunan took off his coat and lay down inside, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. Her body temperature was still cool, and her touch was delicate. "The protection period ends tomorrow afternoon." "No." Bingley turned over to face him. In the dim light, her ice blue eyes shone exceptionally bright. "Are you scared?" Bingley stared at him for a moment, then leaned in and kissed him. "What do you think?" Xiao Chunan chuckled and reached out to pull her into his arms. "You! The night is long, this is a good time to warm up." Outside the cabin, torrential rain poured down, and the roar of waves crashing against the cliff drowned out the slight creaking of the wooden bed inside the bedroom. After an unknown amount of time, the rain subsided slightly. In the darkness, Bingley rested her head on his shoulder, her breathing gradually becoming steady. Chapter 37 Island Survival Day 3. Frosty Weather Forecast. Island Calendar, Day 3 of Survival. Xiao Chunan was awakened by a tickling sensation. A head was nestled in the crook of her shoulder, long, icy blue hair brushing against her collarbone, feeling cool and refreshing. Bingley was still asleep, her breathing steady, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and one hand resting on his chest. Last night's ordeal had been quite intense. This Ice Queen was just as energetic in bed as she was on the battlefield. Her stamina was outrageous, while Xiao Chunan was the first to give in. Looking at Bingley's impossibly delicate sleeping face, his mind almost wandered again. He quickly rubbed his face to suppress the inappropriate image. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Day 3 of Island Survival. All resource points have been refreshed. Ding! The Epic Lighthouse is now active, increasing resource production at your island's resource points by 50%. Ding! New player protection period remaining, 24 hours. Ding! Weather forecast, frosty weather will arrive in CN 888 in 12 hours. Please prepare accordingly. 4 prompts appeared before her eyes, and Xiao Chunan instantly snapped out of her daze. Frost and snow? Yesterday it rained heavily, today it's snowing? This lousy game has extreme weather every day, it doesn't give you a moment to breathe. He carefully pulled his right arm, which had been numb from Bingley's pillow, his fingertips feeling like they'd been gnawed by ants all night. Bingley was also startled awake, opening her icy blue eyes, looking at him groggily for a moment, and softly saying, "Good morning." Xiao Chunan rubbed her numb arm as she got out of bed. "What do you mean early? The sun is already high in the sky. Get up and move some bricks." He pushed open the wooden window and looked outside. The rain had stopped, and thick, gray-white clouds hung heavy on the horizon, leaving only a halo around the sun. The ground was still wet, with a thin layer of water pooling on the gravel path, and the soil in the plantation was several feet deeper. Overall, however, his island held up. The houses didn't leak, the roads didn't collapse, and the water tanks were probably quite full. Xiao Chunan closed the window, went to the island monument in the living room, and immediately opened the regional channel. Current number of survivors in CN 888, 942,698 to 1 million. He stared at the numbers in silence for a moment. Last night before going to bed, there were just over 970,000. Overnight, more than 30,000 had disappeared. It was all because of a rain shower. There were no monsters, no player versus player combat, and a single night of moderate to heavy rain wiped out 30,000 lives. Those without shelters succumbed to hypothermia when exposed to the rain, while those whose straw huts hadn't been upgraded were blown over by the wind. Even those who were lucky enough to survive the rain couldn't hold on. They developed high fevers and had no medicine, and ultimately, they didn't make it through. The cruelty of this game doesn't require any natural disasters. A simple downpour is enough. 12 hours later, there was still frost and snow. Xiao Chunan continued browsing the channels, which were now in complete chaos. Some people asked for fever-reducing medicine, saying their bodies were burning up like furnaces. Some couldn't believe that more than 30,000 people had died overnight. Some reminded people that there was no first aid for hypothermia, and that if body temperature dropped, it was just waiting to die. Some people cried out in despair, saying that nearly 60,000 people had already died in just 3 days. If it snows tonight, those without proper winter clothing will be freezing. Can the basic log cabin withstand it? Carry it my ass, it's just a thin wooden board, it'll freeze you to death when it snows. The mid-level log cabin has double walls and thatched insulation, which is barely enough, but it still needs fuel and food. I'll buy animal hides and timber at high prices, anything is fine, I need to keep warm. Over 30,000 died in the torrential rain last night, and frost and snow are expected tonight. I don't want to die. The channel messages were scrolling rapidly. Panic had spread completely. Last night's rain had just weeded out a group of people, and the system immediately issued a frost and snow warning, giving them no time to adjust. Bingley came out of the bedroom after getting dressed, her hair still a little messy, and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Chunan withdrew her hand and pointed out the window. "It's going to snow tonight, we need to prepare for the cold in advance." Bingley pushed open the wooden door, and the damp, cold morning air, carrying the earthy smell, rushed in. The ground was still glistening with water, and rainwater splattered on the gravel path. Nioi was squatting on the edge of the light shield by the door, his hands supporting his knees, a silly grin on his bull-headed horse face. "Good morning, boss and boss lady." Xiao Chunan glanced at him. "What are you doing squatting here so early in the morning?" Nioi stood up and dusted off his backside. "Waiting for the boss to assign today's tasks. I can't stay idle, my hands are itching." Seeing his workaholic attitude, Xiao Chunan found it somewhat amusing and asked if the hut had been washed away by the rain last night. Nioi scratched his horn. "It's nothing, just a little water seepage in the corner, it's fine. Thanks to the wooden bed the boss gave me, I'm sleeping quite well." Xiao Chunan nodded. "Work hard, and I'll upgrade your cabin to an intermediate level tonight." The cow's eyes lit up immediately, and it nodded repeatedly. Xiao Chunan took out a green storage bag from her Qianquan bag and tossed it to him. "This is a storage bag with 30 compartments. You can put any resources you collect in here." Nioi took the bag and looked through it, his face full of curiosity. "This is too good, boss." "Enough with the nonsense." Xiao Chunan handed over the logging axe and mining pick. "Here are your tools too, don't waste them. This morning, go and clear out all the resources in the grove on the east side, the thatch on the south side, and the pile of small stones on the north side. Come back for breakfast when you're done." Nioi puffed out his chest and loudly agreed. "All right. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." After saying that, he shouldered his tools and strode off toward the gravel road on the east side. Chapter 38 Seeds are non-renewable. Extraordinary spiritual plants possess the characteristic of daily refresh. Bingley took out 5 barbecue grills from the storage bag, lined them up in a row in the open space in front of the wooden house, and skillfully added wood to the grills. Xiao Chunan instructed her to roast 2 pieces of elite wolf meat for breakfast, and process the rest in batches as usual. Bingley nodded, took out 2 pieces of elite wolf meat that gleamed slightly, and 98 pieces of ordinary raw meat, laying out a total of 100 portions on the iron mesh. The oil made a soft crackling sound when heated. Xiao Chunan didn't linger and led Shenlan along the gravel road on the west side towards the planting area. The air was damp and fresh after the rain, and although the road surface still had water stains, it wasn't slippery. 10 plantations were neatly arranged on both sides of the road, their wooden fences washed clean by the rain. The stone-lined water tanks along the edges of each garden were full, with the water level just a finger's width below the rim. Xiao Chunan casually scooped up some floating leaves, scooped up a little water, and smelled it. There was no fishy smell, nor any mud or sand. Although this water isn't drinkable directly, it becomes fresh water after boiling. A reserve of 5,000 liters is enough to alleviate the island's freshwater anxiety. Those people on the channel who are scrambling for wooden barrels and earthenware jars would probably be green with envy if they saw this pool of water. He first went into plantation number 4. All 50 lettuce seeds sown last night had sprouted, their tender green leaves spreading out against the black soil, growing evenly and already half a palm's height. They would be ready for harvest in a few hours. The wheat in plantation number 3 is also growing well. Tiny green shoots are sprouting densely from the ground, like a layer of green needles. Last night's heavy rain not only didn't damage the wheat seedlings, but actually made them grow even faster. When Xiao Chunan arrived at plantation number 2, he stopped. The tomato seedlings had already grown to knee height, 50 plants crowded into the planting grid, their thin stems leaning to one side or the other, some even lying on the ground, their vines tangled together. Xiao Chunan lifted one of the plants to examine it, confirming that it wasn't due to pests or lack of water, but simply that the stem was too tender to support its own weight. He quickly decided to have Nioi cut dozens of wooden poles to support all the tomatoes. The crops in all 3 gardens were growing vigorously, and Xiao Chunan felt quite satisfied looking at the lush greenery. He then asked Shenlan if the frost and snow that night would affect the seedlings. Deep Blue immediately replied that the impact was significant. Newly sprouted seedlings have extremely poor cold resistance. If exposed to frost and snow, they will most likely freeze to death or be damaged by frost. Therefore, it is not recommended to sow seeds today. It would be a pure waste of seeds. Xiao Chunan frowned and asked if the crops planted last night were wasted. Shenlan told him no, the harvest cycle for ordinary crops is 24 hours, and the ones planted last night would ripen just before the frost and snow tonight, as long as they were harvested in time. Xiao Chunan breathed a sigh of relief, then asked if these crops could refresh daily like resource points after each harvest. Shenlan's answer was straightforward, no. Ordinary crops are single-use. The plants wither after harvest. To continue planting, new seeds must be consumed. However, the spiritual plants and crops in this world cannot reproduce on their own. Only seeds produced by the main god can be successfully planted. Xiao Chunan immediately realized the crux of the problem. Seeds are non-renewable. Every one used reduces the supply, and they will inevitably become a form of hard currency in the future. Shenlan also confirmed that seeds are indeed a one-time consumable. He stepped through the damp soil to plantation number 1. The earliest planted Leptocarpus serratus trees had branches that stretched out, covered with deep purple round fruits, each of which was enveloped in a pale green fluorescent glow, making them particularly eye-catching in the morning light. The 5 seeds of the thunder pine fruit planted yesterday afternoon have already sprouted and grown into tender green seedlings half a meter tall, showing promising growth. Xiao Chunan picked a ripe thunder pig fruit and weighed it in his hand. It was quite heavy. In a good mood, he simply picked all the fruit from the entire tree, and in the end, he counted them, exactly 23. There were 2 more than yesterday. The number wasn't exaggerated, but it was enough to prove that increasing the production of spiritual spring water was indeed effective. Xiao Chunan put the 23 thunder pig fruits into his Jiankun bag with satisfaction, and then looked at the 5 new seedlings next to him. He asked Shenlan if the newly planted thunder porpoise fruit tree would also be a one-time thing. Shenlan explained that the thunder porpoise fruit tree is essentially a spirit plant fruit tree, which can bear fruit repeatedly, and most extraordinary spirit plants belong to independent resource points with fixed respawn characteristics. Xiao Chunan was now completely relieved. Ordinary seeds were consumables, but the spirit plant fruit trees could produce fruit for a long time, which was enough. He then asked whether the frost and snow tonight would affect them. Deep Blue said there was no need to worry, the 5 newly planted leptodon saplings would reach maturity tonight, and would be unaffected by frost and snow. As for the earliest one, mature plants are inherently cold-resistant, so there shouldn't be any major problems. The 6 thunder pig fruit trees are all long-term meal tickets. With the added benefits of the lighthouse and the continuous irrigation from the production-enhancing spirit spring, the daily grenade production alone will be enough for Xiao Chunan to open an arms shop. He took out the earthenware jar containing the spiritual spring water, removed the stopper, and clear, cool steam gushed out from the jar. He watered each of the 6 trees with 100 milliliters, and the remaining 600 milliliters in the jar were used up just enough. The clear spiritual spring water seeped into the soil at the roots, causing a faint green glow to appear on the ground, which dissipated after a few breaths. Xiao Chunan patted the empty jar and shook it twice to make sure there was nothing left. Looks like I'll have to restock with Sunminga. I wonder if last night's torrential rain affected her spring. It would be a shame if production was affected. He collected the empty pottery jars, left the plantation, and headed straight for the coastal cliffs at the end of the gravel path. Chapter 39. The neighbors' hidden agendas backfired as they became the ones watching the drama unfold. Xiao Chunan followed the gravel path to the cliff edge on the west side of the island. The weather was nice today, perfect for fishing. He patted the Jiankun bag at his waist, and took out 24 excellent-grade fishing rods and 1 rare-grade blue fishing rod in turn. The green fluorescence and blue light intertwined and filled the ground. Xiao Chunan picked up the blue rod, ready to cast the line, when Shenlan suddenly flew to the tip of the rod and squatted down, tilting her little face to remind him. Master, we haven't used that lucky guarantee card yet. Do you want to use it on this blue fishing rod? Xiao Chunan paused, glancing at the blue fishing rod in her hand. It had a chance to fish out a blue treasure chest, with a maximum of purple. Using a blue guarantee card to guarantee a blue chest seemed like a bad deal. He asked Deep Blue, "Can I draw cards today?" Deep Blue quickly replied, "Still cooling down, 43 minutes left." Xiao Chunan immediately decided to save her pity card for the fate summoning event. The fishing rod's maximum potential was only purple, but the fate summoning event's maximum potential was unknown. If she were to pull a mythical servant like Bingley, that would be true immense wealth. Having thought it through, he didn't delay any longer and cast his line. The fishing line, carrying the sinker, traced an arc before falling into the grayish-blue sea. He placed 1 rod every meter, and soon 25 fishing rods were neatly lined up along the cliff. A row of semi-transparent countdown panels appeared in the wind and started counting down in unison. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Now all we have to do is wait. Xiao Chunan clapped his hands and turned to go back to the wooden house. Before he even got close, the rich aroma of meat wafted over. The first batch of 100 pieces of roasted meat was ready, and Bingley was using wooden tongs to remove the meat from the wire mesh. 2 of the elite wolf meat pieces gleamed faintly, their texture firmer and more delicate than regular roasted meat. Xiao Chunan pointed to them. "Take out those 2 elite pieces and sprinkle some salt on them." Bingley placed the meat on the stone slab, and Xiao Chunan took out refined salt and sprinkled it evenly. The salt grains landed on the scalding hot meat, making a soft crackling sound, and the aroma instantly became even stronger. He handed one of the pieces to Bingley. "Let's eat." Bingley took the roasted meat and took a small bite. Xiao Chunan also picked up another piece, ate most of it in a few bites, and then took out 2 bottles of mineral water, unscrewing one and handing it to her. The 2 stood at the door and finished their simple breakfast. Afterwards, Xiao Chunan put the remaining 98 pieces of ordinary roasted meat into his qiankun bag, while Bingley continued to add new meat to the grill. After finishing his meal, he went to the island monument and placed his palm on it. The screen lit up, and he opened his friends list, found Sunminga, and sent her a message. "Xiao Chunan, are you there? Did last night's rain affect your spring?" The other party replied almost instantly. Sunminga, "No, don't worry, boss. I reinforced it with stones and clay beforehand, and also built a small shed to keep out the rain. The yield is stable, and today's spiritual spring water has already been collected." After reading it, Xiao Chunan thought the girl was quite smart, knew how to protect core assets, and was indeed suitable for long-term cooperation. Xiao Chunan, that's good. The usual deal? Sunminga, okay, boss, just a moment. A transaction window popped up quickly. Xiao Chunan placed 3 thunderpig fruits and a piece of freshly grilled ordinary roasted meat on the table. Giving an extra piece of meat was a way of maintaining a long-term partnership. On the opposite side, there was a small earthenware jar filled with spiritual spring water, as well as 2 empty earthenware jars. Small ceramic jar, currently storing 1,200 milliliters of increased spiritual spring water. Small clay pots, empty x2. Xiao Chunan confirmed the transaction. Ding! Transaction successful. Sunminga, you're so generous, boss. I'll definitely come back to you for more good stuff in the future. Xiao Chunan simply replied with an and closed the chat window. The spiritual spring she had acquired was enough to irrigate the plants for the next 2 days, ensuring a stable yield of thunderpig fruit. After the transaction was completed, he opened his private chat inbox, which was overflowing with hundreds of unread messages. Most of them were requests to buy roasted meat and thunderpig fruit, while others wanted to exchange basic resources for iron ingots and rare materials. As for the blueprints for Glock pistol bullets that he wanted most, there was still no sign of them. Xiao Chunan was too lazy to reply to each one, so she simply clicked, read, and deleted them all, instantly bringing peace to the world. He switched to the trading hall and glanced at his resource reserves. He only had 7 units of timber left, and 320 units of thatch. He had basically emptied his coffers last night in his quest to profit from retail investors. So he hung all 97 pieces of ordinary roasted meat on it. Item: regular grilled meat x1. Quantity: 97. Requirements: 20 wood or 20 thatch. As for the thunderpig fruit, he doesn't plan to sell it today. Tomorrow, the newbie protection period ends, and nobody knows for sure what the so-called survival trial is all about. It could be a monster attack on the island, a natural disaster, or even players fighting each other. The Thunder Pig fruit, a powerful weapon with a wide area of effect, must be saved as a trump card. Selling them now to exchange for resources would be a huge loss if we ran out of firepower when the trial started. Xiao Chunan closed the trading interface and switched to the regional channel. The channel was buzzing with discussion. Does anyone know what happens after the newbie protection period ends? The system only mentioned the survival trial, without revealing its details. I guess it's a monster tide, that's how it's written in novels. What if it's players fighting each other, like a battle royale mode? Don't scare people, it's only the third day and it's already a battle royale? Soon, the topic shifted to the upcoming frost and snow. Some people say that the system alerted them that the perceived temperature would drop below zero, and without a sealed shelter and warm clothing, they could get frostbite overnight. Immediately, someone wailed, "It's over! I've even lost my animal hide! That damn Xiao Chunan tricked me out of my animal hide with roasted meat last night!" Then someone else chimed in. "Xiao Chunan has been selling barbecue and hose these past 2 days, he must be making a killing. Isn't anyone going to beat him up?" Xiao Chunan stared at these messages, her expression suddenly becoming somewhat strange. He was just casually browsing chat. How did he end up getting caught up in the drama himself? The next second, a person named Ma Debiao spoke up directly. "My island is not far from Xiao Chunan's. Anyone nearby who wants to team up? I got a fine-grade wooden boat while fishing yesterday. The protective shield will disappear tomorrow. Let's all go over and beat him up, share the purple tower, and split the Thunder Pig fruit." Lu Taizhu immediately chimed in. "Count me in. Xiao Chunan lives next door, and I've been on tenterhooks these past few days, afraid he'll come after me first. It's better to strike first." "Count me in too. That scoundrel took advantage of my misfortune last night, exchanging a worthless resource pack for my fishing rod. I dream of beating him to death. Add me, add me. His lighthouse's purple light keeps me awake all night. Having a boat makes things much easier. We'll take action as soon as the protection period expires." Chapter 40 Xiao Chunan, you've finally met your match. Now you're getting your comeuppance, aren't you? As Xiao Chunan watched the franchisees pop up one after another in the regional channel, the veins on his forehead throbbed. Are these people fearless or have they lost their minds? They actually dared to openly plot to beat him up right in front of him, on a public screen that over 900,000 people in the entire district could see. A person named Lin Xiaoyu first poured cold water on their enthusiasm, reminding them that Xiao Chunan had Thunder Pig fruit in his possession, and that if that thing exploded, it could wipe out the entire group. When Xiao Chunan saw this sentence, she thought to herself that at least there was someone who understood, but unfortunately, the person who understood was quickly rebuffed. Jiang Meng jumped out and posted a screenshot, his tone arrogant. "So what if he has the Thunder Pig fruit? Does he really think he's the only one with a supernatural fruit?" Xiao Chunan clicked on the picture. Spiritual plant, tortoise shell fruit. Quality, excellent green. Note, this is a tool-type fruit and cannot be eaten. Crushing it forcefully will activate a temporary tortoise shell shield. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Dezhuang also posted a picture. "Isn't it just a prop fruit? It's not like nobody doesn't have one." Spiritual plant. Arrow fruit. Quality, excellent green. Note, this is a tool-type fruit and is not edible. Crushing it forcefully will unleash a wind-powered arrow to attack the target. Xiao Chunan looked at the two attribute panels and fell silent for a moment. He thought the Thunder Pig fruit was outrageous enough, but he never expected that this world could come up with even more crazy things, with shield and ranged attack fruits appearing. The channel instantly erupted in chaos. Some people are shouting that they have shields and attacks, so defeating Xiao Chunan is a piece of cake. Others say they can provide healing springs, and still others say they don't have any fruit, but they'll all rush in once the protection period ends tomorrow. Ma Debiao quickly sent another message, saying that he had privately created a group chat, and 14 people had confirmed their participation so far. Among them, 3 had item-type fruits, and 6 had combat-related talents. He would pick them up by boat after the protection period ended, and they would act as a unified force. 14 people against 1, and the channel erupted in cheers. Speechless at their antics, Xiao Chunan typed directly on the screen. You're plotting this so openly, don't you even need to keep it a secret? Do you really think I, Xiao, am made of clay? Ma Debiao replied instantly. Xiao Chunan, what are you being so arrogant about? With so many of us, do we need to plot to beat you up? What's wrong with telling you openly and honestly? Jiang Meng joined in the mockery, saying that they wanted Xiao Chunan to know in advance so that he would be too scared to sleep. At this moment, Ma Wakai also appeared, laughing heartily. Xiao Chunan, you've finally met your match. Serves you right for being so arrogant and swindling me out of 2 beginner items. Now you're getting your comeuppance, aren't you? Although he wasn't nearby, he was willing to donate the prop fruit free of charge. Ma Wakai said that his island had poisonous mist fruit, which, when crushed, could release a poisonous mist area that lasted for 30 seconds, causing people to continuously lose health while standing inside. He was willing to give Ma Debiao 5 pills for free, just so he could take a picture afterward to give him some fun. The channel immediately erupted in cheers. Some praised Ma Wansai's magnanimity, while others said that the combination of the poison mist fruit and a swarm of enemies was simply unbeatable. The turtle shield fruit blocked damage, the poison mist fruit blocked movement, and the wind arrow fruit delivered ranged attacks. Xiao Chunan simply couldn't withstand this combo. The mockery grew louder and louder. Even unscrupulous merchants will be brought to justice one day. Who told him to sell it for such a high price? He's a scoundrel who takes advantage of people's misfortune. Support Ma Debiao, kill Xiao Chunan. Once the protection period ends tomorrow, we'll storm that island and whoever gets the resources keeps them. The screen was filled with condemnatory comments, almost all of which were unanimous. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Chunan's eyes. These people were simply insane, talking as if he had done something that would incur divine wrath. So all he did was get first place in the entire server and a legendary lighthouse. So all he did was sell things a little more expensive last night? But which of the people who jumped on the bandwagon and sold resource packs back then didn't rip us off? Why are all the firepower directed at him? Okay, very good. Do you all like to target the first bird to stick its head out? Xiao Chunan laughed in anger and typed a line on the island monument. Very good, remember what you said today, every single one of you, I've remembered it all. He added, I hope you won't disappoint me tomorrow. It would be best if you all came. Otherwise, it will be a lot of trouble for me to go find them one by one. These words only fueled the mockery in the chat. They're getting anxious, the unscrupulous merchants are getting anxious. Brothers, he's panicked. He's going to get a beating tomorrow. Ma Debiao even declared that he would personally go to the island tomorrow. At that time, the thunder pig fruit, the lighthouse, and all sorts of resources and items would be theirs. If Xiao Chunan knew what was good for him and willingly handed over the core of the island monument, he might consider sparing his life. A group of people immediately started commenting, Brother Ma is awesome. And some even shouted that they wanted to watch the live stream of him beating up Xiao Chunan tomorrow. Xiao Chunan did not reply. He turned his head to look at Shenlan, his voice cold. Write down all the people who attacked me in the channel just now, don't miss a single one. Received. Recorded. A total of 47 people made targeted attacks, of whom 14 explicitly stated their participation in the action. Xiao Chunan sneered. Hopefully, these people won't fall into his hands, otherwise he'll shove the thunder pig fruit into their mouths, and let them taste what an otherworldly grenade is like. After turning off the regional channel, Xiao Chunan pushed open the door and walked out of the house. The sea breeze rushed into his collar, bringing a chill. The clouds on the horizon hung low, gray and oppressive, just like his mood at that moment. The more he thought about it, the more baffling it seemed. Ma Wansai's exchange of fruit was a mutually agreeable transaction. Both parties were willing to give and receive. What kind of decision is it to go back on your word afterward? Does it mean you can return vegetables you bought at the market if you think they're too expensive? And the players nearby. His lighthouse's purple light dispelled the fog within a 10,000-meter radius, and also drove away the island-eating sharks. Those people, instead of being grateful for the lighthouse's effect, even threatened to form a group to beat him up. This is utterly absurd. A bunch of ingrates. Developing too well can also become a sin. Xiao Chunan, feeling a surge of frustration, couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "I'm so angry!" Just then, Bingley's cold voice came from the side. "What's wrong?" Xiao Chunan turned his head to look at her. His anger had subsided, leaving only coldness on his face. "A bunch of ungrateful wretches, threatening to gang up on us and beat us up." Bingley walked to his side and gently took his hand. "She only said 4 words. Then kill him." Chapter 41 Emerald Base. A moving island. Feeling the coolness from Bingley's palm, Xiao Chunan's anger finally subsided considerably. It was truly beneath him to get angry with a bunch of dimwits. He shook his head, released Bingley's hand, said he would go check the north side, and then walked along the gravel path towards the north side of the island. He had thrown 6 fishing nets there yesterday, and he wanted to see if he had caught anything overnight, and also to clear his head. On the north side of the island, the purple light of the ancient lighthouse pierced through the low-hanging clouds, casting a halo of light against the gray-white sky. The sea breeze, carrying a salty smell, swept over them. As Xiao Chunan passed the water storage pit that Nioi had dug the day before, he stopped in his tracks. Both large pits were filled with rainwater, the water level only 2 or 3 fingers below the edge. The pit walls were rammed solid and had not collapsed, but the water was murky and yellowish, with a few blades of grass floating on them. He estimated that each pit was 2 meters square and a little over 1 meter deep, capable of holding at least 4,000 liters of water. 6 pits would hold 24,000 liters, and with the 5,000-liter water storage tanks in the 10 plantations, fresh water would not be a problem for a while. Xiao Chunan didn't linger and went straight to the edge of the cliff. The 6 hemp ropes securing the vine cages were still stuck in the rock crevices, their color having changed from earthy yellow to dark brown after being soaked in seawater overnight. He crouched down, grabbed the first rope, and pulled upwards, his hand immediately feeling a heaviness. The moment the vine cage broke through the water, it was noticeably heavier than yesterday. In stock. The rattan cage was lifted onto the cliff face. Xiao Chunan looked through the gap and saw 3 palm-sized silver fish splashing inside, their scales shimmering and their tails slapping loudly, splashing water all over his hand. He opened the cage, poured the fish onto the grass, and casually cast an identification spell. Silver barracuda. Quality, standard, white. Description, common sea fish, with tender flesh, suitable for cooking. Each fish provides 2 pieces of raw fish meat. It was just an ordinary cage, but it was better than an empty one. Xiao Chunan threw the empty rattan cage back into the sea, secured the rope, and went to pull up the second one. The second cage was heavier, with the hemp rope taut. When the vine cage was taken out of the water, there were 3 fish crammed inside. 2 of them looked similar to silver pomfret, but the third was clearly different. The fish had grown larger, its entire body a vibrant green, its scales shimmering with a faint fluorescence. Xiao Chunan poured the fish out and applied his appraisal technique. Jade base. Quality, excellent green. Note, this is a supernatural spirit fish. Its flesh contains trace amounts of spiritual energy. Consuming it after cooking will slightly increase your constitution by 1 point, maximum increase of 10 points per person. Xiao Chunan raised an eyebrow. Increase physical fitness? In other words, eating this fish can permanently enhance physical attributes. He examined the jade base. Its body was plump, its scales tightly packed, and it looked far more vibrant than the silver barracuda next to it. If it could be mass-produced, this thing would be worth far more than ordinary roasted meat. Barbecue gets boring after a while, but these spirit fish that boost attributes provide a real increase in combat power. If they were put in the trading hall, they would be snapped up like crazy. Thinking of this, Xiao Chunan quickened his pace and pulled up the remaining 4 rattan cages one by one. The third cage contained a silver barracuda and a jade base. The fourth cage yielded 2 silver barracudas, plus a fist-sized, bluish-black crab, its pincers still gripping a vine. Xiao Chunan broke the crab off to examine it. Rock crab. Quality, standard, white. Note, this is a crustacean marine product with little meat and a hard shell. It can be cooked and eaten. It has little meat and a hard shell, but it's still considered a meat dish. The fifth cage contained 2 silver barracudas and a clump of dark green seaweed clinging to the cage wall. The sixth cage was the most surprising, crammed with 2 emerald bass and 1 silver barracuda, while the 2 green wrasses had lost several scales from being squeezed so tightly. After harvesting all 6 rattan cages, the final yield was 11 silver barracuda, 4 jade bass, 1 rock crab, and a clump of seaweed. This translates to 22 servings of raw fish from the silver barracuda, plus the crab and seaweed, making approximately 23 servings of ingredients. The yield isn't high, but the advantage is zero cost. Just throw them into the sea every day, no need to feed them or change the water, it's pure passive income. And this is only 6 cages. What if we expand to 60 or 600 in the future? Xiao Chunan had just entertained the thought when she immediately suppressed it. Okay, I almost got carried away again. He collected all the fish into his storage bag, threw the empty rattan cage back into the sea, and secured the rope. After doing this, he straightened up and habitually glanced into the distance. The next second, he froze. Xiao Chunan rubbed her eyes and looked at it again. You read that right? The nearest island in the distance seems to have grown larger than it did the day before yesterday. No, it's not larger, it's just closer. He clearly remembered that when the lighthouse was first placed 2 days ago, the nearest island was about 500 meters away. But now, the distance had obviously shortened, probably less than 300 meters. Even the golden beginner's protective shield at the edge of the other island could be faintly seen on the gray sea. Xiao Chunan looked around again and found that there was more than just that one island. The islands that could be seen around the area all appeared to be larger than they had been the day before. Some had shifted slightly, while others had shifted significantly, but their directions were completely different, and there was no discernible pattern. The island is moving. He immediately asked Deep Blue. Are these islands moving? Deep Blue flapped its little wings and tilted its head to look at the distant islands. Oh right, didn't you notice, Master? The player islands in this world aren't fixed. All the islands float on the sea surface, drifting slowly with the ocean currents and waves. The initial islands have no propulsion system, move very slowly, about 100 meters per day, and their direction is completely uncontrollable. Xiao Chunan frowned. 100 meters every day? Yes, it's completely random. It might go east, it might go south, or it might just go in circles. Unless the island marker is upgraded to a certain level and the navigation function is unlocked, where your island goes is entirely up to fate. Xiao Chunan stared at the island that was getting closer and closer, his mind already considering all sorts of possibilities. So, our islands are bound to collide sooner or later? It's normal for them to collide. Deep Blue floated on his shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of smugness, as if to say, "You finally figured it out." Island collision is one of the core gameplay elements of island survival. After the 2 islands collide, the victor annexes all of the loser's territory and resource points, instantly doubling the island's size. Chapter 42 Epic Architecture. The ends of the earth are within reach. So the real way to play in this island world is that the big fish eat the little fish? Deep Blue circled Xiao Chunan once, flapping its small wings as it explained that once the islands collide, their island markers will enter a state of confrontation. The losing island's marker will shatter, and the island will be annexed by the victor, with all land, buildings, and resource points belonging to the other side. Simply put, islands don't grow in size out of thin air. The only way to expand is by annexing other islands. The strong get stronger, and the weak disappear. If you survive long enough and devour enough, it's not impossible to one day create a supercontinent. Xiao Chunan stroked his chin, looking at the islands floating in the distance. This rule was ruthless. 1 million people, 1 million square islands, each island 100 meters square, drifting randomly every day. Once the protection period ended, a collision would be a matter of life and death. He quickly realized that Ma Debiao and his group weren't entirely foolish for threatening to gang up on him the next day. Under these rules, banding together and overwhelming the weak was indeed the safest way for ordinary people to survive. A person guarding an island will eventually be swallowed up by the alliance, unless that person is strong enough to defeat everyone single-handedly. Xiao Chunan sneered. By annexing his island, he could obtain the purple lighthouse, the thunder pig fruit tree, and the resources he had accumulated over the past 2 days. An epic-level building, who wouldn't be tempted? However, to take it, one had to be alive. As he walked to the foot of the ancient lighthouse, Deep Blue suddenly flew in front of him to remind him that the cooldown for the destiny card draw had ended. Xiao Chunan stopped in her tracks. Then let's go, let's use the safety net card first. He took out the lucky guarantee card from his storage bag and silently recited the command to use it. The blue card shattered into starlight in his palm and merged into his skin. A system notification sounded, indicating that the next probability event would be guaranteed a lucky draw. Standing beneath the lighthouse bathed in purple light, Xiao Chunan raised his hand and whispered, "Fate card draw." The air distorted, and 9 illusory cards appeared out of thin air, arranged in an arc with their backs facing up. The system detected that the lucky draw card was active. This draw guarantees a rare blue card or higher. Immediately afterward, 2 cards dimmed to gray, leaving only 7. The minimum is blue, and if you're lucky, it'll be orange. If you're even better, Xiao Chunan didn't think about it anymore. One shouldn't be too greedy. He pointed directly at the card in the very center. The other 6 cards shattered one after another, but the selected cards slowly flipped over. The next second, purple light erupted. A dense purple beam of light shot into the sky, even suppressing the light of the ancient lighthouse. Xiao Chunan's pupils contracted slightly, then she breathed a sigh of relief. Purple, epic level. This safety net card not only didn't go to waste, but it far exceeded expectations. After the light faded, an octagonal stone disc, about the size of a palm, hung in midair. Xiao Chunan reached out and caught it. It was icy cold to the touch and quite heavy. The stone disc was entirely black, its surface covered with intricate runes, with purple light flowing slowly between the patterns, and 8 amethyst crystals on its edge gently rotating. He glanced at it, and immediately activated his appraisal skill. Though we are far apart, we are close at heart. Quality epic purple. Type building teleportation array. Effect: after placement, enter the corresponding island number to establish an inter-island teleportation channel. Features: each teleportation channel can be maintained for 60 minutes, and can only be opened once per day. Note: though the world is vast, we are right here. Xiao Chunan stared at the light screen several times before finally unable to hold back and swore. This thing is actually an inter-island teleportation array. He can establish a passage simply by entering the island's number. While everyone else is still waiting for islands to drift randomly like cavemen, he can teleport directly there. Luckily, he didn't use his guaranteed reward card on the fishing rod. Even if he fished out a purple treasure chest, what he got inside would depend on luck, but this time, his gotcha pull directly gave him a purple building. With it, he can send someone to beat up whomever he wants, and then leave without the other person even knowing how he got there. Thinking of Ma Debiao and his gang jumping around in the chat channel, Xiao Chunan's lips curled into a smile. 14 people teaming up to raid his house? No need for that trouble. He'll personally deliver the good news tomorrow. He weighed the array plate in his hand and asked, "Deep Blue, how do I look up the island number?" Deep Blue replied that each island marker has a unique number. His own number is CN888-666666. Other people's numbers can be viewed through transaction records, friend lists, or personal information in regional channels. All done. Xiao Chunan found the array plate increasingly appealing. Although it was only of purple quality, it was practically a tailor-made artifact for tomorrow's battle. Deep Blue then reminded him that this thing could only be used by placing it on the ground, and asked him which area he planned to place it in. Xiao Chunan glanced around the island. The west side was already a plantation, and the north side had an ancient lighthouse. After thinking for a moment, he decided to place the teleportation array on the east side. He didn't take the gravel path, but crossed directly across the grass. The ground was a bit slippery after the rain, and his shoes quickly got muddy, but this saved him a lot of distance. The resource point in the grove on the east side had been cleared out, leaving only rows of palm-sized round tree stumps. Nioi, carrying a logging axe, stood up from beside the last stump, his forehead covered in sweat, his face filled with the satisfaction of completing his mission. Upon seeing Xiao Chunan approach, Nioi quickly asked, "Boss, what brings you here?" Xiao Chunan waved his hand. "You go about your business, don't worry about me." Nioi chuckled, shouldering his axe, and reported, "I've finished my work. All 22 trees have been felled, the timber is in the bags, and the thatch and stones have been collected as well. I'm off now." Xiao Chunan didn't reply, and walked straight through the tree stump. Nioi was stunned for a moment, then immediately followed behind. Chapter 43 The second epic building in the entire region, just one step away from thousands of miles away. Xiao Chunan chose a flat spot beside the gravel path on the east side. It was about 20 meters from the resource point, open on all sides, and flat enough. He squatted down and gently placed the octagonal array plate on the grass. Place. The moment the octagonal stone disc left his hand, the purple patterns instantly lit up. The jet-black array disc embedded itself in the ground, and the light patterns spread outwards, quickly forming an octagonal magic array with a diameter of 3 meters. 8 purple crystals suspended on 8 corner metal bases, slowly rotating. At the center of the magic circle was a polished black stone slab, engraved with mysterious patterns, within which purple light flowed. The teleportation array platform, though seemingly insurmountable, has been successfully placed. The deep blue floated above the array platform and circled once. Congratulations! The second epic building in the entire region has been successfully completed. Xiao Chunan circled the magic array and only commented with 2 words. Impressive. Nio stared at it, his eyes wide, and couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what is this thing?" Xiao Chunan raised her hand, gesturing for him to step back. "Stand back, just watch." Nioi immediately stepped back, clutching his axe. Xiao Chunan didn't bother to explain, and simply placed her hand on the stone's surface in the center of the magic array, causing a light screen to pop up. The ends of the earth are within reach. Teleportation platform. How to use. Stand in the center of the platform and enter the target island number to open the teleportation channel. Teleportation channel duration, 60 minutes per cycle. Daily opening attempts, 1-to-1, refreshes daily at midnight. Note: the teleportation channel is a 2-way channel, and both parties can pass through it during its operation. Xiao Chunan asked Shenlan if anyone could use the teleportation array by stepping on it. Shenlan replied that he owned the array platform, and only authorized units could teleport. Unauthorized individuals would simply be stepping on stones. He was relieved, at least he didn't have to worry about being taken advantage of someday. However, he suppressed the urge to immediately teleport Bingley there to kill her. The newbie protection period only had 1 day left. Even if he killed her, the golden shield on the island wouldn't disappear. He couldn't enter, couldn't smash the island monument, and couldn't obtain the island's core. A wasted trip would only expose my teleportation ability, a complete waste of time and energy. A gentleman takes his revenge, even if it's only for a day. Xiao Chunan turned and went back to the high-class wooden house, and Nioi quickly followed. When they arrived at the house, Nioi poured out stones, thatch and wood from his storage bag and piled them into small heaps. "Boss, all the work for today is done, 110 units of each item." Xiao Chunan glanced at the resources, put them into his Qiankun bag, and left only 10 units of wood. He told Nioi to go to plantation number 2 after breakfast to split the wood into poles to build trellises for the tomato seedlings. Nioi readily agreed. Bingley also took out 300 freshly roasted pieces of meat, and neatly arranged them on the stone platform. Xiao Chunan casually tossed 3 pieces of meat to Nioi, then tossed him a bottle of mineral water, reminding him to drink it sparingly. Nioi caught the meat and water, his face twitching with delight, and he even casually called out, "Thank you for your hard work, boss lady." Bingley ignored him. Apart from Xiao Chunan, this Xianbing Empress never bothered with anyone. Xiao Chunan put away the remaining 297 pieces of roasted meat, went inside, and took a picture of the island monument. The light screen lit up, and a transaction notification popped up first. Ding! All of your regular barbecue meat X97 items have been sold. Obtain 940 wood and 1,000 thatch. The stockpile of timber and thatch, which had been almost depleted the previous night, was immediately replenished. Without hesitation, he put all 297 freshly prepared roasted meats back on the shelves. Item: regular grilled meat X1. Quantity: 297. Requirements: 20 wood or 20 thatch. With frost and snow approaching, staying warm has become a top priority. Whether upgrading a house or starting a fire for warmth, the demand for wood and thatch will only increase. After finishing the barbecue, Xiao Chunan searched for limestone in the trading hall, but the list was still empty. Limestone is a key material for upgrading the shelter to the basic stone house, and most players are currently stuck at the advanced wooden house. No one in the regional chat has reported any limestone mine resource locations. The limestone that occasionally appears in the market is mostly obtained from fishing treasure chests. The output is so low that it sells out instantly whenever someone lists it for sale. To upgrade to a stone house, the only option for now is to continue fishing for treasure chests. Xiao Chunan switched to the regional channel, which was full of purchase requests related to the frost and snow. Some people were buying cotton quilts, some were asking how to make warm quilts from animal hides, and others were buying large quantities of limestone and campfire blueprints. The frost and snow warning has already drawn everyone's attention to keeping warm. As for Ma Debiao's group's declaration of war, it has long been drowned out by the massive amount of transaction information. A few dozen people thrown into a channel of millions of people can't even make a ripple. Xiao Chunan opened his friends list and switched to his blacklist. Dozens of avatars were neatly arranged, all of them players he had blocked in the past 2 days. He clicked on Ma Debiao's information, and a line of small print clearly showed, island number, CN 888-666673. Scrolling down, Zhang Meng's number is 666652, Zhou Dazhuang's is 666684, and Lu Tieju's is 666,691. They all start with 666, the closest being only a few numbers apart, and the furthest not exceeding 30. This suggests that the island numbers are likely arranged in the initial deployment order, with the closer the numbers, the closer the physical distance. He then clicked on Ma Wensai's information. The island's number was CN 888-958-769. This number was far off, clearly a world away from his. However, when faced with the seemingly insurmountable distance, even the greatest distance is but a step away. Xiao Chunan spent a few minutes comparing and copying down the 47 island numbers of the conquerors recorded by Deep Blue. Not one was missed. Once the protection period ends tomorrow, we'll take attendance one by one. Chapter 44 Experience Gems. Another lucky fusion card. Deep Blue, is the island's number similar to a game character's ID? Deep Blue immediately replied that the island monument code is a unique ID. Players are bound to the island monument. When a player dies, the monument breaks, and vice versa. Therefore, using the island number as a player ID is essentially correct. The phrase, "When the person dies, the monument crumbles. When the monument crumbles, the person dies," sparked a thought in Xiao Chunan's mind. He immediately wondered if he could take Bing Li in charge over there now, and if they were lucky enough to find the enemy outside the protective barrier, they could simply kill them and succeed. But Deep Blue immediately poured cold water on the idea. Even if someone dies, the protective shield is still there, so they can't enter the island monument area or get the island core, and in the end, it's all for nothing. Xiao Chunan had no choice but to give up on finding a loophole, and asked again. Can this ID information be hidden? Isn't this the same as tattooing your ID number on your forehead? The more he thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed. He was lucky to draw a building that could be precisely teleported based on its number today. Others might have similar items. If even purple buildings could be located so accurately, then higher quality items would only be even more outrageous. Deep Blue also acknowledges that talents, items, and buildings are incredibly diverse, and long-range positioning and attack capabilities are entirely possible. Xiao Chunan's expression darkened further. What if someone drew a beyond visual range item similar to an intercontinental ballistic missile, capable of precisely bombing islands based on their island numbers? Wouldn't publicly known IDs become sitting ducks? Deep Blue then told him that the island ID could be hidden in the island marker system. But then it floated back to him, smiling maliciously, and said that its master didn't actually need to hide it at all. Xiao Chunan frowned and asked why. Shenlong reminded him that his island code was already known throughout the entire region, and even the entire server. Xiao Chunan instantly realized what was happening and couldn't help but curse. Back then, he was the first to complete the initial exploration, and the system had issued 3 server-wide announcements in a row, clearly showing his ID, CN888-666666. He immediately felt that this system was a total rip-off. If he had known his identity would be exposed, he wouldn't have bothered with the reward in the first place. Deep Blue said that even without a global notification, his leopard was destined to be targeted first. Xiao Chunan fell silent. If it were him, and he obtained the teleportation array, and Ma Debiao's group didn't jump out first, his first reaction would probably be to target those with special serial numbers, like the leopard or straight numbers. People with special serial numbers seem to be blessed with good fortune. Although hiding it now is a bit like burying one's head in the sand, Xiao Chunan still decisively opened the island monument settings and entered personal information management. A prompt appears on the screen, asking whether to hide the island number. Xiao Chunan directly selected yes. Setup successful. Your island number is now hidden from other players. Only after doing all this did he feel a little more at ease. Ever since he learned about buildings like Tianyajichi, meaning the ends of the earth are within reach, he had been genuinely afraid that one day a nuclear bomb would suddenly fall on his head and send him to his doom. After hiding the number, Xiao Chunan turned around and went to the workbench in the corner of the wooden house. She placed her palm on the workbench, and the production panel popped up. He flipped to the section for fishing net cages and filled up the quantity list. This time, a total of 33 can be made, which will require 33 hemp ropes and 165 units of vines. Xiao Chunan confirmed without hesitation. The workbench hummed as the materials were quickly absorbed, and a few minutes later, 33 tightly woven rattan cages were neatly piled on the ground. Last night, we caught 4 jade sea bass with just 6 rattan cages. This kind of passive income with zero cost is such a waste not to expand the scale. He put all the rattan cages into his storage bag and then glanced at his inventory. There were 467 units of vines left, but the hemp rope had been reduced to 0. Xiao Chunan then pushed open the door of the wooden house and headed straight for the north side of the island. The sea breeze blew in her face, making her feel much more refreshed. He went along the cliff face and threw the 33 rattan cages into the sea one by one, then secured the other end of the hemp rope tightly into the crevice of the rock. Including the original 6, there are now 39 rattan cages hanging in this area. Even if only one fish is caught in each cage each day, it still provides a stable source of meat. After finishing on the north side, he turned to the west side of the island. As he passed plantation number 2, Nioi was working inside. Xiao Chunan glanced at it casually. Most of the tomato seedlings had been tied up and stood straight along the wooden poles, looking much better than the messy mess they had been in the morning. Nioi is indeed worry-free. He doesn't need to be urged or monitored. As long as you give him a direction, he can handle things himself. Xiao Chunan didn't linger, but followed the gravel path to the western cliff edge. 25 fishing rods were lined up in a row, their countdown times all reset to 0. He gripped the first green rod and whispered, "Raise the rod." The fishing line taut instantly, and a treasure chest gleaming with white light burst from the water. Xiao Chunan took off the chest and opened it. The white light dissipated, revealing 3 350 milliliters bottles of mineral water inside. He put it into his storage bag and moved on to the next one. The second rod was a white treasure chest, which contained 10 copper ingots. The third rod was empty. By the fourth one, the outer shell of the treasure chest emitted a pale green fluorescence, indicating it was of green quality. Xiao Chunan opened the lid and saw a jade-green gem the size of an egg lying quietly at the bottom, its surface shimmering with fine, flowing light patterns. He immediately used his identification technique. Experience gems. Quality, excellent green. Note, you will receive 100 experience points after using it. Xiao Chunan was somewhat surprised, not expecting that there were items in this world that could directly increase experience. Shenlan explained that Bingli gains combat experience from killing monsters, and experience gems are concentrated items that are not bound to the user. Xiao Chunan twirled the gem in his hand, his first thought being to give it to Bingli. Deep Blue, however, suggested he keep it for himself. Ice Glass could level up by killing monsters, so a little extra wouldn't hurt. The master couldn't just hide in the back as a mascot every day. That's a harsh truth, but it's not wrong. No matter how strong external forces are, they're still just external forces. One's own strength is the fundamental way to survive. Xiao Chunan put the experience gem into his Jianquan bag and continued casting. The fifth one is a green treasure chest. Inside is a card with a 4-leaf clover design. Lucky fusion card. Xiao Chunan's eyes lit up. This was a good thing, she had to save it for later. The sixth pole was empty. The seventh pole was a white treasure chest, containing 50 watermelon seeds. The eighth one reveals a green treasure chest containing 50 units of lime. Upon seeing the lime, Xiao Chunan paused slightly. No wonder the production of this stuff has always been so low. It turns out that you can only get a chance to open a green treasure chest. Chapter 45 Pea Shooter. Fireplace Building Blueprints. Xiao Chunan put the lime into his Jianquan bag and immediately increased the speed of casting his line. The ninth line opened a white treasure chest, containing 30 pieces of wood. The 10th line was empty. The 11th line opened a white chest and 10 pieces of glass. The 12th fishing line sank, pulling up a green treasure chest. The lid opened, revealing a rolled-up blueprint with edges gleaming faintly green. Animal skin cotton padded coat making pattern. Quality, excellent green. Note, after learning this skill, you can make animal skin cotton padded coats, which greatly improve the warmth and protect against cold weather. Xiao Chunan's lips curled into a slight smile. Frost and snow were coming tonight, and the entire district was crying out for warm clothing. This blueprint had arrived just in time. Next, the 13th white box contained 10 vines, the 14th green treasure chest contained a lucky fusion card, the 15th empty pole contained a white box, the 16th white box contained 3 bundles of hemp rope, and the 17th white box contained a can of cola. It's cola again. Bingli is in for a treat. The 18th seed emerged from the green box. Inside the box was a small cloth bag. Xiao Chunan opened it and poured out 10 emerald green beans. The seed coats had faint vein patterns and emitted a green glow. He simply used an appraisal technique. Pea shooter seeds. Quality, excellent green. Type, extraordinary spiritual plant, defensive. Description, it matures 48 hours after planting. Once mature, it can automatically attack hostile targets that enter its territory, firing a pea pellet every 3 seconds with a fixed damage of 15 points, and an attack range of 20 meters. Note, this is a plant-type defensive unit. It requires no control, feeds on sunlight, and cannot attack on cloudy or rainy days. Xiao Chunan's mind instantly conjured up an image of a row of green plants spitting out marbles, and she couldn't help but complain. Isn't this just Plants vs. Zombies? He put the seeds back into the cloth bag and then stuffed them into his magic bag. Then the 19th white box, 2 loaves of bread, the 20th empty pole, the 21st white box, 10 pieces of glass, the 22nd green treasure chest, and 50 units of cotton. Cotton has arrived too. With the animal hide cotton padded coat pattern and cotton, we can happily harvest another batch of, a metaphor for exploiting people, today. The 23rd empty rod, the 24th white box, and 10 copper ingots. All 24 green fishing rods have been collected, leaving only the last blue rare-grade fishing rod. Xiao Chunan gripped the rod handle tightly and pulled upwards, the fishing line tauter than ever before. The water broke open, and a blue treasure chest was pulled ashore. The first cast was successful. His eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to open the box. The blue light dissipated, revealing a thick parchment on the ground, with blue inscriptions flowing across its surface. Fireplace architectural drawings. Quality, rare blue. Note: after learning this skill, you can build fireplaces in your shelter to provide continuous heating and cooking functions, increase indoor temperature, and significantly reduce body heat loss in cold weather. Xiao Chunan put away the blueprints, and did a quick count. There were 25 rods, 7 empty, 10 white treasure chests, 7 green ones, and 1 blue one, resulting in a success rate of over 70%. The empty rod rate is less than 30%, and the proportion of green and above treasure chests exceeds 40%, with the quality of the shipped rods being more than one level higher than that of white rods. Xiao Chunan counted on her fingers and felt that she was at a slight disadvantage in terms of quantity. In the past, there were more white poles. Although the quality was low, there were quite a few treasure chests after a round, and with good luck, a blue chest might even pop up. The system immediately reminded him that the calculations couldn't be done that way. The value of a single blue treasure chest far exceeded that of dozens of white chests. No matter how many basic materials he opened, he couldn't exchange them for a single blue fireplace blueprint. And this is only the first round. As time goes on, the cumulative rewards from green and blue chests will only increase. The white chest has a fixed limit, but the blue chest has a chance to drop purple chests. Xiao Chunan thought about it and admitted that it made sense. He went along the cliff edge and cast all 25 fishing rods back into the sea. The countdown panel popped up in unison, and the second round of fishing officially began. As he turned to walk back to the cabin, he casually chuckled. "You're getting better and better at talking, kid. You'll be doing sales someday." The system calmly replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Back in the cabin, Xiao Chunan slapped the 2 blueprints onto the island monument. A radiant light emanated from them, and the blueprints transformed into 2 beams of light that disappeared into the monument. Ding! You have unlocked the blueprint for the animal hide cotton padded jacket. You can now craft the animal hide cotton padded jacket at the workbench. Ding! You have learned the fireplace building blueprints, and can now build a fireplace in your shelter. As soon as the notification appeared, he immediately opened the building list. The fireplace icon was unlocked, but when he clicked on it, the requirements section stunned him. Fireplace. Construction requirements: 500 stone, 100 clay, 50 iron ingots, 1 flint. Prerequisite: the shelter level must be at least a basic stone house. A basic stone house? Xiao Chunan could understand. Putting a fireplace in a wooden house would indeed easily send him to his death. He swiped up and clicked on the upgrade requirements for the basic stone house. Primary stone house. Upgrade requirements: 1 advanced wooden house, 2000 wood, 2000 stone, 100 lime. Features: stone walls, separate kitchen and bathroom, and access to a domestic water tank. We're still short 50 units of lime. There are 2 more rounds of fishing to go today, and the green chests have a chance to drop more lime. With good luck, we should be able to collect enough by tonight. Once he upgrades to a stone house and builds a fireplace, tonight's frost and snow will pose little threat to him. Xiao Chunan closed the building list, turned around and walked to the workbench in the corner. He pressed the workbench button, and the crafting list popped up. He immediately flipped to the newly unlocked animal skin cotton padded coat. Green cotton padded coat made of animal hide. Required: 1 animal hide, 1 linen cloth, 5 cotton. He currently has 83 animal hides, 20 bolts of linen, and 50 units of cotton. The cotton is the bottleneck. He can only make a maximum of 10 pieces. Xiao Chunan immediately maxed out the production quantity and clicked confirm. The workbench hummed as the raw materials were absorbed, and the progress bar slowly climbed. Before long, 10 thick cotton padded coats were neatly stacked next to the workbench. He picked one up casually. The cotton padded jacket was dark brown, with soft animal fur on the inside, cotton stuffing in the middle, and linen on the outside for wind protection. The stitching wasn't exactly fine, but it bounced back quite well when squeezed. He examined a few more pieces, Each hide was slightly different in color, some gray, some brown, and their thickness varied subtly. These were mass-produced items from the workbench, lacking the finesse of handcrafted items, but their functionality was undeniable. Its warmth retention is clearly far superior to its aesthetic appeal. Xiao Chunan tried it on. The cuffs were well-fitted, and the waist was slightly wide, but it was definitely enough to block the wind. Chapter 46 SSS level talent paired with an F level useless body? God, are you kidding me? Xiao Chunan took off his cotton-padded coat and put all 10 pieces into his jianquan bag. Then he went to the island monument, raised his hand and touched it, and a notification from the trading hall immediately popped up. Ding! All 297 pieces of regular barbecue meat you listed have been sold. Obtain 3060 wood and 2,880 thatch. The timber and thatch stocks were instantly replenished. Xiao Chunan didn't look at them much and went straight to the listing interface, where he put up 10 animal skin cotton-padded coats, setting the demand to either 50 units of cotton or 30 units of linen. Deep Blue, perched on his shoulder, looked at the light screen and asked, Master, do you only accept raw materials? Not hard currency like lime? Xiao Chunan explained calmly that lime is the core material for upgrading stone houses, and no one would offer it in exchange for it in the short term. Moreover, cotton production is low, and if they want to mass-produce cotton-padded coats, they would have to use finished products to gather the raw materials from others. Deep Blue immediately understood: exchange finished products for raw materials and continue production. Xiao Chunan praised it for being clever. As long as the raw materials were in hand, it could continue production, selling them all and then making more, selling them again. Cotton was scarce, but with over 900,000 people opening green treasure chests, some would inevitably get some but not be able to use them immediately. After listing the items, he casually opened the regional channel. As soon as the frost and snow warning was issued, the channel was filled with the word, "Keep warm," and messages requesting supplies were flooding in. Boss Xiao Chunan has new items again? A fur-lined cotton-padded coat? Can we trade it for other supplies? Only 10 items, and 3 have already been snapped up. Your speed is outrageous. 50 units of cotton for 1 piece of clothing? Where am I supposed to get so much? I had 30 linen garments, and I've already exchanged them for a new one. It's really warm, and it's lined with wool. Did this guy know the weather in advance? He sold barbecue the first day, hose the second day, and now he's selling cotton-padded coats. He always manages to catch the wind. Who cares how they know? It's going to snow tonight, and we might not make it through without this. I only have 20 bolts of linen. Does anyone want to lend me some? Are you kidding me? Do you think this is Pindodo? Stop arguing, the last item just sold out. The next second, a notification popped up. Ding! All 10 animal skin cotton-padded coats you listed have been sold. Obtain 300 cotton and 120 linen. Xiao Chunan couldn't help but laugh. In less than 3 minutes, all 10 cotton-padded coats were snapped up. 300 pieces of cotton plus 120 pieces of linen were enough to make another 60 coats. The snowball effect was already in place. He turned and went to the workbench in the corner of the cabin, placing his hand on it. Crafted item: animal skin cotton-padded coat. Production quantity: 60. Consumables: 60 animal hides, 60 linen, 300 cotton. Will it be manufactured? Xiao Chunan confirmed immediately. The workbench started operating, materials were absorbed, and the progress bar slowly advanced. While waiting, he took out the experience gem from his storage bag. Xiao Chunan rolled the emerald green gem twice in his palm and whispered, "Use it!" The gemstone shattered into tiny sparks that seeped into the back of his hand. A warm sensation spread from his fingertips to his limbs, only to vanish just as quickly. Ding! You used an experience gem, fine, and gained 100 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV.2. Ding! You have gained 4 free attribute points, which can be allocated in your personal panel. Current experience points, 0-200. 4 o'clock? Xiao Chunan was stunned for a moment, thinking he had misread it. He immediately asked Shenlan. Bingli has S-level potential, and she gets 10 attribute points for each level up. How come my SSS level talent only gives 4 points? Deep Blue flew to him, its expression serious. Master, you've got it mixed up. Potential and talent are two different things. It explained that talent determines what you can do. For example, the ability to draw cards daily is like the ability to draw cards. Potential, on the other hand, determines how much enhancement your body can withstand and how many attribute points you get per level. It depends on your potential level, not your talent level. Xiao Chunan's eyes darkened. So, you're saying I have top-tier talent, but my physical foundation is still weak? Deep Blue hesitated and gestured a very small distance. To put it mildly, it's like having a god-level cheat code but wearing a blank body from a newbie village. You're so tactful. Xiao Chunan walked back to the island monument, and brought up the island overview. Island marker, Island CN 888-666666. Island owner, Xiao Chunan, expandable. Island level 0. Island area, 10,000 square meters. Buildings, advanced shelter cabin, ancient lighthouse, teleportation platform, 10 plantations, 92 gravel paths, 6 water reservoirs, basic cabin, level 1. Resources, 6 pineapple trees, 1 ordinary grove of trees, 1 ordinary pile of stones, and 1 ordinary thicket of grass. Islanders, Bingli Nioi. Xiao Chunan didn't linger on this information. She directly opened the island owner section and expanded her personal panel. Xiao Chunan. Potential, F normal. Level, LV.20200. Physical condition 10. Strength 8. Agility 9. Spirit 10. Luck 10, cannot be increased. Unassigned attribute points 4. Talent, fate-based card draw, unique SSS. Skills, appraisal, disassembly. The words, F-level potential, were prominently displayed at the top, glaringly obvious. Xiao Chunan couldn't help but curse. So, God opened a window for me, only to weld the door shut again. Deep Blue quickly comforted him. Master, don't be discouraged. All survivors start with F-level potential. Everyone is the same. It continued, saying that through fishing, drawing cards of destiny, event rewards, or special treasure chests, there are opportunities to obtain potential enhancement cards, thereby changing one's fate. Xiao Chunan felt a little better when he heard that everyone else was rated F. If everyone was unlucky, then it wasn't just him who was down. However, he quickly grasped another key point. Potential can be improved through training, but what about talent? Can talent also be changed? Certainly. Deep Blue tapped the light screen. Not only can they improve, but some high-level special items can even awaken a second talent. However, these kinds of items are even rarer than talent upgrade cards. Xiao Chunan immediately understood. Everyone was indeed starting from the same point, but there was also an opportunity to catch up or even overtake on this path. Second talent. He read it aloud, memorizing the information. It would be a completely different story if someone possessed 2 talents. His gaze then returned to the unallocated attribute points. Since there were ways to increase potential, it wasn't a dead end. With a daily card draw, plus fishing and subsequent events, there was always a chance to stumble upon something good. There's no use in rushing. We should focus on getting the immediate task done first. Xiao Chunan tapped the edge of the island monument with his knuckles, pondered for a few seconds, and then asked, Deep Blue, explain in detail what each of these attributes corresponds to, so I can plan my stat allocation. Okay. Deep Blue cleared its throat and started counting on its little paws. Constitution determines the maximum health and defense. The higher the constitution, the more durable it is, making it suitable for a tank build. Strength determines physical attack damage and carrying capacity. Stack it if you want to deal melee damage. Agility determines movement speed, reaction speed, and evasion rate, making it the most favored attribute for agile players. Spirit determines the maximum amount of psionic energy, and the speed of its recovery, which is the core of the mage build. The more psionic energy you have, the longer your spells can be cast. As for luck. Chapter 47 Innate Full Luck? Turns out I'm the chosen one with the best luck. Shallan paused for a moment, then her expression suddenly turned playful. She told Xiao Chunan that the luck attribute is special. It cannot be increased by allocating attribute points or by conventional means. Each trial participant's initial luck is randomly generated, ranging from 0 to 10, with most people having only 0 to 3 points. Xiao Chunan raised an eyebrow, wondering what level her score of 10 was. Deep Blue fluttered its tiny wings and floated in front of him, giving the answer directly, maximum luck from the start. Among the millions of trial participants, those who start with maximum luck are probably less than 10 people. She also reminded Xiao Chunan that on the first day of the newbie talent roulette, he directly drew the only SSS level talent Fate card draw in the entire server. He was the first to upgrade his shelter and get the epic lighthouse, only 10 seconds faster than the second place. Today, he used the blue guaranteed card and drew a purple epic building. These seemingly outrageous strokes of good luck are actually all due to the influence of luck in the background. Xiao Chunan touched his nose, and then he realized what had happened. Before he transmigrated, he was just an ordinary deliveryman, and in the past 23 years, he had never won more than 5 yuan in the lottery. He never expected that his luck would suddenly turn around after transmigrating. It turned out that all the luck he had accumulated in the first half of his life had been saved up here. Deep Blue explains that luck affects all probabilistic events, including gacha pulls, chest openings, fusion success rates, drop quality, and so on. Simply put, when pulling the same card, someone else might get a white card, giving him a significantly higher expected value. Xiao Chunan quickly waved his hand, telling her to stop praising him, or he would really get cocky. His gaze returned to the attribute panel. The 3 points waiting to be allocated were the real issue. Deep Blue's analysis is very straightforward. Bingley is the main damage dealer, and Xiao Chunan doesn't need to focus on strength or spirit since he doesn't have any psychic skills yet. Focusing on these skills wouldn't be very beneficial. If he wants to play it safe, increasing constitution is the most practical approach. Having more health is always a good thing. Xiao Chunan thought for a moment. He had a Glock G17, although it only had 17 rounds, it was still a long-range weapon. With Bingley holding the line in the front, what he needed most was to survive. As long as you live long enough, the advantages of things like gacha games, fishing rods, and the barbecue industry chain can continue to grow. Once you die, everything is reset to 0. So he directly told Deep Blue to add all 3 points to Constitution. The attribute allocation was complete, and his Constitution increased from 10 points to 14 points. Xiao Chunan moved his wrists, and could feel his muscles tightening, his breathing becoming more steady, and his overall energy level improving. The improvement wasn't exaggerated, but it was very real. First, focus on surviving. Leave the damage output to Bingley. At that moment, a soft sound came from the workbench, and 60 animal hide cotton padded coats were completed and neatly piled on the ground. Xiao Chunan put them all into his Jiankun bag and went to the island monument to put them on the shelf. One animal skin cotton padded coat requires 50 units of cotton or 30 bolts of linen, and the quantity is 60. The first batch of 10 items sold out in less than 3 minutes. With frost and snow warnings hanging overhead, this batch of 60 items won't last long either. After putting on her cotton padded coat, Xiao Chunan called Bingley in. She still smelled of barbecue smoke. They had just finished grilling 3 batches, totaling 300 pieces. Xiao Chunan collected them all and put them directly on the shelves. Each piece of ordinary roasted meat required either a piece of animal hide or a bolt of hemp cloth. This time, he no longer collected timber or thatch, but instead focused on recycling clothing raw materials. The more raw materials you have, the greater your production capacity. The greater your production capacity, the faster you recover your losses. This is the virtuous cycle of a snowball effect. After finishing these tasks, Xiao Chunan took Bingley outside and retrieved the 4 jade perch they had caught that morning in the rattan cage on the north bank. The fish had a green fluorescent glow, were plump and beautiful, and were clearly not ordinary catches. He handed the fish to Bingley, and asked her to grill it for the two of them for lunch. Bingley took the fish, her fingertips covered in a layer of white frost, and the fish quickly calmed down. She asked if she wanted salt added, and Xiao Chunan told her to add it without hesitation, even urging her not to skimp, saying that good things should be enjoyed. Although Bingley didn't understand the second half of his sentence, she didn't ask any more questions and carried the fish back to the stove to process it. Xiao Chunan then walked along the gravel path on the west side to the edge of the cliff. The second round of fishing had ended, with 25 fishing rods lined up in a row, their lines dangling in the sea. He reeled in his lines one by one, and this round's harvest was quite straightforward: 8 empty rods, 8 white fluorescent treasure chests, 7 green fluorescent treasure chests, and 2 blue fluorescent treasure chests. Xiao Chunan squatted down to sort through the harvest. The white box contained salt, corn seeds, hemp rope, bread, burlap, apples, milk, and toilet paper. The green box contained 2 lucky fusion cards, a forest resource card, a power fruit, a bull and horse summoning card, a ceramic bowl blueprint, and cotton. The 2 blue boxes are even more crucial. One contains a compound crossbow, and the other contains a blue lucky fusion card. Xiao Chunan first picked up the blue fusion card and cast an appraisal spell. This card is of rare quality. When fusing high-quality items, it can be used as an auxiliary material to increase the fusion success rate by 20%. He examined the card and found that the pattern was the same as the green fusion card, both being 4-leaf clovers, only the color was darker. Xiao Chunan immediately asked Shenlan if these fusion cards could be used in combination. Deep Blue replied that it was possible, but a maximum of 3 cards could be added in a single fusion. Any additional cards beyond 3 would not be effective. Chapter 48. You can fish at resource points too? The reputation of fishing across the heavens is well deserved. Xiao Chunan put the newly caught cards into his Qiankun bag, putting them together with the few he had saved up before. After 2 rounds of fishing, he had 4 green cards and 1 blue card, which seemed like a pretty good drop rate. Shenlan reminded him that it was because his luck stat was high enough. For an ordinary person, getting 1 card in 10 rounds would be considered lucky. Xiao Chunan didn't say anything more and continued to examine the next item. It was a palm-sized card with a simple sketch of a small tree on the front and a green glow on the back. A scan with an identification spell revealed the information immediately. Forest Resource Card Mini, Quality, Excellent Description. After use, it can place 1 ordinary small forest resource point on the island, and refresh 15 resource trees daily. Xiao Chunan was somewhat surprised. Resource points can be fished out? Shenlan explained that fishing in the heavens could catch anything, and although resource point cards were rare, they were indeed in the production pool. He then asked if there were any limestone resource cards. Deep Blue replied that there were, as fishing and system events were the main ways to obtain new resource points. But limestone was a rare resource point, and one could only have a chance to get it from at least a blue treasure chest. Xiao Chunan carefully put away the forest card, not using it immediately. He would decide where to put it later when planning the island. Then, he picked up a deep red fruit the size of a goose egg, with a rough skin and a green quality fluorescent coating. Strength Fruit Quality, Excellent Description, permanently increases strength by 1 point after consumption, with a maximum of 3 points per person. This thing is similar to the jade base. Both are permanent enhancement consumables, except one increases constitution and the other increases strength. Xiao Chunan didn't hesitate and took a bite. The flesh was hard, chewing like a raw radish, with a bland and slightly astringent taste. He forced himself to swallow it, and a warm sensation spread from his stomach to his limbs. Ding! You have consumed a strength fruit, permanently increasing your strength by 1 point. Strength, 8 to 9. Xiao Chunan clenched his fist, feeling that his strength had indeed increased somewhat, but the change wasn't dramatic. Then, he looked at the other item in the blue treasure chest. It was a ruggedly designed repeating crossbow, with its arms made of dark hardwood, its string gleaming with a metallic sheen, 5 bolt slots on top, and its entire body enveloped in a blue glow. Composite crossbow quality, rare type, range weapon description, loads 5 bolts, supports continuous fire, effective range 50 meters, medium armor penetration. Note: comes with 5 iron bolts. Xiao Chunan picked it up and gestured with it, then put it down again. It doesn't feel as good as Glock. Deep Blue immediately retorted. The Glock only has 17 bullets, and once they're gone, the bolts of the composite crossbow are useless, yet they can be recycled, theoretically allowing for ammunition reuse. Furthermore, crossbow bolts are quiet, making them suitable for surprise attacks, unlike pistols where firing immediately reveals the location to those within hundreds of meters. Xiao Chunan thought about it and agreed. The Glock was powerful, but until the ammunition problem was solved, it could only be used as a last resort. The compound crossbow, on the other hand, was stable and reliable over a long period of time, making it a good choice as a regular long-range weapon. He put the compound crossbow into his storage bag and decided to go back to the workbench to see if he had unlocked the crossbow crafting blueprint. With that, his ranged firepower would be essentially complete. He carefully sorted and stored away the remaining odds and ends. The mineral water, copper blocks, glass, and vines were all familiar items. The apples and milk were put into the food pile, the cattle and horse summoning cards were placed separately, and the ceramic bowl blueprints were also somewhat useful. After learning them, at least he wouldn't have to rely on his hands to eat all the time. Finally, Xiao Chunan's hand stopped on 2 packs of toilet paper. The white plastic packaging, printed with small blue flowers, looked no different from the cheap toilet paper commonly found in Blue Star Supermarket. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This thing has finally arrived!" Deep Blue floated over, glanced at it, and whispered, "Didn't Master used to have grass leaves? That was quite environmentally friendly." Xiao Chunan's face darkened. "If you bring this up again, I'll stuff you in a rattan cage and soak you for a day." With a flick of its deep blue wings, it immediately changed the subject, asking if they wanted to use the second ox and horse summoning card now. Having another worker meant they could get more work done before the protection period ended. Xiao Chunan didn't rush to make a decision, only saying he would talk about it when he got back. Then he got up, brushed the grass clippings off his knees, and cast all 25 fishing rods into the sea for the last round, officially beginning his 3rd round of fishing. As he walked along the gravel path toward the cabin, he passed plantation number 2. Nioi had already tied all 50 tomato seedlings together, sharpened wooden stakes stuck into the soil, and the stems secured with straw strips, each one standing fairly straight. Nioi, his feet covered in mud, came up to him and asked if the scaffolding was all right. Xiao Chunan glanced at it. Although it was roughly done, each seedling was supported and the spacing was fine, so he commented, "It's passable." Then, he took out a bull and horse summoning card and handed it over. "Do you recognize this?" Nioi leaned closer for a couple of glances, then his eyes widened in surprise. "This is my clan card. Boss, would you like to summon another one?" Xiao Chunan countered by asking him if he could manage all the work by himself. Nioi chuckled and honestly admitted that it was indeed quite strenuous. Xiao Chunan immediately broke the card. A burst of green light erupted, and a new Minotaur emerged from the pillar of light. It looked almost exactly like Minotaur, except it was half a head shorter, had shorter horns, and a more wooden expression. The appraisal skill shows that the new Minotaur's attributes are similar to those of the first Minotaur: Strength 10, Stamina 10, Agility 3, Intelligence 1. It excels at basic heavy physical labor but cannot participate in combat. Xiao Chunan directly named him. "Your name is Nioer." Nioer stared at him blankly for a moment before vaguely replying, "Hello, boss." Nioi was overjoyed. He rushed over and grabbed Nioer's shoulder, his loud voice ringing in everyone's ears. "Brother! You're here too! From now on, we'll work for the boss together." Xiao Chunan was too lazy to watch them reminisce. He simply told Nioi to show Nioer around first, and then turned and left. Back at the cabin, Bingley was turning fish by the grill. 4 jade bass were placed on an iron mesh, their skin already golden brown, sprinkled with refined salt, and the oil dripping into the charcoal fire, sizzling loudly. A savory aroma mingled with the scent of salt wafted through the air, smelling far better than roasted meat. Bingley flipped it over with wooden tongs and said casually, "Almost done." Xiao Chunan sat down next to her, took out the can of cola from his jiankun bag, and handed it to her. Here you go. Bingley took it, her fingertips covered in a layer of frost, and fine water droplets quickly condensed on the jar. She pulled the tab, but handed it back to Xiao Chunan first. You drink first. Xiao Chunan took a big gulp. The carbon dioxide bubbles burst on his tongue, and the cool sensation slid down into his stomach, making him involuntarily utter two words. Comfortable. He returned the cola to Bingley. Bingley took 2 sips, put it aside, and continued to carefully flip the fish while grilling. Chapter 49 Ice Glass Panel. Want to trade the blueprint for a fur-lined cotton-padded coat? In no time, 4 grilled jade sea bass were ready. The fish skin was roasted until golden brown and crispy, the saltiness seeped into the fish meat, and the oil sizzled on the wire mesh, the fresh aroma wafting straight into the nose, making it far superior to ordinary grilled meat. The two ate lunch around the fire, 2 fish each. Xiao Chunan took the first bite, chewed a couple of times, and then stopped. The fish was tender and smooth, juicy, and the fresh taste lingered in her throat. He finished the first one in a few bites and picked up the second one. Soon, system notifications started beeping continuously. Ding! You have consumed jade base, cooked, permanently increasing your constitution by 1. Ding! You have consumed jade base, cooked, permanently increasing your constitution by 1. Current constitution, 14 to 16, emerald base bonus cap 10 points, remaining bonus uses, 8. After eating 2 fish, her physique increased by 2 points. Eating fish could make her stronger, the effect was quite substantial. Bingley also triggered a notification. She put down the fish bones, wiped the grease from her mouth, and said the taste was good, adding 2 points to her physique. Xiao Chunan casually cast an appraisal spell on her. Character Bingley. Potential, S mythical level. Level, LV.3, 150 to 300. Physical condition 12. Strength 10. Agility 10. Spirit 30. Talent, Mystic Ice Divine Body, S rank exclusive talent. Spells Ice. Flying Dagger Ice. Frost Blade Ice. Frost Armor Ice. Frost Moon Ice. Frost Thorn Ice. Snow Burial Ice. Frost Domain, Awaken 7 to 36. Skills Appraisal, Disassembly. Status, Servant, Absolutely Loyal. Introduction, the Ice Queen from a Lost Era. After her kingdom was destroyed, her soul was swept into the river of fate and descended in response to the call. Xiao Chunan asked her if she had put all her attribute points into spirit when she leveled up. Bingley nodded. The more spirit energy she had, the stronger and longer her skills would be. After finishing his meal, Xiao Chunan took out the forest resource card and placed it next to the original grove of trees in the East District. This way, the 2 groves would be connected, making it easier for the cattle and horses to cut down trees in the future. Green fluorescence spread from the card, turning into specks of light that disappeared into the ground. The ground trembled slightly, and 15 trees as thick as a thigh immediately sprouted from the nearby open space, their trunks straight and their branches and leaves lush, just like the original grove of trees. Ding! Forest Resource Card Mini, successfully used. Add 1 new Ordinary Grove Resource Point, with 15 resource trees refreshed daily. Ancient Lighthouse, Epic plus 50% production boost has been detected and is now active. Actual daily refresh, 22. The lighthouse's increased production effect takes effect automatically. The 2 groves together can refresh 44 trees per day, which is equivalent to a daily production of 220 units of wood. Just then, Niu-Yi and Niu-Er strolled over from the north. Niu-Yi puffed out his chest and held his head high, introducing the island to the newcomers as they walked. He recounted the water storage pit and the ancient lighthouse, his tone full of pride. Xiao Chunan took out 4 pieces of ordinary roasted meat, tossed 2 pieces to each of them, and instructed them to go cut down new trees after they finished eating. Niu-Yi took the meat, patted Niu-Er on the shoulder, and said that since it was the first day he was with him, he would protect him. After arranging these things, Xiao Chunan returned to the wooden house and pressed the ceramic bowl, making blueprints onto the island monument. A flash of light, and the blueprints merged into the monument's surface. Ding! You have unlocked the ceramic bowl crafting blueprint, and can now craft ceramic bowls at the workbench. He went to the workbench to check the list. The crossbow bolts section was still grayed out, indicating that a blueprint was needed as well. He then clicked on the ceramic bowl. The requirement was quite low. Crafting item: 1 set of ceramic bowls, 10 pieces. Requirements: 1 clay, 1 thatch, 1 piece of wood. Xiao Chunan glanced at the 525 units of clay in the warehouse and directly made 10 sets, which is 100 bowls, consuming only 10 units of clay, thatch and wood in total. The workbench started operating, and while waiting, he turned around to look at the trading hall. Ding! 47 of the animal skin cotton padded coats you listed have been sold. Obtain 1150 cotton and 720 linen. Ding! 37 of the regular roasted meats you listed have been sold. Obtain 11 animal hides and 26 linen. There were still 13 cotton padded coats left, and 263 pieces of roasted meat. Xiao Chunan glanced at the market again. The price of raw meat had risen to 1 yuan for 10 units of basic ingredients, and roasted meat was even more outrageous, generally 1 yuan for 25 units. However, he bought animal hides and linen for this batch of roasted meat, both of which are winter supplies. With frost and snow approaching, no one is willing to trade their life-saving items for food, so it's normal that sales are slow. Xiao Chunan wasn't in a hurry. He'd just leave it running and sell whatever he could. He then switched to the regional channel, which was filled with messages about buying winter supplies. Some people are buying cotton, some are offering high prices for animal hides, and some don't even have a campfire and are looking for someone to deliver some kindling. Many more are complaining that the animal hide cotton padded coats are too expensive, saying that 50 pieces of cotton are simply unaffordable. Some are retorting that if you don't have the blueprints and materials, you shouldn't complain about the price. Xiao Chunan continued scrolling down, and was soon drawn to a message containing drawings. The blueprint for making a winter comforter is too expensive. I simply can't afford it. Is there any expert willing to trade some winter supplies for it? The channel immediately buzzed with excitement. Some were surprised that a cotton quilt pattern had been revealed, while others felt that the raw materials were too expensive for ordinary people to afford, and that it would be better to just buy a finished product. Xiao Chunan opened the screenshot. Pattern for making a winter quilt green. Requirements: 50 cotton, 30 linen. This costs more than 10 times more than a cotton padded coat. Given the current cotton and linen reserves in the entire region, it's hard to say how many can be made. Even if the finished products were sold, only a few people could afford them. However, the fact that the blueprints weren't suitable for mass production didn't mean they were worthless. Xiao Chunan clicked on the other person's profile picture. The other person was a female player in her early 20s, and the photo looked quite nice. He sent it directly to a private chat. Would you be interested in trading the blueprints for a fur-lined cotton padded coat? Chapter 50: Psionic Crystals. E-rank skill, Fireball. The response came quickly. Qin Yutong immediately said it wasn't enough, as the value of the quilt blueprints far exceeded that of a cotton padded coat. Xiao Chunan then raised the price, offering the cotton padded coat plus 3 pieces of roasted meat in exchange. This time, Qin Yutong remained silent for a while before re-quoting: a fur-lined cotton padded coat, 10 units of ordinary roasted meat, plus a winter quilt. Xiao Chunan looked at the message and thought to himself that this woman really had a big appetite. He replied that if he had a cotton quilt, he wouldn't have come to exchange the blueprints. Qin Yutong, however, said that they could give him the cotton padded jacket and roasted meat first, and the cotton quilt could be made later. She wasn't in a hurry. Xiao Chunan asked her if she wasn't afraid he would block her after taking the blueprints. Qin Yutong smiled and replied that he was a well-known big shot in the whole district, and he wouldn't bully a young woman for a quilt. These words were both gentle and clever, and the blame was cleverly placed on him. If Xiao Chunan really went back on his word, his reputation would be ruined. After thinking about it, he agreed to give him the cotton padded coat and roasted meat first, and to make up for the cotton quilt later. The two added each other as friends, and the trade panel popped up. Xiao Chunan took out a fur-lined cotton-padded coat and 10 pieces of ordinary roasted meat and put them on the panel, while the other side placed the blueprint for a warm cotton quilt that glowed with green light. After confirmation, the transaction was completed. Xiao Chunan immediately photographed the blueprints onto the island monument, successfully unlocking the production of the winter quilt. Just then, a soft sound came from the workbench, indicating that 100 white ceramic bowls with blue patterns had also been completed. He put all the ceramic bowls into his Xiankun bag, then brought up the crafting panel. He needed 50 pieces of cotton and 30 pieces of linen for a winter quilt, so he immediately pulled up the 20-bed quilt and began making it. While waiting, he hung all 100 ceramic bowls in the trading area, exchanging each for 1 unit of clay. The ceramic bowls were inexpensive to make and not very useful to him, so he decided to exchange them for materials that could still be used. Before long, 20 winter quilts were completed. The cotton filling was firm, and the linen covers were sewn tightly, making them heavy to lift. Xiao Chunan kept 4 quilts, and put the remaining 16 on the shelves. He marked items as only requiring blueprints or items that could add attributes. Then he opened his friend list and sent Qin Yutong a winter quilt. In business, there's no need to be stingy with every little bit of profit. Leaving some room for maneuver might come in handy later. Qin Yutong quickly replied, saying that she had received the quilt, and that the big boss was indeed trustworthy. She would contact him first if she had any good stuff in the future. Xiao Chunan only replied with 2 words, anytime. He turned off the private chat, walked out of the wooden house, and followed the gravel path to the western cliff edge. The countdown for the 3rd round of fishing had long since reached 0. The 25 fishing rods were put away one by one, resulting in 10 empty rods, 8 white treasure chests, 6 green treasure chests, and 1 blue treasure chest. Interestingly, the only blue treasure chest came from a green, excellent-grade fishing rod, while the blue, rare-grade fishing rod only yielded a white treasure chest. Luck really is something that defies logic. Xiao Chunan squatted on the edge of the cliff and opened the chests one by one. The white treasure chest contained drinking water, stones, tomato seeds, chocolate, iron ingots, MSG, mosquito coils, and windproof lighters, all standard supplies. The green treasure chest contains much more valuable items, including a lucky fusion card, 50 units of lime, a scythe crafting blueprint, an iron pot crafting blueprint, a psionic crystal, and a fireball skill scroll. Inside the blue treasure chest was a lucky guarantee card. Xiao Chunan looked at the card. It had a blue background and a 4-leaf clover pattern, exactly the same as the one she had used that morning. He was in a good mood. Yesterday's guaranteed draw card went straight to the purple teleportation array, and he got another one today. He'll wait for the protection period to end tomorrow, then he can do another guaranteed draw. Xiao Chunan put the card away and looked at the other supplies. The lime, plus the 50 units she already had in her bag, made a total of 100, and she finally had all the materials needed to upgrade the stone house. She also put away the lucky fusion card. This was her 5th green card today. He then picked up the dark green crystal. The crystal was about the size of a fist, with fine, flowing lines on its surface. It vibrated slightly when touched with his fingertips, and faint specks of light moved within it. He used his appraisal skill. The results showed that it was a high-quality psionic crystal, containing pure psionic energy, which could provide power to buildings or devices that require energy to operate. Xiao Chunan looked at it twice, then asked Shenlan what it could power. Shenlan explained that it could be thought of as a battery. Many advanced buildings and items in this world require psionic energy to operate, and psionic crystals are the universal fuel. Although it's not needed right now, it will definitely be a valuable commodity later. Xiao Chunan wasn't worried about it. The Qiankun bag had enough space, so it was always a good idea to stock up first. Then he looked at the remaining items, 2 green blueprints and a parchment scroll with a fire emblem. Learning the sickle blueprint would allow him to craft sickles, greatly improving crop harvesting efficiency, just in time for tonight's harvest. He was even more satisfied with the iron wok blueprints. Once he learned how, he could make iron woks, unlocking cooking methods like stir-frying and stewing, and the dishes he made would taste even better than barbecue. After 3 days here, he actually started to miss the taste of stir-fries from his hometown. Finally, Xiao Chunan picked up the parchment scroll. The flame emblem on the scroll was deeply etched, and when unfolded, the green runes flowed slowly. The appraisal results show that this is a high-quality fireball skill scroll, belonging to the active skill category. After learning it, one can master the E-rank psionic spell Fireball, which condenses psionic energy to form a fireball for throwing. Upon impact, it causes explosive damage, consuming 10 points of psionic energy each time, and the damage is related to the spirit attribute. After 3 days of traversing the mortal realm, he finally unlocked a true combat skill. Xiao Chunan asked Shenlong if the damage of the fireball spell was linked to mental damage. Deep Blue gave an affirmative answer. The higher the spirit level, the greater the power. The deeper the energy pool, the more times it can be released. However, with Xiao Chunan's current spirit level, the damage from a single release is roughly equivalent to slapping someone hard. Xiao Chunan looked down at his palm, then at the majestic flame emblem on the scroll, and couldn't help but ask, "Wouldn't it be better to just fan it with my hand instead of throwing a fireball?" Shenlong comforted him, saying that at least it was a ranged attack. It wouldn't hurt, but it would be annoying. As for psionic energy, it was closely related to mental energy. 1 point of mental energy equaled 10 points of psionic energy. Xiao Chunan currently had 10 points of mental energy, and a maximum of 100 psionic energy, recovering 10 points per hour. If he really ran out of energy, he would need to rest for 10 hours to fully recover. Chapter 51 Shelter Upgrade. Basic Stone House. Chapter 51 Shelter Upgrade. Basic Stone House. Xiao Chunan complained, but his hands didn't hold back. "I've learned it." The scroll shattered into green light spots that merged into the back of my hand. A warm sensation spread from my palm to my forearm, lasting for a few breaths before dissipating. "Ding! You have learned the skill, Fireball, Ranky." Xiao Chunan spread out his right hand, attempting to mobilize his spiritual energy. A fireball the size of a fist condensed in his palm, radiating a scorching heat. He casually flicked his wrist towards the sea, and the fireball traced an arc before crashing into the water more than 10 meters away. With a muffled plop, water droplets and steam rose into the air. "It seems pretty powerful. At least it's a ranged attack." "Of course. But if you want to increase damage, you can stack more spirit attribute. I've used up all 3 fishing attempts for today." Xiao Chunan put all 25 fishing rods into his Chenkun bag, then turned and walked back to the wooden house along the gravel path. He pushed open the door and went straight to the island monument inside the house. He took out 2 blueprints, one of a sickle and the other of an iron pot, and pasted them onto the monument. A stream of light flashed, and the blueprint merged into the stone tablet. "Ding! You have unlocked the sickle crafting blueprint, and can now craft a sickle at the workbench." "Ding! You have unlocked the iron pot crafting blueprint, and can now craft an iron pot at the workbench." Xiao Chunan walked to the workbench, placed his palm on it, and pulled out the manufacturing panel. Sickle green. Requirements: 1 iron ingot, 1 piece of wood. Iron wok green. Requirements: 3 iron ingots, 1 piece of wood. The cost is outrageously low. His stockpile of iron ingots and timber exceeded 5,000, enough to squander. Tonight, everyone in the district who farms will need a sickle to harvest the crops. An iron wok is even better. With a wok, you can stir-fry vegetables and stew soup, which is a whole dimension better than the single function of a barbecue grill. The demand for both items is there, so why not cut our losses? Xiao Chunan increased the production quantity of sickles and iron pots to 100 each. To craft 100 sickles, you will need 100 iron ingots and 100 pieces of wood. To craft 100 iron pots, you will need 300 iron ingots and 100 pieces of wood. Confirm. The workbench starts operating, absorbing materials, and the progress bar steadily advances. While waiting, he walked back to the island monument and opened the trading hall. A series of transaction completion notifications popped up. Ding! All 12 animal skin cotton padded coats you listed have been sold. Obtain 400 cotton and 120 linen. Ding! All of your regular barbecue meat, 189 items, have been sold out. Obtain 84 animal hides and 105 linen. Ding! 100 of the ceramic bowls you listed have been sold. Obtain 100 clay. There are still 74 pieces of roasted meat and 16 quilts hanging untouched. Xiao Chunan switched to her private message list. A long list of unread messages, with so many red dots it looked like a rash. He glanced at them and saw that they were all after the cotton quilts. One of the friend's messages was at the top of the list. Sunminga. Boss, can I exchange 600 milliliters of the production-boosting spiritual spring for a warm cotton quilt? Xiao Chunan replied. Sure, do you need a fur-lined cotton-padded coat? Sunminga. Thank you, boss. I've already bought the animal skin cotton-padded coat using linen. Xiao Chunan. Okay. He clicked on the other party's profile picture to initiate a trade request, and put a winter quilt on the trade list. A small earthenware jar was quickly placed on the opposite side. Both parties confirmed. Xiao Chunan put the pottery jar into his Qiankun bag, placing it together with the spiritual spring from before. After dealing with his friend's messages, he quickly glanced at the remaining private messages. There's a lot of information, but most of it is about exchanging basic materials or some useless blueprints. Garbage, all garbage. Xiao Chunan simply clicked, read, and cleared the list. Isn't that perfectly reasonable? People would have already used something useful themselves. Why would they be willing to give it up for exchange? Deep Blue whispered in his ear. Xiao Chunan thought about it again and realized that made sense. One-click read and delete, completely clearing out private messages. He raised his hand and changed the terms of the deal for the quilt. Item: 1 winter comforter. Quantity: 15. Requirements: fishing rod X1 or dimensional bag X1. Since we can't get the resources we want in exchange, we'll just keep harvesting the non-sellable items. After the product was listed, Xiao Chunan switched to the chat channel and sent a message. Buying 9mm bullet manufacturing blueprints and crossbow manufacturing blueprints. Some have blueprints, please contact me privately. After sending the message, he didn't pay much attention to other information. Deep Blue, turn on the private message filter and set it so that only players who have these 2 blueprints can send private messages. Okay, I've set private chat permissions to automatically block all private messages that don't include a drawing preview. Xiao Chunan nodded and brought up the building list. There's enough lime. Primary stone house. Upgrade requirements: 1 advanced wooden house, 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone, 100 lime, 100 iron ingots, 100 glass. Upgrade. He pressed confirm. The island monument shone brightly with white light. That gentle force pushed him outside again. Bingley noticed the commotion, stood up from beside the barbecue grill, and walked to his side. Niu-E and Niu-Er also stopped what they were doing and watched from a distance. Shelter upgrade in progress. Estimated completion time, 30 minutes. All shelter functions will be unavailable during the upgrade. The entire luxurious wooden house was enveloped in golden light, and the original wooden walls were gradually replaced and covered with gray-white stones. The wooden window frames were replaced by more regular stone window sills, and the thatched roof was replaced by flat stone slabs. The whole process was very quiet. As the light shone, a brand new stone cottage rose from the ground. It is larger than the previous high-end log cabin and has a more complex structure, with an additional independent side wing structure. Niu-E and Niu-Er had finished cutting down the second grove of trees and were walking back when they saw this scene. The 2 minotaurs stopped in the distance, mouths agape in disbelief. Xiao Chunan stood with his hands in his pockets, observing the changes before him. The transition from a wooden house to a stone house represents a qualitative leap. Once the stone house is completed and the fireplace is built, tonight's frost and snow will no longer be a threat. 30 minutes passed quickly. The golden light that enveloped the entire wooden house began to recede inwards, eventually disappearing entirely into the foundation. The outline of the stone house has been fully formed. The gray-white stone walls are thick and heavy, the windows are fitted with bright glass, and the slate tiles on the roof are arranged tightly. The steps at the entrance have been changed from 2 wooden planks to 3 stone steps, which have been polished to a very smooth finish. The overall area is larger than that of a luxury wooden house, and it appears to be a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout. There is an additional independent kitchen side door on the south wall, and the section of building extending out on the north side should be the bathroom. Ding! The shelter has been upgraded to a basic stone house. Ding! Building unlocked, water tower. Xiao Chunan looked up and surveyed the newly renovated stone house in front of her. The grayish-white stone wall looked like a bunker. He walked up and tapped it with his knuckles, making a dull thud. The door panels were also replaced with dark hardwood, covered with a layer of sheet metal. After pushing them open, the interior space was more than half again as spacious as before. The main hall was spacious and bright, with the workbench and fusion furnace still in their original positions. The island monument stood in the center, emitting a soft white light. A new door appears on the right, leading directly to the kitchen. It features a complete set of stone cooktop, a large cutting board, and a smoothly polished sink. A space for storing fuel is also provided beneath the cooktop. To the left is a corridor leading to the master bedroom, the second bedroom, and the bathroom. Xiao Chunan stood in the center of the main hall, surrounded by stone walls on all 4 sides, with even and bright light coming through the windows. The ground beneath our feet has been replaced with polished stone slabs, which feel hard and solid underfoot, much better than wooden floors. He walked to the island monument, and placed his palm on it. A light screen popped up, and in the building list, the fireplace icon had changed from gray to a buildable status. Fireplace. Construction requirements: 500 stone, 100 clay, 50 iron ingots, 1 flint. Prerequisite: basic stone house, already met. His gaze swept over the materials list. He had plenty of other materials in stock, except for 1 flint. We used up all the flint while building the barbecue grill. Chapter 52 Water Tower, Artificial Tap Water. Chapter 52 Water Tower, Artificial Tap Water. Doesn't the fishing treasure chest produce flint? Xiao Chunan leaned against the island monument, and casually asked a question. Yes, a lot of them came out. Deep Blue flew around the island monument once. So I've fished so many times and haven't caught a single one? Maybe I was just unlucky. There's no shortage of flint in the trading market right now. Xiao Chunan switched to the trading hall interface and entered flint. The light screen refreshed with a large number of pending orders. Many traded flint for cotton, linen, or animal hides, and the prices were not low. 1 flint cost 50 units of cotton or 30 units of linen. Xiao Chunan directly spent 30 units of linen to buy one of the flint listings. I clicked the fireplace icon directly in the building list. Put up. The island monument flashed with light. A dull thud came from inside the stone house, and the walls and floor trembled slightly. Xiao Chunan pushed open the door and entered the main hall of the stone house. Below the wall directly opposite, a half-person high stone fireplace is taking shape. The furnace chamber was made of grayish-white stone, with a conical chimney leading directly to the roof. The inner wall of the furnace mouth was coated with a layer of clay, the furnace grate cast from iron ingots was embedded at the bottom, and flint was embedded in a groove on the right side wall, next to which was a metal lever that could be turned. Ding! The fireplace is complete. Instructions for use: simply add wood or other combustibles and turn the flint lever to ignite. While the fireplace is running, the room temperature will be maintained within a comfortable range, significantly reducing body heat loss in cold weather. Xiao Chunan squatted down and checked the bottom. Like a barbecue grill, it has an automatic ignition knob. Deep Blue, how do you use this thing? It works on a similar principle to a barbecue grill, Master. Simply place the fuel into the storage hopper on the side and turn the knob to ignite it. 10 units of wood or thatch can burn for 1 hour, providing heating to roughly the entire house. How much material can the storage tank hold at a time? Standard capacity is 100 units. The owner can fill it up at once, and it will automatically adjust the burning speed according to the temperature. Deep Blue paused. It's much more convenient than the owner manually adding firewood every day. Xiao Chunan opened the storage compartment on the side and took out 100 units of wood from his jiankun bag and stuffed them in. He closed the storage tank and turned the ignition knob on the front. With a soft click, orange-red flames emerged from the furnace. A warm feeling began to spread. Standing by the fireplace, Xiao Chunan could clearly feel the chill on her face being dispelled, and warmth spreading across her skin. It's all right, much more respectable than lighting a campfire. Having resolved the heating issue, Xiao Chunan returned to the island monument and scrolled to the bottom of the building list, where a new icon was lit up. Domestic water tower. Construction requirements: 500 wood, 500 stone, 300 clay, 100 iron ingots, 10 copper blocks, 1 glass. Note: after construction, steel water pipes will be automatically laid to the shelter's kitchen and toilets to provide daily water supply. The water tower requires manual filling and is equipped with a wooden climbing ladder. Note: please select a building location, default, adjacent area to the shelter. Is there running water now? Strictly speaking, it's a manual water supply system. You have to pour the water into the water tower yourself. Isn't that just a high-level water tank? Essentially yes, but it can deliver water directly to the kitchen sink and bathroom through iron pipes, saving you the trouble of carrying bowls back and forth. Xiao Chunan glanced at the material consumption and found that the inventory was sufficient. It was built on the north side of the stone house. Confirm. A flash of white light appeared on the island monument. The ground north of the stone house trembled a few times, and a gray-white stone cylinder rose from the ground, topped with an open circular water tank, and its outer walls were bound by 3 iron hoops. A spiral wooden staircase extends from one side of the cylinder, spiraling upwards to the opening of the groove. Several finger-thick iron pipes split into 2 from the bottom of the water tower. One line went through the outer wall of the north bathroom, and the other went around to the south side wall of the kitchen and squeezed into the gaps in the stone bricks. Ding! The water tower is complete. Water tower capacity, 3,000 liters. Current water level, 0 liters. Please manually add water through the top inlet. Xiao Chunan pushed open the door and walked into the kitchen. Above the stone sink next to the stove, a new brass faucet valve has been added to the wall. He twisted it twice. It was dry. The water tower is empty, so of course no water will come out. The water storage pit contains more than 20,000 liters of rainwater. We can have Nyo-E and Nyo-Air carry water to fill it up later. Let's put fetching water aside for now. There are many other things to do. Xiao Chunan walked back to the island monument, placed his palm on the surface of the monument, and brought up the building management interface. A 3-dimensional aerial view of the island unfolds on the light screen, clearly showing the internal structure of the stone house. The main hall is in the center, and the positions of the island monument, workbench, and fusion furnace remain unchanged. On the right is a newly built separate kitchen, and on the left is a corridor leading to 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. His gaze fell on one of the secondary bedrooms. A toilet icon sits alone in the corner of the room. This was built during the era of high-class wooden houses, and the system has placed it there by default. Now that the stone house has a separate bathroom, this thing still takes up the space of a bedroom, which looks awkward. Xiao Chunan stretched out her finger, selected the toilet icon on the light screen, traced an arc with her fingertip, dragged it to the bathroom area on the other side of the kitchen, and released it. The building's toilet has been moved to its designated location. He pushed open the bathroom door and looked inside. The stone toilet was already securely placed in the corner, with a water pipe connection reserved next to it. Having solved the toilet problem, he closed the door, walked back to the island monument, and clicked on the shelter upgrade option. Intermediate stone house. Upgrade requirements: 1 basic stone house, 5,000 wood, 5,000 stone, 500 lime, 500 iron ingots, 500 glass. We are still a long way from upgrading again. Xiao Chunan settled for second best and found Nyo-Yi's basic wooden house in the building list. Upgrade from basic log cabin to intermediate log cabin. Requirements: 300 wood, 200 thatch, 50 stone. Upgrade. He didn't even blink an eye at the cost of such a small amount of resources. Outside, the small wooden house where Nioi and Nioer lived was bathed in golden light. A moment later, a more sturdy, mid-sized wooden house with a separate small hall replaced the original one. Two soft sounds came from the workbench. Completed, 100 sickles. Completed, 100 iron pots. Xiao Chunan walked over, and there were 100 gleaming sickles and 100 dark iron pots neatly stacked on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he swept all the finished products into his Jiankun bag. He then brought up the production panel at the workbench. Toilet white. Requirements: 20 stones, 5 clay. The manufacturing quantity was reduced to 1. Simple wooden bed, white. Requirements: 20 wood, 20 thatch. The manufacturing quantity was reduced to 1. The workbench started working one after another. A brand new stone toilet was placed on the ground first, followed by a simple wooden bed that exuded the fragrance of wood. While waiting, Xiao Chunan typed barrel into the search bar in the trading hall. There are many wooden barrels on the market, with prices varying widely. He picked a reasonably priced bulk order, 30 units of timber per piece, and ordered 10 pieces directly. Ding! Transaction complete. You have obtained 10 wooden barrels. The toilet and wooden bed are now complete. Chapter 53, an epic level Sumura bag. 810 slots of portable space. Chapter 53 epic level Sumura bag. 810 slot portable space. Xiao Chunan walked out of the stone house and shouted to the south. Awesome! Nioi and Nioer were curiously looking at their upgraded new home when they heard the call. Nioi immediately ran over. Boss, did you call me? Xiao Chunan took out the newly made wooden bed and toilet. This bed is for Nioer. This toilet, move it into your room. From now on, you'll take care of your bodily functions inside the room. Don't dig holes outside. Nioi chuckled in agreement, and immediately put the bed and toilet into his storage bag. Xiao Chunan then took out 6 wooden buckets from his Jiankun bag and lined them up on the ground. Also, you and Nioer each take 3 buckets and go to the water storage pit to fetch water. See that water tower north of the stone house? Fill it up. 3,000 liters capacity, you two handle it, get it done before dark. Yes, boss. I guarantee I'll complete the task. Nioi received the order, put away the wooden bucket, turned around and ran towards his new house, calling out Nioer's name. Brother! Come here quickly! Get the bucket! Let's go fetch water. Nioer was squatting at the door of the mid-level wooden house, studying the doorknob of his new home, when he heard the shout and ran over. Nioi handed the 3 wooden buckets to Nioer, and then explained the matter of the bed and the toilet again. Put your things inside first, then come with me to fetch water. Nioer took the bucket and nodded blankly. I understand, big brother. The 2 minotaurs ran one after the other toward the water reservoir. The ox ran while turning back to lecture Nioer. If you work for the boss, just be a little nicer to him and a little harder on him. Where else can you find such treatment? They provide food and lodging, and even upgrade our houses. How many cattle or horses have you ever seen sleeping in wooden huts? Nioer followed behind, his short legs moving quickly, panting heavily as he ran. Big brother, slow down! After dismissing the 2 laborers, Xiao Chunan turned and returned to the stone house. He first went to the workbench, brought up the production panel, and checked the inventory. There are still 6 bundles of hemp rope left, enough to make 6 more fishing vine cages. He set the instructions directly on the production panel. Crafted item, fishing vine cage X6. Consumables, 6 hemp ropes, 30 vines. After confirming the instructions, he didn't wait where he was and went straight to the fusion furnace on the other side. He took out all 24 high-quality green fishing rods from his Jiankun bag and piled them at his feet. He picked up 3 of them and threw them into the fusion furnace. Fusion solution, 3 premium fishing rods. Expected output, rare fishing rod X1. Success rate, 90%. Should they be merged? Integration. The furnace body shimmered with light, then returned to stillness after a moment. A fishing rod, its entire body gleaming with a faint blue light, lay quietly inside the furnace. Xiao Chunan didn't stop, and continued with the second and third rounds. All 8 cycles were successfully integrated without a single failure. 8 brand new blue fishing rods were neatly placed next to the fusion furnace. Deep Blue leaned closer. Including the previous one, the owner now has 9 blue fishing rods. Should they add more? Maybe get an orange fishing rod to play with? How effective is the orange fishing rod? The improvement is huge. A green chest is now guaranteed, and there will be no more white chests to make up the difference. The maximum reward has also increased, with a very small chance of fishing out a gold chest. Can't fish for the white treasure chest anymore? Yes, and you'll almost never miss a catch unless you're extremely unlucky. Xiao Chunan looked at the 8 blue fishing rods on the ground, pondered for a moment, and finally waved his hand to put them all into his Jiankun bag. Forget it, let's play it safe. Let's see how these blue rods perform tomorrow. A soft sound came from the workbench. 6 new fishing vine cages had been completed. Xiao Chunan walked over, put the rattan cage into his Jiankun bag, and casually asked a question. Deep Blue, can the quality of this fishing vine cage be improved using a fusion furnace? No, you can't. Items created at the workbench cannot be fused together again. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos. Just imagine, if you could endlessly manufacture ceramic bowls and then endlessly fuse them to improve their quality, wouldn't eternal treasures become commonplace? Okay, so the only things the fusion furnace can fuse are dimensional bags and fishing rods? That's not all. You can also combine lumbering axes and mining picks. Any item that can't be crafted at a crafting table can be thrown in for fusion. Deep Blue paws outstretched. Even basic materials like wood and stone can be combined to improve quality. As long as you have enough logging axes, you can theoretically combine them to create even the legendary eternal treasure, the heaven-opening axe. This information is interesting. Xiao Chunan made a mental note of it, and turned to walk back to the fusion furnace. He took out 15 blue storage bags and 5 green lucky fusion cards from his Jiankun bag and laid them out in front of the fusion furnace. Fusion solution, empty storage bag, blue, x3. Expected output, Jiankun bag, orange, x1. Success rate, 80%. The success rate wasn't low, but he didn't want to take any risks. He picked up a lucky fusion card and stuck it on the control panel of the fusion furnace. The cards transformed into green light and merged into the furnace. Ding! Lucky fusion card, green, successfully used, fusion success rate plus 10%. Current fusion success rate 90%. Integration. Orange light burst forth. The first Jiankun bag is in hand. Without pausing, he proceeded to the second and third rounds. All 5 lucky fusion cards were used up, and all 5 fusions were successful in a row. 5 orange quality Jiankun bags were lined up on the ground, their orange fluorescence casting a warm glow on the inner walls of the stone house. Including the one I took off from my waist, there are 6 perfect grade Jiankun bags. 6 in total. Among the more than 900,000 people in the entire district, Xiao Chunan is probably the only one who can collect all 6 orange bags. But Xiao Chunan had no intention of stopping there. He picked out 3 oranges from the 6 bags and placed them in front of the fusion furnace. A dark blue, chibi-style face came closer. You want to combine purple ones? 3 orange ones? Or should we keep it to look at? Without hesitation, Xiao Chunan picked up 3 of the orange Jiankun bags and threw them into the fusion furnace again. The furnace body light screen is refreshed. Fusion solution, Jiankun bag, orange, x3. Expected output, Sumru bag, purple, x1. Success rate, 70%. The success rate dropped to 70% immediately. For items of purple quality, a success rate of 70% is already quite good. But he wasn't going to gamble on that probability. If we fail even once, It's like throwing away 3 orange bags. That's a huge loss. Xiao Chunan took out the blue quality Lucky Fusion card from his Jiankun bag. He pressed the blue 4-leaf clover card into the Fusion Furnace's card slot. The card transformed into a deep blue stream of light, merging into the furnace. The numbers on the panel changed accordingly. Ding! Lucky Fusion card, blue, successfully used, Fusion success rate plus 20%. Current Fusion success rate 90%. Merge! The 3 orange storage bags inside the fusion furnace began to rise slowly and attract each other. The light changed from orange to purple, growing deeper and more intense. The entire stone house was stained with a rich purple color. The light lasted for more than 10 breaths before slowly fading away. A bag, its entire body amethyst-colored with star-like sparkles flowing across its surface, floated quietly above the furnace opening. Ding! Fusion successful! Xiao Chunan reached out and grasped it. The bag feels warm and smooth to the touch, is lighter than the Jiankun bag, and has a more delicate texture. The bag's opening is secured with a purple crystal clasp, on which are engraved the ancient seal script characters, Shumi. He immediately used an identification technique. Sumura bag. Quality epic purple. Description: contains 810 storage compartments, and can be carried with you. Chapter 54 Frost and snow are coming, and someone has already secretly raised an army? Chapter 54 Frost and snow are coming, someone has already secretly raised an army? It's done! Xiao Chunan turned the Sumura bag over and looked at it once, then uttered 2 words. Shenlan peeked her entire little body out of the bag, her 2 little wings fluttering incessantly. 810 slots. 3 times more than the orange storage bag. The first purple storage bag in the entire region. No, it might even be the first in the entire server. Xiao Chunan tucked the Sumura bag to his waist and took off the original orange Jiankun bag. In the blink of an eye, all the supplies in the orange bag were transferred into the Sumura bag. 270 slots of inventory were poured into 810 slots of space, but it didn't even fill 1/10 of the space. From now on, this one will be enough when we go out. Deep Blue was even more engrossed in him, and flew around the Sumura bag twice. Master, there are still 3 orange Jiankun bags left. Let's try one more time, and here comes another purple one. Xiao Chunan stuffed the 3 orange Jiankun bags into the Sumura bag and fastened the bag. Let's talk about it when we get the blue fusion card next time. 70% isn't low, let's take a gamble. You're going to bet 3 orange bags on that 30%? Xiao Chunan raised her hand and flicked her forehead. Naked bonding is too risky. He patted the new bag at his waist. My family is just a small business, we can't afford any losses. Deep Blue rubbed his forehead and muttered a couple of things before falling silent. Xiao Chunan walked to the island monument and placed his palm on its surface. The screen lit up, and a series of transaction notifications popped up. Ding! All 74 of your regular roasted meat items have been sold. Obtain 26 animal hides and 48 linen. The 15 winter quilts on the sales list remain unsold. Players who survive to the 3rd day, still clutching their fishing rods and dimensional bags, are generally clear-headed. It's unrealistic to expect them to pull out such a strategic beginner's item in exchange for a blanket when the knife isn't even at their throats yet. Xiao Chunan was not discouraged. He swiped his finger across the screen and directly modified the transaction terms. Requirements: fishing rod X1 plus dimensional bag X1. If you don't want to exchange one item, then wait until the frost and snow come and you're so cold you can't survive, then use 2 beginner items to exchange for it. Anyway, we don't lack resources now, so at worst we'll just be stuck with them. He closed the quilt interface, and then put the newly made sickle and iron pot back on the shelf. Item: Scythe X1. Quantity: 98. Required: 1 piece of animal hide or 1 piece of linen. Item: Iron pot X1. Quantity: 99. Required: 1 piece of animal hide or 1 piece of linen. Before the frost arrives tonight, all players who have planted crops must harvest them, sickles are an absolute necessity. Iron woks can be used for stir-frying and stewing, which is very attractive to top players who have overcome the crisis of food and clothing and have begun to pursue a higher quality of life. He kept only a sickle and a pot for himself, and hung everything else out. They are still collecting raw materials for garment making. He's still not tired of the snowball game. Xiao Chunan switched to the regional chat channel and casually flipped through a few pages. I've been scrolling through frost and snow-related purchase requests for most of the day, and it's always the same few items over and over again. A new message, however, made him stop typing. Family members, does anyone know anything about this? I got a goblin barracks building card while fishing today. It can summon 3 E-rank goblin warriors every day. Really? You can get a barracks from a fishing treasure chest? Dude, make yourself clear, is it architecture or blueprints? A building, a green card. When used, it directly creates a barracks. Are you cheating? While we're still struggling to survive, you've already mass-produced an army? Haha, I also got a servant summoning card yesterday, but it's a one-time use card, so I can only summon one. I envy those who can keep summoning. How are we supposed to compete like this? Once the protection period ends, they'll come with a whole squad of soldiers. Aren't lone wolves like us just waiting to be slaughtered? Therefore, the most important thing is to find an organization and stick together. Going it alone will not get you far. Can't you guys just die already? I've gone fishing 3 times in a row and every single time I've caught nothing. Bear rod +1, didn't even see a hare. So once the protection period ends tomorrow, those with barracks will start snowballing their gains, and we unlucky ones are just waiting to die. Why wait to die? Go find a big shot to suck up to. Does Boss Xiao Chunan take people in? I'll warm your bed. Screw you, the big shot wouldn't even look at a gas cylinder like you. Look in the mirror, do you even deserve it? The screen was filled with a mixture of sourness and amazement. Looking at the discussion in the chat channel, Xiao Chunan realized that he wasn't the only one who was lucky. The world is more complicated than he thought. The ability to summon fixed units means that some players are already able to build their own basic armed forces. Although Bingli is strong, she is alone. If you ever face a group of people attacking you, you'll find it hard to fight them all. Xiao Chunan left the channel and asked, how rare are these barracks-type buildings? Green quality barracks are not too rare. There are at least several hundred out of 1,000,000 soldiers. However, some talents have similar functions to summoning troops and buildings, and their rank is generally not low. Is there a limit to the number of units that this type of barracks building can produce? Or what does it require to consume? There is usually no strict upper limit, but maintaining troop strength requires food and resources. Goblin barracks are of green quality. E-grade goblins require very little manpower, just enough leftovers each day. High-quality barracks produce stronger units, but also require more manpower. I understand, it's an alternative population system. Xiao Chunan closed the chat channel and brought up the workbench interface. He needed to speed things up. He clicked on the crafting options for the winter coat and checked the current inventory of raw materials. Animal hides 50, linen 469, cotton 600. Animal hides became the bottleneck. Crafted item, animal skin cotton padded coat. Production quantity 50. Consumables, 50 animal hides, 50 linen, 250 cotton. Confirm. The workbench started running again, and the progress bar steadily advanced. After doing all this, Xiao Chunan walked out of the stone house. The afternoon sun felt warm and cozy on my skin. He walked around the stone house and headed towards the cliff on the north side. 6 newly made fishing vine cages need to be placed down. Not far away, Nioi and Nioer were carrying wooden buckets and running enthusiastically towards the water tower. 2 burly figures scurried back and forth on the gravel road, working very efficiently. Xiao Chunan stopped and glanced at the water storage pit on the north side as she passed it. After settling for most of the day, the rainwater in the pit became much clearer, and the silt beneath the surface had completely settled to the bottom. It's fine for washing and cleaning items, but if you want to drink it directly, you need to filter or boil it first. He walked to the north cliff and threw 6 fishing nets into the sea one by one, securing the knots firmly in the rock crevices. Currently, 45 rattan cages hang in this area, forming a giant passive fishing net that provides a stable daily supply of meat. Chapter 55. The beginner period is coming to an end. Let's review what we've learned in the past 3 days. Chapter 55. The novice period is coming to an end. Let's take stock of the 3 days' gains. After a busy afternoon, as the sun was setting, the 2 oxen and horses finally filled the 3,000-liter water tower completely. Xiao Chunan took out 2 newly made sickles from his summer bag and tossed them to Nioi, who had just put down the wooden bucket. Go and harvest all the crops and plantations 2, 3, and 4. Just pile the harvested crops at the entrance of the plantation. Okay, boss. Nioi took the sickle, handed one to Nioer, and led his underlings off in a flurry of activity towards the western plantation. After dismissing the 2 laborers, Xiao Chunan stretched and dusted himself off. He decided to take a shower first. Having been here for 3 days, my body was already covered in a layer of grease. As a southerner who has to shower every day, heaven knows how he endured those 3 days. He entered the stone house, passed through the main hall, and pushed open the bathroom door. The space is small, but it has everything you need. The toilet is placed in the corner, and an iron pipe connection is provided on the wall. On the other side, a shower area made of stone occupies half of the space, with a sloping floor for water to drain out. There is also a copper faucet valve on the wall. Xiao Chunan walked over and turned on the valve. Clear water gushed out of the tap with a whoosh, and the water pressure was strong. He took off his clothes and stood below the water. Warm water droplets poured down from above, washing over my body, gradually washing away the fatigue and stickiness that had accumulated over the past 3 days. I'm finally alive. He wiped the water off his face, leaned against the cold stone wall, and let the water run over him. In today's survival environment, such modern conveniences are a luxury more valuable than any delicacy. The night was dark. It was completely dark outside when the 2 oxen and horses finally dragged their weary steps back from the direction of the plantation to report. Ding! Harvested 50 ordinary wheat plants, gaining 75 gene of wheat, including a 50% boost from the lighthouse. Ding! Harvested 50 ordinary lettuce plants, gaining 75 lettuce plants, including the lighthouse 50% boost. Ding! Harvested 50 regular tomatoes, gaining 300 tomatoes, including a 50% boost from the lighthouse. Deep Blue, is that right? 1 wheat plant can produce 1 pound of wheat grains? And that's after threshing? Xiao Chunan stared blankly at the harvest statistics that popped up on the system panel. Maybe. Crops in this world are extremely high-yielding. If a single seedling can only produce 5 to 8 grams of wheat, how many would we have to grow to feed ourselves? That makes a lot of sense. Indeed, if the yield were like that of Earth, with such a small number of seeds, probably no one would be willing to waste their time planting them. Outside, the wind began to pick up, and fine white particles tapped against the glass windows of the stone house, making a soft rustling sound. It's snowing. It had started snowing. Fine snowflakes drifted down from the gray sky, and the wind carried a biting chill. Xiao Chunan took out 6 pieces of roasted meat from his summer bag, giving 3 pieces to each of Nioi and Nioer. He then took out 2 brand new winter quilts and 2 animal skin cotton padded coats. Go back to your cabins after you finish eating, and don't go out unless necessary. He tossed the quilt and cotton padded coat over, saying, Put them on, cover yourself up, or you'll freeze to death. Nioi and Nioer hugged the thick quilts, their faces full of gratitude. They nodded repeatedly to Xiao Chunan and thanked him indistinctly. After dismissing the 2 employees, Xiao Chunan returned to the warm stone house. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, its orange-red light reflecting off the stone wall and keeping out the wind and snow outside. Bingley sat on the stone bench in front of the island monument, quietly peeling an orange. Xiao Chunan sat down beside her, placed his palm on the cold surface of the monument, and began to organize the findings of the past 3 days. Bingley spent the whole day grilling meat. In addition to the first few batches in the morning, she grilled more than 3,000 more portions of meat. Xiao Chunan exchanged them all for basic materials through the exchange. 20,000 units of timber, 20,000 units of stone, 500 iron ingots, and 287 units of animal hides. Including his previous inventory, his current wealth is astonishing. Current warehouse materials: raw meat 3134, stone 25492, wood 21617, thatch 3000, iron ingot 5125, glass X460, linen 419, clay 205, vines 447, copper block X20, animal hide 287, cotton 350. Daily necessities: 75 gene of wheat, 75 heads of lettuce, 300 tomatoes, 5 bottles of mineral water, 350 milliliters, 4 bags of refined edible salt, 2 bundles of mugwort, 2 oranges, 11 silver mullet, 22 raw fish meat can be provided, 1 rock crab, 1 seaweed, for breads, 2 apples, 2 boxes of milk, 2 packs of toilet paper, 1 piece of chocolate, 1 bottle of MSG, 1 box of mosquito coils, and 1 windproof lighter. Seed: 50 watermelon seeds, 50 tomato seeds, and 50 corn seeds. Container: 1 empty black iron treasure chest, 3 empty sandalwood treasure chests, 2 empty cola cans, and 6 empty small pottery jars. Props: 1 logging axe, Nyo-e, 1 mining pickaxe, Nyo-e, 5 barbecue grills, Bingley, 1 iron hoe, Nyo-e, 1 iron shovel, Nyo-e, 45 fishing vine cages, 2 sickles, Nyo-e and Nyo-air, 1 iron pot, kitchen, 10 wooden barrels, 3 winter quilts. Real: Disassembly Skill Book X5, Appraisal Skill Book X5. Green supplies: Elite Wolf Meat 24, Elite Wolf Bone 1, Thunder Pig Fruit 20, Production Boosting Spirit Spring 1800 milliliters, including ceramic pot, pea shooter seeds 10, psionic crystal X1. Blue item: Storage bag 1, ice glass, Glock G17 X1, 9mm bullets 17 rounds, lucky guarantee card, blue 1, rare fishing rod 9, compound crossbow 1, iron crossbow bolts 5. Orange item: Qianquan bag X3. Purple item: Sumaru bag X1. 3 days of beginner training, harvesting, a metaphor for inexperienced investors, every day, reaping a fortune. Xiao Chunan looked at the long list and withdrew her hand with satisfaction. The wind and snow outside the window were getting heavier and heavier. Snowflakes, like goose feathers, hit the glass with a muffled thud, quickly covering it with a layer of snow. Looking out through the crack, the whole world was a white blur, with visibility less than 5 meters. The regional channels were already in an uproar. It's snowing! It's really snowing! It's so cold! My teeth are chattering! Looking to buy animal hides, cotton, anything that can keep me warm. I'm freezing! The animal hide clothing is no match at all. The wind blows in like knives. Does anyone know of any cotton-padded coats they can sell? Damn it, my wooden cabin is creaking in the wind, it feels like it's about to collapse at any moment. I should have spent more money to upgrade to the intermediate level. What can we do? Just wait to die. Yesterday's rain eliminated 30,000 people, and tonight's snow will probably double that number. I've lost all feeling in my hands. Is there anyone willing to trade me a cotton-padded coat? I'm willing to trade all the basic materials I have for it. Selling torches. The last torch. It can burn for 30 minutes. In exchange for 50 units of stone. Is the person upstairs crazy? You want 50 stones for a torch? Why don't you just rob someone? Buy it or don't, you'll regret it if you freeze to death later. There are still people queuing up here. Padded coats are too expensive, I can't afford them. Do you have any cheaper options? Linen clothes will do too. That Xiao Chunan is really heartless. He wants 2 beginner items for just a tattered quilt. Stop cursing. They're capable, we're not. Just accept our fate. All I want now is to survive. Can anyone sell me a piece of flint? Xiao Chunan looked at the cries of agony and the transactions in the channel, walked to the workbench, and placed her palm on the surface. He put all the remaining 350 units of cotton, animal hides, and linen into the warehouse. Crafted item: animal skin cotton padded coat. Production quantity: 70. Consumables: 70 animal hides, 70 linen, 350 cotton. Confirm. The workbench starts operating, absorbing materials, and the progress bar steadily advances. A moment later, 70 thick cotton-padded coats, made of animal hides, were neatly stacked on the ground. He walked back to the island monument, waved his hand, and threw all 70 cotton-padded coats, along with the previous batch, into the listing interface. Item: animal hide cotton-padded coat X1. Quantity: 120. Requirements: fishing rod X1 or dimensional bag X1. This time, he still refused to accept any basic materials. On the night when the snowstorm was at its fiercest, he would use these life-saving supplies to exchange for the most valuable beginner's items in the world. Bingley appeared behind him without his noticing and handed him a peeled orange segment. Many people will die outside. She looked at the swirling snow outside the window, her tone calm. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Chunan took the orange segment and popped it into her mouth, the sweet and sour juice spreading in her mouth. He is not a savior. In a world where everyone can become an enemy, any unnecessary mercy is tantamount to playing with your own life. All he can do is use every advantage he has to survive and thrive. As for the others, whether they live or die is up to fate. Chapter 56 Island Survival Day 4 Snow Demon Catastrophe Event Preview. Chapter 56 Island Survival Day 4 Snow Demon Catastrophe Event Preview. Island Calendar, Day 4 of Survival. When Xiao Chunan woke up, there was a soft, warm body in his arms. The fireplace inside the stone house burned all night, making the house so warm that no one wanted to move. Bingley leaned against him, her long silver hair spread out on the pillow, her palm pressed against his chest. Her body temperature was low, but the fireplace in the room had been burning all night, which helped to counteract the chill. Xiao Chunan looked down for a while. It was warm, cozy, and carried the faint, cool fragrance of the people around me. On Earth, this kind of behavior would be considered cheating and would likely get you reported for cheating. The snow outside has stopped. Frost had formed on the edges of the window. Xiao Chunan pushed the window open a crack, and a cold wind rushed in. He immediately closed the window. Damn, we almost sent someone to their death. Bingley opened her eyes and sat up. Is it cold outside? It's ridiculously cold. Xiao Chunan got out of bed and dressed. Luckily, I didn't plant the watermelons and corn yesterday, otherwise I would have only seen an ice sculpture vegetable garden when I woke up this morning. A system notification then popped up. Ding! Day 4 of Island Survival. All resource points have been refreshed. Ding! The Epic Lighthouse is now active, increasing resource production at your island's resource points by 50%. Ding! 43 minutes remaining in the newbie protection period. Ding! Event announcement. In 1 hour, the CN888 region will be hit by the Snow Demon Catastrophe. All trial participants, please prepare in advance. Xiao Chunan paused for a moment as she put on her cotton-padded coat. Snow Demon Catastrophe? Master, congratulations. The tutorial in the beginner village is over. The official levels are coming soon. A deep blue creature floated out from the side, its small wings flapping frequently. Your congratulations sound really unlucky. Bingley sat up in bed, her silver hair sliding down her shoulders. Monster? Most likely. Xiao Chunan buttoned up her cotton-padded coat. The protection period is about to end, so the system has to add some entertainment for the survivors. He walked into the main hall, and Bingley, already dressed, followed him out. Xiao Chunan placed his palm on the island monument, and last night's transaction records popped up. Ding! All 15 winter comforters you listed have been sold. Obtained, fishing rod X15, dimensional bag X15. Ding! All 120 of the animal skin cotton padded coats you listed have been sold. Obtained, fishing rod X48, dimensional bag X72. Ding! All 98 scythes you listed have been sold. Obtained, 98 pieces of linen. Ding! All the cast iron woks X98 you listed have been sold. Obtained, 98 pieces of linen. Xiao Chunan scanned the records from beginning to end. 63 fishing rods, 87 dimensional bags, plus 196 bolts of linen. A night of wind and snow cleared away everything that had been hung up the night before. These people are quite vocal in their insults during the day, but they're also quick to pay at night. Deep Blue lay on the edge of the light screen. Survival is nothing to be ashamed of. When the knife of death hangs over one's neck, even the most precious tools must be used to save one's life. That makes sense. When the knife hasn't fallen on your own body, anyone can stand on moral high ground and condemn unscrupulous merchants. When the cold wind seeps into your bones, fishing rods and dimensional bags become mere external possessions. The props only have value if the person is alive. When a person dies, even the richest warehouse belongs to someone else. Deep Blue moved closer to the light screen. If we had hung up more cold weather gear last night, we might have been able to exchange it for even more. One should not be too greedy. Xiao Chunan looked at the newly acquired props in the warehouse. But doing business is fine. Xiao Chunan swiped her finger across the screen and switched to the chat channel. In the upper right corner of the channel, the line of numbers representing lives is shocking. Current number of survivors in CN 888, 812,698 to 1 million. Overnight, more than 130,000 people were eliminated. The power of this frost and snow far exceeded his expectations. The chat channel updates very quickly. Oh my God, is this the end of the world? Anyone still alive, speak up. Squeak. I almost squeaked out, I nearly froze to death last night. The snow has stopped, but it's still cold outside. Even people from my hometown in northeast China can't stand it. The snow is up to our calves. Those who hadn't upgraded to intermediate cabins by yesterday are probably all done for. Anyone who managed to buy a quilt last night, come out and let us know you're safe. Damn, that stuff can really save your life. I bought a cotton padded coat last night and managed to get through it by staying in bed. Even though Xiao Chunan is dark-skinned, he saved my life. I couldn't afford it, so I blocked the door with wooden planks. The fire burned out in the middle of the night, and I almost didn't wake up. The oxen and horses I summoned yesterday are dead. When I went out this morning, they were lying stiff and lifeless in the wooden shed. You're putting cattle and horses in wooden sheds? Dude, you're a real boss. Even the king of hell would shake his head if he saw this. A genius. A real genius. We've been incredibly unlucky to have met you. What is the snow demon catastrophe? Can someone who knows explain it to me? Don't keep it to yourself, we're all in the same boat. So many people died last night, and monsters are still coming today? This hellish world doesn't treat people like human beings. Just destroy it already, I'm quitting. Anyone selling weapons? I only have an axe, and I'm not sure what to do with it. Does Xiao Chunan sell weapons? I need a crossbow, price negotiable. Don't even think about it. They'll be surrounded by Ma De Biao's gang later. Do you think they'd sell you their weapons? Are Ma De Biao and the others still alive? Didn't a bunch of people freeze to death last night? I was just calling for help on the regional channel, and they're perfectly fine. Xiao Chunan saw the name Ma De Biao and clicked on the blacklist. All 47 hostile names are still there. Of the 14 people involved in the siege, all had their statuses highlighted. He's got a tough life. That's fine. The ledger hasn't even been torn up yet, and the creditor has already died. Who will collect the interest from now? He turned around and walked to the fusion furnace. Take out 87 white dimensional bags and pile them on the floor. Xiao Chunan grabbed the bag and threw 3 at a time into the furnace. The light flashed. After 29 operations, 29 more green storage bags appeared on the ground. He picked up the 29 green nanoelement bags and continued to put them into the furnace at a ratio of 3:1. The fusion furnace ran continuously for 9 times, flashing a blue light each time. Soon, 9 blue storage bags appeared on the ground. Xiao Chunan didn't dare to continue combining upwards. Without the blessing of the lucky fusion card, failure would be a greater loss than gain. With a wave of his hand, he put the 9 newly produced empty storage bags and the remaining 2 green storage bags back into the summer bag. Next, he took out 63 white fishing rods. They will continue to integrate step by step. 21 operations resulted in 21 high-quality green fishing rods. 7 operations yielded 7 blue rare-grade fishing rods. Adding the original 9 blue rods in the bag, there are a total of 16 blue rods. Xiao Chunan carefully put away the fishing rods. He turned around, walked over, and pushed open the heavy wooden door. "It's so cold, my wings are freezing." Its small, dark blue body curled up into a ball, its wings pressed tightly against its back. A gust of cold wind carrying ice crystals rushed towards him, and he instinctively shivered, wrapping his animal skin cotton-padded coat tighter around himself. This awful weather. It's practically uninhabitable outside the stone house. Bingley followed him out, still wearing that thin, ice-blue long dress, her waist-length silver hair swaying slightly in the cold wind. "Aren't you cold? Didn't we leave you a fur-lined cotton-padded coat?" Xiao Chunan looked at her, somewhat puzzled. "It's not cold." Bingley raised her hand, and a snow crystal condensed in her palm. "My physique is special. My combat power increases in icy and snowy environments." "How much of an improvement?" "In the current environment, it's about 100%. Xiao Chunan opened her mouth, then closed it again. 100%. In other words, Bingley's combat power doubles in frosty and snowy weather. The version of the woman is terrifying. In the south, Nioi and Neo Air had already gotten up. 2 minotaurs, wrapped in animal skin cotton-padded coats, were clearing the gravel road with shovels. Nioi works quickly, shoveling up a large patch of snow and throwing it to the roadside. Neo Air followed behind, patching the leaks, white breath coming out of his nostrils. Nioi saw Xiao Chunan from afar and waved his shovel. "Boss! The road's almost cleared! We're not freezing!" Xiao Chunan withdrew her gaze. "Deep blue, how long until the newbie shield disappears?" "The newbie protection period ends in half an hour." "Is there a hidden achievement reward for the first survivor in the entire region to kill a player or upgrade their territory level?" "Yes, just like the first survivor to complete the island exploration achievement, the first 3 survivors to complete the island upgrade will receive special rewards. The first player to achieve a kill does not receive a server-wide notification reward. The system ultimately encourages territorial conquest and resource plunder." Chapter 57. Please revert to that arrogant and unruly demeanor. Chapter 57. Please regain your unruly demeanor. Island CN 888-666673. Inside the luxurious wooden cabin, Ma Debiao, wrapped in an animal skin coat, stood in front of the island monument, his fingers flying across the screen. The messages in the Alliance group chat kept popping up. "Jiang Meng. Brother Biao, after the protective shield disappears, the snow demon calamity is coming. When are we going to deal with Xiao Chunan?" Ma Debiao. "Let's get through the snow demon calamity first. I'll sail over to pick you up. Let that kid live a few more hours." Zhou Davwang. "Let's get this straight first. After we take down Xiao Chunan, how will we divide the spoils? Let's not have our own people fighting each other first." Lu Taiju. "Why divide it? Why don't we just form a real alliance, get together, and develop together? Wouldn't that be better?" Jiang Meng. "I think Brother Taiju is right. In this damn world, you can't survive long by going it alone. So what if Xiao Chunan is so awesome? He'll still get ganged up on and beaten up by us." Ma Debiao. "Many hands make light work, and sticking together for warmth is indeed a very good idea. There is only one purple lighthouse. I think we can wait until we kill Xiao Chunan, and then discuss it together and work together to develop an island." Zhou Davwang. That sounds nice, but whose islands are being developed? Who's in charge? Jiang Meng. I have the turtle shield fruit, which gives me strong defensive capabilities. I'm more than qualified to be the leader of the alliance. Zhou Davwang. I still have wind arrow fruit, are you afraid of me? How many hits can your broken turtle shell withstand? My wind arrow fruit is the core of my damage output. Ma Debiao frowned as he looked at the chat history. Before they even saw Xiao Chunan's island, they had already started fighting over chairs. When it comes to dividing the money, they'll probably flip the table. It's okay. First, lure them onto the ship. We'll deal with things slowly after Xiao Chunan dies. He tapped his finger down. Ma Debiao. Stop arguing. Let's take them down first, then talk about the distribution. Anyone who starts fighting now is just making a fool of themselves for Xiao Chunan. Jiang Meng. Brother Biao is right. Zhou Davwang. Okay, I'll give Brother Biao face. Lu Taiju. Operate as soon as the snow demon event is over. Don't drag it out. If you delay, that kid can roll another snowball. Ma Debiao stared at the words, snowballing, and felt very annoyed. This is what he hates most about Xiao Chunan. While everyone else was struggling to make ends meet, that guy had already started selling cotton-padded coats, quilts, and iron pots, making a fortune. On what grounds? Just because he's lucky? Just as the group was arguing heatedly about the distribution of the spoils and dreaming of a bright future by taking over Xiao Chunan's assets. None of them noticed that in the southeast corner of the island, the snow was suddenly illuminated by a purple light. As space distorted, an octagonal array platform landed on the snow, with runes rotating along the edge of the array plate. Bingley was the first to step out of the teleportation array. Xiao Chunan followed closely behind. The cold air made him wrap his animal skin cotton-padded coat tighter around himself. Niu-yi and Niu-er curiously looked around at the unfamiliar island. This island is so shabby, there isn't even a decent building. Shenlan sat on Xiao Chunan's shoulders, her tone full of disdain. Xiao Chunan didn't reply, but glanced around. One high-class log cabin, one mid-class log cabin, 2 plantations, and several water storage pits. To achieve this level on the 3rd day is already quite good. But compared to his island, the difference is stark in the snow. Niu-yi, carrying a shovel, lowered his voice. Boss, why do I see a green light over there? Xiao Chunan looked in the direction Niu-yi pointed. On the east side of the snowfield, there is an exposed mineral vein. The ore is dark blue with a flowing green fluorescence on its surface. Deep blue, what kind of mineral is that? Deep Blue flew a little way, then quickly turned back. This is a psionic crystal mine. Master, Ma Debiao is really lucky. No wonder he dared to lead a group to beat you up. Xiao Chunan looked at Bingley. Once the shield disappears, we'll take action immediately and finish this quickly. Bingley nodded. Xiao Chunan then looked at Niu-yi and Niu-er. You two, you'll be in charge of scavenging supplies later. Okay, boss. Niu-yi and Niu-er responded excitedly. Inside the luxurious wooden cabin. Just as Ma Debiao was about to continue calming everyone down, the green-haired little elf beside him suddenly bristled. Alarm! Alarm! Foreign invasion detected! Foreign invasion detected! Ma Debiao was startled by the sudden alarm. Ma Han-sen, what's going on? Isn't the newbie period still ongoing? Where did this enemy come from? The green-haired sprite flew to the window and froze in midair. It's a teleportation array. Someone set up a teleportation array on the island. They've already reached our doorstep. Teleportation array? Ma Debiao's mind went blank for a moment. This is only the 4th day of this terrible survival world. People are still worried about log cabins, cotton-padded coats, and food. Who the hell is already using teleportation arrays? He ignored the group chat, grabbed the tortoise shield fruit and the wind arrow fruit, and rushed out of the high-class wooden house. The wind and snow were blowing against his face, making his teeth chatter from the cold. On the snow-covered ground to the southeast, a purple magic circle is rotating. The man in the lead was wearing a thick cotton-padded coat made of animal hides and was holding a strangely shaped black, iron block in his hand. The woman beside him was even more captivating. She wore a thin, ice-blue dress and had silver hair that reached her waist. Despite the freezing weather, she showed no signs of discomfort. 2 minotaurs were squatting next to the corpse of a goblin warrior, looting his equipment. Ma de Biao stopped at the edge of the protective shield. The pupils contracted violently. He had just summoned an E-rank goblin warrior with a card yesterday. The goblin was lying face down in the red snow, with an icicle stuck in its head, and it was no longer breathing. The young man looked up through the protective shield and met his gaze. "Brother!" Ma de Biao shouted out subconsciously. "We have no past grudges or present enmity, so why did you come up here and kill my people? Let's talk this out." The young man tilted his head, twirling the pistol halfway between his fingers. "You were clamoring in the channel yesterday to form a group to beat me up, and today you're asking me why I've come to your door?" Ma de Biao's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. "What, you're allowed to hit me, but I'm not allowed to come and beat you up?" Ma de Biao's breathing quickened as he stared at the gun, his voice hoarse. "Are you Xiao Chunan?" "You got it right, but there's no prize." Xiao Chunan smiled faintly, but it sent chills down one's spine. Nioi chuckled twice and pulled the short axe from the corpse's waist. "Boss, this guy is less daring than I thought." "Boss Xiao! It's a misunderstanding! It's all a misunderstanding!" Ma de Biao's legs started shaking, and he quickly put on a smiling face. "I was just being sarcastic, please be magnanimous and just ignore it. I can compensate with resources. I have timber, stone, and iron ingots. There are also prop fruits and that mine to the east. Let's talk, don't fight." Xiao Chunan looked at the man in front of her with great interest, whose legs were trembling like leaves. "You're so foolish, brother. I'll beat you to death, and all your resources and islands will be mine." Sweat beaded on Ma de Biao's forehead, and he took a half-step back. Xiao Chunan raised his Glock and aimed the muzzle at Ma de Biao behind the protective shield. "I still prefer your defiant attitude on the channel yesterday. Please restore it, thank you." Chapter 58 Mr. Xiao is a man of his word. If he says he'll feed you fruit, he will never go back on his word. Chapter 58 Mr. Xiao is a man of his word. If he says he'll feed you fruit, he will never go back on his word. Ma de Biao's forehead was sweating, and he took half a step back. The final 30-second countdown has begun. Ma de Biao knew that negotiations were no longer possible. He stared intently at the disappearing golden light shield, his palms drenched in cold sweat. 3, 2, 1. Ding! Newbie protection period has ended. Protection shield has been removed. The golden film of light shattered into a stream of light from top to bottom, dissipating into the wind and snow. The moment the light membrane shattered, Ma de Biao crushed the tortoiseshell fruit with his right hand. A dark green tortoiseshell shield, about half the height of a person, materialized in front of him. With his left hand, he crushed the wind arrow fruit, and a green wind blade arrow shot out, heading straight for Xiao Chu's south face. Bingli stepped forward, raised her right hand, and a cold light flashed in her palm. An ice shield formed in front of Xiao Chunan, and the wind arrows shattered into countless green light spots upon impact. The next moment, Bingli swung her left hand. Dozens of icicles shot out from between her fingers, the dense ice spikes whistling as they slammed into the tortoiseshell shield. Ma de Biao hadn't even had time to pick the second fruit yet. The green tortoiseshell shield couldn't even last a breath before it crumbled after cracks spread across its surface. The 5 icicles landed at separate points. Both arms. Both legs. And the crotch area. Ah dash! A piercing scream cut through the wind and snow. Ma de Biao fell to the ground in the snow, letting out a distorted scream. Xiao Chunan's hand, holding the Glock, was still suspended in midair, his index finger on the trigger guard, but he hadn't fired a single shot. The battle is over. He looked down at the Glock in his hand, then at Ma de Biao twitching on the snow. Okay. The gun was pulled out for nothing. The current version of ice glasses buffs are so strong that they somewhat diminish the sense of participation. Neo-E and Neo-Air stood behind, both grinning widely. Neo muttered to himself. The boss lady is really fierce. Neo-Air nodded. I'll work slower from now on, so I don't get pricked. With your hand speed, can't you leave me some room to maneuver? Xiao Chunan reluctantly put away his pistol and turned to look at Bingley. Bingley withdrew her hand, her silver hair falling over her shoulders, her expression calm. You said it should be a quick and decisive battle. Xiao Chunan was speechless for a moment. Okay, fine, I said it myself. He took a purple thunderpig fruit from his summer bag and tossed it to Neo-E. Drag him out, stuff this fruit into his mouth, and let him taste it. Neo-E chuckled, took the fruit, and strode towards Ma Debiao, who was stuck in the snow. Please, I beg you, spare my life. I'm willing to be your slave. Ma Debiao's limbs were pierced by ice spikes, and he struggled desperately to crawl backward in the snow, his blood staining a large area of the snow red. Boss Xiao, spare me! I'll be your dog. I have a psionic crystal mine on this island, I'll give you it all. The little green-haired sprite named Ma Hansen flew over and stood in front of Ma Debiao with his small body. Its two little wings were spread wide, baring its teeth at Xiao Chunan. Don't kill him. If you kill him, I'll disappear too. Xiao Chunan looked down at the little thing, which was about the same size as Shenlan and was quite loyal. With short, bright green hair, and facial features that are chibi-style like Shenlan's, her puffed-up expression is quite amusing. Deep Blue, can we take this green-haired sprite with us? No, the system spirit and the island owner are bound together. Their fates are intertwined, and neither can betray the other. Well, that's a pity. Xiao Chunan said it was a pity, but he didn't stop. He kicked the little elf into the snowdrift. He squatted down and patted Ma Debiao's pale face. Sorry, I don't need any cattle or horses. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the luxurious wooden house. I shall keep my word. If I say I'll feed you fruit, I will never go back on my word. Neo-E and Neo-Air chuckled and stepped forward, grabbing Ma Debiao's ankles from either side and pulling him off the ice picks, dragging him away into the distance. 2 long trails of blood were left on the snow. Xiao Chunan! I was wrong! I was really wrong! Let me go this once. I'll give you the whole alliance roster. Zhang Meng has the tortoise shield fruit, Zhou Dazhuang has the wind arrow fruit, and Luo Sanpao has the barracks card. I'll tell you everything. Ma Debiao's screams and pleas for mercy mingled together, growing fainter and fainter. I have the list. Rest assured and go slowly. Perhaps you can still find them to keep you company. Xiao Chunan pushed open the door of the luxurious wooden house and went inside. The room was small and simply laid out, with an island monument in the middle, a workbench next to it, and several boxes of basic supplies piled up in the corner. Compared to his humble stone house, this place was pitifully shabby. A muffled thud came from outside, and the ground shook slightly. He placed his palm on Ma Debiao's island monument, and a light screen popped up. A line of golden text appeared. Ding! You have killed Ma Debiao, the owner of island CN 888-666673. Currently available operations. 1. Conquer the island and acquire all territory, buildings, and resource points. The island's area will increase by 10,000 square meters. 2nd. Disassemble the island to obtain the island core, building blueprints, and some building materials. 3rd. Plunder the island. Only take all the resources in the island's warehouse, and do not annex the territory. 4th. As an affiliate of the island's resource output can be contributed proportionally. Xiao Chunan's finger hovered above the options. Shenlan pressed her entire little body against the edge of the light screen, screaming excitedly. Choose one. You must choose one. That psionic crystal mine is a green quality, sustainable resource point. Once we take it over, it will belong to us. Xiao Chunan didn't rush to order. Upgrade the island, annex or dismantle? Both annexation and decomposition can upgrade islands. Annexation directly combines islands, while decomposition directly breaks them down into materials. Explain in detail, what are the differences? Only islands within the lighthouse's coverage area can trigger the annexation option. Islands outside the lighthouse's coverage area can only be upgraded by obtaining island cores through dismantling. What shape will my island take after it's annexed? The two islands will automatically merge, and the specific shape is assigned by the system and cannot be selected by the user. But the resources have doubled too. And Deep Blue lowered its voice, pointed its little paw out the window, and spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. The snow demon catastrophe is about to begin, Master. The larger the island, the more monsters will spawn. Xiao Chunan looked at the 4 options on the screen. For a mineral deposit that produces energy, this is a worthwhile deal. Press option 1 with your finger. Ding! You have chosen to annex island CN 888-6666673. Ding! Island annexation has begun. Do not linger on the merging islands. Accompanied by a system notification sound, the entire island emitted a violent roar. The ground beneath my feet shook. The entire island began to shift horizontally. White waves surged on the distant sea, and a large patch of blue and white light appeared between the two islands. The island of Madabiao was being dragged by an invisible force, rapidly moving towards the main island. Xiao Chunan left the wooden house. Neo-E and Neo-Air had already thrown the mangled Madabiao into the sea. The green-haired elf Mahan-san in midair faded away, leaving only an angry curse. Xiao Chunan, just wait until the snow demon eats you. Before the words were even finished, its figure vanished completely. Deep Blue put his hands on his hips and made a face at the air. Hee hee, the loser even makes threats after leaving the stage. How ugly. Xiao Chunan looked up. The system spirit will also perish along with the island owner, which is quite tragic. The Deep Blue flew back to his shoulder. As for the binding rules, Master, you'd better live well from now on, or I'll have to log off too. It would be better if you just stopped cursing me a couple of times. Xiao Chunan stepped into the teleportation array. Bingley and 2 minotaurs followed. A surge of purple light appeared, and the group vanished from their spot. Chapter 59, Number 1 in the entire server. Diamond Treasure Chest. The Extermination Alliance cracks apart on the spot. Chapter 59, Number 1 in the server. Diamond Treasure Chest. The Extermination Alliance shattered on the spot. Purple light surged, and the 4 returned to the east side of the main island. As soon as I stood firm, a violent tremor came from beneath my feet. The purple light of the ancient lighthouse pierced through the clouds, pointing directly to the distant sea. Huge waves rolled on the sea surface. A massive landmass, pulled by an invisible force, broke through the waves and forced its way in. The cliffs of the 2 islands collided head-on. The tremendous sound of the rock strata collapsing echoed all around, and the rocks were crushed into powder, falling down the cliff face into the sea below. The seawater in the crevice was forced out by the high temperature and immense force, turning into a large amount of white water vapor that rose and dissipated. Blue and white interwoven patterns of light wandered along the seam between the 2 islands, smoothing out all the cracks. The shaking stopped. The original 100 meter by 100 meter square territory was extended 100 meters to the east, forming a rectangular area of 200 meters by 100 meters. Ding! Merger complete. Your island area has increased by 10,000 square meters. You have acquired the following buildings: 1 standard lighthouse, 1 advanced wooden house, 1 intermediate wooden house, and 2 plantations. You have obtained the following resource points: 1 phantom crystal mine, 1 ordinary grove, and 2 ordinary stone pile. You have obtained the following resources from the Island Monument Warehouse: 2410 wood, 1880 stone, 950 thatch, 126 iron ingots, 31 animal hide, 44 linen, 2 tortoise shield fruits, 2 wind arrow fruits, 3 poison mist fruits, 33 psionic crystals, 86 regular roasted meat, 2 mineral waters, 4 white fishing rods, 1 green storage bag, 1 mining pickaxe, and 1 logging axe. Xiao Chunan glanced at the list of supplies. 2 turtle shield fruits, 2 wind arrow fruits, 3 poison mist fruits, and 33 psionic crystals. Ma Debiao's wealth was greater than he had anticipated. Deep Blue clung to the edge of the light screen, laughing so hard his whole body trembled. We've struck it rich. With the mineral vein and inventory added, Ma Debiao not only lost his life but also gave us a huge gift. This person is indeed someone I can get along with. Even after he was dismissed, he still remembered to make offerings to me. Xiao Chunan transferred all of Ma Debiao's warehouse supplies into the Sumera bag. I also took 4 white fishing rods and a green storage bag. Even a tiny mosquito is still meat. A faint, ethereal system notification sound descended from above, echoing throughout the entire island survival world. Ding! Congratulations to Xiao Chunan, CN888-666666, for becoming the first trial participant in the entire region to complete the island upgrade. Reward: 1 golden treasure chest. Ding! This trial participant is also the first in the entire server to complete this achievement. The reward quality has been automatically upgraded by 1 level. The gold treasure chest has been upgraded to a diamond treasure chest X1. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Xiao Chunan from server 888, CN888-666666, for becoming the first player in the entire server to complete the island upgrade trial. Reward: 1 diamond chest. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Xiao Chunan from server 888. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Xiao Chunan from server 888. The server-wide announcement, repeated 3 times in a row, brought the entire island world chat channel to a standstill. All the players who were wailing, trading, and cursing stopped what they were doing at that moment. A few breaths later, the channel information exploded. Did I hear that right? Island upgrade? How do I upgrade it? Who the hell tells me how to upgrade it? Xiao Chunan again. What kind of talent does this guy have? Number 1 in the entire region, number 1 diamond chest in the entire server. I've never even seen what a bronze chest looks like. Everyone else is already getting diamond chests? He's really made a name for himself. Xiao Chunan is number 1 in the entire server again. He can't even get enough to eat, and he's already upgraded his island? Island upgrade? That requires annexing other players' islands. The protection period only ended less than 5 minutes ago. Damn! Who did he swallow? And he did it so fast? Damn! Weren't Ma Debiao and his gang clamoring to besiege Xiao Chunan? How come it's Xiao Chunan who upgraded the island instead? Ma Debiao's portrait has turned gray. No way? What happened? Boss Xiao is awesome. I always said that Ma Debiao and his gang were just freeloaders. Haha. Where are those guys who were clamoring to attack Xiao Chunan yesterday? Come out and show yourselves. That revenge was too fast. The protection period had just ended and the head was already taken. I called him a profiteer yesterday, can I take it back now? This is really going to be interesting. What's the situation in Ma Debiao's anti-Xiao alliance group now? Has any mole come forward to say something? In another group chat for the anti-Xiao Chunan alliance, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Jiang Meng. Is Brother Biao really gone? Lu Taiju. His island number has also disappeared from the regional list. It has been annexed. Zhou Davwang. Damn! How did that guy surnamed Xiao get there? It's only been a few minutes, could he teleport across islands or something? Jiang Meng. What's the use of saying all this now? What do we do? Will that guy come after us next? Zhou Davwang. Brother Biao has so many props and fruits, and he can be instantly killed. If he really comes over, what are we going to do to block him? Lu Taiju. Don't panic, he can't possibly come looking for us one by one, can he? The snow demon calamity is about to begin. His island area will double, and the number of monsters spawning will definitely double as well. He won't even have time to protect himself. Jiang Meng. That's right. He's the one in the most danger now. He's the real scapegoat. Despite saying that, Jiang Meng's palms were already covered in cold sweat. He opened the regional channel and sent a message. Jiang Meng. Boss Xiao is awesome. I've had my eye on that bastard Ma Debiao for a long time. He was so arrogant just because he had a few fruits. Good riddance. I'm willing to offer 10 turtle shield fruits to support your future development. The channel went silent for a moment, and then more people realized what was happening. Jiang Meng, you opportunist! You were the one shouting the loudest yesterday. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Is this what they call an alliance? A wise man submits to circumstances, and I'm willing to sponsor Boss Xiao. I'll offer 10 wind arrow fruits. Jiang Meng, stop joking. Does Boss Xiao need your measly 3 measly coins? These people were the most vocal critics yesterday, but they're the quickest to kneel down today. I feel ashamed for them. CN 888 Area 001024 Island. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qin Jing sat on the floor of the luxurious wooden house, with his back against the island monument, holding a freshly roasted piece of meat in his hand. The server-wide announcement was broadcast 3 times. Each time it was repeated, it exploded in his ears. Xiao Chunan. It's Xiao Chunan again. On the first day, I was the first in the entire region to complete the island exploration and obtain the epic lighthouse. On the 4th day, I became the first player on the entire server to complete the island upgrade and obtain the diamond treasure chest. Red cherry blossoms drifted onto his shoulder, as he murmured softly. It's Xiao Chunan again. This is the 2nd time he's issued a server-wide announcement, isn't it? And this time it was an island upgrade. The protection period had only ended a few minutes ago, and he'd already swallowed someone else's island. That's fast. Qin Jing threw the roasted meat back onto the stone slab, having lost his appetite. Red Cherry carefully floated to him and poked the back of his hand with her little paws. Why don't you eat a couple of bites? Getting angry on an empty stomach is bad for your health. CN 888 Area 334521 Island. Lu Ruyan sat on the windowsill of the luxurious wooden house, her legs crossed, holding a sharpened wooden skewer in her hand, poking holes in the fruit. The server-wide announcement was broadcast 3 times. She didn't even look up. The system sprite beside her was so anxious that it circled around her. The pink little dumpling is called Peach Crisp, and its personality is as sweet as its appearance. Master! Did you hear that? Xiao Chunan is number 1 in the entire server again. The island has been upgraded. Amazing! I heard you. Aren't you curious how he did it? His protection period just ended. Lu Ruyan placed the fruit with holes cut into it on the windowsill, letting the cold wind blow in to make it a natural chiller. What's the use of curiosity? I can't beat him or catch him. But instead of focusing on how high others fly, think about how you live today. Peach Crisp flew to her shoulder, its little paws grabbing a strand of her hair, and obediently shut its mouth. Chapter 60 Xingyu Wei, you're still disgusting me even after you're dead. Chapter 60 Xingyu Wei, you're still disgusting me even after you're dead. CN 666 District, Island number 888887. Whoosh. Xingyu Wei knelt in the snow, panting heavily. The wound on his right shoulder was still bleeding, and the animal skin cotton-padded coat had been torn open, staining the linen lining dark red. 3 meters away in the snow, a burly man lay face up in a pool of blood. A deep, bone-revealing cut ran through his chest. This wound completely drained him of all life. A white-haired elf circled her twice, its little face scrunched up. Vivi, are you all right? Your shoulder is still bleeding. I told you to wait until he left before ambushing him, but you insisted on going head-on. Xingyu Wei ignored her. She supported herself on her knees to stand up, staggering a couple of steps before regaining her balance. My gaze passed through the swirling snowflakes and landed on the elegant wooden house not far away. She had her eye on this neighbor 2 days ago. The island beneath our feet was originally more than 500 meters away. As the ocean currents shift day by day, the distance between the 2 islands has shrunk to less than 200 meters this morning. For her, who possesses the S-class flight talent, the soaring wind wings, 200 meters of sea surface is nothing. 10 minutes before the beginner's protective shield disappeared, she was already hovering in position 30 meters in the air. The moment the countdown reached 0, she swooped down from the sky at full speed. I thought I could kill him with one blow. Unexpectedly, that bastard actually had combat talent, and withstood her surprise attack head-on. The two of them rolled around in the snow. She was struck in the shoulder by the other party's iron axe and almost died there. Finally, he used his flying talent to maneuver around to the back and stabbed the man 3 times before finally bringing him down. The whole process should take no more than 4 minutes. Xin Yue pushed open the wooden cabin door, walked straight to the island monument, and placed her palm on it. A light curtain pops up. Ding! You have killed Han Jipeng, the island owner of island number CN 666-888887. Currently available operations. 1. To annex the island. Xin Yue chose annexation without hesitation. Ding! Island annexation begins. The progress bar has started running. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaning against the island monument and pressing her still bleeding shoulder. There has been no announcement regarding island upgrades across the entire server so far. She planned the route 2 days in advance, selected the weakest neighbor, calculated the flight distance and physical exertion, and even rehearsed the movement after the murder 3 times. Once this progress bar finishes, she will be number 1 in the entire server. Diamond chest. The progress bar has reached 87%. 3 lines of large golden characters suddenly appeared on the sky. The ethereal announcement echoed throughout the entire area. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Xiao Chunan from server 888, CN 888-666666, for becoming the first player in the entire server to complete the island upgrade trial. Reward, 1 diamond chest. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Xiao Chunan from server 888. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Xiao Chunan from server 888. Xin Yue stood frozen in front of the island monument. His hand was still pressed against the surface of the monument, his fingertips trembling. Xiao Chunan! Xin Yue clenched her back teeth, making a clicking sound. It's Xiao Chunan again! Last time he narrowly snatched first place by a few seconds, and now he's back again. What kind of talent does this guy have? The white-haired elf opened its mouth wide and covered its face with its little hands. Is Xiao Chunan cursed? He's always just a hair's breadth away. We're fast enough, how can he be faster than us? Is he cheating? Xin Yue's face turned ashen as she slammed her fist into the edge of the island monument. The force was too great, and the skin on the joint broke, causing blood to seep out. This name appeared in the achievement announcement for being the first person on the entire server to complete island exploration. That time, she was just a few breaths short, only managing to get the perfect level lighthouse reward, ranking first in the region. A tremor came from beneath their feet, and the 2 islands began to merge. A few breaths later, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to Xin Yue, CN 666-888888, for becoming the first trial participant in the entire region to complete the island upgrade. Reward, 1 golden treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to Xin Yue. Ding! Congratulations to Xin Yue. 3 regional announcements. A golden treasure chest fell from the sky and hovered steadily in front of her. Xin Yue stared at the golden box, feeling a tightness in her chest. Golden treasure chest. If it weren't for those 3 server-wide announcements that slapped her in the face, she would be happy right now. Being number 1 in the entire region is an achievement reward that countless people would fight tooth and nail to obtain. The problem is that the difference between being number 1 in the entire server and being number 1 in the entire region is a treasure chest of an entire grade. She didn't even dare to imagine what she might get from the diamond box. It was less than a minute off. Less than a minute. Little White floated over cautiously. Vivi's gold rank is also very good, she's number 1 in the whole region. Xin Yue turned and walked out of the wooden house, heading straight for the already cold corpse. She raised her foot and kicked him hard. If you hadn't fought so hard and delayed me for so long, I would be number 1 in the entire server. And the diamond treasure chest would be mine. He kicked me again. You're still disgusting me even after you're dead. The body was kicked and rolled in the snow. Little White shrank behind her, her face pale. Vivi's already dead, isn't this a bit much? Shut up! Even after Xingyue kicked out with her last kick, the tightness in her chest still wouldn't dissipate. Twice. He lost to the same person both times. Why is it that Xiao Chunan is always one step ahead of me? CN 233, a snow-covered island. A slender young man hovered 20 meters in the air, his feet resting on a semi-transparent wind element pedal. He had just flown back from a neighboring island, his hands still stained with blood. The little orange sprite beside him bounced excitedly. Hurry! Island monument! Annex it! We'll definitely be number 1 in the entire server. The young man accelerated his dive, landed, rushed into the wooden house, and slapped the island monument with his palm. Then he saw the 3 lines of golden characters on the sky. District 888, Xiao Chunan. Number 1 in the entire server. Diamond chest. The young man slid his hand off the island monument and stood there expressionless. The orange sprite's cheers came to an abrupt halt. Ah? Too late, the young man uttered. His area notification popped up immediately afterward, and a golden treasure chest landed at his feet. The young man glanced down at the golden box, remained silent for a long time, and then squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Xiao Chunan, you are very good. CN 117 area. A young woman is riding on the back of a giant gray seagull, circling over the sea between 2 islands. On the island she was targeting, the protective shield had just disappeared, and the island owner was still inside. The moment the announcement from the sky fell, she clutched the feathers on the seagull's back. How much longer? The sprite calculates rapidly. Your target island owner is still alive, and you haven't even made a move yet. The top spot in the entire server has already been decided. The gap is conservatively estimated to be at least 3 minutes. 3 minutes. She gritted her teeth, patted the seagull's neck, and swooped down. The number 1 spot in the entire server is gone, and now it's a battle to become the number 1 spot in the entire region. Similar scenes are playing out simultaneously in hundreds of regions around the world. In CN 445, a female trial participant with a talent for water-based abilities has just emerged from the seabed, her face covered in seaweed, and she is gripping the neck of the enemy island lord. In Zone CN 077, a player with the talent of a mechanical engineer spent 2 days building a canoe and rowed it 400 meters before reaching the shore. Everyone launched an attack the moment the protection period ended. Everyone was just a tiny bit short. 1 minute. 40 seconds. 3 minutes. There is only 1 spot available for the server-wide announcement. That spot was taken by a guy named Xiao Chunan from District 888. In the chat channels of various districts, the same 3 words were repeatedly mentioned, tinged with sourness, anger, resentment, and curiosity. Who is Xiao Chunan? Region 888? What kind of talent? How did you achieve that? He's been number 1 in the entire server twice. Is this guy the system's favorite? It doesn't matter, just remember the name. We'll meet again sooner or later. The top players in each region silently memorized this name. Xiao Chunan. CN 888-666666. Chapter 61 Diamond Treasure Chest. Legendary White Dragon Nest. Chapter 61 Diamond Treasure Chest. Legendary White Dragon Nest. Island CN 888-666666. Xiao Chunan had no idea how much the top players in each region wanted to tear him apart. He stood on the newly pieced-together boundary on the east side of the main island, looking up at the huge golden characters in the sky. Another server-wide announcement? The last server-wide announcement was about the lighthouse, which directly attracted Ma Debiao's gang of mad dogs. This island upgrade is happening again. He looked at Shenlan sitting on his shoulder. Didn't I hide my number? Why is it still listed in the report? Shenlan spread out her little hands, looking completely innocent. Achievement notifications are a system-mandated action. Hiding the ID only blocks daily queries and has no effect on server-wide notifications. So I was just hiding my loneliness? It's all for naught. But Master, you've already swallowed an entire island. Are you still afraid of people coming after you? Okay. They've already been reported twice, so one more time won't make a difference. Those who are meant to care about him have been caring for him for a long time. One more or less won't make a difference. This broken system is really good at screwing things over. The golden text dissipated. Multicolored rays of light fell from the sky. A diamond treasure chest, about a foot long and wide, hung in front of Xiao Chunan. The treasure chest is made of translucent crystal, with colorful light flowing around its edges, and a diamond-shaped core embedded in the center of the lid. Xiao Chunan reached out and caught it. The treasure chest was unusually heavy, and its outer shell was unusually cold. The diamond chest is currently the only one available on the entire server. Deep Blue flew to the side of the treasure chest and placed both hands on the lid. Open it! Open it! A diamond treasure chest. Let's see what good stuff I can pull out. Don't rush me. The more you rush me, the more likely I am to do something drastic. Xiao Chunan placed the treasure chest on the ground and pressed the lid down with both hands. Click. The lid of the box was opened. Golden light poured out from the cracks in the box, and a small architectural model, no bigger than a palm, was suspended in midair. It was a model of a snow-covered mountain range. At the mountaintop, a snow-white nest is nestled, with the dragon-shaped outline drawn by a golden line. Ding! You have opened a diamond chest and obtained a legendary barracks building, White Dragon's Nest X1. White Dragon's Nest. Quality, legendary gold. Type, barracks building. Effect, when placed, a dragon's nest will appear within the territory. Feature, 1 legendary white dragon unit, LV.1, can be recruited daily. Note, when the wind and snow gather, the ancient breath will once again freeze the earth. Collect all 5 colored dragon lairs to fuse them into a mythical level troop building the 5-colored dragon nest. Barracks buildings? Or a legendary dragon unit? Xiao Chunan stared at the panel, remaining silent for a long time. The white dragon is consistently ranked at the bottom of the dragon hierarchy. But it was a real dragon. The mere mention of the word, Dragon Clan, carries enough weight. Recruit 1 legendary white dragon every day. Not to mention the following sentence, 5 dragon nests can be combined to form a mythical level treasure. Even the Deep Blue has fallen silent. After a moment, she held her head and spun around. Wow! It's a legendary unit building. And a dragon unit at that. Our ancestral graves are smoking again. Xiao Chunan raised her hand and rubbed her face. As expected of the top reward in the entire server, it's truly prestigious. He held the model of the white dragon's nest in his hand. Just as I was thinking about how to place it, a line of red text suddenly appeared in the sky. The snow demon catastrophe will arrive in 3 minutes. A red countdown was projected below the clouds, the numbers constantly changing. 259. 258. Xiao Chunan frowned, flipped his hand and took out a ceramic jar containing 600 milliliters of spirit spring water, handing it to Bingli beside him. Take Neo E and Neo Air to the West District first and pick all the Thunder Pig fruit for today. Also, water the spirit spring while you're at it. Okay. Bingley took the pottery jar and led the 2 minotaurs quickly toward the plantation on the west side. Time was of the essence, so Xiao Chunan didn't delay and immediately clicked to place the item. Use. The system displays a grid overview of the territory, prompting you to select a placement area. A huge, red, phantom-like building occupied nearly a quarter of the screen area. The White Dragon's Nest covers a vast area. The original main island had a stone house in the center, surrounded by plantations, lighthouses, teleportation arrays, and various small resource points, making it completely unusable. Xiao Chunan dragged the building's illusory image to the newly merged territory on the east side. The layout of that new territory is similar to that of the main island. To the east is a phantom crystal mine, to the west are a grove of trees and 2 plantations, to the north and south are small piles of stones, and in the middle there is a high-class wooden house and a mid-class wooden house. The building's shadow moved over and overlapped with the locations of the 2 wooden houses and the resource point, still marked as unplaceable in red. Xiao Chunan frowned. No matter where you place it, it will destroy the original resource point or building. Either abandon the resource point or forcibly demolish the wooden house. Master, there's no need to go to so much trouble. Deep Blue's voice rang out at just the right moment. You can move those 2 wooden houses to the main island, leaving the central area of the new site empty. Ordinary buildings can be moved? Xiao Chunan was somewhat surprised. Of course. The island marker grants territorial management authority, and all buildings can be planned and relocated in a unified manner through the island marker. Xiao Chunan turned around and strode into the stone house, placing one hand on the island monument to bring up the territory control interface. He selected the high-end and mid-range wooden houses in the center of the new site, dragged the icons, and moved them to the south side of the original main island, placing them side by side with Niu Yi's residence. Then the 2 plantations were moved to the west side of the original main island, placed next to the 10 plantations. The central area of the new territory was instantly cleared, forming a huge open space that perfectly avoided the surrounding mineral veins and resource points. Xiao Chunan dragged the legendary building icon and precisely placed it on that open space. This time, the golden building icon landed in the center of the new site, and all the grids turned green. He pressed confirm. Ding! Place the legendary barracks building, White Dragon's Nest. Place. Ding! The White Dragon's Nest has been successfully placed. Buildings are being generated, and the terrain is being modified simultaneously. Estimated time, 3 hours. The image of the island monument simultaneously switches to the center of the new territory. Vast swathes of land were covered in golden light. The ground collapsed downwards, the rock layers rose upwards, and the outline of the ring-shaped nest slowly took shape. Xiao Chunan stepped out of the stone house and looked to the east. The area that had just been cleared was now shrouded in a huge golden light, obscuring the specific changes within. The sound of light footsteps came from the west. Bingley led Niu Yi and Niu Er back to the central area. Master, all 138 thunderpig fruits from the 6 fruit trees have been harvested and the spiritual spring has been used to irrigate them. After Bingley finished reporting, she took out all the harvested fruit. Xiao Chunan put all the thunderpig fruits into his summer bag. Including yesterday's stockpile, the number of high-explosive grenades on hand has reached a staggering 157. Niu Yi, take Niu Er inside to hide. We'll call you when we're cleaning up the battlefield. Okay, boss. The 2 minotaurs took off and scurried into the stone house, slamming the wooden door shut behind them. Xiao Chunan and Bingley stopped on the gravel road in front of the stone house. The surrounding snow was thick and went up to my ankles. As far as the eye could see, the entire island was covered with a thick layer of silvery white, with only a portion of the snow on the gravel road having been cleared by Niu Yi and Niu Er. Deep Blue, the snow demon's targets are the island monument and myself. Does that mean Ice Glass is also a target? No, the snow fairy only targets the island lord and the core of the island monument. However, if a servant attacks first, the snow fairy will retaliate. That makes things simple. Xiao Chunan drew his Glock G17 from his waist, flicked the magazine with his thumb, and glanced at it. The bright yellow 9mm bullets were neatly arranged, 17 rounds in total. Push the magazine, load the gun, and release the safety. The compound crossbow was hung on his back as a backup. Bingley, you're in charge of the main damage output. I'll stand guard at the stone house entrance and protect the island marker. I'll handle any fish that slip through the net myself. Bingley stood in front of him. Leave it to me. On the sky, the countdown reached 0. Ding! Attention all trial participants, the snow demon calamity has officially begun. Activity rules. 1. Snow demons are generated from the snow accompanied by extremely cold air currents, targeting the core of the island and the island's owner. 2. If the island lord is killed, the snow demon will directly take over the territory, gain intelligence, and become a new race in the island's survival world. 3. Defeating the snow demon will grant you calamity points, and will drop snow demon crystals, snow demon essences, and random treasure chests. Event rewards. After the event ends, survival rewards will be distributed based on the ranking of points. As soon as the basic rules were announced, the text on the light screen in front of Xiao Chunan began to distort. He was reorganized into a private broadcaster exclusively for him. The area of island CN 888-666666 has been increased to 20,000 square meters, and the scale of the natural disaster has been forcibly adjusted. Number of snow demons in the first wave, 42. The following have been detected within the territory: Ancient Lighthouse, Epic, Sky-Piercing Array Platform, Epic, Psionic Crystal, Green Spirit Ore, and Thunder Pig Fruit Tree, Green Spirit Plant. Comprehensive Resource Value Assessment Level, extremely high. Note, this natural disaster has added special units to the area. A deep blue bird flapped its wings and landed on Xiao Chunan's right shoulder. The chubby little paws pointed at the line of red text on the light screen. Master, isn't this blatant targeting? Other teams get at most 10 regular monsters and 1 elite boss in their first round. We're getting 4 times that, plus special units. That means they're rich. The monsters all came running because they smelled it. Ding! Monster spawning in progress. The snow around the island churned violently. The smooth snow surface rapidly swelled into a snowdrift half a person high. The white slush aggregates, compresses, and shapes itself. The first snow demon emerged from the snow in the eastern district. A clump of snow compressed into the shape of a human. It is about 1.2 meters tall. Its limbs are short and thick, it has no facial features, and its eye sockets have dark blue light spots. It opened its mouth and let out a sharp hiss towards the stone house. The second, the third, the fourth. Large sections of snow were broken through. Large numbers of snow demons emerged simultaneously from 4 directions. They crawled out of the snow and, after landing, moved directly towards the stone house. Chapter 62. The female warrior unleashes her kill. The snow demon siege turns into a point farming frenzy. Chapter 62. The woman of the version begins to kill. The snow demon siege turns into a points farming frenzy. Snow-white figures surged out from all 4 sides of the island, filling the entire island's field of vision. Xiao Chunan cast an appraisal spell on the ordinary snow demon closest to him. Ordinary snow demon. Level, LV.1. Description: a low-level demon born from extremely cold air currents. It has no intelligence, and its sole purpose is to destroy the core of the island. 40 level 1 monsters, that's about the same as when kindergarten lets out. Xiao Chunan spoke casually, but her hands were not idle. Glock retrieved the simmer bag, and the compound crossbow fell into his palm. Gun bullets are precious, and crossbow bolts can be recycled. Being stingy is considered a virtue in the survival world. Deep Blue perched on his shoulder, its little paws wrapped around his arm. Master, you'd better not let the snow demon hear what you said, lest it hurt her pride. They have self-respect, that's another matter. Xiao Chunan looked at Bingley. Today's going to be a long battle, so we need to conserve our psionic energy. How about we use Thunder Pig Fruit to clear out the rest first? Bingley stood at the front of the gravel road, her long silver-white hair blowing in the wind and snow. Need not. In icy and snowy conditions, my talents are boosted by 100%, and my psionic regeneration is also increased by 100%. These mobs are perfect for leveling up. Alright, if you really can't take it anymore, I'll throw some fruit to clear the area. Having received permission, Bingley stepped forward alone. The ice-blue skirt fluttered in the wind. She made a fist with her right hand, and the surrounding cold air rapidly gathered, condensing into a slender, crystalline ice sword in her palm. The snow demon at the forefront had reached the edge of the gravel road. It raised its short, thick arms made of snow and lunged at Bingley. Bingley gently turned her wrist. The ice sword traced an arc as it slashed horizontally. Puff! The snow demon's movements froze, its upper and lower body smoothly separated, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The blue core's light dimmed, and its entire body turned into a handful of loose snow powder, drifting away in the wind. Kill 1 regular snow demon and gain 10 experience points, and 1 calamity point. More snow demons surged up. Bingley spread her 5 fingers on her left hand and pushed her palm forward. Dozens of sharp ice spikes, each half a meter long, appeared out of thin air and shot out in a fan shape. A dense cluster of ice spikes pierced through the bodies of 7 or 8 snow demons in front of them, pinning them firmly to the snow. The snow demon that was hit convulsed violently, the blue light in its eye sockets quickly went out, and it disintegrated into snow. Killing a regular snow demon grants plus 10 experience points, and plus 1 calamity point. Killing a regular snow demon grants plus 10 experience points, and plus 1 calamity point. The experience points and points notifications kept flashing in Xiao Chunan's field of vision. Ding! Your servant Ice Glass has reached level 4. Ding! Your servant, Ice Glass, has gained 10 free attribute points. Bingley's fighting style is simple and effective, without any unnecessary movements. Every bit of psionic energy is used wisely. Every swing of the sword, every spell cast, inevitably takes away a snow demon. In less than a minute, the more than 30 ordinary snow demons that had rushed in from 4 directions had been mostly wiped out. Just then, the situation changed. 4 snow demons, each significantly taller than the others, emerged from the snow. They are about 1.4 meters tall, with more solid bodies and eerie green flames burning in their eye sockets. Xiao Chunan introduced the identification technique. Special Snow Demon Ice Spear. Level, LV.2. Description: the snow demon, mutated by absorbing special energy, is able to throw ice spears for ranged attacks. There are remote units. These 4 special snow demons did not rush to charge. They raised their arms, and crystal-clear ice spears quickly formed in their palms. At the same time, not far from the newly merged Phantom Crystal Mine and the Western District Thunder Dolphin Fruit Forest, 2 patches of snow suddenly bulged up. 2 figures, far larger than ordinary snow demons, emerged from the snow. Elite Snow Fairy. Level, LV.3. Note: elite units born from the snow demon catastrophe possess rudimentary combat instincts, and are extremely dangerous. 2 elite snow demons emerged from the snow layer, tearing away large sections of the surrounding snow. Their bodies were formed from compacted snow, covered with hard frost, with ice crystals stuck in their joints, and the blue light in their eye sockets locked onto Xiao Chunan at the entrance of the stone house. At the same time, the special snow demons distributed in the 4 corners of the island also completed their power-up. Whoosh! 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 4 half-meter-long ice spears shot out from her hand, tearing through the air with sharp whistling sounds, and flew towards Bingley from 4 different directions. Bingley remained calm and raised her left hand, her 5 fingers slightly spread. 4 thick ice shields materialized out of thin air around her body, precisely blocking the trajectory of the ice spears. Bang! 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 4 muffled impacts rang out in succession. Ice shards flew everywhere, and fine cracks appeared on the shield, but it managed to block the long-range piercing attack. Xiao Chunan, holding the composite crossbow, silently took a few steps back and stood under the porch of the stone house. At this distance, ranged monsters will prioritize targeting Ice Glass, who is further forward. A wise person does not stand under a dangerous wall. These monsters are at the perfect level for Bingley to gain experience and improve her strength. The safest strategy is to concentrate resources on the strongest forces before the second wave of natural disasters arrives. His main task is to provide logistical support and assistance, allowing the experience points to be given to the version's female character. Ice and Snow Burial. After blocking the first wave of ice spears, Bingley pointed forward with her left hand, fingers together. The ice shield, cracked on all sides, shattered with a deafening roar, turning into countless sharp shards of ice that were swept away by the storm. The shattered ice storm swept over the 4 special snow demons. Their bodies, made of snow, disintegrated rapidly under the cutting action of the storm. Defeat a special snow demon X1, gain 20 experience points, 2 calamity points, and obtain a sandalwood treasure chest X1. Defeat a special snow demon X1, gain 20 experience points, 2 calamity points, and obtain a sandalwood treasure chest X1. Defeat a special snow demon X1, gain 20 experience points, 2 calamity points, and obtain a sandalwood treasure chest X1. Defeat a special snow demon X1, gain 20 experience points, 2 calamity points, and obtain a sandalwood treasure chest X1. System notification sounds rang out one after another. The 4 special snow demons turned into snow dust, leaving behind 4 crystals and 4 sandalwood treasure chests that emitted a faint glow. 2 elite snow demons were already approaching from a distance. Their heavy footsteps pounded on the snow, producing a dull thud. His crimson eyes locked onto Bingley. The elite snow demon on the left swung its thick, icy arm and punched Bingley in the face. Bingley sidestepped and easily dodged the powerful blow. At the same time, she swung the ice sword in her right hand upwards, precisely slicing it into the snow demon's armpit joint. The blade gleamed with a deep, cold light. A thick arm, along with a large amount of ice, broke off and fell to the ground. Another elite snow demon pounced from behind. Bingley twisted her waist and swept her right leg out, bringing with it a sharp wave of frost, which sent the attacker behind her staggering back several steps. Her figure was light and graceful. She used the momentum to leap into the air, and the ice sword in her hand shone brightly. It pierced through the head of the snow demon that had lost its arm from top to bottom. The first elite monster turned into countless shattered ice fragments. Kill elite snow demon X1, gain 30 experience points, 3 calamity points, and 1 black iron treasure chest. The last one tried to escape Bingley's attack range. Bingley landed, kneeling on one knee, her right hand fingers piercing the snow below. Ice. Frost thorn. The ground shook rapidly. Dozens of thick frost spikes burst through the snow, forming a massive ice prison that pierced the last elite snow demon and pinned it firmly in midair. Kill elite snow demon X1, gain 30 experience points, 3 calamity points, and 1 black iron treasure chest. Chapter 63 Snow Demon Crystal. Now the islanders can enjoy free access to drinking water. Chapter 63 Snow Demon Crystal. Now the island can enjoy free access to water. With this notification, tranquility returned to the island. Ding! The first wave of the snow demon catastrophe has been cleared. This round of kills, 40 regular snow demons, 4 special snow demons, and 2 elite snow demons. Natural disaster points earned 54. Obtained 4 sandalwood chests and 2 black iron chests. The current points have been added to the leaderboard. Xiao Chunan stepped forward and put the 4 sandalwood treasure chests and 2 black iron treasure chests on the ground into his summer bag. He turned to look at Bingley. The other person's breathing was perfectly steady, and their fair profile appeared even more aloof in the wind and snow. A new prompt box appears in the system panel. The first wave has ended. You can choose. Part 1, End of event. No extra rewards, no penalties. Second, continue the challenge with the second wave. Monster numbers and strength increased, rewards doubled. Please make your selection within 60 seconds. The process will end automatically if the timeout period expires. Xiao Chunan asked aloud. Are you tired? Bingley dispelled the ice sword and tidied her silver hair, which had been ruffled by the wind. I'm not tired. It's a pity, I'm only 10 experience points away from leveling up to level 5. Xiao Chunan nodded. Then let's continue. He raised his hand and pressed option 2. You have chosen to continue the challenge. The second wave will refresh in 10 minutes. The second wave of snow demons has doubled in number. Due to the large size of your island, more advanced units will be involved. Trial participants, please prepare for battle. At the same moment the option was pressed, the system's crisp announcement echoed throughout the entire island world. Ding! The first wave of the Snow Demon catastrophe has been settled. The Snow Demon Calamity Points leaderboard is now open, and trial participants can check their rankings at any time. The virtual light screen in front of Xiao Chunan automatically switched, refreshing a scrolling list. CN888 Disaster Points Ranking. First place, Xiao Chunan, 54 points. Second place, Qinjing, 27 points. Third place, Lu Rian, 27 points. Fourth place, Zhao Zishuan, 27 points. 10th place, Sunminga, 27 points. Xiao Chunan's gaze swept across the list, finally settling on the scores of the top three. His score was exactly twice that of the second and third place winners. 27 points. The first wave of normal monsters is worth 1 point, special monsters are worth 2 points, and elite monsters are worth 3 points. Master, you see? This is discrimination. Deep Blue fluttered its little wings in midair. A standard monster wave consists of 10 regular snow monsters, 1 special snow monster, and 1 elite snow monster, for a total of 15 points. The fact that Qinjing and Lu Rian scored 27 points indicates that their assessment of the island's comprehensive resource value is not low. These expert players kill at least 10 more regular monsters than the average survivor. But compared to your customized deluxe package, it's far inferior. Neo-Air, come out and get to work! Xiao Chunan turned around and shouted towards the stone house. The door opened, and 2 minotaurs wrapped in animal skin cotton-padded coats ran out. Boss, are you done? Neo looked around and saw that the ground was covered with scattered snow powder and ice fragments. Go rummage through the snow and collect the glowing stones left behind by those monsters after they died. Xiao Chunan pointed to the open space in front of him. Upon receiving the order, the 2 oxen and horses galloped off to their respective battlefield areas, bending down to search through the snowdrifts. Xiao Chunan turned and went into the house, placing her palm on the cold island monument. The number of survivors in the upper right corner of the chat channel has dropped significantly again. Current number of survivors in CN888, 702,698 to 1 million. In just the first wave of the Snow Demon catastrophe, more than 100,000 people perished. There's so much water in it, even a mere dozen or so low-level snow demons couldn't handle it. These 3 days of beginner training have been wasted. Deep Blue floated beside the light screen, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. The great waves wash away the sand, leaving only the elite. It's a pity that such a large number of leaks were exploited. Xiao Chunan didn't feel too much regret, her gaze falling on the rapidly scrolling chat messages. It's over. I chose end. Screw the reward, I almost got torn to pieces by 10 snowmen. I also chose to end it. Half of the wooden house has been demolished. Let whoever wants to fight this damn natural disaster do it. You guys still have the nerve to look at the rankings? My hand is broken, and I desperately need medicine to stop the bleeding. If anyone has medicine, I'll trade a blueprint for it. Holy crap! The leaderboard is out. Look! Xiao Chunan is in first place again. 54 points? How many monsters did she kill? I only killed 10 normal monsters, 1 special monster, and 1 elite monster, and got 15 points. I'm exhausted. How did he get 54 points? Upstairs, you're just realizing this? The difference between people is bigger than the difference between a person and a dog. I almost couldn't even beat an elite monster. I didn't dare continue. I just ended the game. After defeating the first wave, I obtained a sandalwood treasure chest, a black iron treasure chest, and 12 snow demon crystal cores. Now I can drink water freely. Jealousy has distorted me beyond recognition. While I'm still worrying about getting a piece of barbecue, Others are already racking up points in the natural disaster event. Has anyone chosen the second wave? What's the situation with the second wave? I've made my choice and am waiting for it to refresh. I'm a little panicked. I should have known better than to show off like this. To the brothers who chose the second wave, farewell, I support you in spirit. Xiao Chunan glanced briefly at her compatriots' updates, and then turned off the regional channel. For players who lack the strength to force a second wave, their fate is predictable. Open the private chat list. The pinned posts are 2 friend messages. The first comment came from Yutong. Congratulations on taking first place on the leaderboard. Xiao Chunan scrolled past the message. This woman knew her limits and didn't make any excessive demands. She was just trying to get acquainted with him. The second one was from Sunminga, who posted 3 paragraphs. Boss, my spirit spring has produced some resources. Can I trade it for Thunder Pig fruit? Are you busy? I saw you got first place on the natural disaster ranking. That's amazing. Congratulations on topping the leaderboard. Xiao Chunan replied. I was clearing monsters just now, let's make a trade. Sunminga. Okay, boss, you've finally decided to reply to me. A transaction window pops up. Xiao Chunan put in 3 Thunderpig fruits, and the other party put in a small ceramic jar containing 1,200 milliliters of spirit spring for increasing production. Confirm transaction. A true master doesn't reveal his abilities. He quietly secured 10th place. Xiao Chunan casually typed a line of text. Sunminga. Big brother, you're joking. It's all thanks to your Thunderpig fruit. You only needed 3 to solve the first wave. Xiao Chunan closed the chat window. This woman is clever. She knows how to promote him while concealing her true abilities. He's a person you can get along with. He withdrew his hand, and the door of the stone house was pushed open, with Neo Yi and Neo Air walking in. Boss, we've retrieved them all. Neo patted the storage bag at his waist and took out a pile of crystals that emitted a cold aura. There are 46 pieces in total, each about the size of a fist, with a pure ice blue interior and a smooth surface. Xiao Chunan picked up a piece. Snow Fairy Crystal. Description: this is the energy core formed after the snow demon's death, containing pure ice and snow energy. It can be used to produce 1,000 liters of pure water. 46 yuan is equivalent to 46,000 liters of purified water. Now the islanders can enjoy free access to drinking water. Chapter 64 E-Rank Skill Ice Spear Technique. The Snow Demon Leader Descends. Chapter 64 E-Level Skill Ice Spear Technique. The Snow Demon Leader Descends. Xiao Chunan swept all 46 snow demon crystals into his summer bag. Next, retrieve the 4 sandalwood treasure chests and 2 black iron treasure chests that dropped in the first wave. The second wave will be here in a few minutes, so instead of just waiting, let's open the box first. He crouched down and opened the lids of the sandalwood treasure chests one by one. Obtained 5 hemostatic bandages. Obtained 100 pieces of glass. Obtained 100 limestones. Obtained clay X100. Hemostatic bandages are useful. They can come in handy when you're injured in combat. Glass, lime, and clay are all rare infrastructure materials. They may not be needed for the time being, but it's always good to stockpile them. Xiao Chunan rubbed his hands together, his gaze falling on the 2 black iron treasure chests. This is the main event. He lifted the first one. Obtained, Skill Book, Ice Spear Technique X1. A green glowing parchment scroll lay quietly at the bottom of the box. Lift the second one. Obtained, Skill Book, Ice Spear Technique X1. Another one. Xiao Chunan stared blankly for a moment at the 2 almost identical scrolls in her hand. 2 elite monsters dropped the exact same skill book. Luck is a strange thing sometimes. He held the 2 scrolls up to his eyes. The scroll was marked with ice crystal emblems and flowing green inscriptions, and its condition was similar to that of the Fireball scroll. Ice Spear Skill Scroll. Quality, excellent green. Type, active skill. Description: after learning this skill, you will master the E-rank psionic spell, Ice Spear. It condenses psionic energy to form an ice spear, which is thrown, dealing piercing damage and inflicting a slowing effect upon impact. Each cast consumes 10 psionic energy, and the damage is linked to your spirit attribute. An E-rank ice spell, the same rank as Fireball. Bingley. Bingley was standing at the entrance of the stone house staring at the snow when she heard this and turned around. Xiao Chunan handed over one of the cards. She took the scroll and smashed it. The sheepskin transformed into a beam of green light and disappeared into the space between the eyebrows. Bingley closed her eyes, then opened them a moment later, pointing her right index finger at the empty space. A half-meter-long ice spike materialized out of thin air, shot out, and embedded itself in a distant snowdrift. The end protrudes slightly and trembles. It overlaps with ice. Flying dagger, but consumes less resources. Bingley withdrew her finger. Suitable for clearing out mobs. Then keep it as an AoE skill. It's always good to have more skills. Xiao Chunan nodded and slapped the remaining card on her forehead. Ding! You have learned the E-rank skill, Ice Spear technique. A spellcasting memory was added to my mind. Another remote means has been added. Xiao Chunan raised his hand and aimed it at the snow 10 meters away, activating his spiritual energy. An ice spear flew out and stuck into the snow, its force far weaker than that of the ice glass spear. Deep Blue blinked. Congratulations, Master! You can now remotely create snow. Xiao Chunan put her hand back into her sleeve. Shut up. Once my mental attributes are up, I'll take down every kid with one spear. Then the master will have to work hard to upgrade. Xiao Chunan ignored her and put all the materials and 6 empty boxes that had been unearthed from the ground into her storage bag. The countdown on the sky was ticking away rapidly. The number jumps to 0. Ding! The second wave of the snow demon catastrophe is about to refresh. Monster configuration for this round: 80 common snow demons, 8 special snow demons, 4 elite snow demons, and 1 snow demon boss. Note: the snow demon leader possesses rudimentary intelligence, and will command ordinary snow demons to fight alongside it. Trial participants, please be prepared. Boom! 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 A series of muffled sounds came from beneath the snow layer covering the entire island. The snow was churning much more violently than in the first wave. From the east, west, south, and north, large swathes of snow rose up, and 80 ordinary snow demons, all pure white, emerged, their blue light spots in their eye sockets locking onto the stone house. Immediately afterwards, near several key resource points such as the Thunder Pig fruit tree and the Psionic Ore Vein, 8 slightly larger special snow demons broke through the snow. Their numbers are twice that of the previous wave. The special snow demon had just taken shape when it immediately raised its arm, and an ice spear rapidly condensed in its palm. Xiao Chunan's gaze passed over the monsters and went further into the distance. At the 4 corners of the island, the snow exploded, and 4 elite snow demons, made entirely of solid ice, stood up. They are over 1.5 meters tall, with solid bodies and dark blue flames burning in their eye sockets, giving them an imposing presence. It's not over yet. At the northernmost edge of the island, a huge area of snow suddenly collapsed, and then a snow mound more than 2 meters high rapidly rose up. A crack appeared on the surface of the snow hill, and an arm, much larger than an elite snow demon, emerged from it and pressed down on the snow. Immediately afterwards, a giant figure over 2 meters tall rose from the snow-covered hill. Unlike the bulky snow demons of ordinary snow demons, it has a distinct body line, is made of high-density ice and snow, and has light blue energy patterns flowing around its joints. Its facial features were already clearly defined, with 2 curved ice horns on its head and a huge ice axe nearly 2 meters long in its hand. 2 crimson flames, like blood, flickered in his eye sockets. Xiao Chunan unleashed an appraisal spell at the enormous snow demon. Snow Demon Leader. Level, LV.5. Description: a minor leader of the Snow Demon clan, possessing complete combat instincts, capable of commanding lower-ranking snow demons in coordinated battles. The main character has arrived. Xiao Chunan took out a composite crossbow and loaded it with a bolt. After the snow demon leader appeared, it did not rush to attack. Instead, it raised the ice axe in its hand and let out a deafening roar. All the low-level snow demons' eye sockets flashed with blue light, and their movement speed suddenly increased. Ice spear technique! Bingley stood at the forefront, her right hand slightly raised, and an ice spear rapidly formed. With a flick of her wrist, the ice spear pierced the chest of the ordinary snow demon charging at the front. The snow demon's body disintegrated and turned into snow dust. Kill 1 regular snow demon and gain 10 experience points, and 1 calamity point. Ding! Your servant Ice Glass has reached level 5. Ding! Your servant, Ice Glass, has gained 10 free attribute points. The battle had barely begun when the upgrade notification popped up. The spiritual energy consumed in the battle was instantly restored to full. Bingley's movements did not pause at all. She raised her hand to bring up the attribute panel, and with a thought, added all 9 newly acquired attribute points to her spirit. Character Bingley. Potential S mythical level. Level LV.50500. Physical condition 12. Strength 10. Agility 10. Spirit 40 to 50. Unassigned attribute points 0. The enhancement of her mental attributes has allowed Bingley to take her control over the surrounding ice and snow elements to a new level. She raised her eyes, her icy blue pupils sweeping over the surging tide of snow demons. The snow demon leader in the distance seemed to sense the sudden increase in power, and let out an uneasy growl. It raised its ice axe and pointed it at the ice glass. Upon receiving the order, the 70-odd ordinary snow demons in the front row abandoned their original formation and scattered from all directions, surging forward in a surrounding manner. At the same time, the ice spears on the arms of the 8 special snow demons behind them had already taken shape. The eerie green eye sockets gleamed, and the spear tips were all aimed at Bingley. Chapter 65 Bingley advances 2 levels in a row. Bronze Treasure Chest. Chapter 65 Bingley advances 2 levels in a row. Bronze Treasure Chest. Bingley didn't try to block it head-on. Instead, she stepped on the edge of the gravel road with her toes, slid her body to the left, and raised her right hand with her ice sword. The first 3 ice spears were severed by the sword blade, shattering into ice fragments that fell into the snow. The remaining 5 flew towards the stone house, brushing against the hem of her skirt. 4 snowballs plunged into the snowdrift, and the last one hit the outer wall of the stone house, leaving a white mark on the wall, with ice shards flying everywhere. Xiao Chunan's eyelids twitched violently. These snowballs will launch a coordinated attack? Deep Blue huddled under the eaves, its wings pressed against its back, curled up into a small ball. The boss is in control of the battlefield, using regular snow monsters as meat shields and ranged units to suppress enemy output. No matter how much spirit energy Sister Bingley conserves, she will be worn down by this kind of human wave tactic. Ice Spear Technique. Bingley steadied herself, flipped her left hand, and her jade fingers quickly tapped in the air. It is impolite not to reciprocate. 8 ice spears, each a meter long, materialized around her, and then shot out in 8 different directions like arrows released from a bow. Before the 8 special snow demons lurking behind the ordinary snow demons could gather their second attack, they were pierced through the chest. The special snow demon's body disintegrated upon impact, turning into a large amount of snow dust that scattered. Defeat 8 special snow demons, gain 160 experience points, 16 natural disaster points, and 8 sandalwood treasure chests. Xiao Chunan observed this and mentally estimated the energy expenditure. 1 ice spear spell requires 10 points of spiritual energy, and this volley just now cost 80 points. The snow demon leader in the distance let out a loud roar. With their range support gone, the ordinary snow demons launched a massive attack. Dozens of monsters surrounded them from all sides. 4 elite snow demons mingled behind the regular monster group, looking for an opening to attack. The snow demon leader stood still, his ice axe pointing at Bingley, continuing to issue orders to surround her. Xiao Chunan looked at the dense horde of monsters, raised his left hand, and held a thunderpig fruit in his hand. Do you need me to throw a couple of fruits to clear out the monsters and help ease the pressure on you? No need, I can handle it. Bingley declined the offer of support. She raised her left hand. Ice frost armor. A thick layer of ice armor quickly spread across the surface of her outer skirt, completely enveloping her limbs and torso. Bingley gripped her ice sword in one hand and stepped into the horde of snow demons ahead. More than a dozen ordinary snow demons, who were at the forefront, surrounded them. They raised their thick arms made of dense snow and smashed them against the ice glass. Bingley took a step and slipped through the gap between the two snow demons. The long sword swept out horizontally, the sharp blade slicing across the waists of the two snow demons. The snow demon's snow-covered body split in two, with its upper body sliding off and falling to the ground. Bingley flipped her wrist, and the blade pierced the chest of the third monster in reverse. Kill one regular snow demon and gain 10 experience points, and 1 calamity point. Kill one regular snow demon and gain 10 experience points, and 1 calamity point. The number of snow demons was extremely large, and they maintained a dense formation under the roaring command of their leader at the rear. When the front row falls down, the back row immediately fills the gap. Bingley frequently used her footwork to dodge, and when she encountered an unavoidable heavy blow, she would raise her hand to condense a small ice shield to forcibly block it. Each time a spell is cast, a portion of the psionic energy reserve is depleted. She slashed down the snow demon who attacked from the side with her sword, and then turned around and kicked the heavy snow body that was rushing towards her from the front. The sword blade swung frequently, leaving large patches of scattered snow and mud all around. Xiao Chunan stood at the entrance of the stone house, his crossbow already nocked and arrows in hand, with the thunderpig fruit pressed against his left hand. Bingley, don't force yourself. Good. Her reply was brief, but her sword never stopped. The snow was trampled into a mess, with snow and ice piled up everywhere. After slaying more than 20 ordinary snow demons, Bingley's sword-wielding frequency noticeably slowed down. His chest heaved, accompanied by heavy breathing. Her usually regular steps became somewhat disordered. The intense close-quarters combat and magical defense had depleted more than half of her psionic energy. An elite snow demon found an opening in the melee, its massive body smashing through the ordinary snow demons in front of it, and its thick, high-density snow arms slammed straight into Bingley's back. Bingley flipped her wrist and conjured an ice shield to defend herself. A dull thud followed. The enormous force sent her sliding backward 3 meters. Her feet dug 2 very deep furrows in the snow. The surface of the ice shield is cracked with large, net-like patterns. Another elite snow demon flanked her from the left, its sharp, high-density spikes aimed at her side. The space for hiding was completely sealed off by the ordinary snow demons squeezing in from all sides. Xiao Chunan raised her hand to throw the thunderpig fruit. Bingley made a decisive decision. She knelt on one knee, gripped the sword hilt with both hands upside down, and forcefully plunged the blade into the snow below. Ice and snow burial. The remaining psionic energy was completely wiped out. Centered on her, the snow within a 10-meter radius rose and tumbled in unison. A powerful frost storm formed on the spot, with large shards of sharp ice spinning and cutting through the storm at high speed. The 2 closest elite snow demons were completely annihilated, their bodies covered in dense cuts, and they eventually collapsed into a pile of snow dust. The storm continued to churn, shredding together more than 20 ordinary snow demons in the vicinity. Kill elite snow demon X1. Gain 30 experience points, 3 cataclysm points, and 1 black iron treasure chest. Kill one regular snow demon and gain 10 experience points, and 1 calamity point. Various kill notifications formed a waterfall. Ding! Your servant Ice Glass has reached level 6. Ding! Your servant, Ice Glass, has gained 10 free attribute points. A subtle, upgraded light shone around Bingley. His depleted spiritual energy was fully restored, and his breathing returned to a steady state. She brought up the panel and added all 10 attribute points to her spirit. Mental state, 50 to 60. Bingley pulled out her eye sword from the ground and strode toward the 2 elite snow demons who had been severely injured by Xiaozan. The long sword precisely cut into the opponent's joints, dismantling him into snow blocks in just a few strokes. Kill 2 elite snow demons to gain 60 experience points, 6 calamity points, and 2 black iron chests. The snow demon leader roared in fury, wielding a nearly 2-meter-long ice and snow battle axe as it strode forward. The heavy footsteps made the gravel road creak and groan. The dense snow body, over 2 meters high, exudes a sense of oppression that comes straight at you. It gripped its battle axe tightly with both hands and swung it down heavily from above. Bingley slid to the side to avoid being in front. The battle axe struck the ground, sending up a large amount of rubble and soil. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bingley closed the distance and thrust her long sword diagonally upwards into the leader's armpit joint. The leader blocked with a horizontal thrust of his left arm. The blade encountered tremendous resistance as it pierced the thick snow. It raised its right arm and swung a heavy punch at Bingley's face. Bingley drew her sword and created distance, pointing her left index finger slightly forward. Ice spear technique. A half-meter-long ice spear shot out, piercing the leader's right shoulder. Its fist veered off course and slammed into the snow beside it. Bingley lowered her knees, using the momentum to leap up, and slashed down with her ice sword from above. Ice. Cold moon. A crescent-shaped frost sword aura roared out, and struck the snow demon leader in the chest. The high density of the snow could not withstand the cutting force of this extreme cold. Its massive body broke in two and crashed into the snow, disintegrating completely. Defeat Snow Demon Leader X1, gain 50 experience points, 5 cataclysm points, and 1 bronze treasure chest. The last dozen or so ordinary snow demons lost their formation and were eliminated one by Bingley. Ding! Your servant Ice Glass has reached level 7. Ding! Your servant Ice Glass has gained 10 free attribute points. All attacks ceased. The snow fairy crystals scattered all over the ground and the wooden and iron treasure chests emitted various colors of light. Chapter 66 Fate's Card Draw. The red light reappears. Chapter 66 Destiny Card Draw. Red light reappears. Bingley's body shone with an upgraded glow. The spiritual energy that was mostly consumed in the battle was fully replenished after leveling up. She released the long sword from her hand, her chest heaving as she slowly lowered it. With a thought, I added all 10 attribute points I had just acquired to my spirit. Mental state, 60 to 70. Ding! The second wave of the snow demon catastrophe has been cleared. This round of kills, 80 regular snow demons, 8 special snow demons, 4 elite snow demons, and 1 snow demon boss. Natural disaster points earned, 113. Obtain 8 sandalwood chests, 4 black iron chests, and 1 bronze chest. The current points have been added to the leaderboard. The ethereal voice broadcasting from the sky faded away, announcing the end of the battle. Xiao Chunan looked at the system notification in her field of vision, and her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. That was a close call. If it weren't for Bingley being stuck upgrading to full spirit energy, the second half of the second wave would have required the Thunderpig fruit to clear the field. It seems we need to find a way to improve individual combat effectiveness. We can't always rely on one person to carry the hopes of the entire village. He stuffed the thunder porcupine fruit he was holding back into his simmer bag. We need to find more helpers to fill in at the front in the future. Bingley stood on the gravel road, sword in hand, her long hair fluttering in the wind. I can still play. You can fight, there's no doubt about that. Xiao Chunan rubbed her frozen hands. If you encounter a bunch of ranged monsters plus 2 bosses controlling the field from behind, you definitely can't handle it all by yourself. Deep blue flew around the snowfield, which was littered with debris. Master is telling the truth. A single core lineup is easy to counter. No matter how strong Sister Bingley is, her spirit energy bar has a limit. Stop being so sarcastic. The prompt box popped up again. The second wave has ended. You can choose. 1. End the activity. The challenge ends, no penalty. Second, continue the challenge into the third wave. Monster numbers and strength increased, rewards doubled. Please make your selection within 60 seconds. The process will end automatically if the timeout period expires. Xiao Chunan looked at the options on the screen, then glanced at Bingley. Can we still fight? Bingley's answer was straightforward. Fully fit, ready to fight. With that statement as a safety net, Xiao Chunan no longer hesitated. Fortune favors the bold. With our territory currently abundant in resources and our combat strength at full capacity, we must gamble on the third wave of doubled profits. He raised his hand and pressed option 2. Then let's continue. The text on the light screen distorted violently, turning into glaring blood-red characters that occupied the entire island monument screen. You have chosen to continue the challenge. The third wave will refresh in 10 minutes. The third wave of snow demons has doubled in number. Trial participants, please prepare for battle. At the same moment the option was pressed, the system's crisp announcement echoed throughout the entire island world. Ding! The second wave of the snow demon catastrophe has been settled. The snow demon calamity points leaderboard has been updated, and trial participants can check their rankings at any time. The virtual light screen in front of Xiao Chunan automatically switched, refreshing a scrolling list. CN 888 Disaster Points Ranking. First place, Xiao Chunan, 167 points. Second place, Qinjing, 81 points. Third place, Lu Rian, 81 points. Fourth place, Zhao Zishuan, 81 points. 10th place, Sun Minga, 81 points. Xiao Chunan glanced at the leaderboard. His ability to occupy the first place and be far ahead was not because his overall combat strength overwhelmed the other players. The root cause was that before the snow demon catastrophe struck, he decisively eliminated Ma Debiao and annexed his island, causing the territory size determined by the system to double, and the number of snow demons that spawned was twice that of other high-level players and 4 times that of ordinary players. High risk brings high returns. Xiao Chunan looked at the crystals and treasure chests scattered on the snow. Neo-E, Neo-Air, come out and pick up the things. The stone house door was pushed open. Neo-E and Neo-Air walked out quickly, their animal skin cotton-padded coats still damp with the warmth of the room. When the ox saw the spoils scattered all over the ground, the horse couldn't hide its joy. Boss, we'll take it right away. The 2 minotaurs walked to the open space, bent down, and began to rummage through the snow with their bare hands. With his large hands he scooped up the snow demon crystals one by one and put them, along with the wooden, iron, and the only bronze treasure chests, into his storage bag. Xiao Chunan watched them busy, and since she wasn't idle either, she turned to look at Shenlan. Will fishing now be affected by the snow demon? Theoretically, no, the snow demon's targets are the island monument and the island lord. It won't attack other places on its own initiative. That's great. Xiao Chunan turned and walked towards the west coast, wanting to take advantage of this rest time to quickly put all the fishing rods in. You might even be able to fish up items that can help you in later battles. Reaching the edge of the cliff, the snow was ankle-deep, and a cold wind was howling. Xiao Chunan took out fishing rods from his summer bag. 16 rare-grade fishing rods and 4 ordinary-grade fishing rods were arranged in a row, with 1 rod placed about every meter. The blue halo and the white glimmer merged into one, creating a spectacular scene. He cast his line and rod, and the 20 fishing lines, along with the sinkers, traced arcs as they fell into the gray-blue sea. A row of semi-transparent countdown panels appeared and started counting down in unison. Deep Blue floated beside him, watching him busy himself. Master, the cooldown for today's Destiny summoning event is over. Shall we summon? Xiao Chunan planted the last white pole securely, then stood up and stretched his wrists. No rush, let's put one in advance as a safety net. He took out the blue lucky guarantee card he had just received yesterday from his summer bag. Silently recite use. The blue card shattered into tiny specks of light in my palm, blending into my skin. Ding! Your lucky guarantee card has been activated and will be linked to your next probability event. Xiao Chunan raised her right hand. Deep blue, the card draw of fate. Okay. Ripples appeared in the air. 9 illusory cards appeared before my eyes, backs facing up, arranged in an arc. Ding! A lucky draw card has been detected, guaranteeing a rare or higher quality card for this gacha pull. 2 of the cards dimmed and turned to ashes. 7 cards remained in midair. Yesterday he chose the middle one and got the purple epic array. Today, Xiao Chunan changed her position and pointed directly at the first image on the far left. The remaining 6 cards disappeared one after another. The selected card materialized from the void and slowly flipped over. A blinding red light burst forth from the front of the card, turning the entire snowfield and the gray-blue sea into a blood-red hue. Xiao Chunan narrowed his eyes. Red? Deep Blue jumped around excitedly. Red! Master! Red! Don't shout, I saw you! Xiao Chunan's eyes lit up. He knows this color all too well. When the red light landed last time, Bingley arrived. It's red light again this time. The ancestral graves of the Xiao family are emitting auspicious smoke again. The red light grew brighter and brighter, forcing the wind and snow to swirl outwards. The original outline of the card disappeared, replaced by a large number of red dots. These points of light converged rapidly in the cold wind. The red light spots connected one another, outlining a tall and slender human figure. Chapter 67 Flame Phoenix Divine Body, Mythical Servant Manhwa. Chapter 67 Flame Phoenix Divine Body, Mythical Servant Manhwa. The light subsided. A red-haired woman stands on the snow on the western cliff. She had waist-length red hair, bright red eyes, and a rhombus-shaped crystal embedded in the center of her forehead. The wine-red brocade dress clung to her body, and gilded accessories were wrapped around her waist and arms, the metal clinking softly. The falling snowflakes turned into water vapor before they even touched her clothes. Deep Blue flew around more happily than anyone else, circling the newly appeared figure. Master, it's red quality. Another mythic level card. You seem to control your card draws entirely with your willpower. A brief moment of confusion crossed the woman's red eyes, but it quickly faded after she recognized Xiao Chunan in front of her. She took 2 steps forward, knelt on one knee on the soft snow, placed her right hand on her chest, and lowered her head. Greetings, Master. His voice was clear and crisp, yet carried an innate air of authority. Deep Blue was good at seizing opportunities and immediately pushed an information panel in front of Xiao Chunan. Figure? Potential, S, mythical level. Level, LV.10-100. Physical condition 10. Strength 10. Agility 10. Spirit 10. Unassigned attribute points 0. Talent, Fiery Phoenix Divine Body, S rank exclusive talent. Spells, Flame Phoenix Bow, Flame Phoenix Feather, Flame Armor, Flame Meteor, Flame Fire Prison, Flame Wildfire, Flame Purgatory, Awaken 7 to 36. Status, Servant, Absolutely Loyal. Introduction, Empress Yanhuang from the Primordial Era. After her clan was destroyed, her soul fell into the River of Destiny and answered your call to descend upon the world. After looking at the panel, Xiao Chunan felt much more alert. Another legendary achievement. One is the Ice Queen, and the other is the Phoenix Queen. Is this meant to make him experience both ice and fire? Deep Blue landed on his shoulder, and his 2 short arms were crossed over his chest. Master, your luck is off the charts. Even the system's mainframe has to work overnight to fix the program vulnerabilities. Xiao Chunan ignored the teasing and looked at the red-haired woman kneeling in the snow. Do you have a name? The red-haired woman remained kneeling on one knee, her head bowed even lower. Please bestow a name upon me, Master. Xiao Chunan pondered for a moment. Bingley is ice. Dressed in fiery red, with a striking and piercing appearance, she resembled a beauty straight out of a painting. From now on, you can call yourself Yanhua. The red-haired woman placed her right hand over her chest, performing a more solemn gesture. Yanhua, thank you for bestowing this name upon me, master. Ding. Naming successful. Ding. Servant Yanhua has joined your island. Xiao Chunan helped Yanhua up. When she stood up straight, she was half a head taller than him. No need for so many formalities, just be casual from now on. Yanhua nodded without saying anything, simply standing quietly beside him. Bingley walked over from the gravel road. She had clearly sensed the energy fluctuations here. She stopped beside Xiao Chunan, her icy blue eyes fixed on Yanhua. One is as cold as ice, the other as bright as fire. One had silver hair and blue eyes, the other had red hair and red eyes. One exudes a chilling aura, while the other radiates a fiery energy. Their eyes met in midair, and without a word, a strange change occurred in the surrounding air. Centered on the two of them, the snow and frost on the left were heavier, while the snow on the right began to melt slowly. Between the two, one side was chilled by the weight of snow, while the other was warmed by the melting of frost. Caught in the middle, Xiao Chunan had a very inappropriate thought pop into her head. If this were on Earth, we wouldn't need air conditioning or heating. Master, a battlefield of carnage. It smells like a battlefield of carnage. Shenlan hid behind Xiao Chunan, only peeking out half her head, and whispered excitedly. Just shut up and watch the show. Xiao Chunan muttered to himself. Bingley looked at Yanhua for a while, then turned to Xiao Chunan, her tone indifferent. Who is she? A new helper. Xiao Chunan introduced her succinctly. Yanhua. He then said to Yanhua, This is Bingley, your companion. Yanhua nodded slightly to Bingley as a greeting. Bingley glanced at her again, then stopped paying attention and stood quietly behind Xiao Chunan. Xiao Chunan led Bingley and Yanhua back to the stone house. Boss! We've retrieved everything! The voices of Nioi and Nioer came from afar. They were all stunned when they saw Yanhua. Nio scratched his horns and asked in a muffled voice, Boss, is this the new boss's wife? Xiao Chunan's lips twitched. A barely perceptible ripple also flashed across Yanhua's face. The temperature around Bingley dropped even further. Don't talk nonsense! Xiao Chunan broke the strange atmosphere by pointing at Yanhua. This is our new partner, Yanhua. He added to the two minotaurs. From now on, she'll be in charge of security work, just like Bingley. Just follow orders. Okay, sure. Nioi nodded quickly. Greetings, Lady Yanhua. Nioer shouted along. Greetings, Lady Yanhua. Yanhua glanced at them. With a thought, Nio transferred the spoils from his storage bag to the gravel road. 92 snow demon crystals were piled together, and the cold air emanated from the cracks in the stone. There was an even larger crystal lying next to it. It is rounder than a regular snow fairy crystal, and inside is a slowly rotating white ball of light. Xiao Chunan bent down to pick it up and flick the appraisal technique onto it. Snow Demon Crystal Core. Quality, rare. Description: the energy core formed after the Snow Demon leader's death contains violent ice and snow energy, which can be used for ice-type buildings, ice-type equipment, and ice-type crafting materials. High-grade goods, ice-based materials, keep them for now. He put the Snow Demon crystal into his summer bag, then turned his gaze to a pile of treasure chests scattered on the gravel road. 8 sandalwood treasure chests. 4 black iron treasure chests. A bronze treasure chest. Yanhua stood beside him, watching him squat in the snow, preparing to open the box, her red eyes filled with a hint of confusion. The master personally opened these low-level boxes? Xiao Chunan's hand was already on the lock of the first sandalwood treasure chest, and she didn't even look up when she heard this. You're new here, you don't understand yet. In my household, even a mosquito's leg has to be chopped into 3 pieces before being cooked. Shenlan stood beside him, arms crossed, nodding repeatedly. The owner is naturally gifted at being stingy. She flew around the bronze treasure chest once, her little hands rubbing together rapidly. Bronze chest. Dropped by the boss. Master, open this first, the drop rate is high. Do you even know what the grand finale means? Xiao Chunan ignored her urging and forcefully lifted the lid of the first sandalwood treasure chest. Obtained 100 iron ingots. He casually put the iron ingot into his summer bag, and then opened the second one. Obtained 100 pieces of high-quality charcoal. The third one. Obtained barrel manufacturing blueprint X1. Xiao Chunan paused for a moment, and took out the blueprints. This came at just the right time. He had previously placed an order to buy it. With the blueprints, we can mass-produce wooden barrels, making it much more convenient to fill them with water or other items in the future. He then opened the remaining 5 sandalwood treasure chests. Obtained 100 limestones. Obtained 100 pieces of glass. Obtained 100 clay. Obtained 100 limestones. Obtained 100 copper blocks. The 8 sandalwood treasure chests were emptied, and the harvest consisted of rare basic building materials and a common blueprint. His gaze shifted to the 4 black iron treasure chests. Chapter 61 has been revised to avoid the issue of not opening the boxes in time. Thank you for your valuable suggestions. Please feel free to raise any questions, and I will try my best to revise and correct them. Chapter 68 Frost Arrow Tower. The third wave of Snow Demon Calamity begins. Chapter 68 Frost Arrow Tower. The third wave of Snow Demon Calamity begins. Xiao Chunan opens the first black iron treasure chest. Inside the box lay a bottle of pale blue medicine. The glass bottle was long and slender, and the liquid was gently swaying. The bottle opening was sealed with a silver wax seal. Basic psionic potion. Quality, excellent green. Note, drinking this will instantly restore 100 points of spiritual energy. Nice one. Xiao Chunan picked up the medicine and handed it to Bingley. Take this first. If you run out of psionic energy in battle, use it when you need to, don't be stingy. Bingley took the medicine and put it into her storage bag. Xiao Chunan opened the second black iron treasure chest. Obtained, skill book, Ice Spear Technique X1. Another green scroll. Bingley took half a step closer, glanced at the scroll, and then turned to look at Manhwa. She has already learned the Ice Spear Technique, so there is little value in learning it again. Xiao Chunan handed the scroll to Manhwa. You can learn this. Manhwa took the scroll, her fingertip lingering on the patterns on the scroll. Give me ice magic? Try it first, and if it doesn't work, keep it. Manhwa nodded and unfurled the scroll. The green text detached from the scroll and stuck into the crystal on her forehead. The next moment, she raised her right hand, and a ball of crimson fire ignited in her palm. The flames elongated, coalescing into a crimson spear. Ding! Servant Manhwa has learned the E-rank skill, Flame Spear Technique. Xiao Chunan was somewhat surprised. Can Ice Spear Technique also modify skin? Manhwa dispersed the fire spear. The Flame Phoenix Divine Body will transform the spell's casting principle into a flame form, with a consumption similar to the original spell. Deep Blue added a comment from the side. The Mystic Ice Divine Body also possesses similar characteristics. According to the rules, the Ice Spear Technique is a basic energy projection spell with a high conversion success rate. Understood. Now both main damage dealers have a low-cost, long-range minion clearing skill. Xiao Chunan continued to open the third black iron treasure chest. Obtained, 1 basic psionic potion. Another bottle of energy-restoring medicine. He glanced at Bingley, then looked at Manhwa, and tossed the potion over. Here you go, don't skimp on the third batch. You've just started working overtime, so as your boss, I have to give you some compensation. Manhwa took the medicine and put it into her personal storage bag. Thank you, master. Don't be so polite. Xiao Chunan waved his hand. When the fighting starts, burning a few more of them to death is more meaningful than saying thank you 10 times. Bingley got a bottle, and Manhwa got one too. Being impartial and fair is a basic quality of an island owner. Deep Blue floated beside her, arms crossed. The recruitment pitch for the master emphasizes simplicity and unpretentiousness, with all benefits relying on battlefield loot drops. Shut up for a minute, wait until I finish speaking. Xiao Chunan opened the last black iron treasure chest. Reward 3 experience gems. 3 green gems lay at the bottom of the box. He picked it up and put it into his summer bag. All that remained on the ground was that bronze treasure chest. Xiao Chunan rubbed his hands together. Boss, give me some face. The Deep Blue came close to the lid of the box. Bronze treasure chest. Boss only. Give us something tough, stop with the pots and pans. Xiao Chunan pressed both hands on the lid of the box and lifted it upwards. A ray of blue light shone from inside the box. Obtained, Frost Arrow Tower Blueprint X1. Xiao Chunan picked up the blueprint and used his appraisal technique to flick it up. Frost Arrow Tower Building Blueprint. Quality, Rare Blue. Note, learning this skill unlocks the Frost Arrow Tower building. This building automatically locks onto enemy units that enter its attack range and fires frost arrows that deal piercing damage and slow the target upon impact. Rare defensive building. Deep Blue flew around the blueprint once, then touched the void light screen with its little hand. Xiao Chunan waved his hand and put all the empty boxes into his summer bag. He looked up at the blood-red countdown that was constantly flashing across the sky. There's still a little over a minute left. Let's go back to the stone house first and learn about the construction requirements. Xiao Chunan left after saying that. Bingli and Manhwa followed behind him, and Nioi and Nioer also quickly caught up. The group returned to the stone house, and Xiao Chunan went straight to the island monument in the center of the house. I pressed my palm against the cool island monument. A light curtain pops up. With a thought, he directly projected the 2 new blueprints onto the light screen. Ding! You have learned the blueprint for making wooden barrels. Ding! You have learned the Frost Arrow Tower building blueprint. Xiao Chunan switched to the building list. Frost Arrow Tower. Requirements: 2,000 stone, 1,000 wood, 100 iron ingots, 1 snow demon core. Function: automatically attacks enemy targets that enter its range, firing 1 arrow every 10 seconds. The fired arrow has a frost-slowing effect. Note: requires charging with psionic crystals, arrow power is adjustable. We have enough materials. Xiao Chunan glanced at the list of requirements, and had a clear idea of what was going on. The boss is quite generous, he even provides after-sales service after he dies. Deep Blue flew to the building railing and tapped it with its little hand. Master, the crystal core dropped by the snow demon leader can be used as a core building material. We also have psionic veins, a perfect closed loop. After this tower is built, can it be moved? It can be migrated. Go ahead and build it, you won't lose money. That's fine then. Do you want to consume 2,000 stone, 1,000 wood, 100 iron ingots, and 1 snow demon core to build the Frost Arrow Tower? Confirm. Please select a construction location. An island top-down view pops up. Xiao Chunan placed the Arrow Tower 10 meters north of the stone house, near the intersection of the gravel road. This position can block 4 roads. Anything that manages to escape the net will inevitably pass under the tower. The Frost Arrow Tower is under construction. A square base cracked in the snow outside the stone house. Gray stones were piled up, wooden beams were embedded, and iron parts were fastened together, layer upon layer. Estimated completion time, 60 minutes. Xiao Chunan glanced at the sky. The 3rd countdown is almost over. They even have a construction schedule for blue buildings, that's really meticulous. Deep Blue shrugs. Rare architecture, emphasizing slow and meticulous workmanship. It'd better be fine enough to be worth the price. Xiao Chunan turned and left the house, with Bingli and Manhwa following beside her. Ding! The 3rd wave of the snow demon catastrophe has officially begun. Monster configuration for this round: 160 common snow demons, 16 special snow demons, 8 elite snow demons, and 2 snow demon bosses. The snow layer began to be churned up on a large scale. From the east, west, south, and north, groups of ordinary snow monsters crawled out of the snow. Their bodies were made of compressed snowballs, with short, thick limbs and bright blue dots in their eye sockets. 16 special snow demons mingled in the back row, raising their arms to conjure snow spears. 8 elite snow demons were scattered across 4 areas, in groups of 2, positioned behind the ordinary snow demons. The snow on the north and south sides rose up simultaneously. The 2 snow demon leaders stood up. The one on the north side is carrying a long-handled snow axe. The one on the south side has long, thick arms and a snow ring hanging on its back, with dozens of tiny snow cones floating inside the ring. Deep Blue took a breath. 2 leaders. One is a melee commander, the other a ranged suppressor. Master, we've been overpowered again. Xiao Chunan used his appraisal technique. Snow Demon Leader Axeman. Level, LV.5. Description: specializes in close-range destruction and can command low-level snow demons to compress the target space. Snow Demon Leader. Ring spell. Level, LV.5. Description: specializes in long-range suppression and can generate snow cones to attack multiple targets. Chapter 69, A Dual Boss Siege? The Ice and Fire Myths Unleashed. Chapter 69, 2 bosses surround and kill? The Ice and Fire Myths unleash their power. 2 bosses, 1 melee and 1 ranged, they're clearly not giving us a way out. Xiao Chunan cursed, already holding the Thunder Pig fruit in his hand. Dark Blue touched his shoulder. Master, you're being given special treatment again. The standard third wave only has 1 leader. I'm used to it. Xiao Chunan raised his hand and pointed to the 16 special snow demons that were condensing snow spears in the distance. Bingley, kill the ranged attackers first, don't let them stray towards the stone house. He then turned to the red-haired woman beside him. Manhwa, your task is to clear out those ordinary snow demons. Level up as quickly as possible. They both nodded at the same time. Ice. Condensed blade. With a flick of her wrist, Bingley drew the Xianbing sword and charged out. Flame Phoenix Bow. Manhwa raised her right hand, and a ball of flame rose in her palm, then stretched and deformed into a magnificent flaming longbow. The bow arm is carved with phoenix feather patterns, and the bowstring is made of pure fire element. This unique spell consumes only 1 point of spiritual energy each time the bow is drawn to condense an arrow. Manhwa's initial maximum spiritual energy of 100 points is sufficient to support high-frequency rapid fire. She held the bow in her left hand and lightly touched the bowstring with her right, and a burning arrow was automatically generated. Let go. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air across the snow-covered plain. The crimson streak of light struck precisely the ordinary snow demon running at the very front. When the flames touched the snow, the intense heat caused it to explode. The snow demon had a large hole burn through its chest, and the thick snow turned into a pool of muddy slush, causing its entire body to collapse. Kill 1 regular snow demon and gain 10 experience points, and 1 calamity point. On the north side, the snow demon leader, Axeman, raised his snow axe and roared. The ordinary snow demons increased their speed and pressed in from the 4 directions of the gravel road. On the south side, the snow ring behind the snow demon leader, Ring Spell, began to rotate, and dozens of snow cones floated up, their tips pointing directly forward. Manhwa moved with incredible speed, traversing the gravel path laterally, her movements as she drew the bow with fluid and precise movements. Swoosh! 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 9 crimson arrows shot out in succession, drawing bright lines of fire in the dim snowstorm. Each arrow is guaranteed to take down an ordinary snow demon. In an instant, all 9 ordinary snow demons turned into snow water. Ding! Your servant Manhwa's level has increased to level 2. Ding! Your servant Manhwa has gained 10 free attribute points. A red light flashed around Manhwa, and her depleted spiritual energy was fully restored. She brought up the panel and quickly allocated the attribute points. Put 4 points into agility and 6 points into spirit. After adding the points, she drew the bow faster and landed more lightly. At the same time, 16 special snow demons stood at the back and raised their arms in unison. 16 snow spears, carrying the cold wind, shot in parabolic arcs toward the stone house area. Bingley flipped her left hand, spread her 5 fingers, and an ice shield condensed in midair. The muffled thuds continued one after another. The spear, formed from compressed hard snow, slammed violently against the shield. Snowflakes flew everywhere, and the powerful penetrating force caused spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the surface of the shield. This barrier, which barely withstood the volley of fire, finally crumbled under the impact of the last snow spear. Bingley swung her right hand out smoothly. Ice spear technique. Several half-meter-long ice spears flew out of his hand, accurately piercing the chests of 3 special snow demons. The snow demon's body collapsed upon impact, turning into a puddle of snow dust. Defeat 3 special snow demons to gain 60 experience points, 6 natural disaster points, and 3 sandalwood treasure chests. Without making any unnecessary movements, Bingley knew that in a protracted battle, she had to quickly reduce the enemy's ranged output. As a low-cost spell, Ice Spear, with her high spirit attribute of 64 points, is no less powerful than a large-caliber firearm. The bowstring of the Flame Phoenix bow in Manhwa's hand trembled incessantly. She specifically targeted ordinary snow demons that were close to the stone house's defensive line. The fire arrow pierced through the snowdrift's body, and the resulting high temperature directly burned down the monster's internal structure. Clumps of snow and mud fell. The experience points scrolled frantically at the edge of Xiao Chunan's field of vision. Kill 1 regular snow demon and gain 10 experience points, and 1 calamity point. Manhwa was extremely efficient at clearing out the surrounding enemies. In less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, more than 10 ordinary snow demons turned into snow water. Ding! Your servant Manhwa's level has increased to 3. Gain 10 free attribute points. A crimson glow flashed across Manhwa's body. This time, she still allocated 4 points to agility and 6 points to mental focus. The frequency of the bowstring being pulled increased even further. There are too many ordinary snow demons. The front row falls down, and the back row takes its place. 8 elite snow demons mingled with the monster horde, using ordinary snow demons as cover, and advanced towards Bingley's location. The axe-wielding leader on the north side, carrying a long-handled snow axe, strode closer. With each step it took, it trampled deep pits into the snow. Behind the remote leader on the south side, the snow ring spun, and dozens of sharp, tiny snow cones rose into the air, shooting towards Bingley. Bingley slid to the side, her sword flashing repeatedly. Several snow spikes were shattered, while the rest grazed her shoulder. The fabric tore, leaving a bloody gash on her fair shoulder. The wound wasn't deep, but the blood congealed rapidly in the extremely cold environment. Bingley touched the ground with her toes, advancing instead of retreating, heading towards the melee leader. The axe blade cleaved down, creating a gust of wind. Bingley flipped her wrist, and used the blade of her sword to block. The heavy weight pressed down on her, causing her knees to bend slightly. The melee leader's attack was extremely powerful, scattering the surrounding snow and revealing gray-black soil underneath. 2 elite snow demons seized the opportunity to flank her from the left and right, their thick snow arms slamming into her back. The high-intensity defense and displacement caused Bingley's spiritual energy consumption to increase dramatically. Manhwa. As soon as Xiao Chunan called out the name, Manhwa had already drawn the bowstring taut, and a bright red light shone from her fingertips. Flame. Phoenix feather. 20 crimson feathered arrows hovered in midair. He loosened his grip, and a rain of arrows poured down. The arrow drew a graceful arc in midair, precisely avoiding Bingley, and pierced the bodies of the 2 elite snow demons and the surrounding ordinary snow demons. Flames engulfed the snow-covered body. Manhwa's attack not only killed the enemy, but the high temperature also melted the local terrain, making it difficult for those clumsy snow demons to move in the muddy snow water. Kill 8 regular snow demons to gain 80 experience points, and 8 cataclysm points. Kill 5 regular snow monsters to gain 50 experience points, and 5 cataclysm points. Ding! Your servant Yanhua's level has increased to 4. Ding! Your servant Yanhua has gained 10 free attribute points. A red glow rose again from Yanhua's body. The depleted psionic energy is instantly and fully restored. Without hesitation, Yanhua added 4 points to agility and 6 points to spirit. The improvement brought by adding points is immediate. The bowstring was pulled at an increased speed, and the crimson light formed a fiery net in the dim snowstorm, firmly suppressing the ordinary monsters that tried to approach Bingley. The pressure on the ice glass decreased sharply. She swung her ice sword and plunged it into the calf joint of the melee leader. The dense snow collapsed, and the leader staggered. Using the momentum, she leaped up, escaping the melee encirclement, and pointed with her left hand at the ranged boss that was still gathering snow cones in the distance, and the remaining special snow demons. Ice. Frost thorn. Large shards of ice spikes broke through the snow. The remote leader was forced to retreat, and 4 special snow demons were pierced on the spot. Defeat 4 special snow demons to gain 80 experience points, 8 natural disaster points, and 4 sandalwood treasure chests. After delivering that attack, her psionic gauge was down to just over 100. Physical strength is also rapidly depleted under extreme cold and high pressure. Xiao Chunan watched this unfold, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The remote leader steadied himself, and the snow ring behind him spun wildly, raining down hundreds of snow spikes on the spot where Bingley was about to land. Chapter 70 Yanhua's fire burns down the enemy camps. A symphony of ice and fire clears the field. Chapter 70 Yanhua's fire burns down the camps. The symphony of ice and fire clears the field. Xiao Chunan raises the thunder pig fruit. Bingley, retreat! Bingley did not retreat. She planted the Xianbing sword into the ground. Ice and snow burial. A violent, frigid storm arose from the ground. The storm not only shredded the incoming snow cones, but also scraped away a layer of snow from the ground. The hurricane's circle expanded rapidly, ensnaring the 3 closest elite snow demons and more than 10 ordinary snow demons. Sharp ice shards sliced their dense snow bodies to pieces. Kill 3 elite snow demons to gain 90 experience points, 9 cataclysm points, and 3 black iron chests. Kill 14 regular snow demons to gain 140 experience points and 14 cataclysm points. Various kill notifications streamed down like a waterfall, frantically flooding Xiao Chunan's retina. Ding! Your servant Ice Glass has reached level 8. Ding! Your servant, Ice Glass, has gained 10 free attribute points. A faint, upgraded light shone around Bingley. The minor wounds healed, and his physical strength and psychic abilities returned to their peak. She quickly added all her attribute points to her spirit, and her spirit attribute soared to 80 points. The extreme cold storm dissipated, leaving the western battlefield completely empty, with only the severely wounded axeman leader remaining. Half of his right arm, which was holding the axe, along with his chest, was scraped away. Bingley drew her long sword and used the remaining force of the storm to leap into the air. Ice. Cold moon. A sharp, crescent-shaped sword aura slashed through the air, smoothly cutting across the neck of the close combat leader. The enormous head rolled to the ground, and the headless, mangled body collapsed with a crash. Kill Snow Demon Leader, Axeman X1, gain 50 experience points, 5 cataclysm points, and 1 bronze treasure chest. With the threat from the west side resolved, the pressure on the field has been greatly reduced. The remaining 5 elite snow demons, 9 special snow demons, and nearly 100 ordinary snow demons faltered for a moment after losing their melee leader. Yanhua's attacks became increasingly fierce. Her high agility allowed her to roam freely on the battlefield. Each horizontal movement takes away several ordinary snow demons. The fiery lines drawn by the phoenix bow wove into a net across the dim snowfield, incinerating all the monsters that tried to approach the stone house into snow water. Kill 1 regular snow demon and gain 10 experience points, and 1 calamity point. Kill 1 regular snow demon and gain 10 experience points, and 1 calamity point. On the south side, the ring-wielding leader, witnessing the death of his companion, felt the crimson flames in his eye sockets flicker violently. The snow ring behind it spun wildly, and dozens of snow cones inside merged into a giant snow cone nearly 3 meters long, with its tip pointed at Manhwa. A piercing whistling sound came. Giant snow cones tore through the wind and snow, leaving a white trail as the snow on the ground was swept up by the airflow. Flame. Meteor. Manhwa stopped and raised her bow to the sky with her left hand. The phoenix feather patterns on the bow arm lit up, and a dazzling fireball condensed above the bowstring before rapidly rising into the air to meet the giant snow cone. The fireball and the snow cone collided in midair. There was no loud bang as expected. The fireball simply engulfed the snow cone. The high temperatures evaporated the accumulated snow, producing a large amount of white water vapor that quickly enveloped the southern war zone. With their vision obstructed, their screams only intensified. The ringleader's eyes blazed red, and he gave the order to launch a full-scale attack. The remaining nearly 100 ordinary snow demons, along with the special and elite snow demons, surrounded Manhwa, who was closest to them. Xiao Chunan felt a chill run down his spine and immediately prepared to throw the thunderpig fruit at any moment. Manhwa, stop fighting and pull back! Manhwa took a half-step back with her left foot, her body sinking down, and her longbow held horizontally in front of her. Flame. Spreading like wildfire. She spread her arms, and the diamond-shaped crystal on her forehead lit up with a red light. The surging waves of fire skimmed the ground, forming a huge fan shape centered on her and rushing forward. The fire touched the snow and emitted an extremely sharp hissing sound. More than 20 ordinary snow demons at the forefront did not even have time to struggle before they melted and collapsed in the fire, turning into muddy snow water all over the ground. 2 elite snow demons hidden among the monsters were also engulfed by the sea of fire. Their hard bodies were burned through, and they collapsed into the mud and turned into water. Kill 21 regular snow demons and gain 210 experience points and 21 cataclysm points. Kill 2 elite snow demons, gain 60 experience points, 6 catastrophe points, and 2 black iron chests. The kill panel in front of Xiao Chunan's eyes was flashing wildly, and a series of experience prompts formed a waterfall of light. Seeing his men die a horrible death, the ringmaster leader let out an extremely sharp screech. Upon hearing its roar, the remaining snow demons closed their wings again. The ordinary snow demons were at the front. A special snow demon hid in the back, raising its arm to form a spear. The elite snow demon pressed closer to Manhwa. Without pausing for a moment, Bingley darted into the remaining monsters. She instantly spotted the special snow demon and the elite snow demon in the distance. Flip with your left hand. Ice spear technique. Several ice spears flew out, their power greatly amplified by their extremely high mental attributes. 3 special snow monsters that were forming snowballs were pierced through the chest on the spot, and the snow blocks collapsed and scattered. An elite snow demon attacked from the side, its thick snow arms slamming into the ice glass's face. Bingley swung her hand backhand, and the Xianbing sword slashed upwards, precisely severing the opponent's joints. As the snow broke off and fell to the ground, she twisted her wrist and slashed with her sword, severing the head of the elite snow demon. Defeat Elite Snow Demon X1, gain 30 experience points, 3 cataclysm points, and 1 black iron treasure chest. The 2 women, one near and one far, coordinated extremely well. The battle lines were rapidly contracting. Seeing their numbers dwindling rapidly, the ringleader behind him began to spin rapidly, producing a buzzing sound, and dozens of thick ice spikes took shape. Manhwa narrowed her red eyes and locked onto its position. He loosely clenched his right hand into a claw, and then pressed down sharply. Flame, fire prison! 6 thick pillars of fire burst through the snow and rose from the ground around the ring-wielding leader. The walls of fire connected to each other, forming a crimson, sealed cage that trapped him in place. The fiery prison was filled with high temperatures. The ice cones formed by the leader continuously melted and dripped water, disintegrating into a large mist less than half a meter after they flew out. It attempted to ram its massive body into the wall of fire, but the intense heat melted a large section of its outer armor, forcing it to retreat to the center. Manhwa dismissed the longbow from her hand. He opened his palm upwards, and a long spear with leaping flames quickly materialized. She tilted her wrist back and hurled the fire spear with all her might. Flame spear technique. The fire spear left a trail of afterimages, precisely piercing through the gaps in the fire prison and plunging fiercely into the chest of the ring-wielding leader. The flames ignited inside his body. With a deafening roar, the leader's dense snow body shattered into pieces and collapsed completely. Kill the snow demon leader. Ring spell X1, gain 50 experience points, 5 cataclysm points, and 1 bronze treasure chest. Ding! Your servant Manhwa's level has increased to 5. Gain 10 free attribute points. The upgraded red light shone on Manhwa. The spiritual energy consumed by the intense spellcasting just now was instantly restored to full. She opened the system panel and quickly allocated her attribute points: Agility +4, Spirit +6. Agility, 22 to 26. Spirit, 28 to 34. Both leaders were killed in action. The remaining dozens of ordinary snow demons lost their command and their movements became chaotic and disorganized. Xiao Chunan then stuffed the Thunder Pig fruit back into his summer bag. Okay, that saves one more. The little dark blue wings fluttered. Master, your money-saving angle is really stable. What do you know? This is called managing a household. On the battlefield, Bingley and Manhwa had already begun to finish off the enemy. Chapter 71 Server-Wide Ranking. First Place Reward, SSS Level Potential Card. Chapter 71 Server-Wide Ranking. First Place Reward, SSS Level Potential Card. The remaining ordinary snow demons were already in disarray, yet they were still crowding towards the stone house. Manhwa reconstituted the flame phoenix bow, and crimson arrows shot out one after another. Each time the bowstring trembled slightly, an ordinary snow demon's chest would collapse, its snow body melting into muddy water, and the crystals would roll to the ground. Bingley drew her sword and charged into the horde of monsters. With a flash of sword light, the snow demon's remains were severed, leaving behind a trail of scattered snow and crystals. The two worked together seamlessly, one at a distance and the other at close range, and their cleaning speed was extremely fast. In less than 2 minutes, the remaining snow demons were completely wiped out. When the last ordinary snow demon was pierced by the fire, the battlefield returned to calm. The ground was covered with scattered crystals and dozens of treasure chests. Ding! The third wave of the snow demon catastrophe has been cleared. This round of kills, 160 regular snow demons, 16 special snow demons, 8 elite snow demons, and 2 snow demon bosses. Natural disaster points earned, 226. Obtained 16 sandalwood chests, 8 black iron chests, and 2 bronze chests. The current points have been added to the leaderboard. The cold wind swept snowflakes across the gravel road. Xiao Chunan stood at the entrance of the stone house, looking at the crystals and glowing treasure chests scattered on the ground, and exhaled a breath of white air. This was no easy fight. The ice sword in Bingley's hand dissipated, her ice blue dress was stained with snow and mud, and there were several cuts on her shoulder and arm. The wounds had stopped bleeding, but the flesh was torn open, and it looked painful. Xiao Chunan walked over quickly. How badly are you injured? Bingley raised her hand and tucked her messy silver hair behind her ear. Minor injuries can continue. Continue my ass. Xiao Chunan took out a hemostatic bandage from the summer bag and stuffed it into her hand. Let's go inside and treat your wounds. You're a key player on our side, not a disposable item. Bingley looked down at the bandage and accepted it. I'll listen to you. Manhwa dispersed, and Yan Huangbao approached. She glanced at Bing Li's injuries, then raised her chin. You are very strong. Bing Li glanced at her. You can too. With just a few words, the tension was significantly reduced. Xiao Chunan's teeth ached from looking at it. If these two can team up consistently, he'll feel much more confident going out in the future. Deep Blue excitedly circled the battlefield a few times. Master, we've struck it rich this time. We've got over 100 crystals alone, plus 2 bronze chests. Neo-Air, come out and clean the floor. The stone house door was pushed open. Neo-E and Neo-Air came out and saw the supplies on the ground. Neo-E's 2 ears perked up. Boss, this time a lot fell out. Neo-Air said in a muffled voice. I'll pick them up from the east, and you'll pick them up from the west. Okay, keep the treasure chest and crystals separate, don't miss any. Xiao Chunan said. We need to check everything that's shiny on the ground, and also look around the snowdrifts. The 2 minotaurs responded and bent down to work. The system light curtain pops up. The 3rd wave has ended. You can choose. Part 1 event ends. The challenge ends, and final ranking rewards will be calculated based on current scores. Second, continue to challenge the 4th wave. Warning, the difficulty of the 4th wave will increase exponentially, and is extremely dangerous. Please make your selection within 10 minutes. The process will end automatically if the time limit is exceeded. One should not be too greedy. Even Bing Li was injured in the 3rd wave just now. The 4th wave will most likely include more high-level monsters, and relying on 2 main forces to withstand it is too risky. Taking profits and securing them is the best strategy. Xiao Chunan was about to choose to end the challenge. A new system notification popped up. Ding! The 3rd wave of the Snow Demon catastrophe has been settled. The Snow Demon Calamity Points leaderboard has been updated, and trial participants can check their rankings at any time. Ding! The Snow Demon Catastrophe All-Server Points ranking is now open. The top 10,000 players in the server by the end of the event will receive additional rewards. The player with the highest overall score will be rewarded with an SSS level attribute potential card. Second place in server-wide rankings, reward, SS grade attribute potential card X1. Third place in the server-wide rankings, reward, 1 S grade attribute potential card. 4th to 10th place, reward, 1 A grade attribute potential card. The top 100 will receive a B grade attribute potential card. The first 1,000 participants will receive a C grade attribute potential card. The first 10,000 participants will receive a D grade attribute potential card. Xiao Chunan's hand froze in midair. Attribute potential card? Deep Blue flew to the light screen and placed its 2 little hands on the line of golden characters. Master, this is an attribute potential card. This is a top-tier item that can alter the life form of a trial participant. Your current base growth potential is the lowest grade, F. This means that the extent of enhancement your body can withstand for each grade increase is very limited. If you can obtain a high-level attribute potential card, you can fundamentally change your life potential, and the increase in basic attributes with each subsequent level up will double. She abandoned her usual playfulness, her tone unusually serious. Such items, capable of altering one's basic growth potential, are extremely rare and highly sought after. If we miss this opportunity, we may not encounter such a reward again. We must do our best to get the best possible reward. Xiao Chunan looked at the SSS level attribute potential card and withdrew her finger, which was about to press to end the challenge. Just from the name, you can tell that this thing is of immeasurable value. What's worse, it precisely addresses his weaknesses. No matter how powerful a mythical servant is, they will ultimately belong to the servant class. The island owner himself is too fragile. If someone sneaks up behind and steals the island monument one day, he won't even have a place to cry. I knew the system wouldn't be so kind as to open the server-wide leaderboard right after the 3rd wave ended. Xiao Chunan cursed. This is like putting someone on a fire to roast. The path to survival is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you fall behind. Every trial is an opportunity for survivors to defy fate. Deep Blue flapped its wings and swiped the interface to the side. The system panel flashed, and the newly updated regional leaderboard took center stage. CN 888 Disaster Points Ranking. First place, Xiao Chunan, 393 points. Second place, Qingjing, 194 points. Third place, Lu Rian, 194 points. Fourth place, Zhao Zishuan, 194 points. The score difference was extremely large. Xiao Chunan dominated the competition, with her individual score exceeding the combined total of the second and third place finishers. In this 888 district where hundreds of thousands of people live, his dominant position is as solid as a rock. Shenlan put her two little hands on her hips and raised her pointed chin. The master's victory was absolutely crushing. That Qingjing is probably in a state of impotent rage in the shelter right now. Xiao Chunan had no time to care about the feelings of a loser. Being number one in a region is hardly an achievement. He raised his hand and swiped across the light screen, closing the regional rankings and switching the interface to the newly opened global rankings. Lines of golden text were laid out from top to bottom. Server-wide disaster points ranking. First place, Lu Haoming, 407 points. Second place, Volkov, 405 points. Third place, Kim Sang-hoon, 401 points. Fourth place, Yen Jun, 393 points. Fifth place, Ali Fata, 393 points. Sixth place, Yuta Tanaka, 393 points. Seventh place, Li Zhenbong, 393 points. Eighth place, Petrov, 393 points. Ninth place, Zhao Chengyuan, 393 points. 10th place, Santos, 393 points.